When all begins to transform, every non-human entity adapts its form and mode of existence accordingly. Only humanity, unable to swiftly alter itself to accommodate such changes, ultimately faces extinction. In August 2023, the Earth's oceans fell victim to the unbridled pollution perpetrated by certain nations. By November 2038, this contamination spread globally, resulting in the demise of countless flora and fauna. Some surviving species endeavored to adapt to the harsh environmental shifts, leading to genetic mutations and the emergence of unknown species. By January 2043, the diversity of life on Earth plummeted dramatically, with the population experiencing a catastrophic decline and the average human lifespan dropping to 60 years, a figure that continued to dwindle. Resources on Earth diminished sharply, intensifying the struggle for survival. Due to dwindling resources and the hegemony of a few Western nations, compounded by the alterations in human genetics, the planet entered a period of chaotic conflict, the Third Melee, which further reduced the population. Fortunately, this war was brief, concluding in merely 3 years. The cessation of hostilities was prompted not only by the realization that continued strife would lead to human extinction, but also by the increasing prevalence of mutated beasts, threatening human existence. These creatures, known as genetic fiends, posed a severe threat to humanity's survival. Villages and towns fell victim to these genetic fiends, prompting humans to embrace martial arts for survival and self-defense. In March 2044, the Earth Martial Arts Alliance was established. However, the slow pace of martial training, contingent upon individual aptitude, led to proposals for enhancing human strength through genetic modification. Thus, in February 2046, the Earth Genetic Alliance was founded. In August 2048, the Ocean Genetic Company unveiled the first genetic serum, the Banja gene liquor, capable of altering human DNA through injection, extending lifespan by 30 years. In September, the company introduced the physical enhancement serum, Kuka-shi, which could double the strength of an ordinary individual, transforming them into an elite martial artist. By July 2050, the Western Wind Genetic Company developed the Shurian AI gene, derived from electric eel DNA, enabling humans to potentially become electricity-wielding beings. From this year onward, humanity on Earth fully embarked on the genetic path, widening the chasm between social classes. This shift not only altered the planet's dynamics, but also transformed human modes of existence, with a strong ascended to prominence, while the weak were relegated to servitude. In their pursuit of survival, Chapter 1, Genetic Roots. Ding Huan had pushed the speed of his spacecraft, the Wu Haoxing, to its limit, yet the blip on the screen continued to grow, indicating the warship in pursuit. A wave of despair surged within him as he caressed the dashboard, catching a whiff of the burnt odor emitted by the overheating components of his vessel. Having drifted through the cosmos for nearly 2 centuries, only within the cockpit of the Wu Haoxing could he find solace. Ordinarily, any scratch on the ship would cause him deep distress. Now, he was compelled to ruthlessly push the craft to its limits, even as his pursuers closed in. He understood well that the Wu Haoxing, which had accompanied him for nearly a century, was on the brink of annihilation alongside him. Grasping a scroll resting on the control panel, inscribed with intricate characters of the Zhongyu script, he felt an inexplicable sense of significance attached to it. Despite years of study, its meaning eluded him, much like the bewildering experience of learning English as a child. As he sensed the approaching starship, a surge of fury enveloped him. He had sacrificed so much for the Dujia, nearly selling his life for them, yet they sought his demise without regard for his past loyalty. Their pursuit of him, a nameless pawn who had once risked everything for them, was solely for the sake of that unassuming scroll before him. Ding Huan knew that even if he surrendered the scroll to the Dujia, they would glean nothing from it. Aware of their ruthlessness, he refused to relinquish the scroll to such merciless beings. Alas, as his demise approached, he pondered how he might inflict a significant blow upon the Dujia, even in his final moments. With a deep exhale, he expelled his frustration, yet it was futile without power. Even his anger felt absurd. The light in his eyes began to dim. Was he destined to be a victim of oppression and suffering? Bullied on Earth, losing his father, having his inheritance stolen, his legs broken, his eyes gouged out, he had escaped to another life-bearing planet, only to face further torment. Was he the sole survivor of humanity, having left Earth yet still alive? Did it matter? The outcome remained unchanged. The alarm of the Wu Hao Xing jolted him from his reverie, revealing a tawny planet on the monitor. The ship warned him of the need to halt for repairs. His gaze drifted back to the pursuing blip, and he murmured, "Let this be our resting place. We have grown weary after all these years." Originating from a traditional family on Earth, he wished for his soul to find peace rather than drifting in the void. Crumpling the scroll and swallowing it, Ding Huan calmly initiated the self-destruct sequence of the Wu Hao Xing, activating it with his palm on the control panel. A man of honor accepted death, having survived nearly 2 centuries after leaving Earth. He had witnessed much. Now, facing his end alongside the Wu Hao Xing, he found little to fear. Just as he prepared to embrace death, the scroll ignited within him, a torrent of heat surging into his brain. Ding Huan froze, overwhelmed by an influx of boundless information flooding his mind, as if an unseen force was cramming various insights deep into his consciousness. The scroll was not meant for mere reading. Years later, life would re-emerge on this planet, gradually giving rise to humanity and eventually new civilizations. However, their attempts to transcend the limitations of the human form would be in vain. Without my intervention, the path of celestial civilization would forever vanish from this world. Once this planet undergoes its first rebirth, no spiritual roots shall exist, rendering the concept of cultivation obsolete. When humanity re-emerges, their advancement will be limited to genetic modification. Indeed, I have foreseen the pivotal role of genetics in the evolution of future civilizations. They may take eons, perhaps even thousands of years, to reach our current level of civilization, excluding the realm of celestial cultivation. I doubt another genius like myself will comprehend the connection between genetics and the greater path. At best, they can only merge certain genes, rendering humanity feeble and insignificant. Regardless, they cannot alter the intrinsic essence of human frailty. They merely scratch the surface, believing that genetic fusion can enhance physicality, ability, or even longevity. They cannot fathom that the foundation of human advancement lies in the establishment of genetic roots of truth known only to me. I yearn for the day when the one who desires the parchment scroll shall cross my path. I'm also curious to ascertain whether genetic cultivation or other forms of foundational cultivation can lead to greater heights. After humanity has irrevocably lost its spiritual roots, the only path to further advancement lies in genetic cultivation. At its core, I believe genetic cultivation is synonymous with genetic foundation laying. A practitioner of genetic cultivation without a genetic foundation is akin to water without a source or a tree without roots. Just as a cultivator must possess spiritual roots to establish a foundation, I posit that one must have genetic spiritual roots to undertake genetic foundation laying. The initial step in genetic cultivation is to discover one's own genetic spiritual roots. Only with these roots can one embark upon the true path of genetic enlightenment. The vast cosmos may have stripped us of our spiritual roots, yet has not severed the path to our empowerment. All that remains is to rely upon oneself. Genetic spiritual roots? Genetic foundation laying? Ding Huan's hands trembled as he pondered. He had heard of genetic foundation laying, for there were individuals on the Changi continent who had achieved peak strength through it. He finally comprehended why few could attain genetic foundation laying on Gene-ius. Such a feat necessitates the existence of genetic spiritual roots. In stark contrast to Changi, Earth remains oblivious to the concept of genetic foundation laying. As the environment deteriorated and humanity entered the age of genetics, no one has ever achieved genetic foundation laying. The populace only knows to incessantly merge various genes, believing that the more genes they amalgamate, the stronger they become. On Earth, the understanding of genetic evolution is limited to the notion that higher gene purity equates to greater potential. Whether in martial training or genetic cultivation, ascension is merely more attainable. In Changi, the possibility of genetic foundation laying exists because, despite the lack of merged genetic spiritual roots, a select few possess genuine genetic roots or true cultivation roots. Conversely, on Earth, without the external merging of genes to create one's own genetic spiritual roots, no individual can possess such roots. The wood elemental genetic spiritual roots must be extracted and merged from species such as Guangming Shui, Rongtong, Yuan Song, Baiyu, and Fu Kuei. However, these are not the most critical, they can even be substituted. It seemed he had heard of Rongtong, yet the characteristics and traits of the other species were vividly clear in his mind. Were they not the very essence of Shui Luo, Rongtong, Wujin Song, Bajiao, and Yusong Qinghua? Ding Huan was entirely engulfed in the information he had acquired until a tremendous explosion jolted him from his reverie, followed by a dazzling flash of white light before his eyes. The fifth star had collided with the ochre-hued planet, simultaneously triggering its self-destruction. Just as he had grasped the secrets of genetic cultivation, or rather, the mysteries of genetic evolution, was obliterated in the cosmos of an unfamiliar world. Ding Huan closed his eyes, feeling neither sorrow nor joy. On this desolate planet, he would forever rest alongside his fifth star. In that fleeting moment before consciousness descended into eternal darkness, a raspy voice echoed in his mind. After my demise, please bequeath my eyes to him. He is still young. Let him behold the beauty of the world with my eyes. A colossal explosion and soaring flames caused a crimson spaceship to halt, suspended in the void above the exploded ochre planet. A captivating woman stood at the prow of the vessel, peering through the transparent shield at the white light rising from the planet below, her eyes filled with murderous intent. This wretch would rather self-destruct the vessel than surrender the goods exclusively to us. How could we have nurtured such an unruly hound? A young man spat bitterly as he approached the woman. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow slightly, and after a pause, remarked, "Something feels amiss. I have seen Ding Huan's vessel. Even if it were to self-destruct, such a magnitude of chaos is implausible, let alone the emergence of white flames." The young man replied, "Many abandoned planets in the universe harbor flammable materials and various unstable elements. The self-destruction of that Ding fellow's vessel may merely be a pretext." Chapter 2. Distribution of Graduates. Ding Xiaodu. "Here is your distribution letter." Slap. The impact felt like a homework book striking his forehead, causing Ding Huan to wince slightly. He instinctively raised his head and discovered a blue sheet of paper lying on his desk. A distribution letter? Ding Huan felt disoriented. What was this? And Ding Xiaotu? How long had it been since he had been referred to by that name? Upon his birth, he frequently fell ill, and his father wished for his son to embody the essence of dust, hence the trivial name, Ding Xiaodu. As he pondered this, he noticed someone in front distributing a thick stack of blue pamphlets, realizing that the blue paper before him had also been handed out by that individual. Why did his so-called distribution letter consist of a mere sheet of paper, while others had several pages? He turned to glance beside him, where fragmented sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a familiar warmth upon the windowsill, invoking a long-lost sense of nostalgia. The distant calls of unidentified birds resonated, imbued with tranquility, and this scene made Ding Huan feel as though his memories had been cleaved apart. This was not the vast, unsettling expanse of the cosmic void, nor the blood-soaked realm of Chang'e. Had he not perished? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought emerged from the depths of Ding Huan's consciousness, one he scarcely dared to believe. He pinched his thigh, feeling no pain. A piercing scream erupted, and Ding Huan turned in confusion to see a round-faced individual before him. Ding Xiaodu, your allocation to Eugene University has nothing to do with me. Why are you pinching me? The round-faced person questioned, tears glistening in his eyes. The scene before him finally began to feel familiar. He was still a student at Heluo Shangwu University. Heluo Shangwu University is the sole institution in Heluo City that guarantees job placement upon graduation, ranking among the top 30 nationwide. Moreover, each year, 1 or 2 students from Heluo Shangwu University manage to gain admission to the 10 academies of Blue Star. The 10 academies of Blue Star exclusively recruit top-tier prodigies, established through a collaboration of nearly 200 nations and elite organizations such as martial arts and genetic alliances, aiming to nurture the future backbone of Earth. The number of students from a school who gain entry to the 10 academies of Blue Star signifies the institution's strength. I apologize. Jia Yujian. Ding Huan finally remembered his deskmate and uttered an apology. After all, he had merely pinched him lightly. Jia Yujian's displeasure dissipated, and he was not genuinely angry. Lowering his voice, He said, Xiao Tu, you were supposed to remain at He Luo Shangwu University. With Luo Xinwei, your spot was snatched away. Ding Huan patted Jia Yujian, and long-forgotten memories began to take shape. This must be the year 2062. Earth had long since entered the genetic era. The onset of the genetic age was triggered by the contamination of the oceans with nuclear waste by Japan in 2023, which gradually spread worldwide, followed by various viruses released by unscrupulous Western nations. Subsequently, Earth's population plummeted, and wars erupted not only in regions like Russia, Ukraine, and Palestine, Israel, but spread across the globe. With a dwindling population, various flora and fauna rapidly disappeared. As viruses and pollution proliferated, the brutal law of the jungle ensued. Life became fragile, while those who survived grew increasingly formidable. Initially, the surviving animal genes began to mutate, evolving into ferocious beasts, even transforming into monsters. Humanity faced not only pollution, but also the threat of mutated and enhanced beasts. Gradually, humans began to cluster in specific areas, constructing protective networks and walls. Vast expanses of primordial jungles and mountains emerged, becoming places seldom traversed by humans. This compels humanity to engage in martial arts, thereby fortifying their physical beings. At this juncture, He Luo Shangwu University began to emerge prominently. Its predecessor, He Luo Sport Academy, initially ranked merely around 200 nationally. With the flourishing of martial arts, He Luo Sports Academy introduced 12 categories of martial arts courses, propelling it into the global top 30, and within Huaxia it ascended into the top 10, despite numerous other institutions subsequently launching martial arts programs. None could undermine He Luo Sports Academy's esteemed position in this field. In September 2043, a student with extraordinary martial arts talent at He Luo Sports Academy cultivated internal energy, becoming an internal strength practitioner, which further amplified the academy's renown. In the same year, He Luo Sports Academy was renamed He Luo Shangwu University, solidifying its stature in martial arts education across Huaxia. Subsequently, numerous internal strength practitioners emerged nationwide. Yet He Luo Shangwu University remained a preeminent martial arts institution. Martial arts experts became the primary force in curbing various ferocious beasts, igniting a global surge in martial arts enthusiasm. In March 2044, martial arts champions from around the world convened in Huaxia's Central Plains to establish a martial arts alliance, delineating a detailed classification of martial arts realms, with He Luo Shangwu University being one of the institutions involved in this classification. Ding Huan found it entirely reasonable that such a coveted position at He Luo Shangwu University was subject to competition given his current plight. It would be peculiar if it were not. The high status of martial arts did not endure for long, as people soon recognized the sluggish pace of martial training. To contend with genetically mutated beasts, humanity was still far from adequate, prompting suggestions to enhance human survival genes. Consequently, research commenced on integrating various potent genes into the human body, aiming to extend lifespan and strengthen physical capabilities. In February 2046, the establishment of the Gene Alliance on Earth heralded the development of various genes compatible with human integration, thus empowering humanity to confront ferocious beasts and the planet's harsh environments. From this point onward, the prominence of martial arts cultivation gradually waned, supplanted by gene fusion and genetic training. Although He Luo Shangwu University, which had flourished through martial arts, experienced a slight decline in status with the advent of the gene era, it remained a globally renowned institution. Furthermore, He Luo Shangwu University was poised to unveil a revolutionary gene serum, the endurance gene. The emergence of the endurance gene catapulted He Luo Shangwu University's reputation once more, elevating it to one of the finest universities globally. Ding Huan recalled that the announcement regarding the endurance gene's development was expected by the end of this year. A man with slicked-back hair ascended the podium, surveying the classroom before exclaiming with fervor, "Dear students, from tomorrow onward, you shall bid farewell to your student days and contribute your efforts to our nation and our planet. As your homeroom teacher, I wish you all a future filled with boundless possibilities among the vast stars. Wang Laosher, since everyone is heading to their respective jobs tomorrow, how about we gather at Qianjing tonight? a tall, well-built student eagerly proposed. Before Wang Yulan could respond, nearly all the classmates enthusiastically echoed their approval of the gathering. Wang Yulan, pleased, replied, Gu Xian's suggestion is indeed splendid. Let us convene at Qianjiangmen this evening. I hope all of you can attend, that if there are any who cannot make it, please stand and inform us. No one stood up, which further pleased Wang Yulan. After a few concluding remarks, he announced the official graduation of Class 623 from He Luo Shangwu University. The students exchanged heartfelt good wishes and shared contact information. Ding Huan grabbed his bag, carelessly stuffing the assignment letter into it, and made his way out. Ding Xiaotu, thank you for your assistance over the years. Although we are each embarking on our own paths, I wish you a bright future. Yujiang University may be somewhat lacking, but with your efforts, you will surely excel. A clear voice called out from behind him shortly after he exited the classroom. Ding Huan quickly recalled that this woman was Luo Xinwei, the goddess he had long pursued. Gaining admission to He Luo Shangwu University was no easy feat. It required more than just high scores. It demanded connections. Luo Xinwei's family had no such connections. He had facilitated her entrance. She was the object of his affections, whom he had adored from middle school through high school, and then for over 2 years in university until his father vanished, leading to his expulsion from the Ding family by his half-brother Ding. Thereafter, he lost the opportunity to continue his pursuit. Ding Huan flashed a radiant smile. Thank you, you are right. Yujiang University is quite commendable. Luo Xinwei appeared relieved upon hearing his words. It is wonderful to hear you say that. Let us meet at Qianjiangmen tonight. Having said this, Ding Huan turned away, merely waving a hand behind him. Youth, after all, often gravitates toward what others deem beautiful. Meet tonight. He had no intention of going to the Qianjiangmen restaurant. With a multitude of matters at hand, he hardly had time for such trivial gatherings. He was aware of Yujiang University's reputation as the most inferior institution in He Luo City without exception. In his previous life, he had even heard rumors of Yujiang University struggling to survive, ultimately leading to its closure, which seemed to be a reality that transpired. Subsequently, Chapter 3. The girl, after leaving the school, Ding Huan immediately quickened his pace and turned onto a road he seldom traversed as a crucial memory resurfaced. On this very day in his previous life, he had felt a profound sense of disappointment for failing to secure a position as an instructor at He Luo Shangwu University. The anguish he felt then surpassed even the moment when Ding Xies stripped him of his status as the heir of Baiyu Group. In his despair, he sought solace in a small tavern near the school, indulging in a few drinks. Just as he exited the establishment, he was struck by a vehicle, and the next thing he knew, he heard voices calling for help before he was rushed to the hospital. However, upon awakening, he found himself not in a hospital, but beside a heap of garbage. His legs had been shattered, but that was not the worst of it. The most tragic fate was that his eyes had been gouged out. Had it not been for an old man who scavenged through the refuse, it is likely that he would have met his end that day, on a planet plagued by genetic mutations and ferocious beasts. The death of an inconsequential student would scarcely warrant a mention in the evening news, much less the slaughter of an entire town by monstrous creatures. The old man, after rescuing him, transported him to an unknown location. He vaguely recalled the old man's words, claiming that he was one of the rare few who possessed an affinity for foreign genes, with a compatibility rate exceeding 80%. If they were to accept him, the price would be 1,000 alliance coins. At that moment, Ding Huan was unable to speak, yet he clearly understood the old man's words, and he was acutely aware that he was not a foreign gene affinity subject. Such subjects not only could integrate the majority of genetic medicines, but would also exhibit only temporary symptoms of incompatibility when merging with erroneous genetic agents, significantly reducing the likelihood of death compared to ordinary individuals undergoing gene integration. In essence, they were ideal test subjects for experimental drugs. This made them exceedingly valuable. Amidst the rampant proliferation of various genetic medicines, truly exceptional ones were scarce. Whenever a new genetic agent was developed by research institutions, there was an urgent need for test subjects. Each valuable genetic fluid that emerged was akin to a money-printing machine. Thus, the prospect of acquiring a genuine gene affinity subject for a mere 1,000 alliance coins was nothing short of fantasy. Consequently, even with broken legs and blinded eyes, he was swiftly taken from the old man's hands. Ding Huan suddenly recalled that old man. The scavenger was undoubtedly extraordinary, for he later discovered that he truly was a foreign gene affinity subject. A taxi approached from a distance, and Ding Huan hailed it. Regardless of who sought to harm him or the identity of that old man, he needed to vacate the area immediately. Where to? The driver inquired. Qianjiangmen. Ding Huan replied. The journey from his pickup point to Qianjiangmen restaurant was 20 minutes long. Just as the taxi was nearing their destination, Ding Huan suddenly said, "Driver, please stop. I'll walk the rest of the way. I need to buy something first." Given the stakes concerning his life, Ding Huan felt compelled to exercise caution. Upon exiting the taxi, he quickly entered a relatively busy street. An hour and a half later, he arrived at Jiang University. "You here to register?" A middle-aged woman at the Human Resources Department stared blankly at Ding Huan, utterly perplexed by the arrival of this young man. Jiang University was teetering on the brink of closure, unable even to disburse salaries, and yet someone had come to register? Ding Huan placed his identification documents and assignment letter before the woman, smiling brightly as he asked, "Sister, does this assignment letter mean I can register?" The middle-aged woman instinctively touched her face, flattered by being addressed as sister by this charming young man. She glanced at the documents Ding Huan had presented and remarked, "Do you still need an assignment letter to enter Jiang University? With your graduation certificate from Heluo Shangwu University, you can undoubtedly join as an instructor. However, I must clarify that the school's finances are currently tight, and you will not be receiving a salary for the time being." Not only Ding Huan, but even she herself was devoid of wages at present. Those who remained at Jiang University did so out of either sentiment or the lack of alternative options. Many were merely waiting for the day when Jiang University would merge with another institution, thereby seamlessly transitioning into the faculty of a different university. Is there accommodation available? Ding Huan understood that he would not be receiving a salary here. There are plenty of places to stay, and meals can be had in the cafeteria, although they are not free, the woman replied, already retrieving an onboarding form to hand to Ding Huan. The registration process went smoothly, especially since, despite Jiang University's declining reputation, it was unlikely that anyone would come to register immediately after departing the institution. Due to the abundance of vacant housing at Jiang University, Ding Huan could even reside in a row of townhouses. Of course, these townhouses were numerous, with each row containing several units. Although Jiang University ranked at the bottom in various disciplines, in terms of area, it could still be among the top 10 nationwide. This was because Jiang University was located on the outskirts of Heluo City, not far from Qianluo Mountain, and as long as the university wished to, it could readily expand towards Qianluo Mountain. Jiang University had indeed done so, whenever its financial budget allowed. It would expand significantly towards Qianluo Mountain every few years. Expansive rows of townhouses and independent courtyards were constructed to attract talent from all sectors. Unfortunately, the mutations in the Earth's environment, the genetic alterations in various flora and fauna, and the rampant beasts had abruptly collapsed Jiang University's promising future. Across the globe, countless villages were decimated by ferocious beasts, forcing humanity to congregate. Cities, regardless of size, had to erect protective walls if they were to survive. Smaller towns might have genuine walls, while larger cities like Heluo City established laser net walls and cutting-ray defenses. Jiang University, situated on the city's fringe, was indeed protected by walls, but should a wave of beasts erupt, it would be among the first to be affected. Coupled with the university's mismanagement, the talent it had painstakingly attracted began to abandon ship, resulting in a plethora of vacant residences. After the middle-aged woman led him to the townhouse, Ding Huan finally assessed his new abode. It was indeed small, with a courtyard measuring no more than 20 square meters. Upon entering, he found a structure comprising one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. It contained a bed and bedding, as well as pots and pans left by previous occupants. For Ding Huan, this was more than sufficient. Sitting on the bed, he finally exhaled with relief, reassured that he would not endure the same tragic fate as in his previous life, where he had his legs severed and eyes gouged out, allowing his taut nerves to relax. Once his mental guard was lowered, he could not help but ponder the identity of the individual who had sought to eliminate him in his previous life. Initially, he had suspected Ding Jie, but upon further reflection, he felt there was no justifiable reason for Ding Jie to wish him harm. Rather, who was that old man who had scavenged? In this era, to expect a stranger to rescue someone unknown from a garbage heap was an exercise in futility. Of course, the old man had not truly saved him. He had merely sold him to an obscure organization. What then was the identity of the organization that purchased him from the old scavenger? Why had he awakened in a division of the Gene Alliance? Did that organization sell him to the Gene Alliance after acquiring him? How did the old man know he was a foreign gene affinity subject? A multitude of questions that had plagued him for a long time swirled in his mind, leaving Ding Huan's thoughts in disarray. He would not express gratitude to the Gene Alliance. They'd save him solely because he was a foreign gene affinity subject. His salvation came with the constant threat of a potentially more tragic demise looming over him. In a previous life, within the confines of the Gene Alliance, Ding Huan had witnessed an abundance of tragic fates befalling test subjects due to failed gene fusion, bodies exploding, heads shattering, and flesh rotting. For a trial subject of genetic modification, passing away peacefully might well be the most favorable outcome. Ding Huan's thoughts abruptly halted, fixated on an indelible voice echoing in his mind. After my death, please donate my eyes to him. He is still young. Let him see the beauty of the world through my eyes. Instinctively, Ding Huan clenched his fists, knowing nothing of her name, her origins, or her appearance. Yet that voice, imbued with despair yet tinged with a glimmer of hope, was forever etched in the depths of his memory. This occurred 6 months after he had been sent to the Gene Alliance, when he had nearly recovered from his leg amputation surgery. Despite enduring numerous gene fusion experiments without physical complications, his spirit had long since perished. During this period, casualties from failed gene fusions were a daily occurrence. Perhaps he, Ding Huan, would be next. One day, after more than half a year had passed, Ding Huan heard footsteps entering the laboratory. Such occurrences had become routine for him. Aside from his remarkable resilience, few who underwent gene fusion experiments lasted beyond a month. The arrival of new individuals signified yet another instance of genetic experimentation. Among them was a woman whose voice quivered with a hint of sorrow upon seeing him. Why be so cruel? Not only did you break his legs, but you also took his eyes, and he is still so young. Perhaps she resonated with her own tragic fate upon encountering Ding Huan. For the first time, his numbed heart stirred slightly. Until then, he had only known friends and classmates who sought him out for his family background. Besides his unknown mother, the only person who genuinely cared for him was his father, Ding Baishan. Today, he realized there was another stranger in the world who wept for him. Ding Huan could only hope that this girl, who also came to undergo gene trials, would find fortune and survive. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Like many before her, she met her end during her first gene fusion attempt. Uncertain of the gene she had been tested on, Ding Huan could vividly feel her despair and suffering in her final moments. Yet, she still trembled as she uttered, "After my death, please donate my eyes to him. He is still young. Let him see the beauty of the world through my eyes." Everyone understood that the him she referred to was Ding Huan. Although he had never seen her face, her voice revealed that she was indeed quite young. Tears welled in his vacant eyes. Was there truly a stranger in this world willing to offer him their eyes? From that moment on, her words were forever inscribed in the depths of his soul, becoming the most precious sound of his life. It was from that instant that Ding Huan resolved to survive, not only for himself, but for that girl he had never met and whose name he did not know. He would carry her eyes to seek the beauty she had spoken of in this world marred by ugliness. Chapter 4. Luo Shijing with a slight sting at the corners of his eyes, Ding Huan wiped away his tears. In his previous life, he had wandered through the cosmos with her eyes, witnessing countless ugly sights, yet also encountering many beautiful things. In this life, he would not permit that familiar yet unfamiliar girl to be taken to the Gene Fusion Laboratory by the Gene Alliance. If he couldn't find her, he would wait at the Gene Alliance's branch in Hulua City. He had more than 6 months to prepare. During this time, he had to become formidable, for otherwise, neither his fate nor that of the girl would change significantly. After sitting alone for over an hour, Ding Huan gradually calmed his emotions, contemplating a plan for the future. He emptied his bag, discovering only a few books and a property deed, a property that belonged to him, which he knew had been sold by his maid. As for the present, he dared not reclaim the house. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. He extracted his wallet, which contained his ID card and bank card, alongside a few hundred yuan in cash. In an era of genetic mutations and a drastically reduced population, while online payment methods were in use, paper currency remained highly regarded. A person who traversed from place to place would hardly dare to entrust their hopes to a mobile balance. Lacking funds was of little consequence. He could concoct various genetic potions. When it came to the crafting of gene elixirs and understanding gene fusion, few could rival him. Was it the most sought-after potion one for longevity? The longevity genes available on Earth could only extend life by 30 years. Yet he could create a longevity gene potion that extended life by a century. In essence, the longevity gene on Earth was nothing more than a commonplace low-end gene. He could produce a potion of superior grade. As for the methods of creation, he was well-versed. Ding Huan recalled the peculiar scroll he had swallowed just before his demise. It was truly extraordinary. Because he had ingested the scroll, information from it manifested in his mind, an unprecedented experience for him. Yes, Gene Foundation establishment. The scroll had contained information on this process. To grow stronger, Gene Foundation establishment was imperative. Previously, he had been unaware of how to achieve this, knowing only that even in Changi continent, those capable of Gene Foundation establishment were rare. Now he comprehended that a gene spiritual root was necessary for this process. Those who could establish a gene foundation undoubtedly possessed innate gene spiritual roots. Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge regarding gene spiritual roots surged into Ding Huan's mind, imparting a sensation that, given the requisite materials, he could now concoct a wood attribute gene spiritual root potion. Not only that, he also understood how to extract the necessary genes from the required species, with the method of creation clear in his mind. So powerful, Ding Huan murmured to himself. The strength he referred to was not merely the information contained within the scroll, but the formidable prowess of its creator. Feeling a slight dizziness, he splashed cold water on his head in the kitchen. Why dwell on such matters? Were they truly important? Not in the least. The foremost priority was to quickly concoct a gene spiritual root potion, merge with it, and commence gene meditation training to establish his gene foundation as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, he might not even comprehend how he perished. In his previous life, although a destitute old man had bought him, he had at least salvaged his life. In this life, who knew if he could survive? Just as Ding Huan contemplated the need for gene cultivation, vivid images and a novel method of gene training surged into his mind. Luo Shijing, a peculiar name indeed. Instinctively, he began to practice in accordance with this method. In mere breaths, he felt a faint warmth coursing through his Bai point, spreading throughout his body, only to vanish without a trace. Clearly, his current practice bore no fruit, as he lacked a gene spiritual root. Once he possessed one, this fleeting warmth might well transform into personal strength or ability. He needed to swiftly locate the materials for a gene spiritual root and concoct the potion he required. Coming to Eugene University was undoubtedly fortuitous, as it was in proximity to Qianluo Mountain, which certainly harbored the genetic materials he sought. If it weren't for the encroaching darkness, Ding Huan would not have been able to sit still for even a minute. He would have set off for Qianluo Mountain at once. Stretching over 1,000 kilometers, Qianluo Mountain was one of the 10 great mountain ranges of Huaxia. Not only was it perilous during the era of gene fusion, but even before the age of genetic mutations, it had posed countless dangers. Now, Qianluo Mountain was fraught with ferocious beasts and various mutated carnivorous plants. Ding Huan resolutely decided that, despite the inherent dangers, he must journey to Qianluo Mountain by tomorrow. With 2 centuries of survival experience in the cosmos, he had encountered countless perilous scenarios. As long as he exercised caution, he believed he could endure in Qianluo Mountain. However, he soon overturned this notion. The vast expanse of the universe had taught him that harboring hopes of luck was akin to courting death. Much like a gambler who, after one stroke of fortune, tempts fate again, he understood that ultimately, such gambles led to demise. As dusk approached, venturing to Qianluo Mountain became increasingly perilous. In truth, even during daylight, his current strength would render the journey a near impossibility. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed. Without reaching Qianluo Mountain, he could not acquire the genetic spirit root, and without it, he could neither cultivate nor seek vengeance, nor could he survive. While ordinary individuals faced certain death in Qianluo Mountain, he was different. His vast experience provided him with at least a glimmer of hope. With this determination, Ding Huan marked subtle signs in his room before donning a mask and departing from Eugene University. There were 2 urgent tasks he needed to accomplish. First, to procure items for disguise, and second, to gather essential supplies for entering Qianluo Mountain. Qianjianmen Restaurant, the finest establishment in Hello City, was bustling with patrons daily. The popularity of Qianjianmen was not solely due to its exquisite cuisine, although it undeniably offered the best dishes in the city. Many flocked to Qianjianmen not just for the food, but for its exceptional service and the rare availability of fierce beast meat. The Earth's environment had undergone mutations, resulting in a proliferation of mutated ferocious beasts. While these creatures posed a significant threat to human existence, their flesh and blood also elevated martial practitioners to new heights in their cultivation. Genetic fusion had become the era's mainstream. However, the exorbitant prices of mature genetic serums meant that not everyone could afford to undergo fusion. Thus, the majority opted to pursue martial arts. Wang Yulan proposed holding the graduation party at Qianjianmen precisely because of the availability of beast meat. He intended to purchase a small quantity of this meat to convey to everyone that to frequently indulge in such delicacies, one must fortify their strength. At this moment, classmates from Class 62-3 of Hello Shangwu University S Department of Mutated Species were gradually arriving in Box 610 of Qianjianmen. Wang Yulan was nearly the last to enter the room. He surveyed the lively gathering of classmates and cheerfully announced, "Everyone's here, so let us commence. Today, eat and drink to your heart's content. All expenses are on me." "Teacher Wang, it seems Ding Huan has not arrived," Jia Yujin murmured. Among their classmates, it appeared he was the only one paying attention to Ding Huan. This was not due to a particularly close relationship, but rather because they were both desk partners and roommates. "Ding Huan hasn't come? Why?" Wang Yulan frowned slightly, recalling that no one had requested to be absent. Luo Xinwei also expressed her confusion. "Ding Huan is certain to come tonight. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Why did she feel so sure he would? Let's not wait for him. The gathering begins now." Wang Yulan thought briefly before dismissing Ding Huan's absence from his mind. At this point, Ding Huan's presence was of little consequence to him. Chapter 5. Entering the mountain overnight, the Haipan Plain was not a true plain, but rather the most luxurious villa community in Hello City, where no resident's wealth fell below 10 billion. Each villa boasted extensive lawns, thus earning the title Haipan Plain, a veritable haven for the affluent. Ding Jie, the actual controller of Bayou Group, resided here. At this moment, a tall, slender man stood respectfully before Ding Jie, reporting on the day's events. "Mr. Ding, the mission has failed. Our men did not spot that boy." This slender man, Shun Quan, was Ding Jie's most loyal subordinate, handling all unsavory tasks discreetly. Ding Jie furrowed his brow. Wasn't it said they would wait along the route he takes from school? How could they not see him? Sheng Quan, acuelli perplexa, ravia. According to our observations, he was certain to escape today. In fact, he did not take the original route. Upon reviewing the surveillance, I discovered he chose an alternate path he rarely took. I am unsure why he decided to take that route today. Knowing this, what reason is there for the mission's failure? Ding Jie's tone turned icy. Shun Quan hastily explained he took a taxi to Qianjianmen Restaurant, specifically because his class is having a graduation party there. However, I checked the private room for their gathering, and he did not arrive. He exited the car midway. I suspect he has only one destination. Where? Eugene University. He was originally assigned to Hello Shangwu University as a guide, but due to someone seizing that position, he had to go to Eugene University instead. Then why not hurry there? Remember, do not kill him. Just extract his eyes, break his legs, and leave him in a remote location. Understood. Shun Quan assented and promptly departed. After Shun Quan left, Ding Jie rubbed his temples, contemplating that since inheriting Bayou Group, he had no intention of eliminating Ding Huan. The fate of a single Ding Huan was inconsequential to him. Furthermore, the situation with the Slaw oath complicated matters. Unfortunately, the individual behind him insisted that Ding Huan must be dealt with. Reluctantly, he agreed to the plan of blinding Ding Huan and breaking his legs, believing it would lead him to be taken by human traffickers, absolving him of direct responsibility for the act. Qianluo Mountain lay 70 kilometers from Hello City. Despite Ding Huan acquiring a dilapidated motorcycle, he arrived at the outskirts of Qianluo Mountain around 2 or 3 in the morning. He concealed the old motorcycle in a thicket of thorns and then cautiously proceeded towards Qianluo Mountain. Given his current frail physique, he could not afford to encounter any ferocious beasts. Even in the early hours, the distant roars of beasts echoed around him. Yet Ding Huan knew that this time was In fact, the safest. He needed to enter Qianluo Mountain before dawn. Fortune favored him. By 6 in the morning, drenched and weary, he had ventured deep into Qianluo Mountain. Moreover, he discovered a cave. Exhausted and dizzy, he chose not to delve further into the mountain. Though it was teeming with ferocious beasts to Ding Huan, it felt significantly safer than being amidst a crowd. He cleared the cave slightly, gathered some stones and dry branches to block the entrance, and nibbled on a bit of food. He was utterly fatigued, and the moment he lay down in his sleeping bag, he fell into a deep slumber. While Ding Huan slept soundly in the cave of Qianluo Mountain, a monumental event unfolded across the globe. The emergence of a groundbreaking genetic serum, the Psi Lu gene. In an age dominated by genetics, new serums appeared almost daily, yet most were either swiftly rendered obsolete or lacked practical significance. Truly exceptional genetic serums were rare, emerging only once every few years, such as the longevity gene produced by Ocean Biotech, which had catapulted the company to global dominance. Similarly, the Shi-Yin AI gene from Shifeng Genetics and the endurance gene from Yongtang Genetics had each reshaped the world and accelerated the progression of the genetic era on Earth. The Psi Lu gene, too, held the potential to stir global upheaval. It was a serum designed to delay human aging and even rejuvenate individuals. Consuming the Psi Lu gene serum could make a person appear 10 to 20 years younger. If one thought that the Psi Lu gene merely preserved youth, they were gravely mistaken. The true function of this serum was to rejuvenate bodily organs and extend human lifespan. More importantly, the human body has rejuvenated its organs. For those who practice martial arts, this offers an opportunity for further advancement. For those who delve into genetics, it can widen their genetic pathways. The Psi Lu gene originates from a Baiyu group in Huaxia's Heluo city. Previously, Heluo Shangwu University had developed an endurance gene, propelling the institution into the ranks of globally renowned universities. Now, the Baiyu Group in Heluo City has unveiled the Psi Lu gene, once again placing the city in the global spotlight. Upon the release of the Psi Lu gene serum, countless individuals flocked to Heluo City, which has become unprecedentedly prosperous. The Psi Lu gene serum has become exceedingly scarce. With the status of an adopted son, Ding Jie has risen to prominence within the Baiyu Group, transforming from a subject of gossip to a figure soaring to great heights. No longer is he merely the subject of whispers. Even those who had previously sought to curry favor with him are now scrambling in Heluo City. The scarcity of the Psi Lu gene serum has driven many eager individuals to Heluo City to seek Ding Jie's approval. When Ding Huan awoke, it was already midnight, having slept nearly 20 hours. At this hour, he dared not venture outside. Instead, he simply splashed his face with mineral water and hastily consumed some rations. He found himself bewildered by numerous questions. First and foremost, how had the Du family learned of the scroll he obtained, which was known to almost no one? Who sought to kill him? Who was the old scavenger that sold him to an unknown organization? How did Ding Jie manage to persuade the many loyal subordinates of his father to control the Baiyu Group? None of these questions had answers, prompting Ding Huan to sigh and begin his practice of the Luo Shi Sutra. Although the Luo Shi Sutra would not enhance his strength, it could sharpen his mind and lighten his body. Hours later, Ding Huan opened his eyes to find the outside world already bright. He felt a sense of astonishment. As in his previous life, he had engaged in genetic meditation almost daily, yet rarely found himself in such a state, losing track of time. This realization filled Ding Huan with anticipation. He gathered his belongings and swiftly exited the cave. Now, even without genetic roots, he could feel the immense benefits of practicing the Luo Shi Sutra. He wondered how it would feel if he were to integrate genetic roots. Initially, Ding Huan had planned to spend a week in Qianluo Mountain searching for various materials needed to refine wood-based genetic roots. However, to his surprise, as soon as he emerged, he spotted a yuan song, which is essentially a five-needle pine. Qianluo Mountain appeared deceptively tranquil. Yet Ding Huan understood this was merely a facade. One misstep could lead to a fatal encounter with ferocious beasts. Even seemingly innocuous plants might ensnare him in an instant. Thus, he proceeded cautiously, inching forward based on his experience. Even if he encountered an unfamiliar vine, he would either test it or circumvent it entirely. Despite his carefulness, by afternoon, he had already located 4 items, including Guangming Song, Gongdong, Yuan Song, and Baiyu. As for Fu Kuei, Ding Huan was not concerned. It was merely the silver fur, which, while rare in other locations, was abundant throughout Qianluo Mountain. As an atypical genetic affinity body, he had undergone numerous experiments with inferior genetic serums in his previous life without significant consequences. Before nightfall, Ding Huan had already located a place to rest for the night. A simple earthen cave. Now, he was no match for any ferocious beast, and if discovered, even an ordinary mutated rabbit beast could spell disaster for him. Ding Huan was startled awake by a series of roars from the ferocious beasts, realizing it was already morning. He quickly scrambled to his feet as the roars continued, filled with a terrifying ferocity and frenzied agitation. Clearly, something had provoked the ferocious beasts, and Ding Huan dared not linger. He hastily stuffed his belongings into his bag and approached the cave entrance. He needed to assess whether the ferocious beasts would pass through this way. If they did, he must leave immediately. Chapter 6. The unmarried bride in the mountains. Another roar echoed, causing Ding Huan's expression to change. He was certain it was the cry of a ferocious ape. Previously, there had been no ape species in Qianluo Mountain, but following the environmental changes on Earth, two types of ferocious apes had emerged, the giant ape and the brown ape. Both species had been extinct, with the giant ape being an ancient beast. Even without mutation, these two apes were exceptionally fierce. After the genetic mutation, they had become formidable genetic beasts capable of easily overpowering humans. From the sound, Ding Huan surmised it was likely the giant ape, and it was approaching his direction. At that moment, Ding Huan dared not hesitate. He chose a direction and fled swiftly, hoping the giant ape was not pursuing him. Logically, the giant ape should not be targeting him, as he had done nothing to provoke it aside from gathering some plants in Qianluo Mountain. Although Ding Huan was agile, he was still no match for the giant ape's speed. Within mere minutes, he spotted the giant ape pursuing him from behind. Ding Huan could not comprehend why the giant ape was after him. He had not offended it in any way. Just as he was growing anxious, he noticed a cave high up on the side of a rock wall, about 5 meters from the ground. Ding Huan dashed towards it, using his feet to propel himself off the cliff, and managed to grasp the cave entrance with his hands, swiftly rolling inside. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, a tremendous commotion erupted, clearly indicating that the giant ape was throwing a fit at the cave's entrance. Fortunately, the entrance was small. Although the giant ape could reach it, it could not gain leverage to enter. Once inside the cave, Ding Huan realized there were already 4 individuals hiding there, 2 men and 2 women. A tall, thin man stared at him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Ding Huan was puzzled. This area was deep within Qianluo Mountain, where hardly anyone ventured. How had 4 people arrived at once? Get out. You've attracted the ferocious ape. Deal with it yourself, the tall man stated bluntly when Ding Huan remained silent. Joey, that ferocious ape is terrifying. Going out is a death sentence. There is plenty of space in here. Let us just hide for a while. It will eventually leave. It can't guard the entrance forever, one of the women in blue interjected. Ding Huan caught a whiff of a delightful medicinal fragrance and turned his gaze to the backpack of another woman, from which the scent emanated. Did you steal the giant ape's spiritual medicine? Ding Huan suddenly realized. Initially, he had felt a bit guilty about not responding to Joey's admonishment. But now he understood that he was not the culprit. It was these individuals before him. His only mistake was choosing the wrong direction in his escape. Watch your words. Kid, what do you mean we stole the giant ape's spiritual medicine? We discovered it ourselves, retorted the shortest man, who stood no taller than 1.60 meters and had a fierce countenance that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Ding Huan chuckled lightly, maintaining a calm tone as he replied, If you all wish to survive, you must hand over that medicinal herb. Otherwise, none of us will make it out of here. What do you mean by that? Joey's tone grew increasingly hostile, as if prepared to teach Ding Huan a lesson at the slightest provocation. Ding Huan replied coolly, The spiritual herb guarded by the giant ape is its lifeblood. It has undoubtedly caught wind of its scent by now. If you do not relinquish the medicinal herb, the giant ape will remain at the entrance until it dies. Though he spoke confidently, Ding Huan inwardly cursed his misfortune. Had he chosen a different direction to escape, the giant ape would not have pursued him. Is it really that serious? The woman with the medicinal herb in her bag asked, frowning slightly, clearly reluctant to part with it. Despite the dim light in the cave, Ding Huan could still see that the woman was quite beautiful. The proportions of her features are remarkably harmonious, and her physique possesses the perfect curves. were it not for the ever-present air of arrogance about her. Even a man would surely find himself captivated. Genie, why are you listening to this nonsense? The towering figure of the giant ape, although imposing, is nothing more than a beast, devoid of patience and intellect. Xiao-yi cast a displeased glance at Ding Huan, then turned gently to the woman beside him. Yi, there may be truth in this. Animals can be more devoted to their treasures than humans. The woman in blue then directed her attention to Ding Huan. Are you from Yiluo? Are you here in search of medicinal herbs? Ding Huan held a favorable impression of this woman and nodded. Indeed, I hail from Yiluo City. With the soaring prices of wild medicinal herbs, I thought I might try my luck at Qianluo Mountain. And you? He was also curious about where these individuals originated, especially the one named Xiao-yi, who strutted about like a proud rooster. Kid, do not pry into our affairs. The short, fierce-looking man glared at Ding Huan, speaking with a harsh tone. Ding Huan paid him little heed, his gaze drawn to the giant ape outside, relentlessly battering the rock face. Previously, he had assumed this creature to be the extinct Chinese giant ape, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Was this not a giant ape? Why did it resemble the legendary Huang Gene-ius? Even if the Earth's environment had undergone drastic mutations, allowing some creatures to regress or genetically mutate, how could a Huang Gene-ius exist? This species had not been recorded on Earth. He had learned about the Huang Gene-ius during his cosmic travels. This ape was a rare origin species, nearly relegated to myth. Its golden fur glistened, as if cloaked in a golden shroud. This was merely its exterior. The Huang Gene-ius was dubbed one of the 10 divine species due to its two formidable abilities, boundless strength and the ability to perceive illusions through its third eye. Ding Huan stared intently at the giant ape, noting the dark spot on its forehead, the location where the third eye would emerge. The creature before him had yet to manifest this third eye, indicating it was still a juvenile. Ding Huan inhaled deeply, resolving that once his strength grew, he would seek to acquire the genetic power of the Huang Gene-ius and its ability to pierce through illusions. The likelihood of encountering a Huang Gene-ius was scarcely greater than that of finding a speck of dust in the universe. Even if others were to obtain its genetic material, they would struggle to develop a gene serum compatible with the human body, yet he believed he could succeed. Bulquanyunk, stop being so menacing. We are all in this together and must unite. The woman in blue admonished the short man, then turned to Ding Huan. My name is Lu Aimei. We all hail from Yinjing and came here for a visit. Ding Huan sensed that these individuals did not seem like mere tourists, but it was of no concern to him, aside from Lu Aimei, who he could converse with. He found the other 3 unlikable and chose to sit on a nearby rock. The woman named Qin, he was reluctant to part with the medicinal herbs, which meant that Huang Gene-ius would not leave, and it was uncertain how long they would have to endure this standoff. Since they were merely passing time, there was no need for further words. No, the herbs in Gene-ius' possession might very well be the spiritual medicine required for the Huang Gene-ius to refine its illusion-piercing eye. With this thought, Ding Huan's gaze instinctively fell upon Gene-ius' bag. Should the Huang Gene-ius lose this spiritual medicine, it would undoubtedly find alternative means to cultivate its illusion-piercing eye. However, even if he obtained the creature's blood and successfully developed a gene serum for its ability to pierce illusions, the effectiveness would likely be limited without this spiritual medicine. Ding Huan shook his head inwardly. His desire to acquire this herb was nothing more than a fanciful dream. As the day passed amidst the cacophony of the giant ape's relentless assault on the cave entrance, the night eventually settled into silence. Ding Huan was certain the golden ape remained outside, closed his eyes to rest, and began to circulate his energy. While it may not yield significant enhancement, it was beneficial for blood circulation. The giant ape must have left by now. It has been a long time without any noise, Bo Chuanxiang remarked, feeling a twinge of hunger. It certainly has not departed. Even if its treasure were not here, such a creature holds grudges, and we have offended it. It will not simply walk away, Lu Aimei replied. Qin expressed some remorse. I apologize for implicating everyone. If it weren't for my desire to visit Qianluo Mountain, we would not be trapped here. Perhaps I should return the herbs to the giant ape. Even if you return the herbs now, it is unlikely the giant ape would leave, Xiao-yi interjected. We are all friends here. Do not speak of burdensome matters. However, I truly do not understand why you were so intent on coming to Qianluo Mountain. There are plenty of rare mutated herbs in the Yanshan mountain range near Yanjing, Lu Aimei stated. After a moment of silence, Gene-ius finally spoke. I came here to see what my father described as my fiancé. Upon arriving in Heluo City, I learned that Ding Baishan, the founder of Baiyu Group, has long been missing. The heir of Baiyu Group, Ding Xiaotu, has also been ousted. Now, Baiyu Group is under Ding Jie's control, rendering my trip futile. Your fiancé mentioned by your father cannot possibly be that Ding Xiaotu who was expelled from Baiyu Group? Lu Aimei asked in astonishment. Gene-ius chuckled self-deprecatingly. You are correct. It is indeed him. However, I cannot truly call him my fiancé. My father allowed me to choose for myself. This matter can only proceed if I am satisfied, which is why I came to see him. Ding Huan took another look at Gene-ius. She was indeed beautiful. Compared to her, Luo Xinwei paled in comparison. Reflecting on how he had once been infatuated with Luo Xinwei for years in his previous life, Ding Huan shook his head, lamenting his youthful ignorance. He understood Gene-ius' implication. Since he, Ding Huan, was not the heir of Baiyu Group, he would not be deemed worthy of her consideration. Heluo is just a small place, Bo Chuanxiang began, but as he continued, he felt his words were misaligned. Heluo is not a small place. You can entirely reject your father's proposal. I heard that Ding Baishan has been missing for half a year. Surely your uncle would not be unaware of this? Lu Aimei queried, puzzled. Gene shook her head. No, 6 months ago, Uncle Ding visited my home and met with me. Gene-ius did not elaborate further. But Ding Huan's mind was now filled with hazy thoughts. Ding Baishan's visit to the Qin family was likely connected to him. Ding Baishan must have discussed his matters with Gene-ius' father. Otherwise, Gene-ius would not have come to Heluo City. Since Ding Baishan went missing after visiting the Qin family, his disappearance could very well be linked to them, though Gene-ius remained oblivious. Chapter 7. Escape from the ape's mouth. Ding Huan rose and ventured deeper into the cave. Regardless, he could not inquire about Ding Baishan from Gene-ius. Firstly, she was completely uninformed about the matter, and secondly, given his current strength, asking such questions would be tantamount to courting death. However, after a few steps, Ding Huan abruptly halted. If his father had gone to the Qin family in connection with his own affairs, what reason would he have to convince the Qin family to believe in Ding Baishan's words and consider an alliance with Baiyu Group? He had heard of the Qin family in Yanjing. They were not a minor clan. The Qin family's willingness to ally with Baiyu Group could stem from financial motives, seeking investment from Baiyu Group. Or perhaps they were pursuing the same thing that the entire world, including himself, would be in search of in a few months: various genes capable of integrating with the human body. Could it be that his father's disappearance was also related to genes? Or was it possible that Baiyu Group had developed a superior gene capable of merging with the human body, and his father had taken it to Yanjing in search of allies? Ding Huan pondered increasingly, for he was acutely aware that the Baiyu Group was destined for downfall in mere months. The cause of this demise appeared to stem from the discovery of a gene known as Sai Lu. This gene purportedly possessed the ability to combat aging, rendering individuals 10 to 20 years younger and extending their lifespans by an equivalent duration. The critical moment was anticipated to unfold within the next few days. Indeed, the Sai Lu gene had the potential to rejuvenate those who assimilated it, visibly revitalizing their bodily organs. However, the terrifying truth remained that those who integrated the Sai Lu gene would meet their untimely end within a few months. This calamity led to the collective self-destruction of the upper echelons of the Baiyu Group. The notion that the senior executives of the Baiyu Group could have perished en masse was implausible. It was evident that foul play was afoot. The peculiarity lay in the fact that the Baiyu Group was the first to unveil the anti-aging Sai Lu gene, only to be proven a failure mere months later. After the collapse of the Baiyu Group, the Yongtang Gene Biotechnology Company swiftly introduced an anti-aging gene serum, the Jianyuan gene. The Sai Lu gene, which had precipitated the downfall of the Baiyu Group, paradoxically allowed Yongtang to ascend as the world's second-largest gene conglomerate. If these occurrences were mere coincidences, even Ding Huan found it hard to believe. Where's he headed? As Ding Huan ventured deeper into the cavern, Xiao, he inquired with a hint of confusion. What does it matter where he goes? The farther he is, the more peace we shall have. Bai Chuanxiang interjected with a scoff. Lu Aimei opened her mouth as if to call out to Ding Huan, but ultimately refrained. Ding Huan simply wished to distance himself from these individuals. As long as that foolish woman refused to part with the medicinal materials, this matter would remain unresolved. Even if the Da Huang Jin-yuan could not charge into the cave, these few individuals would not endure without sustenance. He had provisions in his bag, sufficient for himself to last 3 to 5 days. Yet with the 4 outsiders, it would be depleted in a single day. Bai Chuanxiang clearly did not strike him as a benign character. In a state of extreme hunger, he would undoubtedly resort to theft. To Ding Huan's surprise, the cavern was exceedingly deep. After traversing a full 100 meters, he still had not reached the end. Hesitant to proceed further, he found a relatively concealed recess along one side of the cavern and squeezed himself inside. He could manage to remain hidden in this spot for 2 or 3 days. A day swiftly passed, and even at over 100 meters deep within the cavern, Ding Huan could still hear the resounding impacts of the giant ape against the cave walls. Indifferent to these disturbances, he munched on some food and continued to cultivate his luo shijing. On the 3rd day, after finishing his meal and preparing to meditate, a piercing scream echoed through the cavern. The voice seemed to belong to Bai Chuanxiang. Could the giant ape have breached the cave? It seemed unlikely. The giant ape was at most akin to an external force martial artist, and with its massive size, how could it possibly invade the cave? The sound of unsteady footsteps approached, prompting Ding Huan to adopt a defensive stance, drawing a knife from his bag and fixing his gaze toward the cave's entrance. Despite the near absence of light, he could sense a figure stumbling toward him, bracing against the cave wall. Was it Xiaoyi? He remained silent as Xiaoyi passed him, continuing deeper into the cave. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, indicating that Xiaoyi must have sustained injuries. The Da Huang Jin-yuan could not possibly enter the cave. Since this individual he despised had made it inside, it was time for him to exit. Strangely, he did not see Bai Chuanxiang. After posing this question, Ding Huan noticed bloodstains scattered around the cave entrance. Upon seeing Ding Huan, Lu Aimei immediately cried out. Bai Chuanxiang was torn apart by the giant ape. How had the giant ape entered? Ding Huan comprehended why these 2 women were so terrified, and why Xiaoyi had recklessly fled into the cave. The notion of a giant ape devouring someone might be somewhat acceptable, but the gruesome act of tearing a person apart was utterly horrifying. We were too hungry. He intended to send the medicinal materials out. Bai Chuanxiang insisted that the giant ape had surely left, so he took the initiative to leave with the materials. However, just as he reached the cave entrance, the giant ape charged in from the side and seized him, tearing him apart mid-air. At this point, Lu Aimei began to weep once more. That scene was indelibly etched in her memory. It was simply too terrifying. Ding Huan understood now. It seemed that Xiaoyi's injuries had been the result of her panicked flight into the cave, colliding against the wall in the process. Were the medicinal materials sent out? Ding Huan quickly inquired. The materials were with Bai Chuanxiang. He was taken by the giant ape, and we have no idea where the materials went. Lu Aimei's voice steadied somewhat, though her complexion remained pale. Ding Huan realized that the materials had undoubtedly been seized by the Da Huang Jin-yuan. To the giant ape, such materials were extraordinarily precious. Once acquired, it would surely hide them away at the earliest opportunity. With this thought in mind, he headed toward the cave entrance. What are you planning to do? Lu Aimei asked fearfully as she observed Ding Huan approaching the cave's mouth. You said the giant ape has left? How do you know? After exchanging a few words with Ding Huan, Lu Aimei's demeanor visibly improved. This was not merely Ding Huan's conjecture. He had encountered numerous vengeful beasts, and it was rumored that the Da Huang Jin-yuan harbored an even stronger desire for revenge. The vengeful nature of the Ping Tu Gu was incomparable to that of many ferocious beasts. This particular Da Huang Jin-yuan was still in its youth, lacking full faculties. It would not consider that once it departed, the individuals here would flee. What if you are mistaken? Lu Aimei asked, her voice trembling. Ding Huan chuckled. If I am wrong, then so be it. When one finds themselves in a dilemma, a choice must always be made, does it not? Making a choice sooner rather than later affords one greater options. I suggest you accompany me. Remaining here offers no future. Having said this, Ding Huan resumed his advance. Wait for us. Upon witnessing Ding Huan's determination to leave, Lu Aimei hastily scrambled to her feet. Her legs still trembled, and the thought of remaining here, potentially sharing Bai Chuanxiang's fate, left her unable to linger for even a moment longer. Ding Huan paused, having a favorable impression of Lu Aimei. We must hurry. Lu Aimei appeared more resilient than Gene-ius, managing to stand and even pull Gene-ius along with her. Gene-ius struggled to articulate a complete sentence. The haunting image of Bai Chuanxiang being torn apart, rendering her emotions unstable. Hurry up. I can only wait a maximum of 10 seconds, Ding Huan interjected. The Da Huang Jin-yuan would certainly conceal the materials in an unknown location. He was acutely aware that lingering here for even a minute increased the danger exponentially. I'll go call Qiao. He ran inside. Lu Aimei suggested anew. Ding Huan turned away, thinking it absurd to summon Qiao. By the time he returned, it would be too late. Noting Ding Huan's silence as he continued on, Lu Aimei refrained from further pressing the matter of calling Qiao. She hurriedly grasped Qin Yi's hand, grabbing her bag and stumbling after Ding Huan toward the cave entrance. Outside, chaos reigned. The ground was littered with rubble and deep pits, alongside Bai Chuanxiang's mangled, bloodied remains, sending shivers down their spines. Ding Huan plunged down without hesitation. The cave, which initially stood 4 to 5 meters above ground, had formed a slope due to the giant ape's relentless assaults, allowing for an easy descent. The giant ape has truly left. We must hurry, Lu Aimei exclaimed, having seen no sign of the beast. Following Ding Huan down, she too pulled Qin Yi along in a hurried descent. Qin Yi's legs faltered, and their unsteady balance caused them to tumble. Fortunately, the slope created by the giant ape's onslaught cushioned their fall, preventing injury. Through their encounters with Ding Huan, Lu Aimei had begun to understand him better. Upon witnessing his swift departure, she urged Qin Yi to follow suit. After a prolonged period of tension, Qin Yi finally regained some composure, managing to keep pace behind them without further assistance. Chapter 8. The true pursuit begins. The trio did not pause, embarking on a journey that would last half a day. As dusk fell, Ding Huan finally came to a halt beside a waterfall. He believed that the Da Huang Jin-yuan could not reach this place. Although the Da Huang Jin-yuan was fearsome, it was merely a young ape. I can hardly move any longer, Lu Aimei, trailing behind, gasped as she collapsed onto the ground upon seeing Ding Huan stop. Qin Yi, unable to utter a word, also sank to the ground beside Lu Aimei. At this moment, Qin Yi was no longer the serene figure Ding Huan had first encountered. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes torn with numerous rips, and her face marred with bloodstains. Lu Aimei, panting heavily, remarked, "We've been fortunate not to encounter any other ferocious beasts." Ding Huan understood that it was not merely luck. While leading, he had consciously avoided areas where dangerous beasts might lurk. "Let us rest here for the night. There is a stone cave behind the waterfall. After you eat a little something, we can set off tomorrow," Ding Huan suggested, retrieving some beef jerky and biscuits from his backpack and offering them to the two women. Thank you, Lu Aimei exclaimed eagerly, her stomach growling in appreciation. "Many thanks," Qin Yi added, having regained some composure after their harrowing escape. After finishing their meal, Lu Aimei inquired, "I still do not know your name. If it were not for you, both Yi and I would surely have perished." "I am Ding Huan," he replied. "But since you were trapped, why did you not call for help?" Ding Huan asked, puzzled. Logically, given the vast expanse of Qianluo Mountain, it should not have been too difficult to seek assistance. Lu Aimei shook her head. Yi's phone was dead, and I have no means of communication at home. The call for help was made by Qiao Yi. I do not understand why no one has come to rescue us since then. Qin Yi softly added, "It is very likely that Qiao Yi did not make that call." "How could that be?" Lu Aimei instinctively retorted. It was hard to believe that, faced with life-and-death circumstances, one would forego calling for help. However, Ding Huan grasped Qin Yi's implication. She was a woman who attracted many suitors and understood their mindsets. Qiao Yi likely did not spend much time with Qin Yi normally, and this opportunity was precious for him to be with her longer. Thus he may have delayed making the call. Perhaps he thought that they were safe in the cave and could call for help at any time. Little did he know that Bai Chuanxiang had been torn apart by the giant ape, and that he himself had fled in panic deeper into the cave. Before Lu Aimei could finish her thought, Ding Huan calmly interjected, "I have no ties to Baiyu Group. It is on the verge of collapse, and I have no desire to entangle myself with it." "Oh," Qin Yi replied, not pressing further. "Brother Ding, what brings you to Qianluo Mountain in search of medicinal herbs?" Lu Aimei asked. Her inquiry was not truly about the herbs, but rather a means to understand Ding Huan better. She presumed that a man traveling alone to Qianluo Mountain for such purposes must be living modestly. If she could assist Ding Huan, she hoped to find a way to help him after leaving the mountain. "I've already found them. They're merely a few simple herbs," Ding Huan replied casually. Let us rest early today and depart from Luo Mountain at dawn. He had little interest in engaging further with the two women, once outside. His priority was to complete his genetic spiritual route. As for why Ding Baishan had gone to the Qin family and subsequently vanished, inquiring Qin, he would yield no fruitful answers. It would be better for him to investigate the Qin family himself in due course. This marked their first night escaping the cave, and Ding Huan felt a twinge of concern. He knew that the Dahuang Jin Yuan harbored a strong desire for revenge, and if it failed to discover them within the cave, it might pursue them. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as the giant ape did not follow them throughout the night. As dawn broke on the following day, the trio hastily continued their journey. For Qin, Yi, and Lu Ai Mei, each additional day spent in Luo Mountain represented a greater risk. For Ding Huan, each extra day meant a wasted opportunity for cultivation. Having spent just over a day with Ding Huan, Lu Ai Mei, and Qin, he acutely felt the difference. When they had been together with the other four, the first 2 days were manageable, but thereafter, they often experienced hunger pangs. Even when they managed to procure food, it was limited to small fish or wild vegetables. Now, with Ding Huan, despite the urgency of their travels, he consistently identified various delicacies at mealtimes, including mountain fish, wild fruits, and game. Yet this was not the most astonishing aspect. The most remarkable thing for Lu Ai, Mei, and Qin, it was Ding Huan's uncanny ability to locate a safe place to rest each night, whether in a cave or beneath the shelter of a massive rock. Ding Huan, how are you so familiar with Luo Mountain? Do you often come here? On the third day, Lu Ai Mei could no longer contain her curiosity. Ding Huan smiled and replied, "Indeed, I frequently venture into the mountains, which is why I am so familiar with this area. You will both grow accustomed to it, as well with more time spent in the mountains." Ding Huan was fabricating. He had never actually been to Luo Mountain before. Even in his past life, he had merely wandered around its periphery. Furthermore, familiarity with the mountains did not stem solely from time spent there. Ding Huan's understanding was derived entirely from his intuition and experience. He could discern food sources and proper paths based on the growth patterns of trees, the flow of water, humidity in the air, and even the habits of various insects in the grass. Upon hearing Ding Huan's explanation, Lu Ai, Mei, and Qin, he did not question it further, lacking any experience to challenge his claims, and thus accepted his words as truth. By midday on the third day, they finally emerged from Luo Mountain and spotted the distant mountain path. "We made it out," Lu Ai Mei exclaimed, her excitement spilling over. "Ladies, this is where we part ways," Ding Huan announced, lacking the inclination to continue with them. Lu Ai Mei composed herself and sincerely said, "Ding Huan, let's keep in touch." However, Ding Huan waved his hand dismissively. "You would have made it out without me. It was merely a matter of time. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further. Let us exchange contact information," Lu Ai Mei urged as Ding Huan remained resolute. Ding Huan chuckled. "It is unlikely we will meet again. Farewell." It was not that Ding Huan was unwilling to share his contact information, but rather that he could not even recall his own phone number. Additionally, he preferred to keep his association with Jiang University a secret and was thus disinclined to engage in further conversation. Watching Ding Huan's retreating figure, Lu Ai Mei sighed. This Ding Huan truly possesses some skills. He far surpasses Qiao Yi. Initially, she intended to mention by Chuanxiang but refrained, recalling his tragic fate. Qin glanced at Ding Huan's departing form and hoarsely said, "We must hurry to seek help. Qiao Yi is still in that cave." Just minutes after Ding Huan left, a rumbling sound filled the air, and 2 helicopters flew overhead. By around 2 in the afternoon, Ding Huan arrived in Luo City. Eager to concoct the genetic spiritual root potion, he planned to take a taxi directly to Jiang University upon his arrival. Even if Jiang University were on the verge of closure, it would still possess a genetic laboratory. However, just before reaching the university entrance, Ding Huan calmed himself. With this thought, he casually purchased some food, wrapped himself snugly, and made his way to the back wall of Jiang University, preparing to scale the wall to enter the school. Presently, Jiang University was nearly deserted, and the security guard could do little more than sleep. Ding Huan estimated that he would be able to enter the university with ease. He paused outside his residence, aware that someone had entered, as the markings outside had been disturbed. Indeed, there are those who seek to extinguish his life, and their resolve is formidable. Otherwise, They would not pursue him to Ying-di-su. Di-ing-huin, without even pausing to gather his belongings, shouldered his bag and proceeded to the genetic laboratory, for he must first attempt the fabrication of the Lingyan gene. Those individuals would never anticipate that he had not only entered Ying-di-su, but had also infiltrated its esteemed genetic laboratory. Chapter 9. The sweeping monk of Ying-di-su in this era, where discussions revolve incessantly around genetic fusion. The genetic laboratory of a university stands as a paramount establishment. Regardless of whether the genetics department is renowned or merely average, the genetic laboratory remains a focal point of investment. However, Di-ing-huin harbored no expectations regarding Ying-di-su's genetic laboratory. He even doubted its existence. Should it prove non-existent, he would need to devise a means to rent a facility elsewhere. To his surprise, Ying-di-su not only possessed a genetic laboratory, but its scale appeared quite substantial from afar. He spotted the words genetics laboratory emblazoned on the laboratory building and felt no need to inquire further. Yet, as a critical establishment within the university, this laboratory lacked both security personnel and the bustling presence of students and faculty. As Di-ing-huin entered the laboratory building, it felt akin to stepping into a desolate zone. Aside from the lights illuminating the corridors and stairwells, he encountered no one. A clear sign at the stairway entrance indicated 1. Gene collection, 2. Gene samples, 3. Genetic experiments. He ascended directly to the third floor, where he was astonished to find one of the laboratories illuminated. Could it be? With Ying-di-su on the brink of closure, was someone still conducting genetic experiments here? Di-ing-huin knocked on the glass door, but received no response. He took the initiative to open the door and discovered a man clad in a laboratory coat, engrossed in adjusting some apparatus on a table. The state of the laboratory was quite disheartening, even lacking a lock on the glass door. "Excuse me." Di-ing-huin knocked again, this time with greater force. The man finally lifted his gaze from the table, directing a bewildered stare at the still bag-clad Di-ing-huin. After a few moments of silence, he asked, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" "I am here to find you," Di-ing-huin replied with a smile as he stepped into the laboratory and closed the door behind him. He had clearly noted that the name tag on the man's chest read G-ing-chi-nx-ing of the genetics department, Ying-di-su. Di-ing-huin initially intended to utilize the laboratory, but his attention was soon captured by the research materials strewn across G-ing-chi-nx-ing's desk, all pertaining to the study of endurance gene serums. One page was opened, filled with data and various extraction symptoms. In his memory, the endurance gene had been developed by H-lu-sh-ngwd-su, seemingly just at the end of this year. Having faced death countless times, he had ultimately met his end while being pursued. The moment he observed that G-ing-chi-nx-ing was researching the endurance gene, and given that he had never heard of this individual in his previous life, he sensed something was amiss. "Looking for me?" G-ing-chi-nx-ing finally set down the test tube he had been holding, gazing at Di-ing-huin with a perplexed expression. His life revolved around the laboratory. He had little social interaction and was baffled by the presence of this unfamiliar young man seeking him. Di-ing-huin took a seat before G-ing-chi-nx-ing and stated, "I have come to save your life." G-ing-chi-nx-ing furrowed his brow, his tone somewhat brusque as he replied, "I am perfectly fine and do not require saving." Di-ing-huin chuckled lightly, "You may be well now, but once your endurance gene serum is developed, you will be facing death." Upon uttering this, Di-ing-huin felt increasingly confident that his suspicions were nearly accurate. Based on his experience, G-ing-chi-nx-ing's endurance gene experiment was nearing completion, with results imminent within a few months. Considering that the endurance gene serum was a product of G-ing-chi-nx-ing's research, and given that he had never heard of this individual in his previous life, it was evident that this person had either been silenced or controlled. Nevertheless, this individual was impressive, akin to a sweeping monk, having independently developed the endurance gene serum. G-ing-chi-nx-ing's eyes widened in astonishment. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "How do you know I am researching the endurance gene serum?" He had never disclosed this information to anyone, and the fact that this stranger was aware left him utterly confounded. Di-ing-huin explained, "Because I also study genetic fusion and possess a deeper understanding than you might imagine. I dare say, within the realm of genetic fusion on Earth, there is likely no one who surpasses my comprehension, at least not at present." This assertion was not mere boast. In his previous life, Di-Huan had fused 6 different genes entirely on his own. His 2 centuries of wandering through the cosmos, coupled with attending lectures by renowned genetic masters, had allowed him to gradually develop a unique understanding of various genes and their fusion with the human body. It is noteworthy that those genetic masters, should they come to Earth, would be unrivaled in their expertise. If that were not remarkable enough, the scroll he had once encountered offered insights into genetics that transcended contemporary knowledge, unveiling an entirely new world to him. The amalgamation of this knowledge had enabled Di-Huan to establish his own system of understanding genetics. While it may not yet be entirely lucid, he was confident that through continuous validation, he would ultimately refine his genetic framework. Under normal circumstances, without the foundation of genetic cultivation, an individual could fuse with no more than 9 foreign genes, lest their body be unable to endure it. Di-Huan had not undergone genetic cultivation, yet had conceived a novel approach to integrate more genes. However, before he could implement it, he found himself pursued. During his flight from danger, he gradually realized that despite having fused multiple genes and acquiring various abilities, it did not fundamentally alter his strength. Essentially, his power had not undergone a qualitative transformation. To effectuate a metamorphosis in his physical form through genetic modification, one must undergo genetic cultivation. Gene-ius cast a glance at Di-Huan. His reticence did not signify ignorance. He had encountered many who were loquacious yet lacked substance, and he was not inclined to take Di-Huan's words to heart. Di-Huan recognized Gene-ius's skepticism and calmly stated, "Integrating additional genes within the human body is quite a formidable challenge. Currently, on Earth, there are not many superior methodologies available. Notable techniques include destructive fusion, intervening fusion, analogous fusion, and engulfing fusion, among others. If I am not mistaken, your research direction likely pertains to growth fusion, a method that is not only safe but boasts a remarkably high integration rate. In the early days of genetic fusion on Earth, countless lives were lost until the Di-Huan genetic research yielded the half-G gene. This half-G gene serum could extend human lifespan, and through intervening fusion, it achieved a success rate exceeding 60%, with an exceedingly low mortality rate in case of failure, almost negligible. Furthermore, should the first fusion fail, subsequent attempts could still be made, which ultimately ushered in the era of genetic fusion. You truly understand, Gene-ius remarked, disbelief evident in his gaze as he regarded Di-Huan. Seizing the moment to solidify Gene-ius's attention, Di-Huan continued, "While others may doubt or disbelieve your capability to develop the endurance gene serum, I have faith in you." After a brief pause, he made a startling assertion. "I am certain that the moment others learn of the endurance gene serum, that will be your time of demise." "Why?" Gene-ius instinctively asked, for in his eyes, the notion of impending death felt overly sensational. This is a society governed by law, not a jungle in Africa. Although lives may hold little value due to rampant beasts, that is confined to the wilds. Di-Huan chuckled softly. The influence and implications of the endurance gene serum are evident. Even without my elaboration, you can surmise its significance. If someone desires it from me, I would not contest or compete. Would they then resort to killing me? Di-Huan could only lament Gene-ius's naivety, for he, too, had once been similarly innocent. If a comparison must be made, he was indeed inferior to Gene-ius at that time. He sighed, stating that the ability to develop a stamina gene serum, particularly as a solo endeavor, indicates that one's comprehension of genetics surpasses that of 99 of peers. Even if they do not kill you, they will undoubtedly imprison you, forcing you to conduct research on novel genetic serums in a place devoid of light, which may be worse than death itself. In his previous life, he was merely a genetic affinity being and was already imprisoned. One can only imagine the fate of someone like Gene-ius, a scholar of genetics. Gene-ius instinctively shuddered and after a while responded, "Then I shall cease my research." The study of the integration of genetic serums with the human body was indeed his favorite work, and he did not wish to lose his life or be subjected to a fate worse than death due to a job. Di-Huan shook his head. "No. You must not only continue your research, but I shall also assist you, and together we can expedite the emergence of a stamina gene serum." Did you not just say? Geng Qinqing looked at Ding Huan in confusion. Ding Huan slowly remarked, "You must be aware of the current state of the world, wherein scrupulous nations unleash toxins and nuclear contamination runs rampant. The world is polluted, human lifespan is diminishing, and in order to survive, humanity must grow stronger. Martial arts are flourishing globally, and genetics is rapidly advancing. Otherwise, why would you engage in genetic research? Only by becoming powerful can one ensure they're not bullied and can survive, rather than evading the issue, which offers only temporary respite. Can you truly escape forever? Are you suggesting that I develop the stamina gene serum, and we consume it ourselves to enhance our strength?" Geng Qinqing grasped Ding Huan's implication. Ding Huan nodded and continued. "However, that alone may not suffice. If I am not mistaken, the stamina gene serum you develop is merely a low-grade, first-level serum. Are there distinctions between the grades of genetic serums?" Geng Qinqing looked at Ding Huan in astonishment, for these concepts were entirely new to him. Could it be that the genetic knowledge he had acquired was outdated by a century? Chapter 10. Grades of Genetics. Ding Huan stated calmly, "You have yet to fully comprehend my words. I mentioned that genetic serums are not only classified by quality, but also by grade. I must seek further understanding." Geng Qinqing felt that Ding Huan's tone did not resemble that of a deceiver. Ding Huan explained, "According to my understanding of genetic serums, they are categorized into first, second, and third levels, each possessing variations in quality, low, middle, high, and supreme. What does it mean for genetic serums to have grades?" Geng Qinqing frowned, pondering when his knowledge of genetics had become so inadequate. He was aware that genetic cultivators had first and second levels. But did genetic serums also have such distinctions? Ding Huan elucidated, "You simply are not aware. The Genetic Alliance recently established the grading system for genetic serums. As for the grading of the serums, it has yet to be released, but I believe it will be forthcoming. By the way, you understand that cultivation is required after gene fusion, correct?" Geng Qinqing nodded. "Of course, I know this. The Genetic Alliance and the Martial Alliance collaborated to devise a method for genetic cultivation, but such knowledge is not accessible to ordinary citizens." Ding Huan nodded. "Indeed, there should now be second-level genetic cultivators emerging, and even some third-level genetic cultivators. Thus, the Genetic Alliance classified genetic serums by grade. To fuse with a second-level genetic serum, one must become a second-level genetic cultivator." He spoke from experience, having encountered a powerful individual from the Genetic Alliance while being forced to leave Earth. At that time, he sensed an overwhelming pressure, and later, upon becoming a fourth-level genetic cultivator, he suspected that the individual he met on Earth was a third-level genetic cultivator. What about the grades of genetics? Do you know why many individuals experience various adverse effects after fusing with mature genes, even suffering sudden death or bodily deformities? Is it due to insufficient genetic grade? Geng Qinqing seemed to grasp Ding Huan's meaning. Ding Huan affirmed, "Yes, if all were supreme genetic serums. It is unlikely that one would face sudden death or deformities after fusion. Moreover, supreme genes are exceedingly pure. By integrating a supreme genetic serum and then engaging in genetic cultivation, progress can be remarkably swift. I am confident that the Genetic Alliance will soon establish grades based on the purity of genetic serums." After wandering for 2 centuries, Ding Huan had encountered countless individuals. Geng Qinqing was quite naive, possessing solid genetic knowledge, and represented a valuable ally, truly an undiscovered gem. Thus, he resolved to share some vital information with Geng Qinqing in hopes of winning him over. Geng Qinqing remained silent, sensing that Ding Huan did not seem to be deceiving him. Yet the essence of Ding Huan's words felt almost implausible. He had always been a fervent genetic researcher, and now Ding Huan's assertions confronted him with an uncomfortable reality. Even if he successfully developed the stamina gene, and even if no one threatened him, what of it? He lacked a method for genetic cultivation. What if I told you I possess a superior genetic cultivation technique, one that far surpasses even the best methods of the Genetic Alliance? Would you believe me? Geng Qinqing's jaw dropped. Better than the Genetic Alliance's cultivation methods? Is it truly a genetic cultivation technique? Is he boasting, or is it genuine? Ding Huan chuckled. "Let me reveal a secret that nearly everyone is unaware of. Do you know whether the deities of Huaxia legends are real? I cannot attest to the existence of those who are named, but I suspect that if genetic cultivation reaches its pinnacle, the existence of deities may well be plausible." Ding Huan spoke with a flair for the dramatic. Yet these were indeed his conjectures. Geng Qianxing emerged from his earlier silence and astonishment. Finding Ding Huan's words restored his composure. He realized he had been foolish to take Ding Huan's claims seriously, and with a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, "Are you suggesting that deities can be achieved through the genetic cultivation methods you mentioned?" Ding Huan paid no heed to Geng Qianxing's tone and continued, "I am not entirely certain, but I believe that if anyone can transcend human limits and attain a divine level, genetic cultivation is the closest path available to us." After a pause, Ding Huan continued, "Of course, not all genes are suitable for cultivation. Genes are categorized into various types. Only those who fuse with spirit root genes have the opportunity for cultivation. Otherwise, one can only engage in genetic meditation to enhance their strength, which cannot lead to the foundational establishment of genetics and has ultimately limited potential. Based on my understanding, the most precious genes in existence are spirit root genes, which are exceedingly difficult to research. Besides spirit root genes, the most crucial genes for self-enhancement are skill genes, which are more numerous and encompass abilities such as flight, earth manipulation, defense, etc. Ding Huan's knowledge stemmed not only from 2 centuries of experiences and observations, but primarily from the insights gained from an ancient scroll that broadened his understanding of genetics. From that scroll, he acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding genes and cultivation. Through these insights and his own deductions, he began to form a foundational concept of genetic cultivation. So, according to your explanation, my research on the stamina gene is indeed a type of skill gene? Geng Qianxing felt that Ding Huan could have made a fortune selling insurance with his ability to spin tales. "You truly possess a gift for exaggeration," Ding Huan responded nonchalantly. "Strictly speaking, the gene you have researched is merely one among many types of stamina genes. There are numerous gene categories that enhance stamina. You have simply discovered one of them, which is already quite remarkable. Similar genes that enhance strength, speed, stamina, flexibility, and agility are termed quality genes. These genes are also of great importance, as physical prowess is equally vital for becoming a formidable individual. In a few years, top-tier martial artists will be abundant due to the assistance of various genes. Humans infused with these genes may lack the ability to soar through the skies or traverse the earth, yet they possess the potential to enhance their martial prowess. Have you finished speaking? If so, please leave. I must return to my work." Geng Qianxing had no desire to continue conversing with Ding Huan. Suddenly, Ding Huan remarked, "Your research on endurance genes must be showing signs of genetic dispersion with just a single dose of the serum, rendering it unformable, correct?" "You needn't say it. I have documented it clearly," Geng Qianxing replied coldly, as his notes on the table explicitly recorded the words formable dispersion. Ding Huan, undeterred by Geng Qianxing's demeanor, continued, "Every gene possesses stabilizing elements, and the composition of genes is no exception. Just as we emphasize the roles of monarch, minister, and assistant in traditional Chinese medicine, you should consider incorporating the short-chain genes found in Zhongxin Chao. If you're unfamiliar with short-chain genes, refer to last month's publication by Roche titled The Comprehensive Guide to Short-Chain Genes. By the way, you likely do not know what Zhongxin Chao is. However, Du Chong should be aware, as he has a variant species known as Zhongxin Chao. This herb is also featured in the Comprehensive Guide to Short-Chain Genes." Ding Huan entered the adjacent laboratory, feeling that Yuzhang University was beyond saving. How secretive and crucial is a genetic laboratory? Yet, here, the laboratory lacked any management or supervision. In other words, anyone could enter and conduct genetic experiments at will. How absurd and unbelievable it was that such a thing had occurred. Ding Huan intended to try using his own blood first. If that failed, he would seek the blood of genetic beasts. Unlike Geng Qianxing, who left the laboratory door unlocked while researching endurance genes, Ding Huan locked the door behind him as he entered. First, he resolved to satiate his hunger with food. Uncertain of how long this genetic experiment would take, and he had no intention of going out to eat. Yuzhang University was on the brink of bankruptcy. Even the coffee shop at its entrance was nearly deserted. However, for the past few days, 2 individuals had occupied a table in the coffee shop. Both men were of short stature. One had fair skin and appeared quite cultured, while the other had a fierce countenance. Their sole purpose was to keep a watchful eye on the entrance of Yuzhang University. They had been monitoring it for over a week, and in the preceding days when the university was nearly empty, it had not felt burdensome. But with the recent influx of people entering and exiting, their task had become somewhat taxing. Donggu, have you noticed the sudden increase in the number of individuals entering Yujing University these past few days? We cannot continue to observe like this. With even the slightest lapse in vigilance, we risk losing sight of our target. The fair-skinned man rubbed his aching eyes and said. The man named Donggu stood up and declared, "Let us go to the residence of Ding Xiaodu. I refuse to believe that a mere grasshopper can evade us. It's inappropriate to go to his residence." The fair-skinned man shook his head. Donggu scoffed. "This wretched school is on the verge of collapse. What is inappropriate about it? Li Changxi, you are too timid." Li Changxi shook his head. "It's not that I am timid. It's that the admissions for the 10 great academies of Blue Star are about to commence." Donggu opened his mouth, struggling to respond. "What does that have to do with Yujing University? This university will inevitably close down. Moreover, even if Yujing University does not close, what relevance does it have to the 10 great academies of Blue Star? Can this school even come close to associating with them? The admissions for the 10 great academies of Blue Star are divided into quotas. Not just anyone can participate. As a formal institution of higher education, Yujing University also possesses a certain quota for participation. Many students who cannot attend the admissions assessments of the 10 great academies elsewhere, yet believe themselves to be capable, seek to enter Yujing University to secure that quota." Li Changxi barely wanted to explain further to Donggu, but he added, "Participating in the assessments of the 10 great academies of Blue Star, even if one does not gain admission, can significantly enhance one's worth. In the future, whether for employment or other pursuits, it serves as capital. Not only that, but those who participate in assessments at such prestigious institutions can gain immense insights and even forge connections with future luminaries." No wonder Donggu finally grasped that among those entering Yujing University these days, aside from some students wanting to participate in the 10 great academies assessments, there were also outsiders seeking to transfer temporarily into Yujing University. "All right, let us proceed as such." Donggu nodded in agreement with Li Changxi's reasoning. Chapter 11. Merging genetic roots, extracting alien genes, adding blood to the third eye, incorporating medium genes, separating unnecessary factors, enhancing compatibility, and augmenting phase transition properties. Ding Huan was almost fully immersed in the crafting of the wood-type genetic roots. He was certain that even in his previous life, he had not possessed such ability in gene fabrication. 3 hours later, the first attempt at creating the genetic roots failed. 5 hours later, the second attempt also failed. 10 hours later, the third attempt met the same fate. He had lost track of time and the amount of blood he had shed. Exhausted, Ding Huan simply fell asleep in the laboratory, awakening only to consume a little sustenance before resuming his genetic creation, with each failure followed by renewed attempts. The knowledge of genetics within Ding Huan's mind gradually became more fluid. He could even sense that the process of crafting the genetic roots was becoming simpler, free from the clumsiness of his earlier efforts. On the 4th day, Ding Huan carefully retrieved a test tube from the apparatus. Gazing at the light blue liquid within, he felt a surge of excitement. This time, he had finally succeeded. He sensed that the purity of the genetic serum he had created would not be low. Having never crafted a superior genetic serum before, he was hopeful that this wood-type genetic root serum might indeed be exceptional. Despite being ravenously hungry, Ding Huan had no inclination to eat. His focus remained fixed on the serum in his hand. After days of effort, he was confident that the gene fabrication process had encountered no issues. Taking a deep breath, Ding Huan consumed the wood-type genetic root serum in one gulp. Logically, he should have bathed and changed into stable clothing before merging with the genetic serum. However, time was of the essence. He did not even dare to leave the laboratory, as an overwhelming sense of danger pervaded him, compelling him to avoid reappearing in the sight of others. Moments after ingesting the genetic serum, Ding Huan felt an abrupt ignition in his chest. A terrifying flame seemed to erupt from his heart, surging through his body. He let out a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground. In a haze, he sensed a flame rushing towards the crown of his head, as if it would completely incinerate him in the next moment. Ding Huan was certain that, not only on Earth, but even the Changi continent, there could hardly be anyone who had merged with as many genes as he had. He had once been a genetic test subject, an alien gene affinity body. As such, he had to experiment with both beneficial and detrimental genes alike. Having merged with so many genes, Ding Huan had never encountered such a harrowing genetic fusion experience. Was this a blessing or a curse? It was crucial to note that this was a particularly pure genetic serum. If it had been impure, would he have perished on the spot? Struggling to maintain his consciousness, Ding Huan fought against the overwhelming pain. In that moment, he would have preferred to be burned by fire than endure the sensation of being consumed from within. When Ding Huan awoke again, it was the dead of night. He opened his eyes, feeling as though his entire body had been scraped by blades, covered in bloodstains. Aside from this, he appeared to have undergone little change. Had he succeeded or failed? Yes, the Luo Shijing. A quick activation of the Luo Shijing would reveal the answer. As he commenced the first rotation of the Luo Shijing, when that faint aura did not dissipate as swiftly as usual, Ding Huan's eyes brimmed with tears. A faint breath lingered in the dantian, and he could even sense a slight enhancement in his strength. As hunger pangs surged, Ding Huan couldn't help but let out a low growl. Confirming the emergence of his genetic spiritual root, he endeavored to calm himself. Yet, the exhilaration and excitement rendered tranquility nearly impossible. Without having experienced a relentless pursuit akin to that of a dog, it is difficult to comprehend Ding Huan's current emotions. After a full 10 minutes, he finally exhaled deeply, rummaged through his bag, and swiftly consumed the last remaining packet of instant noodles with bottled water. Once satiated, Ding Huan tidied up his surroundings and promptly commenced his genetic cultivation. He was apprehensive that someone might intrude upon him. Having been schemed against prior to acquiring his genetic spiritual root left him utterly powerless. Now that he had finally obtained it, even with merely a few hours until dawn, he would not squander this opportunity. Within just 3 cycles of cultivation, Ding Huan became completely engrossed. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted him from his meditation. He opened his eyes to find that it was already midday, and a sensation of hunger returned. However, Ding Huan remained alert, eyeing the laboratory door, and sprang to his feet, aware that someone was intent on confronting him. A surge of power coursed through him, and his body felt lighter, illuminating the unfolding reality. Indeed, possessing a genetic spiritual root made a significant difference. After merely half a day's practice of the Luo Shijing, his strength appeared to have more than doubled. Perhaps within a month, he would ascend to the rank of a first-level genetic cultivator. In his previous life, he had tirelessly immersed himself in genetic studies, fervently merging various genetic abilities. In the end, he had only managed to fuse 6 types of genes, and, after 2 centuries, he had merely attained the status of a 4th-level genetic cultivator. His longevity of over 200 years was not due to his cultivation achieving a certain level of power that extended his lifespan. Rather, it was the result of spending his entire life savings to acquire a premium longevity genetic potion on Changi Dalu. During the 200 years away from Earth, he had accomplished 3 things. First, striving to extend his life by 200 years. Second, purchasing the 5th star that would accompany him in later years. And third, obsessively studying various genetic knowledge, ultimately merging 6 types of genes. Reflecting on these endeavors, even without the relentless pursuit he faced, they seemed futile at best. He could only extend his life by an additional 20 or 30 years. The door was knocked upon again, prompting Ding Huan to retrieve a spade from his bag. Cautiously, he approached the door and gently turned the doorknob, pulling it open with force. A disheveled man in a laboratory jumpsuit stumbled into the room. Ding Huan's swift movement nearly caused him to fall. Teacher Geng. Ding Huan gazed in astonishment at the nearly toppled Geng Qianxing, and remembering the spade in his hand, hastily stowed it away. I succeeded. My endurance gene has been successfully integrated, Geng Qianxing exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. You have fused the endurance gene? Ding Huan, though surprised, felt no exhilaration. He understood that Geng Qianxing's fusion would undoubtedly succeed, but he anticipated the man's impatience to be the first to integrate it. Geng Qianxing nodded vigorously, confirming, yes, I have integrated the endurance gene. I am certain that my endurance gene is the most advanced genetic potion on Earth. Thank you. Without your guidance on short-chain genes, I would have never succeeded. In that moment, Geng Qianxing's admiration for Ding Huan flowed like an unending river. Ding Huan sighed. Based on the genetic knowledge he had acquired, fusing other genes prior to the integration of the spiritual root gene generally rendered the fusion of the spiritual root gene hopeless. If he could not accomplish it, there was little hope for anyone else on Earth. At least, not at this moment. Perhaps if that individual who wrote the Luo Shijing were to arrive, a solution might emerge. Right, I still do not know your name. Are you a new teacher at the school? Geng Qianxing inquired, finally relaxing after sharing his joy. I am Ding Huan, the new teacher at the school. Do you now believe what I have said? Ding Huan patted Geng Qianqing's shoulder and smiled. I believe, absolutely. Geng Qianqing's eyes sparkled. His favorite pursuit was researching genetic potions that could fuse with the human body, and Ding Huan's abilities left him in awe. Teacher Geng, Teacher Geng. Came another call from outside. With the laboratory door wide open, a middle-aged man soon appeared at the entrance. His gaze fell upon Ding Huan and Geng Qianqing, and he stood speechless for a moment, unable to utter a word. These two men were a sight to behold, one more disheveled than the other. Principal Tan. What brings you here? Geng Qianqing promptly addressed the middle-aged man, revealing their acquaintance. Ding Huan inwardly realized that this man was Tan Bei, the principal of Yujiang University. It seemed that the entire institution had an air of unreliability. I, Geng Qianqing, wanted to inform you that I have developed the endurance gene potion. However, he quickly recalled Ding Huan's previous admonition and fell silent. Tan Bei, not dwelling on the matter, stated, Teacher Geng, the Blue Star 10 Academy's Genius Assessment is about to commence. Our school has 20 slots available for participation. Could you lead a team? Tan Bei seemed to have no alternatives, as Geng Qianqing was the only capable individual left at Yujiang University. It was clear that when he asked Teacher Geng to lead the team, he merely intended for him to oversee it. Typically, team leaders also conduct pre-assessment training for participating students. Most candidates were simply leveraging their affiliation with Yujiang University for the assessment, with few truly requiring guidance from the institution's teachers. Geng Qianqing stared blankly at Tan Bei for a while before responding, Principal Tan, even if we attend, it would be meaningless. Tan Bei waved his hand dismissively. What if? If by chance our university secures a spot, then Yujiang University still has a future. He turned to leave. Prepare yourself. The assessment is in 3 months. Aside from a few students from our own school, most participants are from outside. After witnessing Tan Bei's hurried arrival and departure, Geng Qianqing's earlier excitement began to wane. Being asked to lead a team for the Blue Star 10 Academy's assessment not only wasted his time, but also his energy. Teacher, I believe it is feasible. Once I finish my tasks, I will assist you, Ding Huan offered, prioritizing his own safety before aiding Yujiang University. Deep down, he did not wish for Yujiang University to falter, as it was intricately tied to his path of cultivation. If Yujiang University collapsed, he would find himself without a laboratory to advance his research on genetic potions. The laboratory at Yujiang University had cost at least several billion, a fortune he could not hope to amass for his own facility. Even if he could produce a top-tier genetic potion, would he dare to sell it? As for renting a laboratory elsewhere, none could match the safety and quality of this one. Geng Qianqing had no doubt about Ding Huan's ability to help him. He was certain that even his own mentor could not rival Ding Huan's prowess. He believed in the existence of geniuses in this world, as he considered himself one. Yet, Ding Huan was a genius surpassing even him. Chapter 12. The Cleansing Blade. Meeting. By the way, Teacher Geng, do you have any genetic potions in your laboratory? Ding Huan recalled something and inquired. Geng Qianqing paused momentarily before responding. I still have the endurance gene potion. After developing it, I used 1 dose myself and have 1 spare. Ding Huan smiled. I do not require your standard endurance gene potion. I seek the defective version you have created. Sure, but why do you need that? I was planning to dispose of it soon. Geng Qianqing replied, puzzled. Just give me 1 dose. And also assist me in locating 2 or 3 packages of genetic potions currently for sale on the market, preferably those of considerable value. Ding Huan instructed. Indeed, it is remarkable. Still the Shifeng Gene Company's Shizheng AI gene. Ding Huan chuckled softly. Geng Qianqing self-deprecatingly shook his head, expressing that he could hardly afford such a gene. It was purchased by the school, and after use, only the packaging remained, which he decided to keep as a reference. Years ago, an investment was made in Yujiang University, which aspired to develop its genetics department. It not only established a top-tier gene laboratory, but also procured various types of genes. Ding Huan was aware that Geng Qianqing's previous intention was to commercialize the endurance gene once research yielded results, just like other gene companies. Geng Qianqing's retention of the Shizheng AI gene's packaging was presumably for this purpose. You must remember to securely seal and preserve all information regarding the endurance gene. I have some matters to attend to, but once I am done, I will assist you in training the students preparing for the assessments at the 10 great colleges of Lanxing. Ding Huan repeatedly urged Geng Qianqing. Understand? Geng Qianqing nodded vigorously, recognizing that his own life was at stake and he dared not act recklessly. His trust in Ding Huan stemmed from the fact that a portion of the credit for the endurance gene belonged to Ding Huan, leaving him with little choice. Moreover, he felt he could trust Ding Huan. An hour later, Ding Huan donned gloves and began meticulously wiping down the insides and outsides of 3 packaging boxes. Upon completing this task, he mixed the concoction he had created with the gene potion provided by Gene-ius, subsequently placing them into the 3 Sure Zheng AI gene packaging boxes. As he exited the gene laboratory building, Ding Huan, still some distance from his residence, noticed 2 men watching his place. They sat on a stone bench, seemingly engaged in conversation. With just a glance, Ding Huan discerned that these 2 individuals were waiting for him. Although he had only practiced for a short while, he believed that dispatching these 2 would not pose a challenge. However, being on school grounds, he decided to wait until he was away before taking action. It was evident that the number of people at the school had increased, underscoring the allure of the 10 great colleges of launching. With only 20 spots available for Yujiang University, hundreds, if not thousands, had arrived, indicating that connections were crucial at this juncture. Presumably, the university's president, Tan Bei, was enjoying a period of great prominence. After all, these 2 had been tailing Ding Huan for over a week, tracking him from outside the school premises to within, and now they had yet to catch sight of him. Damn it, this Brad is wasting my time. When I finally catch him, I will make him wish for death. Donggu muttered angrily. Reflecting on his past life's miseries, Ding Huan had no intention of holding back. He initially assumed the 2 men had arrived by car. But to his surprise, they merely walked for a short while before entering a small courtyard. Yujiang University is situated on the outskirts of Halua City, and when the university was thriving, the surrounding area resembled a small college town. Various shops and goose houses dotted the vicinity, with many similar small courtyards available for rent. However, as the martial arts program at Yujiang University failed to take off, the academic disciplines lagged dismally. In a bid to stand out, the university poured substantial financial resources into the gene laboratory. It could be said that Yujiang University's gene laboratory ranked among the best in the continent. Unfortunately, this investment yielded no results over many years, leading to a terrifying depletion of funds, ultimately contributing to the university's closure. While Gene-ius's ability to develop the endurance gene was undoubtedly linked to his talent, it was also inseparable from Yujiang University's immense investment in genetics. Now that Yujiang University was no longer operational, the surrounding buildings remained. Ding Huan did not enter immediately, confident that these 2 were merely foot soldiers surveilling him. Given their role, there was a minimal chance they would be monitored. Moreover, even if they were not, the landlord might have installed surveillance. Although uncertain, Ding Huan contemplated where he would place cameras if he were to set up surveillance on these 2 individuals. The entrance to the courtyard, facing both the interior and exterior, seemed a likely location. After carefully inspecting the courtyard walls, he confirmed there were no cameras present. Cautiously, he approached the courtyard entrance from the side, and upon reaching the edge, he discovered that a camera had indeed been installed inside and outside the small courtyard. After disabling the surveillance, Ding Huan strode confidently into the yard and knocked on the door. "Is it you, Ding Xiaotu?" Donggu opened the door, incredulous as he gazed at Ding Xiaotu. They had been tailing him for over a week without any leads, and now Ding Xiaotu had seemingly delivered himself to them, which felt surreal. Before Donggu could fully comprehend the situation, Ding Huan landed a punch squarely on his temple, causing him to collapse without even a moment to react. At that instant, Li Changqi finally grasped the situation and drew a dagger from his waist, lunging towards Ding Huan. Although Ding Huan had only practiced for half a day, he had previously integrated 6 types of genes and was a level 4 gene practitioner. Having wandered the cosmos for so long, he had endured countless battles. Before Li Changqi could close the distance, Ding Huan sidestepped, driving his elbow backward with force. Li Changqi let out a horrific scream, then slumped to the ground, staring at Ding Xiaotu in terror. According to their intel, Ding Xiaotu was merely a student, one of the least competent. Yet, his recent display of skill resembled that of a seasoned brawler. "Who sent you?" Ding Xiaotu ignored the prostrate Li Changqi, instead turning to close the door and settling into a chair. "Ding Xiaotu, if you dare to harm us, I guarantee you will regret not having died sooner. Besides, I am merely a runner. Harming me will yield no benefit for you," Li Changqi threatened, regaining his composure. Ding Xiaotu must have learned a bit of martial arts, which is not surprising. Ding Baishan has plenty of money. What martial artist couldn't he hire? But so what if he has learned a little martial arts? What can a mere middle school student do? With my life experience, I am not afraid to intimidate a mere kid. Ding Huan smiled. Rest assured, I won't harm you without provocation. Upon hearing Ding Huan's words, Li Changqi felt a chill creep over him instead of relief. Before he could speak again, he watched as Ding Huan retrieved a packaging box and opened it to extract a vial of reagent. As Ding Huan approached the still-dazed Donggu, he pried open Donggu's mouth and poured the contents of the glass vial down his throat. Li Changqi was left stunned. Is this the Shi Zheng AI gene potion? Non-injection? How generous of Ding Xiaodu to offer the Shi Zheng AI gene liquid to Donggu. This is something that could be sold for a fortune. After completing this, Ding Huan sat back down, now holding another packaging box, which prominently displayed the Shi Zheng AI gene label. Donggu opened his eyes and let out a dreadful scream, convulsing on the ground. In less than a minute, blood began to flow from his orifices as he violently expelled his innards. Li Changqi watched in horror as Donggu writhed and bled, his complexion paling to that of a blank sheet of paper. He gazed at Ding Huan, whose expression remained unchanged, utterly unable to suppress his trembling. Is Ding Xiaodu a demon? How can a mere student be so ruthless? I will only wait for you for a minute. If you do not wish to speak, I shall take my leave. Ding Huan maintained his cheerful demeanor, but inside, he harbored a cold grin. Had it not been for his terrifying resilience to various gene liquids, his demise in a previous life would have been far more tragic than Donggu's fate before him. I assert that I am a member of the Shi Dao Association, and you must not harm me. You are undoubtedly aware of the formidable influence of the Shi Dao Association. Should you lay a hand on me, the association will not rest until justice is served. Li Changqi's lips trembled as he longed to articulate a potent threat against Ding Huan, yet he found himself unable to conjure the appropriate words. Chapter 13. Level 1 Gene Practitioner Ding Huan had heard of the Shi Dao Association in his past life. Its power was not insignificant, as it accepted any illicit task for a price. He bore no enmity towards the association, and their decision to send someone after him was clearly the result of external orders. To his satisfaction, after he eliminated the 2 individuals who had been watching him, he was undisturbed for 3 consecutive days. Through 3 days of cultivation, Ding Huan could distinctly feel a stream of internal energy coalescing within him. Indeed, possessing a genetic spiritual root was entirely different from lacking one. In his previous life, he had integrated 3 different genes before he could commence gene meditation, and it took him 17 years to become a level 1 gene practitioner. Based on his experience, he estimated that he would achieve this status within a month, were it not for the insufficient vitality on Earth. Had he been on Changi continent, he might have accomplished this in merely a week. The tallest building in Luohua City is the Luo Huan Tower, the uppermost level of which houses one of the 3 main bases of the Shi Dao Association. At this moment, 21 individuals encircled an oval conference table in a meeting room, the atmosphere steeped in tension. How did Donggu and Li Changqi meet their demise? Inquired a bald man seated at the head of the table. His name was Yuan Yozhen, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Shi Dao Association, ranking just below the association's leader, Chen Changshen. The room fell into an eerie silence. Those familiar with Yuan Yozhen understood that this was the prelude to a slaughter. In an era of mutated environments and rampant genetic beasts, human life held little value. 6 years prior, a confrontation between a subordinate of the Shi Dao Association and a beast hunting team resulted in the former being disarmed. Yuan Yozhen promptly annihilated the entire hunting team. This was not the most extreme act. 2 members of that team hailed from Luohua City, and Yuan Yozhen's vengeance extended to their families as well. Given Yuan Yozhen's temperament, it was unthinkable that he would not be driven to madness by the deaths of his 2 subordinates. A young woman stood and spoke respectfully. Based on our investigation over the past 3 days, it is highly probable that Donggu and Li Changqi ingested the Shurian AG gene, only to find that the genetic agent could not integrate with their bodies, leading to their deaths. How could they possibly acquire the Shurian AG gene? Yuan Yozhen furrowed his brow. Does this imply they were murdered? Was it that Ding Xiaodu? His voice brimmed with menace. A middle-aged man interjected. It is highly likely that they were killed by someone else. I find it improbable that it was Ding Xiaodu. He is merely a student. How could he have thought to disable the cameras? Moreover, he lacks the capability. Indeed, We cannot rule out the possibility that Donggu and Li Changqi themselves caused the malfunction. Perhaps they obtained the Shurian AG gene, wished to defect from the Shi-Dao Association, and destroyed the cameras to facilitate their escape. They likely intended to integrate the gene and flee, but their efforts ended in failure, leading to their demise, another voice suggested. The conference room lapsed into a brief silence. It is not uncommon for junior members to desire to leave the Shi-Dao Association, as any member must surrender top-tier genetic agents like the Shurian AG upon acquisition. Feng Yu, I entrust this matter to you. Until we ascertain the truth, all matters regarding Ding Xiaodu are to be suspended, Yuan Yozhen commanded, a hint of murderous intent in his voice. All present understood that the murder of the two members of the Shi-Dao Association could stem from only two possibilities. Either Ding Baishan's hidden forces had intervened, a prospect deemed unlikely, or Donggu and Li Changqi had acquired the Shurian AG gene and chose not to report it, leading them to destroy the cameras in preparation for their escape. Once they had integrated the gene, they would likely flee Luohua City, leaving behind a false impression of being abducted. Boom! Ding Huan felt as if a constraint within him had been shattered, an inexhaustible surge of power flooding forth. Had he already attained the status of a level 1 gene practitioner? His heart raced with excitement as he clenched his fists. In his previous life, it was not until he reached Chang'e continent and toiled for nearly 2 decades that he achieved the rank of level 1 gene practitioner, and even then, it was merely superficial, as he lacked a genetic spiritual root. In this life, he had attained the status in just 12 days, a remarkable reduction of 2/3 from his expectation. Observing the oil-like substance seeping from his skin, he inhaled deeply, finally possessing the means for self-defense. His next objective was to select genes for fusion. The strength of the Dahuang Gene-yuan and the Shuyuanji Yin genes were essential, yet he currently lacked the power to procure them. As for his primary choice, it would be the regenerative abilities of certain plants and animals. However, Ding Huan immediately dismissed the plant option, as it differed from the spiritual root genes. The gecko's ability to regrow limbs was indeed remarkable, but it paled in comparison to the regeneration capabilities of the planarian worm. In the next moment, Ding Huan also excluded the planarian worm, despite its ability to regenerate from even the slightest injury, as it could become multiple planarians if severed. This exclusion did not stem from any aversion to the creature's appearance. Rather, Ding Huan subconsciously felt that the planarian worm was unsuitable for practitioners. Other possibilities included the fire lizard, which possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Ding Huan resolved to study the regenerative gene of the fire lizard, as it would be of immense importance to him. Suddenly, enthusiastic shouts echoed from outside, and Ding Huan immediately recognized the voice of Geng Qinxing. Upon opening the door, Geng Qinxing rushed in, appearing far more polished than during his previous disheveled state in the laboratory, with a clean face and neatly styled hair. You cannot imagine how busy I have been these past few days. The students have already arrived. Come with me to the classroom to see those who will participate in the assessment. Though Geng Qinxing had been appointed as a supervising teacher by Principal Tan, he was unsure where to begin. All right, wait for me a moment. Now that Ding Huan had become a level 1 gene practitioner, he had no intention of remaining hidden at home. Half an hour later, having bathed and donned fresh attire, Ding Huan accompanied Geng Qinxing to the assessment class. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire Yujing University was focused on this assessment class. After all, if even one student gained admission to one of the top 10 colleges in Blue Star, Yujing University would undoubtedly survive. However, Ding Huan was acutely aware that without his participation in this assessment as the team leader, Yujing University could not hope to produce a standout candidate. Upon entering the classroom alongside Geng Qinxing, Ding Huan observed a group of students chattering animatedly. "Teacher, your pace is far too slow. We have been waiting for over half an hour for your arrival." A long-haired youth expressed his dissatisfaction as Geng Qinxing stepped into the classroom. Not only that, but the cacophony of voices in the class showed no signs of abating. Geng Qinxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he was a teacher, and these students appeared to hold him in little regard. He understood that each of these students came from an impressive background. The more straightforward cases could not rely on Yujing University to secure a spot in the admissions assessment for the top colleges in Blue Star. Ding Huan finally comprehended that the students here had no expectation of acquiring assessment skills at Yujing University, nor did they regard the university's teachers with any respect. Their purpose for coming here is singular: to obtain the qualification certificate for the assessment of the Blue Star 10 universities and then depart. I approached. Ding Huan patted Geng Qianheng, confident in his ability to handle these youngsters. I understood that everyone seated here was solely motivated by that precious certificate. It is not my intention to discourage anyone, but sitting here does not guarantee that you will secure the qualification certificate for the Blue Star 10 universities. Indeed, Ding Huan's words struck a chord, and the previously chatty classroom fell into silence. The students believed that their presence here assured them of the qualification certificate. Yet that was not necessarily the case. Ding Huan calmly stated that they should be aware of how many individuals coveted those 20 examination certificates. Having strong connections at home does not mean there aren't others with even stronger ties. Upon hearing this, even a long-haired student straightened up, realizing the truth in Ding Huan's words. Perhaps his qualification was relatively secure, but what if it wasn't? I stand here to convey that both Geng Laosher and I are exceptionally knowledgeable in genetics and genetic cultivation. For those willing to remain here for the pre-assessment training provided by Geng Laosher and me, I urge you to listen closely to my forthcoming words. Ding Huan paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, those who are unwilling to partake in our training may leave now. Your qualifications for the assessment will not diminish, and someone will deliver the certificates to you later, as they cannot be obtained at this moment. Following Ding Huan's statement, nearly everyone stood up and exited the classroom. Chapter 14. The 4 assessment items. Ding Huan was taken aback. He had intended to instill a sense of urgency in the students, not to drive them all away. If they all left, would there be no student from Eugene University who could qualify for the Blue Star 10 universities in the future? However, Ding Huan soon noticed that 2 students remained seated. Why have you 2 not left? Ding Huan inquired, puzzled, as he looked at the 2 boys still in their seats. One of them promptly replied, "We are students of Eugene University, and we naturally trust our teachers." Indeed, Fang Chong, you are correct. If we, the students of Eugene University, do not support our institution, then who will? Said the other. After all, it's merely a formality. Where we undergo final training is inconsequential. The boy and girl who returned to their seats were the same 2 who initially chose to stay, with the boy speaking up. Though Eugene University is currently facing challenges, I feel gratified that 4 students are willing to remain, Geng Qianheng added. Teacher Geng, we're not just 4. There's 7 of us in total. The other 3 have left, Fang Chong interjected. Ding Huan gestured for Geng Qianheng to close the classroom door before declaring, "If you trust Geng Laosher and me, we will ensure that at least one of you gains admission to one of the Blue Star 10 universities. That is my assurance." Despite Ding Huan's earnest promise, the 4 students remained skeptical. Even Fang Chong, who had initially expressed confidence in his school, did not take Ding Huan's words to heart. What he had said was merely polite rhetoric. For him, training here or elsewhere was fundamentally the same. Gaining admission to one of the Blue Star 10 universities? What ist? Not to mention Eugene University, even the highly esteemed Luoxing University could only manage to enroll 1 or 2 students each year. Teacher Geng, I believe everyone is familiar with me. I am Ding Huan, your future advisor for the Blue Star 10 universities application process. Now, please introduce yourselves, and we shall discuss the assessment for the Blue Star 10 universities that will take place in a few months. Ding Huan recognized that no one believed him. As long as these few individuals chose to remain for their training, that would suffice. I am Fang Chong, a junior majoring in history at Eugene University. The first to stand was one of the 2 who had chosen to stay. I am LZ, replied the other, who was also one of the first to remain, though his voice was soft and bashful. Teacher Ding, I am Li Wanran, a student majoring in biology at Eugene University. The girl stood up and spoke clearly. She felt that Ding Huan appeared younger than herself, though that seemed improbable, for he was already an advisor. Regardless of Eugene University's current state, to be an advisor, one must have graduated from university. In truth, Li Wanran was not mistaken. Ding Huan was indeed the youngest among them. Following the environmental changes on Earth, the natural sciences had ceased to be paramount. The most significant fields had become martial arts and genetics. As the scion of Baiyu Group, Ding Huan was destined for the finest training. Born into privilege, Ding Huan had never endured hardship. Consequently, Ding Baishan abandoned the idea of having him practice martial arts from a young age and pursue further studies at a martial arts academy. Without attending a martial arts academy, he had no choice but to focus on genetics. Ding Baishan had long since decided that upon Ding Huan's 18th birthday, he would ensure that Ding Huan assimilated the most potent martial arts genetic serum. Regardless of the circumstances, advancing through middle school was not merely a matter of good grades, especially since Ding Huan's performance was not exceptional. As for skipping university, it was even more challenging. Ding Baishan's motivation for facilitating Ding Huan's acceleration was to enable him to integrate the finest martial arts genes by the age of 18 and subsequently enroll him in the best genetics university for cultivation. Although genetics on Earth had developed over the decades, it was still widely believed that only at 18 could the human body perfectly assimilate foreign genes without causing harm. Luo Xinwei, the belle of Ding Huan's class, also benefited from his influence, having skipped 2 grades in middle school and 2 in university. Otherwise, given Luo Xinwei's family background, excelling academically would not suffice for her to advance. Regrettably, this year Ding Huan finally turned 18, while Ding Baishan had mysteriously vanished. I am Huang Chengwei, a freshman. The final student to introduce himself was the tallest of the group, standing at nearly 2 meters. He had stayed because of Feng Chang's words. Otherwise, he would have departed as well. After all 4 students had introduced themselves, Ding Huan continued, "Next, let us allow Teacher Geng to explain the assessment requirements and procedures for the Blue Star 10 universities, after which I will assign training tasks." Geng Qianheng held no doubt in Ding Huan's capabilities. Upon hearing his words, he immediately stated, "I trust that you're all aware of the stringent admissions criteria for the Blue Star 10 universities, correct? However, I have faith in Teacher Ding. He will undoubtedly lead you to achieve excellent results." Ding Huan smiled and replied, "Teacher Geng, while everyone is aware of the assessment criteria, please provide a brief overview." In fact, everyone present was already familiar with the admission standards of the Blue Star 10 universities, with the exception of Ding Huan. Geng Qianheng nodded and continued, "I want to delve into the history of the Blue Star 10 universities. What I will say is that those who gain admission are the world's most elite talents. And once inside, they will enjoy the finest cultivation resources on Earth. The admissions process for the Blue Star 10 universities is standardized, and the assessment comprises 4 major components: genetic compatibility, genetic growth potential, physical fitness, and martial arts ability. You will soon recognize Teacher Ding's capabilities if you diligently engage in his training, even if you do not gain admission to Gene-ius Academy, Xingxing Academy, or the Western Hemisphere. There remain opportunities for admission to the Second Genetics Academy or the Dahan-i Academy." As Geng Qianheng elucidated the assessment criteria, Ding Huan gradually grasped the specific standards for the Blue Star 10 universities. The rankings from best to worst were Gene-ius Academy, Xingxing Academy, Western Hemisphere, Guardians Eternal Cosmos City, Aerial Ocean Academy, Future Academy, Marshall Vane Mountain, Second Genetics Academy, and Dahan-i Academy. Institutions such as the Western Hemisphere and Guardians, while not officially designated as academies, were still categorized within the Blue Star 10 universities. The first assessment pertains to the compatibility of genetic fusion, which evaluates the likelihood of students successfully merging foreign genes. Generally, a compatibility score of 60 is required to be deemed proficient, while a score exceeding 90 signifies excellence. For an ordinary individual to achieve such a level of compatibility is indeed a moment of great joy. However, within the esteemed ranks of the 10 major academies of launching, this is merely the bare minimum for entry. Even achieving a compatibility score of 90 does not guarantee eligibility. Students admitted to the 10 academies of launching are entitled to a complementary fusion of a specific foreign gene, which is not merely a commonplace gene available in the market, but rather a gene of considerable value. Even genes that can be purchased, like the Xuanai gene or the Kakasi gene, must possess a purity of the highest caliber upon entering the 10 academies of launching. Otherwise, they lack the qualification to be selected by the institution. The cost of such genetic agents is naturally exorbitant, and a low success rate in fusion would lead to wastage. The second assessment evaluates the growth potential of the genes, categorized into several levels of proficiency. The higher the growth level, the greater the future potential. For instance, if the same gene can be fused by individuals A and B, with A possessing a higher growth level than B, A, upon fusion, has the potential to become a high-level genetic practitioner, while B may only attain the status of an ordinary genetic ability user. Consequently, the 10 academies of launching are inclined to allocate resources to prodigies like A, while B is likely to be eliminated. The third assessment focuses on physical fitness, purely testing strength, speed, and agility. This assessment necessitates a foundation in martial arts, with a composite evaluation spanning from level to level. The fourth assessment is a martial arts capability test, essentially a contest of personal combat prowess. This explains why few from ordinary schools or families can pass the assessments of the 10 academies of launching, as those who succeed are typically cultivated from childhood. By the time Gene-ius completed the introduction of the assessment criteria and important notes for the 10 academies of launching, over an hour had elapsed. He concluded by stating that tomorrow would be a day of rest, and everyone should return the day after to commence formal training. After Ding Huan's remarks, he signaled for everyone to depart. Having gained insight into the assessment at the 10 academies of launching, Ding Huan had formulated a plan. It was fortunate that only 4 individuals remained. Had there been 20, he would have been overwhelmed. For these 4 students to succeed in their assessments, their compatibility with attribute genes must first be established. To ascertain this, Ding Huan would need to concoct a genetic agent for testing. For Ding Huan, genetic agents serve not only to enhance strength or physical skills, but also for testing, combat, research, and other purposes. Chapter 15. Another departure. Ding Huan. How do you plan to train these 4 students? Gene-ius inquired eagerly once the students had left. He genuinely wished to avoid the closure of Yujiang University. If even one student could enroll in the 10 academies of launching, the university could continue its legacy. I need to create some materials. Gung Lao. Sure. May I borrow your vehicle? Ding Huan replied, indicating his need to return to Qianluo Mountain to prepare the testing genes. Yes. There's a gray Chidu parked outside the genetic lab. Gene-ius responded, retrieving the keys. For now on, just call me Qianqing or Lao Gong. No need for formalities. I'm only a few years older than you. Well, that's quite impressive. Even a Chitu is in use, Ding Huan remarked with a smile as he accepted the keys. Gene-ius scratched his head, speaking with a hint of resignation. If my endurance gene doesn't hit the market soon, I'll be bankrupt. What is the matter? Ding Huan inquired, perplexed by Gene-ius's tone. From Gene-ius's attire, Ding Huan could discern that his family background was quite decent. You must have heard about the recent release of the Baiyu Group's Sai Lu gene. It's exorbitantly priced. I've reserved a dose for my mother, Gene-ius explained. Upon hearing this, Ding Huan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly interjected, Wait, you can call me Lao Gong. Just don't call me Xiao Gong. Forget it. I'll still call you Xiao Gong. Otherwise, others might think I'm insulting you. Gene-ius replied, cutting off Ding Huan. Listen to me. You absolutely must not purchase the Sai Lu gene. If you have a reservation, cancel it immediately. Gene-ius was momentarily perplexed by Ding Huan's first statement, wondering why calling him Lao Gong could be perceived as an insult. However, upon hearing Ding Huan's insistence against acquiring the Sai Lu gene, he asked, Why shouldn't I buy it? Ding Huan's demeanor turned serious as he replied, Do you trust me? Gene-ius pounded his chest, saying earnestly, To be honest, you're the person I admire most in the field of genetics. Even if you only offered me one piece of advice, I can tell you are far superior to my mentor. I've already decided that when the endurance gene hits the market, you will have a share. Good. Since you trust me, I will be forthright. The Sai Lu gene has issues. This genetic agent is likely to backfire soon. On the surface, it appears to have a high fusion rate, but in reality, those who fuse with it will meet a grim fate within a few months. Ding Huan spoke earnestly. Gene-ius was taken aback, muttering, How could this be? If it were someone else, he might dismiss their words, but he held Ding Huan in high regard. He added, You're right to trust me. Ding Huan, I do believe you. However, with so many people queuing to purchase the Sai Lu gene globally, how could there be an issue? Gene-ius was eager to believe Ding Huan, yet the reality was that acquiring this gene required connections. He had managed to reserve this genetic agent, but it took considerable effort and nearly all his savings. Trust me, I must attend to some matters now, Ding Huan said, patting Gene-ius on the shoulder as he departed with the car keys. It was only after Ding Huan had been gone for some time that Gene-ius reacted, hastily pulling out his phone to make a call. Teacher Qin, have you received your Sai Lu gene? Please do not consume it. There are issues with this gene. What issues? Gene-ius inquired, still uncertain but resolute in his belief that Ding Huan was credible. Moreover, Ding Huan was the most brilliant genetic scholar he had ever met. Without exception, in the realm of academic research, Gene-ius never believed that age equated to superiority. He was relatively young himself, but did not consider himself inferior to the old professors in genetic academies, whom he viewed as mere pretenders. Chengwei, this is Professor Fu from Yanjing. Come over and greet him. Huang Chengwei's father, Huang Xinlan, quickly instructed. Huang Chengwei noticed that several aunts and uncles from his family had also arrived and hurriedly approached, greeting Professor Fu and several aunts. Chengwei, you are fortunate. Professor Fu happens to be in Hulua City for 3 months, and you can study under him during this time, Huang Chengwei's uncle, Huang Xinjian, said with a beaming smile. His eldest aunt immediately chimed in. Indeed, our Huang family is counting on you. If you can gain admission to one of the 10 academies of launching, not only the Huang family, but all of Hulua City will take pride in you. Realizing their intent was to have him train under Professor Fu before the assessments. Huang Chengwei quickly responded, Father, I've already agreed to stay at Yujiang University for pre-assessment training with Teacher Geng and Teacher Ding. Upon hearing Huang Chengwei's words, Huang Xinlan's expression darkened. Chengwei, what nonsense are you talking? Training at Yujiang University? Do you think this opportunity came easily? Do not be misled by your previous affiliation with Yujiang University. The opportunity you have to participate in the assessment of the top 10 academies of launching was secured through nearly all the connections your family could muster. Considering the presence of outsiders, Huang Xinlan forcibly swallowed the words related to money. Huang Chengwei felt a sense of dilemma. He was acutely aware that training under Professor Fu would undoubtedly be superior to that under Teacher Ding and Teacher Geng. Yet he had made a promise to Teacher Ding. Was he to go back on his word? Huang Chengwei found himself in a quandary, for he recognized that even if he received training from Professor Fu, he stood little chance of being accepted by one of the top 10 academies of launching. Since failure seemed inevitable, why would he betray his commitments? In an unprecedented display of anger, Jin Ling rushed over and seized Huang Chengwei's ear, exclaiming, Huang Chengwei, you have grown quite bold, daring to make such a significant decision unilaterally. His uncle, Huang Xinjian, deliberately approached Huang Chengwei, gently patting him on the shoulder and saying, Chengwei, this is not a trivial matter. Professor Fu has come to Hulua City with great difficulty, and there are 7 individuals here receiving pre-assessment training under him. If not for the professor's goodwill, we would have had no opportunity at all. Huang Chengwei fell silent, fully aware of how hard-won his opportunity was. Having borrowed Geng Qianxing's vehicle and being a first-level gene practitioner, he felt considerably less constrained in his actions. Within merely half a day on Qianluo Mountain, he had located over 100 varieties of medicinal herbs. During this time, he encountered only 2 rather ordinary gene beasts, which seemed to sense that Ding Huan was not to be trifled with and chose to evade him. To Ding Huan's disappointment, he did not come across the Da Huang golden ape. Had he encountered it, he would have been eager to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and the creature. Without sighting the Da Huang golden ape, Ding Huan would not actively seek it out. Given his current status as a first-level gene practitioner, it was still premature for him to pursue the ape. After a night of cultivation, when Ding Huan opened his eyes the next day, he felt invigorated. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength bestowed by possessing a gene spiritual root. In his previous life, even when engaging in gene meditation, he had to ensure he got ample sleep. Gene meditation differs from the cultivation of the Luo Shi Jing, as it depletes energy, whereas the Luo Shi Jing replenishes energy and enhances strength during the cultivation process. When Ding Huan arrived at the classroom after breakfast, he found Geng Qianxing already present. Ding Huan handed the car keys to Geng Qianxing and inquired with a smile, why hasn't Huang Chengwei shown up? Yesterday, 4 students, Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LVZ, were here, yet Huang Chengwei was absent. Geng Qianxing sighed, while Fang Chong, seated below, remarked, Teacher Ding, Huang Chengwei called me yesterday. His family insisted he attend training elsewhere before the assessment. He felt too embarrassed to mention himself, so he asked me to convey his apologies to you and Teacher Ding. Upon hearing this, Ding Huan quickly grasped the situation. Huang Chengwei's family evidently believed that remaining at Yujiang University for pre-assessment training would render his chances of admission to the top 10 academies of launching utterly impossible. He sighed and said, surely your families have advised you as well? Why then, do you remain here? The typically shy LVZ suddenly spoke up, Teacher Ding, I think that regardless of where we train, our chances of being accepted into one of the top 10 academies of launching are exceedingly slim. If that is the case, we might as well stay here. Fang Chong and Li Wanran nodded in agreement, revealing that their families had similarly urged them to explore other options. However, they too questioned whether training elsewhere would truly improve their odds of gaining admission to one of the top 10 academies. Their participation in this assessment was not solely about acceptance, but rather about broadening their horizons and enhancing their resumes in the future when entering the workforce or applying to other martial arts academies. Simply stating that they had participated in the assessment for the top 10 academies of launching would elevate their standing significantly. If their assessment results were commendable, it would further enhance their prestige. Ding Huan spoke slowly. I cannot promise you a 100% guarantee of acceptance, but I assure you that your chances of success under my tutelage are far greater than elsewhere. One more thing. I must make it clear that if you choose to withdraw, now is the time to do so. Once I commence your training, there will be no turning back. As for Huang Chengwei, he has not wronged us. He has only wronged himself. Chapter 16. The investigation of a knife-washing meeting. The 3 students who remained evidently made their decisions, and none expressed a desire to withdraw. Ding Huan then took out 3 vials of testing agents and said, "These are testing reagents. Drink them, and I will first assess your physical constitutions." Geng Qianxing's expression changed immediately, and he quickly pulled Ding Huan aside. He was all too familiar with these reagent vials. They originated from the gene laboratory at Yujiang University. This meant that Ding Huan's testing agents were gene potions. Gene potions are not to be consumed lightly. Not only are they dangerous for ordinary individuals, but even for those with gene affinities, merging with a new gene potion poses significant risks. Furthermore, the unwrapped gene potions were unmistakably concocted by Ding Huan himself. Not only Geng Qianxing, but also the 3 students exchanged glances, realizing that their teacher was quite audacious. Was it truly safe to merge with such gene potions? Ding Huan smiled and reassured them, "Fear not, this is merely a testing agent. I will tailor your training based on your physical constitutions." The testing agent was, in fact, a gene potion. Ding Huan chose to speak ambiguously because he understood the current trepidation surrounding new gene potions. This apprehension would only intensify once the CO gene incident erupted in a few months. "I will drink it. I trust Teacher Ding." Fang Chong was the first to seize a vial and consume its contents. Seeing Fang Chong drink, Li Wanran and LVZ followed suit. Geng Qianxing felt somewhat speechless. Students could be so reckless. If their parents were to discover this, they would undoubtedly object and might even cause a scene at the school. Ding Huan, however, paid no mind. In truth, he had previously hesitated to concoct such testing gene potions. Only after acquiring extensive knowledge about attribute genes and testing genes from the scroll did he feel confident in creating them. "Teacher Geng, there is an extra vial of testing agent here. Would you like to try one as well?" Ding Huan asked with a smile, glancing at Geng Qianxing. Huang Chengwei had not come, leaving an extra testing agent. Geng Qianxing hurriedly waved his hand. "I am the teacher, so I will pass. I feel as though a surge of energy is coursing through my body, but it is gradually dissipating." Li Wanran was the first to articulate her experience. Ding Huan's heart stirred. If Li Wanran were to merge with a spiritual root gene, the optimal choice would undoubtedly be fire attribute. This testing gene not only indicated the direction for gene merging, but also revealed the affinity towards certain attributes. "I perceive a sound akin to golden iron in my mind, but it too soon faded," LVZ added. "I feel nothing unusual. It was like sipping a glass of chilled water. Refreshing." "Teacher, was it chilled?" Fang Chong inquired further. "All is well. You are all within normal ranges. Now, I will draw a small amount of blood from each of you," Ding Huan announced, producing 3 test tubes. "Teacher, what are you planning to do?" Geng Qianxing was utterly perplexed by Ding Huan's intentions. Ding Huan waved his hand dismissively, and after drawing a small sample of blood from each student, he instructed Geng Qianxing, "Teacher Geng, please begin teaching them the fundamentals of gene theory. Tomorrow, I will enhance their physical attributes." Once Ding Huan departed, Geng Qianxing assumed responsibility for the ensuing matters. He would concoct 3 distinct gene potions based on the results of the tests, aiming to enhance the physical potential of each student. An individual's physical quality is intricately linked to their growth potential. By elevating the student's physical attributes, their growth speed under gene meditation would undoubtedly accelerate dramatically. As for the compatibility of gene merging, that was a task far too simple for Ding Huan. Currently, the variety of genes on Earth is exceedingly limited, and the time for gene fusion development is insufficient, resulting in numerous instances of genes failing to merge. In truth, on the Chang'e Dalu, there are remarkably few cases of gene fusion leading to fatal outcomes. Identical skills can be realized through various gene serums. It is akin to his previous aspiration of acquiring a gene skill for rapid recovery post-injury, which can be achieved through gene fusion with the fire lizard or extracted from other species. The degree of gene fusion in the human body can also be attained through specific gene serums. As Ding Huan commenced the extraction and production of genes, he reflected on his fortune that Huang Chengwei had departed, leaving only 3 individuals behind. Had there been 20 people present, requesting his assistance in creating attribute potential genes one by one, he would have found himself serving others instead of cultivating. He merely sought to utilize a laboratory. If his cultivation time were squandered, it would be of little use to borrow the lab. Aside from the stimulating visit from Ding Huan in the morning, Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ spent the entire day drowsily absorbing Geng Qianhong's explanations of gene knowledge. Fortunately, they had mentally prepared themselves, recognizing that training would ultimately lead to the role of accompanying the crown prince in his studies. After hastily consuming a light meal, they promptly returned to their practice of the Luo Shi Sutra, which could not be neglected under any circumstances. In fact, for Ding Huan, the ideal scenario would involve dedicating every moment, aside from meals, to the cultivation of the Luo Shi Sutra. While he was engaged in its practice, a meeting was convened once more at the Shi Dao Association's branch in the Luo Huan building. Thus, even though merely 2 minor subordinates had perished a fortnight prior, Yuan Yozhen remained fervently insistent on uncovering the root of the issue. Yan He, you have been investigating for over 10 days. Yuan Yozhen's tone was frigid. A somewhat corpulent man shuddered instinctively upon hearing this. As the intelligence chief of the Shi Dao Association, he was acutely aware that the vice president was beginning to lose his temper. He hastily rose to his feet and claimed, "I suspect Ding Xiaodu is responsible." Before he could finish, Yuan Yozhen let out a cold snort, evidently dismissing Yan He's assertion as nonsense. Yan He, knowing that Yuan Yozhen was intolerant of folly, cautiously elaborated. "I have traced the movements of Donggu and Lichangqi. They had no opportunity to acquire the Shi Yin AI gene. I also tested the bottles they used afterward, and found no traces of a Shi Yin AI gene." The implication of Yan He's words was that Donggu and Lichangqi had not succumbed due to gene fusion. Yuan Yozhen furrowed his brow and inquired, "In that case, what about the fingerprints on the gene serum?" Yan He replied, somewhat nervously, "The serum bottles and packaging only bear the fingerprints of Donggu and Lichangqi. No signs of a third party's fingerprints were found." This was also his point of confusion. If Ding Xiaodu was indeed responsible, it was implausible that he could have so skillfully wiped away all fingerprints. Moreover, it was illogical that only the deceased's fingerprints existed on the packaging. Observing Yuan Yozhen lost in thought, Yan He quickly added, "Initially, I suspected it was Ding Baishan's people, and I eliminated 2 of his seasoned subordinates who had defected to Ding Jie, so I am certain they did not act." "So, Ding Xiaotu is the prime suspect?" Yuan Yozhen began to entertain Yan He's claims. Yan He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but I have been unable to apprehend him these past few days." "Why is that?" "Because Eugene University has been bustling lately with the recruitment of students for the top 10 academies of launching, and Eugene University has 20 slots available. Ding Xiaodu has remained on campus, refusing to leave. Not only that, he has become a mentor for 3 students preparing to apply to the top 10 academies, so I cannot act against him for the time being." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yozhen instinctively nodded in agreement. The continued existence of the Shi Dao Association hinged upon its awareness of the times, rather than sheer strength. Ding Xiaodu might merely be an insignificant ant. Even if he were eliminated, the top 10 academies would not react in the slightest. However, if this matter were to reach the ears of the top 10 academies, it would spell doom for the Shi Dao Association. Even if Ding Xiaodu were but a trivial ant, he was still linked to the admissions process of the top 10 academies. Continue to monitor him. Do not act for now. The assessments for the top 10 academies are only a few months away. Once they conclude, apprehend Ding Xiaodu immediately, Yuan Yozhen stated solemnly. "Understood." And he exhaled in relief, promptly responding. After a night of cultivation, Ding Xiaodu opened his eyes in the morning, perceiving the world around him with increasing clarity and detail. The Luo Shi Sutra truly is a remarkable practice. Each session of cultivation allowed him to sense the transformations within his body, as if impurities were being continuously purged. He could increasingly perceive the existence of his meridians. It seemed that becoming a second-level gene practitioner was merely a matter of time, and Ding Huan was in good spirits. After a refreshing shower, Ding Huan picked up his bag, preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal and then to alter the physiques and potentials of the three students. However, upon stepping out of his residence, he sensed something was amiss. His dwelling was once again under surveillance. Although the two individuals appeared to be reading books, Ding Huan immediately recognized that they were monitoring his home. A cold smile crept across Ding Huan's face. He would allow the Shi Dao Association to revel in its arrogance for a few more months. Once he had strengthened his abilities further, he would eradicate this organization. For Ding Huan, who had wandered the cosmos for 200 years, extinguishing a faction that sought his life bore no psychological burden whatsoever. Chapter 17. Ding Huan's teaching method. Ding Huan was the last to arrive at the classroom, where Geng Qianheng and the three students were already present. In truth, for Feng Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ, it mattered little whether they attended this class or not. However, their families had invested significant effort for them to obtain a qualification for assessment, so they at least needed to display some commitment. Feng Chong, Li Wanran, LZ, and Geng Qianheng curiously observed as Ding Huan continuously retrieved glass tubes containing reagents from his bag. Is he about to conduct an experiment? They wondered. As the assessment criteria for the top 10 academies did not include gene experimentation. Once Ding Huan had arranged everything, he spoke with grave seriousness. Let me be frank. What I have placed here today is worth 10 billion alliance coins, and there are individuals eager to seize it. 10 billion? Why not say 100 billion or 1,000 billion? Only Geng Qianheng's eyes glimmered with excitement. Last time, Ding Huan had also made grand claims in his presence, and Geng had thought him merely a braggart. However, it had been proven that Ding Huan possessed genuine talent, as a single statement had enabled him to complete the research on endurance genes. And today, Geng pondered, no, what Ding Huan has brought out cannot possibly be gene serums. If they were, that would truly be audacious. Unfazed by their gazes, Ding Huan continued, therefore, prior to accepting my training on quality and potential enhancement, I expect you all to keep today's lesson confidential for 3 years. Of course, if you're unwilling to undergo my training, now is your final opportunity to leave. Ding Huan estimated that within a year, he could attain the level of a third-level gene practitioner, which should allow him to grasp the edges of a postnatal martial artist. By that time, few would be capable of contending with him. He stipulated 3 years merely as a safeguard. By mentioning 3 years, he anticipated that even if these individuals could not endure the full term, they would at least manage to keep the secret for a year. Additionally, it was a test of character. After all, he had expended effort in training them, and if they possessed decent character, he would not mind assisting them further in the future. Should they forget who had taught them, so be it. In truth, he was not intimidated. Rather, he wished to conserve his energy, as he scarcely had enough time for his own cultivation. Currently, the classification of martial practitioners on Earth is delineated based on the mutations of the environment, initially divided into external force martial practitioners, internal energy martial practitioners, postnatal martial artists, and innate martial artists. As the number of martial artists continues to rise, the disparities in their levels of strength have become increasingly subtle. This hierarchy has evidently ceased to be a reliable measure of a martial artist's prowess. Subsequently, due to the rampant emergence of genetically enhanced beasts, several reclusive families and sects, previously hidden in the mountains and possessing lesser abilities, have emerged from their solitude. They collaborated with the Martial Arts Alliance to redefine the classification of martial artists, which now includes Wily Wuxia external force martial artists, Nei Jing Wuxia internal strength martial artists, Huangji Wuxia yellow level martial artists, Xianji Wuxia mysterious level martial artists, DG Wuxia earth level martial artists, Ho Tian Wuxia acquired martial artists, and Xian Tian Wuxia innate martial artists. Only those who can deftly wield their internal strength can be deemed Huangji Wuxia, signifying that they have genuinely reached a significant level within the martial arts hierarchy. According to Ding Huan's estimations, the Hotian Wuxia are roughly equivalent to 5th or 6th level genetic practitioners, while the Xiantian Wuxia should possess strength comparable to 7th level genetic practitioners or above. When Ding Huan departed from Earth in his previous life, it seemed that there were yet no Xiantian Wuxia present. As for those above the Xiantian level, Ding Huan speculated that they would correspond to the elite of genetic foundation builders. Teacher Ding, are these genetic potions for us to consume? Fang Chong hesitantly inquired. Ding Huan replied, whether or not these are genetic potions is not for you to know at this moment. What you must understand is that these substances will greatly benefit you. Geng Qianxing believed in Ding Huan, but the frequent mention of genetic potions stirred his apprehension. Moreover, judging from Ding Huan's tone, it was indeed plausible that what was presented today could be genetic potions. Geng Qianxing held great admiration for Ding Huan's understanding of genetic potions. Yet he found it hard to believe that Ding Huan could create potions tailored to enhance the trio's attributes in such a short span of a single day. Observing the hesitation of the three, Ding Huan remarked, "This is a mutual agreement, so I shall not compel anyone. Furthermore, I must inform you of another matter. After consuming these potions designed to enhance physical attributes, your strength on Earth may be constrained to the level of 9th-tier genetic practitioners. As for whether you can surpass this limit in the future, I cannot say." The reason for this caution stemmed from Ding Huan's current understanding that the Ling Jin genetic potion must be consumed first. Should one consume other genetic potions beforehand, it would equate to foregoing the fusion with the Ling general. It was akin to Geng Qianxing having consumed a stamina genetic potion, after which Ding Huan ceased discussions regarding the Ling Jin with him. However, Ding Huan felt that this issue could potentially be resolved. Unfortunately, his current capabilities were insufficient to do so. Upon hearing Ding Huan's words, Fang Chong and the others could only smile bitterly. 9th-tier genetic practitioners? Not to mention them. Even on Earth, did the most powerful genetic practitioners even reach Tier 3? The genetic cultivation system delineated by the Genetic Alliance ranges from 1st-tier to 9th-tier genetic practitioners, with the 9th tier representing the pinnacle. Those below 1st tier in genetic fusion are merely considered genetic aberrants. Were it not for Ding Huan's serious demeanor, Fang Chong would have quipped, "I wish to be bound to the level of 9th-tier genetic practitioners. Teacher Ding, please help me restrain my talents." "Teacher Ding, allow me to try." Li Wanran eagerly volunteered. "Regardless of success or failure, I will not disclose any content from your lessons for 3 years." To Ding Huan's surprise, it was Li Wanran who stepped forward first to express her willingness to experiment. "Very well, you shall consume both of these." Ding Huan handed her the 2 vials labeled with her name. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wanran seized them and drank them down in one go. Watching her, Fang Chong could not help but ask, "Li Wanran, how do you feel?" Li Wanran closed her eyes to sense her body, then opened them and shook her head, indicating she felt no reaction, as if she had merely consumed water. Geng Qianxing finally exhaled in relief. He had been worried about Ding Huan administering genetic potions to them. Typically, the consumption of genetic potions results in observable symptoms, though these can vary in intensity. The absence of any response suggested that these were not genetic potions. "Teacher, I shall also partake," Fang Chong said, now reassured by Li Wanran's experience. Lu Zi, like Fang Chong, also expressed her desire to consume the 2 vials after Li Wanran had finished. "Teacher Ding, are these potions traditional herbal remedies for enhancing attributes?" Geng Qianxing could not contain his curiosity. "Not quite yet. You will need to follow my lead in practicing genetic meditation afterward for it to be considered an enhancement," Ding Huan explained. In truth, the 2 vials serve to increase the body's compatibility with other genetic fusions and to assist in the evident cultivation of genetics. "Teacher, what is genetic meditation?" Fang Chong immediately inquired. "Teacher Ding, do you possess a method for genetic cultivation?" Geng Qianxing was utterly astonished by Ding Huan's statement. Not only Geng Qianxing, but the other 3 were equally taken aback. Consider this. If your opponent is continuously engaged in genetic cultivation while you possess only a mere reference, what grounds do you have to surpass them? Ding Huan affirmed, "Indeed, my genetic meditation is a modification based on the foundations laid by predecessors, constituting a brand new method of genetic cultivation." After studying the Luo Shijing, Ding Huan realized this was the true essence of genetic cultivation. However, individuals without genetic roots cannot practice the Luo Shijing. Hence, he adapted the genetic meditation. His capability to practice genetic meditation stemmed not only from the Luo Shijing, but also from the knowledge regarding genetic cultivation and spiritual root cultivation found within the scroll. "Teacher, please teach us. I promise not to reveal anything about the cultivation process." Fang Chong nearly leapt to his feet, reflecting his agitation. Li Wanran and Lu Zi gazed eagerly at Ding Huan, evidently captivated by this enticing opportunity. "Teacher, may I join the cultivation?" Geng Qianxing could no longer contain himself. He too yearned for genetic cultivation. Of course, when time permits, I shall prepare a substance to enhance your physical attributes as well, Ding Huan replied. Fang Chong and the others began to comprehend why teacher Ding urged them not to disclose the training content. Such a genetic cultivation technique is something that one would be foolish to divulge. In that moment, Ding Huan's stature grew immensely in their eyes. Ding Huan gathered the items on the table and stated, "Today, I shall impart to you the genetic cultivation technique. We will practice here during the day, and any questions may be posed on the spot." Chapter 18. The final instruction. Ding Huan had limited time. Hence, he dedicated the majority of the day to teaching the first half of his modified genetic meditation to the three. Fortunately, they were well acquainted with acupuncture points, as both genetic and martial arts courses necessitate knowledge of human anatomy, meridians, organs, and bones. This familiarity saved Ding Huan considerable time. Although he had begun to construct his own genetic knowledge system, he still found himself lacking in experience when it came to modifying techniques. It was not that his understanding of genetics was insufficient. After acquiring the knowledge from the scroll regarding genetics and cultivation, he had developed a clear comprehension of their interrelation. However, his lack of experience meant that the technique he modified merely added the pathways from the Luo Shi Jing to the genetic meditation. Even with knowledge of these pathways, the initial step to successfully cultivate one's breath remained exceedingly arduous. Ding Huan customized a quality genetic potion for Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and Lu Zi, which, while not comparable to the Ling Zhen potion, could be combined with Ding Huan's modified genetic meditation to facilitate their discovery of the Zhou Tian circulation paths. Otherwise, even if one knew how to circulate their breath, if it did not respond or was absent, what could one do? By noon, although Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and Lu Zi had yet to experience any significant sensation, they were able to engage in genetic meditation in a somewhat rudimentary manner. Meanwhile, Geng Qianxing, after half a day's time, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The individual tailing him was disregarded. If the other party refrained from making a move, he would not raise an alarm unnecessarily. Should the opponent dare to strike, he would not hesitate to eliminate two more. Ding Huan had not dined, dedicating himself to cultivation until the following morning. Just as he was preparing to venture out for a meal, Geng Qianxing rushed in with urgency. "Ding, my brother, you must assist me." Geng Qianxing's demeanor suggested impending doom. Was that truly a genetic serum? "You did not mention it as such when you administered it to the three students," he exclaimed incredulously. "What do you think?" Ding Huan replied with a smile. "What a jest. If it were not a genetic serum, how could a single vial break the shackles of an ordinary person's body, enhancing their physical potential for cultivation? The inspiration came from the spiritual root genetic serum, which I then adapted to create a similar genetic serum. Since it was not derived from spiritual roots, I even incorporated a genetic chain to mitigate the serum's impact. Hence, the three exhibited no immediate reactions, and any effects would manifest during their subsequent cultivation. Ding Huan, please, put in some effort and concoct 2 vials of that genetic serum for me." After a full day of cultivation, I was the only one without any reaction. They at least exhibited slight fluctuations in their energy. Geng Qianxing could not help but plead. "Very well. I shall assist you with the testing today and create a genetic serum tailored to enhance your physical attributes," Ding Huan reassured him, patting Geng Qianxing on the shoulder. He had intended to help Geng Qianxing all along. To become his aide, one must possess formidable strength. In comparison, Ding Huan preferred nurturing Geng Qianxing over the 3 students. "I will follow your guidance unconditionally," Geng Qianxing stammered with excitement. Once again, he witnessed Ding Huan's exceptional abilities, a tangible demonstration of skill. Having engaged in genetic work for years, he had never encountered a genetic expert capable of tailoring serums to enhance individual physical attributes. After Ding Huan assisted Geng Qianxing in creating the physical enhancement serum, Geng Qianxing ceased to seek him out. Similarly, Ding Huan remained secluded, emerging only for meals, dedicating nearly all his time to cultivating the Luo Shi Jing. Feeling his strength consistently rising, Ding Huan intensified his training, suspecting he might ascend to the ranks of a second-tier genetic cultivator within a month. "Why have you returned?" Ding Huan remarked. Suddenly realizing this was to urge him to impart martial arts. "It has been 20 days since you last taught martial arts skills in the classroom. They came to me," Geng Qianxing lamented. "Let us go. I shall attend to it now," Ding Huan replied hastily. He felt a twinge of guilt, having initially exerted effort with the three, only to have largely neglected them over the past month and a half. Upon arriving at the classroom with Geng-Qianxing, Ding Huan observed the distinct transformation in the spirits of Fang Chong and the others compared to a month and a half prior. "Teacher Ding," they exclaimed, rising as he entered. In the brief span of 20 days, they regarded Ding Huan with reverence, feeling as though they had undergone a complete metamorphosis. At that moment, they were grateful for their decision to remain at Eugene University. Never could they have anticipated such significant progress. If they were fortunate enough to encounter a mentor like Ding Huan and achieve such rapid advancement, failing to gain admission to the top 10 academies of Blue Star would reflect poorly on their abilities. "It seems your cultivation has progressed well," Ding Huan noted, recognizing that if they continued at this pace, they might all attain the first-tier genetic cultivator level within 3 months. "Teacher Ding, I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. I can leap 10 meters in a single bound." Fang Chong could not contain his excitement. "I too, while not as exaggerated as Fang Chong, can feel my strength and speed increasing significantly," Li Wanren added, clenching her fist. She sensed that if she continued this trajectory, admission to the top 10 academies of Blue Star was within reach. "If I succeed, it would not only drive my family wild but also earn me recognition throughout Halua City," Lu Zi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Fang Chong and Li Wanren quickly concurred. Ding Huan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. It turned out he had been cultivating a form of genetic meditation. This method of training could not replace sleep. Yet Lu Zi's remarks indicated that his revised genetic meditation surpassed the original significantly, even approaching the Luo Shijing. "Teacher Ding, the genetic technique we are practicing is simply extraordinary. Calling it genetic meditation feels somewhat inadequate," Fang Chong expressed candidly. The Genetic Alliance and numerous powerful individuals possessed genetic cultivation techniques, yet he felt they paled in comparison to Ding Huan's genetic meditation. Hearing Fang Chong's words sparked an idea in Ding Huan. Indeed, it was inappropriate to label it genetic meditation, as he had modified it. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Huan declared, "Let us name it Qian Luo Genetic Method. That name is splendid, encompassing the essence of Qian Luo Mountain," Geng-Qianxing promptly remarked. Ding Huan smiled, refraining from elaborating, for his Qian Luo did not refer to the mountain, but rather symbolized the body's meridians and the Luo Shijing. Qian Luo Genetic Method. "This name elevates the cultivation technique," Fang Chong proclaimed loudly. "Remember, today is the last time I will teach you, and I shall only instruct for today. Thereafter, you must rely on your own cultivation. With his current capabilities, he could certainly ensure his own safety. Moreover, now, possessing a genetic spiritual root and having become a first-tier genetic cultivator, this enhanced his strength. Engaging in daily cultivation of the Luo Shijing steadily improved his power. Thus, he would need to contemplate certain genetic skills. The gene for self-healing was undoubtedly of utmost importance. The students, including Geng-Qianxing, understood Ding Huan's nature. Despite their daily attendance, Geng-Qianxing merely held the title of lead instructor. Their purpose was singular: to close the classroom door and then cultivate the Qian Luo genetic method. Therefore, upon hearing Ding Huan announce today as their last lesson and that they would soon return to independent practice, they dared not breathe a word. Fearful of missing any crucial information, Geng-Qianxing, feeling somewhat exasperated, reflected on how Ding Huan was a training instructor for the admissions assessments of the top 10 academies of Blue Star, yet had only taught a handful of times. In total, he had conducted 4 sessions, with today marking only his second lesson. To declare today as the final teaching was rather irresponsible for a teacher. However, observing Fang Chong and the others' focused demeanor, Geng-Qianxing quickly redirected his thoughts and became serious. He too wished to absorb the teachings. Grumbling aside, the content was indeed valuable. The foundational long fist technique had been preserved through the passage of time on the Chang'e continent, every move representing the essence of countless refinements. Mastering the foundational long fist would allow one to extrapolate from its core principles to other martial arts techniques. This foundational long fist required the coordination of internal energy for cultivation, which was why Ding Huan instructed the students to first develop their sensitivity to internal energy. Chapter 19. Thank you. After imparting the foundational long fist technique to Geng-Qianxing and the others, Ding Huan resolved to leave Halua City in search of the fire lizard. The fire lizard was renowned as the most formidable regenerative creature on the surface. Yet Ding Huan understood that despite its terrifying regenerative abilities, it possessed a fatal flaw. The organs it regenerated sometimes differed from their original form, implying that it could not perfectly replicate its previous bodily structure. However, this posed no significant challenge for Ding Huan. Not only could he flawlessly locate the required alien genes, but he could also enhance the deficient aspects of those genes. The regenerative capabilities of the fire lizard, known as UXY, are formidable. Even in the absence of flaws, Ding Huan would not simply resort to replication. Before concocting this regeneration gene serum, Ding Huan intended to seek out the regeneration genes of mutated 11N or NZHing, or mutated, HuJCO. The fire lizard, also referred to as HuYu, is rumored to possess a trace of draconic lineage, hence some call it the fire dragon. Whether it indeed carries dragon blood is uncertain to Ding Huan, yet this does not hinder his ability to extract the regeneration genes from the injured fire lizard. While fire lizards are not particularly rare, their distribution is limited. They predominantly inhabit Central or Southern Europe. In Halua City, one would be unlikely to encounter the fire lizard, whereas the southern regions offer a greater abundance. Thus, Ding Huan planned to journey to Lijiang in the south. With limited funds, he had borrowed several thousand from Gung Qinxing for this trip. Consequently, he opted for a regular express train instead of a plane or magnetic levitation train. In truth, even if he could fly, he would choose not to. The proliferation of aerial gene beasts renders air travel perilous. Not to mention, even trains are not guaranteed to be safe. Hence, most trains traversing uninhabited areas operate during the day and cease at night. Throughout his journey, Ding Huan encountered no dangers on the train and safely arrived in Anna County. To avoid delaying his cultivation, he decided to rest for one night upon reaching Anna County. Anha is a mountainous city, with the entire county built upon a hill and surrounded by mountains on three sides. The largest mountain near Anha is Beilong Mountain, which, while not ranking among the top 10 mountains of Huaxia, still spans approximately 200 to 300 miles and has a perilous topography. Before the environmental mutations on Earth, Anha was considered one of the most impoverished counties. After the mutations, the remote mountain villages of Anha were ravaged by gene beasts, leading the surviving villagers to congregate in Anna County. Despite being a county, the abundance of ferocious beasts here means that its defenses are not inferior to those of Lewis City. The vicinity of Anha is characterized by extremely rugged mountains, and the environmental changes have given rise to numerous rare medicinal herbs. Additionally, this region produces various types of mutated medicinal plants. These rare mutated herbs attract many martial artists and gene cultivators to the area. As the influx of visitors increased, Anha became more lively. Upon arriving in Anha, Ding Huan sought several hotels but found no available rooms. Given Anha's limited size and the recent surge in visitors due to the abundance of rare herbs, even the newly established hotels proved insufficient. Ilan Hotel was the 11th establishment Ding Huan had approached. He thought to himself that if this hotel, too, was fully booked, he might truly have to spend the night on the streets. No rooms available. Just as Ding Huan reached the front desk, before he could utter a word, the young lady at the counter cheerfully remarked. Clearly, she encountered such situations multiple times daily and had anticipated Ding Huan's intentions. Feeling quite helpless, he was about to turn away when a voice from behind called out, "Xiao Fei, I plan to leave Anha for Puhai tomorrow. Regardless, I must take a chance. Would you like to join me?" Upon hearing that voice, Ding Huan felt as if he had been struck by an electric current, standing frozen in place. This voice echoed in his mind countless times. Today, he finally heard it again. Why was it so cruel to break his legs and gouge out his eyes when he was still so young? Upon my death, please donate my eyes to him. Let him, still so young, see the beauty of the world through my eyes. She spoke only 2 sentences, or perhaps not even directed at him, but rather, she saw herself in Ding Huan. She encountered someone equally unfortunate, expressing her innermost monologue in profound helplessness. She entrusted her deepest longing for life to Ding Huan, hoping he could survive, carrying her eyes to live on. These 2 sentences echoed in Ding Huan's mind countless times, and he had envisioned the girl speaking them a myriad of times. He had never met her, yet she became the most significant person in his life, the most familiar stranger to him. Destroying this place was not for himself. Even without the Gene Alliance's laboratory, his demise was inevitable. He did it for the girl who had given him her eyes. She was innocent. A laboratory that could conduct gene experiments on innocent lives deserved to be annihilated 1,000 times over. Ding Huan dared not turn around. His eyes felt slightly moist. After more than 200 years, the clarity of that voice remained undiminished, less tinged with hoarseness and despair than in his previous life, infused with a yearning for the future. Slowly, he turned around, and what met his gaze were two girls standing sideways to him. Sensing Ding Huan's stare, the girl who had spoken turned to face him. Seeing Ding Huan gazing at her in a daze, the girl's face flushed slightly, and she nodded at him before averting her gaze. It was her. He had not misheard. It was undoubtedly the girl. Her bright eyes, untouched by any dust, confirmed his certainty. Yes, she embodied the image he had imagined countless times, like a babbling brook, clear and transparent. Perhaps in terms of appearance, she did not surpass the beauties he had previously encountered. She was not a breathtaking beauty, yet her clean and delicate features made Ding Huan think of the phrase, "Pure waters yield the lotus," as if it were crafted for her. In Ding Huan's eyes, those exceptionally pure eyes were the most beautiful. She was the embodiment of an angel, unmatched by any other girl. Such a girl. And yet the Gene Alliance had taken her for gene serum fusion experiments. The long-buried fury within Ding Huan was reignited. Watching the girl's retreating figure, he rubbed his slightly sore eyes and murmured, "Perhaps we are of the same kind," just as she had felt sorrow upon witnessing his broken legs and gouged eyes. Her tone had emanated from the depths of her heart, but he did not know her. She was too kind, too compassionate to bear the suffering of others while enduring her own. What's wrong with him? The girl beside Chu-yi noticed Ding Huan's abnormality and couldn't help but ask, "Is something the matter?" She had been observing Ding Huan, as he had not diverted his gaze from her since the moment he first laid eyes on her. Ding Huan's eyes appeared somewhat red, seemingly filled with emotion. "May I know your name?" Ding Huan's voice trembled slightly. Chu-yi smiled. "My name is Chu." As the elevator door opened, Chu-yi stepped inside, not inquiring about Ding Huan's name. During her university days, she often encountered boys like Ding Huan. "Is someone smitten with you?" The girl beside Chu-yi teased as the elevator door closed. Chu-yi smiled, but remained silent. She had never been in a relationship, yet many pursued her. To be honest, she did not perceive any romantic gaze in Ding Huan's eyes. What puzzled her was that it seemed like a familiar friend, the kind of excitement and inability to contain oneself one feels upon meeting after a long separation. This feeling was quite strange, leading her to doubt her own judgment. Just as the elevator door closed, it opened again. Chu-yi and her companion made way for Ding Huan, who, contrary to their expectations, did not enter the elevator but instead bowed slightly to Chu-yi, saying, "Chu-yi, thank you. My name is Ding Huan." "Thank you to yourself?" Chu-yi looked at Ding Huan with confusion, wondering why he was thanking her. She pondered deeply, ultimately concluding that she must have never met Ding Huan before. "Could you please provide me with your contact information?" Ding Huan inquired once more. Before Chu-yi could respond, a girl beside her interjected, "I'm sorry, but we cannot share our contact details." The elevator doors closed again, and Ding Huan refrained from pressing the button anew. He took a deep breath. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to discover Chu-yi's residence and contact information. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he would not allow the Gene Alliance to obliterate Chu-yi's destiny once more. With no accommodation available, Ding Huan settled on a sofa in a corner of the hotel lobby, placing his bag down before taking a seat. The lack of a place to stay did not greatly concern him. As long as he could remain in the hotel lobby, he could practice overnight. Initially, Ding Huan intended to offer some money should hotel staff approach him to ask him to leave. To his surprise, the front desk staff paid no heed to his presence in the corner of the lobby. Perhaps they often encountered such situations. Chapter 20. The perilous Beilong Mountain Gene Xiaosheng was indeed fortunate. He had discovered a mutated genetic herb, Qing Tianhua, for his son at Beilong Mountain. Ding Huan had not yet begun his practice of the Luo Shijing, but upon hearing of the mutated Qing Tianhua, his interest was instantly piqued. In his previous life, Ding Huan was merely a hapless genetic test subject, yet this did not hinder his awareness of the mutated Qing Tianhua. He had never encountered this particular variant on Chang'e continent. It might indeed be a specialty of Earth. Rumor had it that Qing Tianhua possessed genes capable of perfect integration with the human body, and upon consumption of the mutated variant, one could expand their dantian. resulting in clearer and more resilient meridians. The expansion of the dantian and the fortification of the meridians would undoubtedly facilitate the pursuit of martial arts. The first innate martial artist, Yin Xia, was said to have consumed the mutated Qing Tianhua, leading him to ascend rapidly in his martial pursuits. Within a mere 20 years, he reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, becoming an innate martial artist. Thus, the value of the mutated Qing Tianhua was extraordinarily high, making it a rare gem indeed. Even the finest genetic elixirs could not compare in worth. Is there really mutated Qing Tianhua at Beilong Mountain? Ding Huan's gaze fell upon the speaker, a middle-aged man accompanied by two others, all of similar age. Indeed, let us hope for good fortune tomorrow. Even if we cannot find the mutated Qing Tianhua, discovering other genetic herbs would be satisfactory. One of them sighed. Yes, I only wish to find better genetic materials for my underachieving child. The assessment is only a little over 2 months away, and I am quite anxious, another added. Regarding the assessment, it was evident that they referred to the admission evaluations of the 10 great academies of Lanxing naturally. The most coveted and scarce materials were the genetic herbs. Ding Huan rose. He could not afford to wait idly. He needed to venture into Beilong Mountain that very night. Chu-yi had mentioned her plans to compete in Puhai, which was undoubtedly related to the admission evaluations of the 10 great academies of Lanxing. In fact, it was certain, as the assessment venue was located in Puhai. Chu-yi's departure for Puhai meant she would likely leave early the following morning. Therefore, he needed to enter the mountain overnight to seek relevant herbs and prepare a spiritual root gene for Chu-yi. Otherwise, she would depart and he by dawn. Ding Huan would never agree to use his own blood essence to concoct a spiritual root gene for another. Yet for Chu-yi, he was willing to bend his principles. Should Chu-yi merge with the spiritual root gene, it would far surpass merely consuming the mutated Qing Tianhua. The fusion of the mutated genetic herb would indeed enhance the potential of genetic cultivators or martial artists significantly, but whether it would aid in foundational genetic cultivation remained uncertain. If she were to integrate the spiritual root gene and combine with the Luo Shi Jing, Ding Huan estimated the likelihood of successful foundational cultivation was exceedingly high. Ding Huan was never one to hesitate. Upon making a decision, he acted immediately. He believed that with his strength as a first-level genetic cultivator and his experience, he should be safe enough in Beilong Mountain, provided he remained cautious. When he initially entered Qianluo Mountain, he was merely an ordinary student, utterly unremarkable. Yi, that person has left. I thought he was waiting in the lobby for you. Chu-yi shook her head. Xiao Fei, you're overthinking it. He likely meant no harm. I just can't seem to recall where I might have met him. From Ding Huan's expression, Chu-yi sensed that he seemed to recognize her. Yet she genuinely could not pinpoint their previous encounter. Her social circle was not extensive, and had she met Ding Huan, she should have been able to remember. You're attributing too much goodness to others. There are many deviants nowadays. We should be cautious. Perhaps we should leave early tomorrow morning to avoid running into that fellow again. The girl, named Xiao Fei, stated resolutely. Given the rampant genetic beasts, the outdoors were extremely perilous. In places like Anhui, new walls and protective gates had been constructed, along with electronic defense systems. Every evening, the protective gates were closed, and 4 soldiers stood guard. Should anything amiss arise, the alarm system would be triggered immediately. As Ding Huan departed Anhui, the protective gates were just beginning to close. He hastened his pace, timing his exit perfectly as he dashed through the gates. A soldier stationed by the gate called out, "You're heading out now? There's nowhere to take shelter around here. This isn't he, and it's not like other places." The soldier implied that the genetic beasts outside and he were far more numerous and perilous than elsewhere, making it highly likely for Ding Huan to encounter danger. Thank you. Ding Huan waved in acknowledgement to the well-meaning soldier, before swiftly continuing on his way. The soldier sighed. He had given his warning, and all he could do was hope for Ding Huan's safety. What are you sighing about? There are plenty of people looking for death. One more 1T make a difference. It's obvious this guy is from a safe zone and has never faced a beast, one of his companions added. I'm not lamenting him. I'm lamenting the state of the world. In just half a century, how have we become like this? The soldier reflected. Not only their parents, but even in his own childhood, there was no need to worry about survival. The reason he was far more dangerous than Luo He was that the Beilong mountain range lay less than 10 kilometers away from He. Once he arrived in Puhai, he would be able to rent a genetic laboratory and concoct the wood-type spiritual root gene for Chu-yi. Ding Huan's confidence in sprinting along the road stemmed largely from his enhanced abilities. If a first-level genetic cultivator could not protect themselves, the wilderness would be dire indeed. As he pondered his newfound strength, Ding Huan suddenly sensed something amiss. A flash of white lightning surged towards his head from the side. In a moment of urgency, he twisted his body just enough to narrowly avoid the attack. The close call left him drenched in cold sweat, and he quickly halted, drawing a short blade from his bag. He remained vigilant, having barely escaped the assault from the white figure. Before Ding Huan could steady himself, the white figure lunged at him again, seemingly faster than before. Fortunately, this time, Ding Huan was fully focused on the approaching shadow. As it pounced, he leaned back slightly, swinging his blade. A chilling and piercing scream echoed as he witnessed another gray figure darting out from the nearby grass, vanishing in an instant. Ding Huan's gaze locked onto the white figure. It was a mutated genetic beast. Its appearance resembled that of a leopard. Yet Ding Huan was certain it was not a leopard, not due to its color, for a genetically mutated white leopard could indeed exist. The creature he had just dispatched appeared to be a mutated lynx. What a terrifying creature, Ding Huan thought, his eyes following the direction of the fleeing gray shadow. Still shaken, it was not merely the near success of the lynx's ambush that unnerved him. Rather, it was the cunning displayed by the beast that sent a chill down his spine. It was no wonder that entire villages had been wiped out by genetic beasts. If he were not a level 1 gene master, in other words, if he still possessed the same strength he had when he entered Qianluo Mountain, he would have already met his demise. The sudden ambush by the white lynx, due to his status as a level 1 gene master, compelled him to draw his blade in a defensive manner. Otherwise, he would have been forced to evade sideways. Even that would have been a fortunate outcome. Otherwise, he would have been directly slain. Should he manage to escape to the side, he would undoubtedly fall prey to the lurking gray lynx. Upon witnessing him eliminate its companion, the gray lynx promptly recognized it could not contend with him and retreated with remarkable decisiveness. Based on Ding Huan's understanding of these gene beasts, it was highly probable that the fleeing lynx would attempt to ambush him again. Regardless of whether retaliation from the lynx was imminent, Ding Huan remained unfazed. He did not return his blade to his backpack, but instead continued his journey toward Beilong Mountain, albeit at a slightly reduced pace. The soldier had not deceived him. The outskirts of Anha were indeed tenfold more perilous than those of Luoheshi. Along the way, Ding Huan encountered several more ferocious beasts, although they were merely ordinary gene beasts. Their presence underscored the dangers of Beilong Mountain. Furthermore, it indicated that the true threat from gene beasts to humanity had yet to manifest. After the restoration of his vision in his previous life, he had been taken by the Gene Alliance into the vast universe. Of course, they brought him along because the Gene Alliance was conducting genetic experiments while searching for new life planets. An hour later, Ding Huan arrived at the foot of Beilong Mountain. Throughout his journey, he had slain at least 7 gene beasts, the most formidable of which was a mutated wild boar. Otherwise, for Ding Huan, this distance could have been traversed in just over 10 minutes. Chapter 21. Unexpected joy. The night in Beilong Mountain differed greatly from that in Qianluo Mountain. Here, aside from the chirping of unknown insects in the grass, Ding Huan heard not a single roar from a beast. This heightened his caution, for he understood that the beasts here were far more treacherous than those in Qianluo Mountain. He had traversed less than 10 kilometers and had already been ambushed by various gene beasts no less than 10 times. Ding Huan retrieved a searchlight from his backpack. For the medicinal herbs he sought were exceedingly commonplace. With his current eyesight, he believed he could locate these herbs even in the dark without much difficulty. Perhaps sensing Ding Huan's confidence, when he truly turned on the light to search for the herbs, not a single beast attempted to ambush him. After 2 hours of searching, he was only briefly attacked by a gene-mutated blood-sucking vine, which he dispatched with a single stroke. In those 2 hours, Ding Huan successfully found Sanqian, Gongtong, and Yuansong. As for the remaining Baiyu and Fukuei, it sufficed for him to locate only Baiyu. Regarding Fukuei, he had already spotted it during the day in Ana County. Fukuei referred to the silver fir, a species many households favored planting at their entrances. As if mocking Ding Huan, in the following hours, he could not find Baiyu. Yet the unhurried Fukuei was discovered. The only aspect that alleviated his frustration was the absence of beasts or mutated plants attempting to ambush him. Did they recognize his prowess? Sometimes, the more anxious one becomes, the more things go awry. Under the illumination of the flashlight, This bayou appeared as if encircled by a silver border, appearing exceptionally beautiful. This was certainly not an ordinary bayou, but a gene-mutated one. The very type Ding Huan had heard discussed in the hotel. Gene-mutated herbs, even if not used for refining spiritual roots, held extraordinary value. Ding Huan approached the bayou, but before he could act, a shadow lunged at him. He had been on high alert, and the moment the shadow sprang toward him, he sidestepped. The beast's first attempt to pounce on Ding Huan failed, resulting in a deep, muffled growl, and it lunged at him again. Was this a white-faced, coarse-tailed ape? In a fleeting moment, Ding Huan confirmed it was not only a white-faced, coarse-tailed ape, but also a gene-mutated variant. In fact, it could no longer be classified merely as a white-faced, coarse-tailed ape. It was a golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape, for its visage bore faint strands of golden fur. Had Ding Huan not been a level 1 gene master, he might not have even noticed the subtle golden hue. Facing a white-faced, coarse-tailed ape in the dead of night was indeed somewhat chilling. After all, this creature possessed a stark white face and a pitch-black body, striking terror into anyone who beheld it. However, Ding Huan felt a surge of excitement. He could not afford to overlook this mutated beast, the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape. If there were anything on Earth capable of withstanding myriad toxins, it undoubtedly was the white-faced, coarse-tailed ape. Even the seasoned, toxin-resistant creatures like the flat-headed brother and the meerkat could not necessarily surpass the strength of the white-faced, coarse-tailed ape. Yet, the flat-headed brother did possess an advantage in resisting neurotoxins. Should he not acquire the toxin-resistant gene of the flat-headed brother and merge it with the toxin-resistant gene of the white-faced, coarse-tailed ape? This notion was immediately dismissed by Ding Huan. What lay before him was no ordinary white-faced, coarse-tailed ape, but rather a golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape. Moreover, since the faint outline of his genetic system began to take shape, he had conceived a grand ambition. If the various alien genes he merged with continued to enhance in capability alongside his own cultivation, would he one day truly uncover the secrets of the divine? Otherwise, when he ascended to become a high-level gene master, would he need to re-merge with higher-level skill genes? If that were the case, his path of genetic cultivation would be fundamentally compromised. Having evaded the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape's two formidable lunges, it appeared to grow increasingly enraged. Its fur bristling, and with a low, rumbling growl, it lunged at Ding Huan for a third time. Ding Huan held his blade in one hand while reaching into his bag for a glass vial with the other. He had discarded the searchlight, but he did so with care, ensuring that its light still illuminated the area. Coupled with the faintly brightening sky, he could still see clearly. In such a place, if visibility were lost, his only recourse would be to flee. As the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape pounced towards him, Ding Huan deftly sidestepped, his blade slicing through the air. He felt as if he had struck a solid iron block, a jarring recoil reverberating through him. Initially, Ding Huan had intended to wound the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape with that strike, and subsequently collect a sample of its blood with the glass vial. However, he quickly realized he had been overly ambitious. This mutated, coarse-tailed ape was far beyond his capability to defeat. The numerous gene beasts he had previously encountered paled in comparison to the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape, which made even the small Karami seem insignificant. It was no wonder the outskirts of Anha were fraught with peril. Indeed, half of the villages beyond Anha had perished at the hands of gene beasts. The existence of such a terrifying gene beast rendered this completely understandable. Despite being a level 1 gene master with ample battle experience, he found himself unable to contend with a mutated, coarse-tailed ape. This mutated, golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape was likely also a level 1 gene variant beast. Yet he had only just entered the ranks of level 1 gene masters, lacking the foundational strength to match the creature before him. Ding Huan exhaled slowly, fixing his gaze upon the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape as the dawn gradually brightened, allowing him to see the fierce glint in the creature's eyes with clarity. Regardless of the outcome, today he must acquire the toxin-resistant gene of the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape. Such opportunities were seldom presented. Although his previous strike had not inflicted any injury upon the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape, it had certainly left a trace of blood. The golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape appeared agitated. This time, it did not lunge at Ding Huan, but instead fixed its gaze upon him, poised to strike should he reveal any sign of weakness. Ding Huan carefully returned the glass vial to his backpack and cautiously retreated to the side of the bayou. This gene-mutated bayou was indeed a valuable find. and Ding Huan surmised that it would hold significant importance for the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape, thus explaining its vigilant guardianship of the area. The Jimian Yuan fixated intently on Ding Huan. Upon noticing Ding Huan approaching the bayou, it emitted a series of low growls, its eyes radiating an even fiercer glint. As Ding Huan's hand reached for the bayou, he forcefully yanked it, resulting in a segment being torn away. This audacious act completely enraged the Jimian Yuan, which could no longer afford to wait for the opportune moment and charged at Ding Huan. Learning from its previous failed leaps, the Jimian Yuan refrained from jumping this time. Its movements were already anticipated by Ding Huan. As the creature closed in, he swiftly twisted at the waist and brought down his short blade. However, this time, his evasive angle was insufficient. After striking, he was struck hard by the creature, sending him crashing against the side of his chest. The terrifying force was overwhelming, rendering Ding Huan unable to control his body as he was violently propelled away, suspecting he might have fractured a rib. Simultaneously, the Jimian Yuan let out a pained cry, for Ding Huan's strike had severed a portion of its tail. Before Ding Huan even hit the ground, he felt a chilling presence behind him and instinctively elbowed backward. A sharp pain shot through him, and he caught a glimpse of a gray shadow hastily retreating. A cold sweat broke out on Ding Huan. He had momentarily forgotten about the gray lynx, which evidently bore a grudge. Not only that, it exhibited considerable restraint. Had he not sensed the impending danger and preemptively elbowed, the lynx's bite would have inflicted serious injury. After its attack failed, the lynx vanished with remarkable decisiveness. Without time to concern himself with the lynx, Ding Huan, braving the pain, seized the severed tail of the Jimian Yuan and fled in a frenzy. The creature pursued him relentlessly, fueled by its fury at Ding Huan's actions. Fortunately, dawn had already broken, allowing Ding Huan to discern his general direction. Nearby, some smaller genetic beasts, sensing the might of the Jimian Yuan, scurried away in haste as he escaped. The Jimian Yuan was exceptionally swift and agile, yet Ding Huan was no weakling himself, being a first-level genetic cultivator capable of utilizing the terrain to his advantage. As he navigated out of Beilong Mountain, it was already past 8 in the morning. At this point, Ding Huan's entire body was tattered and torn by thorns, but the silver lining was that the Jimian Yuan had not pursued him any further. He paused to catch his breath and assessed his injuries, relieved to find that his ribs were intact. However, the elbow strike had landed squarely in the mouth of the lynx, leaving his elbow bruised by its teeth. After resting for a few minutes, he carefully repackaged the severed tail from his bag. His initial quest had been to seek the Hualizii, only to stumble upon the fortuitous discovery of the mutated Jimian Yuan. In terms of value, Ding Huan surmised that this mutated creature was worth even more than the Hualizii. If he could concoct an antidote gene agent from the Jimian Yuan, merging with it would render him impervious to all toxins. Ding Huan recalled a company in Europe named Tongha Genetic Company, which had developed the Baidu gene agent, claiming it could ignore various toxins. He was certain that the Baidu gene had its limitations and could not truly disregard all toxins. Even if they managed to integrate the antidote gene of the Ping 2 Ge, it would not guarantee immunity to all toxins. He believed that only he, Ding Huan, could achieve such a feat. Moreover, he aspired to develop an antidote gene agent that surpassed that of the mutated Jimian Yuan. Who else could accomplish this? Perhaps the esteemed predecessor who had authored the scroll could, but that individual had likely long since ceased their research on such genetic agents. As long as he kept his gene agent private, no one would possess capabilities akin to his own. Chapter 22. The true means of genetic fusion. Did you say you were leaving? Ding Huan instinctively repeated the question. Due to the encounter with the mutated Jimian Yuan, it was already past 8 in the morning by the time he reached this point. Upon departing from Elan Hotel, Ding Huan promptly set about procuring a ticket to Pujiang. Even if Chu-yi currently doubted his gene agent, he was determined to uncover her whereabouts. According to his recollection, Chu-yi would, at most, have 4 or 5 months before being taken by the Genetic Alliance for experimentation. Wait for 5 months. That coincides perfectly with the conclusion of the Blue Star 10 Academy's enrollment assessments, doesn't it? The assessments for the Blue Star 10 Academy would conclude in less than 3 months. If Chu-yi were taken after the assessments, it was entirely plausible that she would become a subject for genetic testing a few months later. The Genetic Alliance undoubtedly held a degree of influence over the enrollment process. given that the Blue Star 10 Academy was a collaborative establishment of martial arts and genetic alliances from over 100 nations worldwide. Chu-yi mentioned going to Pu-hai for the assessment, indicating that she was undoubtedly participating in the Blue Star 10 Academy's enrollment process. If you were to find Chu-yi in Pu-hai now, would she believe his claims? Would she be willing to merge with the gene agent offered by a stranger? Since Chu-yi would likely refuse to merge with his gene agent, there was no need for him to head to Pu-hai just yet. Once he finished crafting the gene agent, he would make his way there in advance. The journey from Anha County to Lijiang required a transfer. The wilderness was exceedingly perilous. The route between Anha County and Lijiang passed through many uninhabited areas rife with genetic beasts. Typically, vehicles ceased operations along these routes at night. Ding Huan timely purchased his ticket and arrived in Lijiang by evening. Initially, he had intended to rest in Lijiang for the night before embarking on his search for the Huolizii the following day. However, upon arriving in Lijiang, he realized he had underestimated the situation. It was unnecessary to seek out the Huolizii. One could simply purchase them directly. Shops selling Huolizii were ubiquitous, and the prices were remarkably affordable. Whether one desired dried or live Huolizii, they could be readily acquired. Furthermore, even the Central European variety was available, albeit at a significantly higher cost. A brief inquiry revealed the reason. The current Huolizii could be used in medicine, providing benefits to martial artists in terms of enhancing vitality and healing. Additionally, various genetic laboratories were in dire need of such specimens. Ding Huan effortlessly spent over 100 alliance coins to purchase several live Huolizii. Friend, the Huolizii you purchased are of average quality. I have 6-cornered Huolizii here. A street vendor eagerly promoted his merchandise upon noticing the cage holding Ding Huan's Huolizii. 6-cornered Huolizii? Let me take a look. Ding Huan paused, indeed spotting a few 6-cornered Huolizii at the vendor's stall. They were quite impressive in size, and Ding Huan felt quite satisfied. The vendor, hearing Ding Huan's words, chuckled. All my Huolizii are wild. Most of what you bought are farmed. Did you catch them yourself? Ding Huan inquired with surprise. The vendor proudly replied, anyone who knows me, Lu Tu, knows that my Huolizii are captured from Penglu Mountain. Even those from the Blue Star 10 Academy have come here to purchase Huolizii. Impressive. Those who venture to Penglu Mountain to capture Huolizii are indeed no ordinary folks, given the perilous genetic beasts that inhabit the region. Ding Huan casually complimented the vendor, intending to buy another one. He sincerely praised the vendor. After all, there were numerous genetic beasts in Penglu Mountain, and anyone daring enough to procure wild Huolizii must possess considerable skill. The vendor, animated by the conversation, remarked, genetic beasts aside, I even spotted a 2-cornered Huolizii last time I was at Penglu Mountain. To be honest, in all my years, I've never seen a 2-cornered Huolizii that was a meter long. 2-cornered Huolizii? A meter long? Ding Huan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly an exceptional mutated Huolizii, rumored to possess a trace of divine beast bloodline, specifically that of a dragon. In Ding Huan's mind, a 1-meter-long dual-horn fire lizard naturally emerged, a rare ancestral mutant species imbued with the bloodline of divine beasts. It was undoubtedly real. I had witnessed it with my own eyes. Perhaps it even exceeded 1 meter. However, upon seeing that mutated beast, I fled in terror. The stall owner asserted with unwavering conviction, oh, then I shall take one of your 6-horned fire lizards. Ding Huan refrained from further inquiries and purchased a 6-horned fire lizard instead. Had he not been in a hurry to reach Pu-hai, he would have loved to venture into Penglu Mountain in search of the dual-horned fire lizard. One could only imagine how elusive that creature must be. Yet, if he were to embark on such a quest, he would have to wait until he met Chu-yi. He could not allow his own desires to endanger her. Ding Huan did not take a moment to rest before heading straight to the gene laboratory, were it not for the fervent hope of Tan Bei, the president of Yujian University, that someone would represent the institution by gaining admission to one of the 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star. The laboratory would likely have been sold long ago. The school's negligence towards the laboratory was, in fact, quite convenient for Ding Huan. His initial task was not to extract the healing genes from the fire lizard, but rather to first extract the antitoxin genes from the Gene-ius Siu Wei Yuan, subsequently concocting a gene serum suitable for fusion. He also planned to refine the fire lizard's healing genes, but did not intend to utilize them immediately. When he found the time, he hoped to seek out that 1-meter-long dual-horned fire lizard. This was not Ding Huan's first endeavor in extracting and refining gene serums that could integrate with the human body. He had succeeded smoothly in recent attempts. Each successful extraction of a serum capable of merging with the human genome deepened his understanding of gene production. Thus, he approached the extraction of the antitoxin genes from the Gene-ius Wei Yuan without concern. Yet, the more straightforward a task seemed, the more elusive it became. After spending 2 days in a laboratory, filling notebooks with data, he found himself unable to extract the antitoxin genes from the Gene-ius Wei Yuan. On the 3rd day, Ding Huan realized that he could not continue in this manner, as it would yield no progress. After leaving the gene laboratory to take a shower and have a bite to eat, he rested for the night and began to reconsider his strategies. Once calm, vague concepts regarding genes gradually crystallized in his mind. What once seemed incomprehensible became clearer as he devoted time to organizing his thoughts. To begin with, the spirit root gene, which existed in an era before genes could be extracted, was likely a form of gene itself. However, as the vitality of the world diminished, humanity on Earth gradually lost certain aspects of their being. The spirit root gene thus degraded, and without it, no matter how profound the techniques or abundant the earthly energy, cultivation would be impossible. In other words, if he were to produce a spirit root gene serum for Chu-yi, could it truly integrate with her? Next, the skill gene. The antitoxin gene he was attempting to create this time also belonged to this category. Could he not simply borrow the abilities of the foreign gene, like the antitoxin capability of the Bai-Mian Wei Yuan? Instead, could he transform this genetic ability into a fundamental aspect of his own physical constitution? This was a different approach altogether. One simply fused with the foreign gene to acquire that ability, while the other integrated it into one's innate capabilities, without the need for fusion. At first glance, they appeared indistinguishable, yet Ding Huan sensed a profound disparity that could determine his future potential. Unfortunately, he could not yet discern the nature of this difference. Putting aside his confusion, he prioritized the extraction of the antitoxin gene serum. To extract any foreign gene and fabricate it into a serum that could merge with the human body, allowing humans to possess its attributes, one must seek it out. Indeed, it was a quest for discovery. Fortunately, he had not succeeded previously, which meant he could refine new genes. This process was not merely about leveraging the innate abilities of foreign genes, but rather about transforming those abilities into one's own attributes through their manifestation. Ding Huan felt a surge of excitement, sensing that his utilization of foreign genes had undergone a qualitative shift, moving beyond superficial applications. Yet, the challenge of extracting a specific complete gene from billions remained daunting. An audacious idea struck him. He could employ a method akin to gene death screening to continue extracting the antitoxin genes from the Gene-ius Wei Yuan, creating a serum and introducing a dissolution gene. Day after day, he meticulously recorded data, filtering and adding new dissolution genes. On the 6th day, Ding Huan jubilantly grasped 2 test tubes containing fiery red gene serums. He had succeeded, having produced 2 doses of antitoxin gene serum. He regarded these vials as more precious than the spirit root gene serums he had crafted earlier. This was not due to the ease of creating the spirit root gene serum, but because he had discovered a new direction in gene fusion, moving beyond the mere creation of serums. With this newfound approach, Ding Huan felt more confident in producing a spirit root gene serum for Chu-yi. However, this endeavor necessitated Chu-yi's cooperation, as he needed to identify a spirit root gene serum compatible with her. This required utilizing her blood to find a method for integrating the spirit root gene serum into her genome. Thus, he resolved to head to Puhai without delay. After solidifying his decision, he carefully transferred 1 vial of the antitoxin gene serum into a glass bottle for safekeeping, while he consumed the other vial in one swift gulp. The fiery potion felt as though it transformed into a cool, snow-like essence that instantly spread throughout his body. Ding Huan, sensing a surge of inspiration, began to channel his energy and commenced his cultivation. In the next moment, he felt a series of cramping pains within him. Yet these pains seemed to be absorbed and dissipated by the icy essence. Drops of gray liquid seeped from his fingertips, stirring feelings of fear and anger within him. He had been poisoned. Had he not consumed the gene serum he had crafted today, he might have perished, and even if he survived, his future path of cultivation would likely have been obstructed by the foundational gene issues. Chapter 23. The Source of All Laws. Who Poisoned Him? It was improbable that someone could poison him without his notice. The only plausible suspect was his family's maid, Ji Chuanfu, who, along with his daughter, Fu Mei, were hardly virtuous individuals. He still possessed a property deed. The house belonged to him, yet after leaving Baiyu Group, Ji Chuanfu had sold it. Without Fang Jie's consent, she could not have possibly sold his house. It appeared that this woman had been working for Fang Jie all along, keeping a watchful eye on him. In his previous life, he had been exceedingly naive. No wonder he had expended a lifetime of effort, pouring nearly all his income into enhancing his cultivation, yet had made no progress. After 200 years, he had only reached the level of a fourth-tier gene cultivator. During that time, he had also used antitoxin genes, but seemed they had neither detoxified nor alerted him to the poisonous presence. It was likely that the toxin had lingered within his body for too long, gradually integrating into his very being. Previously, when he found his cultivation stagnant, he attributed it to his inferior aptitude, believing that no amount of resources could elevate him. Eventually, when he could no longer afford gene serums, he turned to studying various genetic knowledge and began producing serums himself. If there had been any possibility, who would willingly waste precious time in a laboratory? Now, he understood that he had been afflicted by an unknown chronic poison, not merely cursed with poor aptitude. With Ji Chuanfu's capabilities, she could not have procured such a toxin. It must have been provided by Fang Jie. Little did he expect that this woman had hidden her true intentions so deeply. Once he found the time, he would settle accounts with both of these women, consuming his provisions and receiving remuneration from his father, yet plotting against him, Ding Huan. After purging the toxins from his body, immersed himself in cultivation throughout the night. As dawn broke, he opened his eyes, invigorated and rejuvenated. Previously, while operating the Luo Shijing, he often experienced an inexplicable sensation, a momentary stagnation despite the smooth circulation of energy. Although entering a meditative state came easily, he struggled to fully integrate body and mind into the harmonious flow of energy. With the toxins eliminated, he found a marked difference in his practice of the Luo Shijing. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, he realized that one night of cultivation had yielded greater progress than an entire week prior. The prospect of genetic advancement filled him with determination, and he clenched his fists, resolved to methodically cultivate his abilities, declaring that when he departed from Earth, it would be on his own terms. Next, he sought to extract the regenerative genes from the six-angled fire lizard. Armed with experience from extracting genes from the Gene-ius Wei Yuan, Ding Huan approached this task with newfound confidence. Within a mere day, he successfully extracted a recovery gene compatible with his own biology. However, he did not intend to utilize this gene potion. Instead, he had developed a genetic ability tailored to his own attributes, based on a model of. This was not a straightforward creation of a gene potion for fusion into his genetic chain. Moreover, he was keen on finding the two-horned fire lizard. Reflecting on his past in Chang'e continent, he mused that had he developed such a gene there, it would have fused seamlessly. In his previous life, he had pursued strength with reckless abandon, merging with any gene he encountered and practicing any martial art he stumbled upon, all without a plan or a mentor. His life was a continuous struggle, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of pursuers. Now, he comprehended that merging with more would not enable him to ascend to a fifth-level genetic practitioner. A lifetime spent frantically seeking strength had yielded no stability, and in the end, he remained trapped at the fourth level. The correct approach to cultivation had finally dawned upon him. The detoxifying gene integrated into his body without him sensing the fusion of a new gene. This was no longer merely the extraction and merging of the Gene-ius Wei Yuan's detoxifying gene, but rather an innate ability he possessed. As he practiced the Luo Shijing, this detoxification ability would enhance alongside his cultivation. This distinction between the fusion of genes and the integration of abilities became clear to him. Gene integration merely granted one similar skills. The level of those skills at the time of fusion could stagnate despite one's future growth and strength. A foundational genetic practitioner might find their detoxification capability limited to that of a first-level genetic beast, which would undeniably hinder their progress. This realization of innovation and advancement filled Ding Huan with exhilaration, igniting his imagination. If he were not a genetic practitioner, but a cultivator with spiritual roots from the outset, could he not leverage these genes to open new meridians? He contemplated the concept of according to the ancient scrolls in his mind. In an era where spiritual roots and energy existed, practitioners cultivated by circulating their energy through. If he could independently develop a detoxifying gene to create a new pathway, it would grant practitioners an innate ability. If feasible, it would indicate that all things ultimately lead to a singular truth. His hypothesis was indeed plausible, as spiritual roots were a form of gene themselves. In the future, should he encounter practitioners relying solely on pure spiritual roots, he could persuade them to experiment. Upon greeting Geng-Qianxing, Ding Huan found him instructing 3 students in the martial arts dojo. Upon learning of Ding Huan's intention to visit Puhai, the trio expressed a desire to accompany him. However, Geng-Qianxing swiftly quelled their enthusiasm, explaining that their parents would not permit them to leave Yujiang University for Pujiang. The trio, originally students of Yujiang University, would not be accepted elsewhere. Ding Huan and Geng-Qianxing agreed to meet in Puhai in 2 months, and he departed Yujiang University. Perhaps aware that they could not touch him before the assessments at the 10 prestigious academies concluded, the Shijiao Society refrained from hindrance. After leaving Yujiang University, Ding Huan did not immediately purchase a ticket to Puhai. Instead, he visited Yuyuan real estate. In his previous life, after his eyesight was restored, the Gene Alliance had appointed him to accompany a spacecraft for new gene drug trials, as he was deemed the best genetic test subject on Earth due to his resilience. Though still monitored during his travels, he was no longer subjected to constant experimentation as he had been upon first arriving at the Gene Alliance. It was during this time that he discovered his house had been sold by the caretaker, who had been bribed by Ding Jie to spy on him and had been poisoning him all along. He had purchased the house himself, seeking to reside closer to Luo, Heishangwu University, and away from the coastal plains, selecting a property in Shang, Huayuan. Ding Huan hoped it was not too late. If the house had already been sold, he would have to endure the situation. Upon arriving at Yuyuan real estate, he wasted no time and presented the property deed. The property in Shang, Huayuan, a manager from the back row approached. Given its proximity to the prestigious Luo, Heishangwu University, the price had consistently increased. Yes, it is indeed the property in Shang, Huayuan, Building 5. The staff handed the deed to the manager, who recognized it as a prime unit with a view of the river. The manager examined the deed and then regarded Ding Huan with enthusiasm. "We can sell the house, but it will take 3 days." Ding Huan interrupted. "I need to sell it this afternoon and receive the funds. I require 6 million. If it cannot be done today, I will seek alternatives." 6 million? The manager's smile faded as he scrutinized Ding Huan. Even at a bargain, the property would not sell for less than 760,000, with 800,000 being reasonable. 6 million seemed suspicious. Yet what of it? Those in real estate had encountered all sorts. After a lengthy appraisal of Ding Huan, the manager suddenly recalled, "You are Ding Xiao from Baiyu Group?" Ding Huan replied nonchalantly, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is whether you can sell my house today." The manager's face brightened as he extended a hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xing Hai, the supervisor of Yuyuan Real Estate's Halua branch. You have come to the right place. We're the only ones in Halua capable of selling your house this afternoon and ensuring you receive the funds." Ding Huan understood the influence of Yuyuan Real Estate, adept in both the legal and shadowy realms, which was precisely why he sought their assistance. "Ding Xiao, times have changed. We can indeed deliver. However, if you wish to obtain money today, it may prove quite challenging." Xing Hip wore a facade of mirth despite the gravity of the situation. He understood that Ding Huan was akin to a phoenix that has lost its feathers, reduced to mere insignificance. Despite his verbal claims of respect for Ding Xiao, he was certain that by exerting pressure on Ding Huan today, Ding would have no recourse. Ding Huan's presence here signified an impending fortune for Xing Hi. Chapter 24. Reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. Ding Huan remained silent, approaching the table and grasping a solid copper paperweight. "What do you intend to do?" Xing I took a step back, his gaze fixed on Ding Huan. He was acutely aware that someone like Ding Huan, who had lost everything, was capable of anything. Ding Huan ignored him, applying a slight force before placing the copper piece into Xing Hi's hand. "Ignati stup agat," his mouth agape as he stared at the copper, which bore distinct impressions of 5 fingers. Remarkable, Ding Huan had undoubtedly become a genetic ability wielder. With such an ascension, he was bound to join the genetic alliance. The audacity of Xing-hi to attempt to exploit a member of the genetic alliance was perilous, should he meet an untimely demise tonight. No one would utter a word in his defense, rendering him less than a mere dog. Before Xing-hi could utter a response, Ding-Huin spoke again. 5 million, I want the money now. If you can facilitate the property certificate, bring me the necessary documents for my signature. If you cannot, I shall seek another avenue. Xing-hi swallowed hard, his throat dry as he replied, that can be arranged. I can assist you with the paperwork immediately. If you are in a hurry, I can provide the funds up front, provided you sign the necessary documents. The rest will be handled by me. Excellent. Bring the documents, and I shall sign. Ding-Huin nodded in agreement. While Ding-Huin signed, Xing-hi finally began to regain his composure from the fear that had gripped him. He leaned closer to Ding-Huin and cautiously remarked, "A few days ago, a woman named I also inquired about this property. It seems she intends to sell." Ding-Huin's mind raced as he realized that had he delayed his arrival, the property might have already been sold to FMI. If she were to sell the house, with Ding-ji's approval, Xing-hi would certainly assist in circumventing any irregularities in the process. Only upon Xing-hi's mention did Ding-Huin recall that FMI was the daughter of his family's maid, JCHNF. She was both cunning and ruthless. This woman must have sold his house and amassed over 10 million alliance coins. In his recollection, after acquiring the substantial sum, FMI attended an auction where she used her funds to bid on a genetic elixir of uncertain efficacy. Such an elixir, even if offered for free, will be deemed too perilous for most to consume. FMI's audacity and fortuitousness were astonishing. Not only did she procure the flawed genetic elixir, but she also successfully integrated it. After merging with the genetic elixir, she became a genetic ability wielder and subsequently joined the genetic alliance. Ding-Huin had heard that upon leaving Earth, Luo XNW, I had perished at the hands of this very woman over trivial matters. By selling the property ahead of time, Ding-Huin inadvertently assisted Luo XNW once more. The process of formalities was smooth. Before the property certificate was transferred, Xing-hi had already deposited 5 million into Ding-Huin's account. Thank you, Manager Xing. You have indeed rendered me a service. Ding-Huin smiled as he once again grasped the paperweight, applying pressure upon it several times. When he finally set it down, the previously distinct fingerprints were rendered chaotic, as if struck by some irregular object. Remarkable, he was undeniably a formidable genetic ability wielder. Watching Ding-Huin depart, Xing-hi felt a chill run down his spine. He then pondered, if Ding-Huin were indeed a genetic ability wielder, how could Ding-ji hope to seize control of the BIY group? Could it be that Ding-ji was also affiliated with the genetic alliance? With time still on his side, Ding-Huin arrived at the bank to modify his card password. Gazing at the 5 million within, he felt a sense of relief. Finally, he would not have to toil over financial matters. This sum would suffice for a considerable time. In Shing-Huin, JCHNF, unceremoniously ejected by a man in black, could scarcely comprehend the turn of events. Her face bore the marks of several slaps. How could a group of individuals suddenly appear and evict her and her daughter, claiming the house as their own? You are trespassing. I will report this to the authorities. FMI, with disheveled hair, screamed in vain. Xing-hi brandished the property certificate. I just purchased this from Ding Xiao. This is now my house. I have every right to remove intruders. Tell me, what law have I violated? Hurry and call the police, or I shall give you another slap. YU North Real Estate was hardly a reputable or benevolent company. Regardless of legal standing, they would seize what they desired. Moreover, Xing-hi had discerned from Ding-Huin's tone that he held a distinct disdain for the two maids. How could this be? How could he possibly forge a property certificate? Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would not dare to do such a thing. This is not a time of societal collapse, merely a period of rampant genetic beasts. Deep within her subconscious, she still believed the house was hers. How could Ding-Huin sell her property? FMI gritted her teeth. That little wretch had the audacity to sell the house. She had already resolved to sell this property and promptly attend an upcoming auction in PHI. It was exceedingly difficult to procure useful genetic elixirs through legitimate channels. But an auction might yield flawed items or powerful genetic elixirs with incomplete data. Unlike some research institutions, Immature genetic elixirs could result in death. Generally, elixirs available at auctions were not subpar. Their only drawback was the unpredictability of their effects. Yet her plans had barely begun before they were thwarted. When did that coward gain the audacity to sell the house on his own? In her eyes, the house belonged to her. Ding-Huan had no right to sell it. At that moment, she had entirely forgotten that she was merely employed by Ding-Bish to care for Ding-Huan, just as maid. I was somewhat more rational than JCHNF. She shook her head. If this were before, it might have been possible, but not now. Why? Ding was now engaged with various powerful figures daily. He had no time for our trivial matters. It was strange. I furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why Ding-Huan had not met his demise. Based on her understanding of Ding-Huan should have been eliminated when Ding took full control of the BIY group. It was strange. JCHNF couldn't grasp the situation. I scoffed. Ding-Huan, that worthless creature, dares to provoke me. Once I become a genetic ability wielder, I will make him wish for a swift end. Ding-Huan was already aboard the train to PHI, now that he had acquired funds. He treated himself well with a business class ticket. As genetic beasts proliferated, the more remote the location, the more rampant they became. The destruction wrought by these beasts was severe. Many railways have been damaged and continuously repaired. Previously, the journey from LU-HSH to PHISH took only 5 hours, but now it required at least 12. Gazing out at the fleeting remnants of villages reduced to ruins, Ding-Huan sighed. These villages and towns have been ravaged by genetic beasts, and as these creatures grew more powerful, countless innocents had perished at their jaws. This was not a problem that could be resolved in the short term. Even if the villagers possessed firearms, they would be ineffective against genetic beasts. Some evolved genetic beasts had toughened skin that could withstand ordinary bullets. As for the military, it was impossible to station troops at every village and along every railway. Genetic beasts moved with remarkable speed. Sometimes a village would be annihilated before reinforcements could arrive. Even if reinforcements did arrive, these beasts would retreat into the mountains. And could one pursue them into the mountains to eliminate them all? Should they resort to nuclear weapons to obliterate the mountains? In discussing the Qianluo mountain range, which stretches over 1,000 miles, one might question the utility of nuclear weapons in attempting to flatten it. Setting aside the efficacy of such a solution, one must ponder the origin of the genetic beasts. These creatures emerged due to sudden environmental changes on Earth, resulting in numerous enigmatic factors that led to the mutation of animal genes, transforming them into ferocious beasts. The question arises, how did the Earth's environment change? Was it not due to nuclear pollution? To propose the use of nuclear weapons against genetic beasts is, quite frankly, a farcical notion. It is conceivable that those genetic beasts that survived could become even more formidable due to the nuclear contamination. In the face of environmental pollution, it is not the flora and fauna that are the most vulnerable, but rather humanity itself. Ding-Huan closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, contemplating that following this journey to Pu-Hai, his next endeavor would be to continue seeking skills and genetic enhancements to elevate his own prowess. He aspired to harness these genetic skills to forge abilities unique to himself, much like the antitoxin gene. The attribute of endurance was paramount. He dismissed Geng Qinxing's endurance gene, which Geng cherished as a treasure, regarding it as inconsequential. As for genes related to strength, speed, and agility, Ding-Huan had no intention of merging with them. In his previous life, he had assimilated similar genes, but that was due to his lack of a genetic root. Now endowed with a genetic root, he believed that by diligently practicing the Luo Shijing, he could enhance his speed, strength, and overall physical qualities. With his training, his endurance would similarly improve. Ding-Huan deemed it essential to develop an understanding of endurance as an attribute, as it represents a qualitative transformation distinct from basic attributes like strength and speed. After 3 hours on the train, having traversed approximately half the distance, it suddenly came to a halt, and the announcement system crackled to life. No one exhibited impatience. In an era dominated by genetic beasts, encountering railway damage was a rather commonplace occurrence. Chapter 25. Encounter with the beast horde. Ding-Huan remained absorbed in planning his path of cultivation. In his previous life, he had departed Earth 2 years later aboard a spaceship belonging to the Genetic Alliance, which consisted of 11 vessels, his being primarily focused on genetic research. According to the Alliance's strategy, this voyage through the cosmos would span 3 years. During this time, they were to seek out life forms in outer space, gather genetic material, and transmit information via virtual wave frequency codes in search of extraterrestrial civilizations. Upon reflecting on this, Ding Huan shook his head. These individuals were courting disaster. Should they truly encounter an alien civilization akin to Changi continent, Earth would be in dire straits. The inhabitants of Changi continent would undoubtedly treat Earth as their backyard, sending all its people to mine for primordial ore. This scenario would unfold even if the genetic studies on Changi continent had reached a satisfactory level. Otherwise, humanity on Earth would be subjected to extensive genetic experimentation. The fleet of the Genetic Alliance faced calamity 1 year after departing Earth, when one of the ships collided with a black hole. Later, Ding Huan learned that this was a wormhole, which is notoriously difficult to describe accurately with current scientific terminology. However, traversing a wormhole could facilitate movement from one galaxy to another, potentially bypassing countless light years in distance instantaneously. It is akin to a wall of infinite length. Traveling around it would require an extensive detour, yet piercing through it would allow one to reach the opposite side in an instant. While wormholes do not operate exactly in this manner, they may achieve a similar effect. Once a ship enters a wormhole, even a third-level genetic practitioner would be left with no choice but to await their demise. Moreover, the strongest among those who emerged from the Earth's Genetic Alliance was likely only a third-level practitioner. Ding Huan sighed, recognizing that his survival stemmed from encountering the starship of Changi Continent's captain, a ninth-level genetic practitioner, who saved him just before the ship disintegrated. All others aboard perished. Although he never encountered the captain again and lacked the right to know the captain's name or background, he felt profound gratitude towards that starship captain. If he were to leave Earth again, would it necessitate participation in another expedition with the Genetic Alliance? Furthermore, would he again board the ninth ship of that fleet? There was no certainty of success. His survival in the previous life had been largely due to fortune. Should he embark with the Genetic Alliance's fleet once more, even aboard the ninth ship, would he inevitably face the same fate of being drawn into a wormhole a year later? It is worth noting that all passengers aboard the ninth ship in his previous life perished due to the ship's disintegration, and his survival was solely due to his presence in the experimental chamber. Indeed, the experimental chamber. If he were to accompany the ship this time, he must ensure he remained within the ship's genetic experimental chamber. Ding Huan shook his head. The Genetic Alliance's ships were scheduled to depart Earth in approximately 2 years. Even if he advanced to a fourth-level genetic practitioner, traversing a wormhole would still lead to certain death. Yet, how could he reach Changi continent without joining the fleet? Remaining on Earth was not an option, as its elemental energy was insufficient for his cultivation. While Ding Huan pondered his escape from Earth, a flurry of urgent footsteps rushed past him. These were skilled individuals, prompting Ding Huan to open his eyes. The two men who passed were not genetic practitioners, but at the very least, they were internal martial artists. One of them was likely a yellow-level martial artist. The two men hurried past the commercial vehicle, racing ahead. Ding Huan sensed something amiss. Typically, when the railway is damaged, maintenance crews would expedite repairs, usually within 20 minutes. Given that it had nearly been an hour, he began to wonder if it was the work of genetic beasts. It was not unheard of for a horde of genetic beasts to collectively obstruct a train. These beasts possessed a degree of intelligence and would devise strategies to halt the train before launching their assaults. With this thought, Ding Huan rose to his feet. He could not afford to wait any longer. If it were indeed a horde, his current strength might not suffice to escape. "Sir, please remain seated in your designated area and refrain from leaving your seat," a member of the train staff interjected as Ding Huan stood. As he considered ignoring the attendant and departing, a barrage of gunfire erupted, followed by the thunderous sound of cannon fire. Upon hearing this, Ding Huan chose not to leave, but instead sat back down. The sounds of gunfire indicated the arrival of the military. Despite the inability of nuclear weapons to eradicate genetic beasts entirely, as long as a true horde had not formed, they remained no match for conventional weaponry. The genetic beasts obstructing the train had likely not yet coalesced into a genuine horde. Once such a horde formed, the windows would be obscured by a deluge of beasts. His assessment that this was not a horde was reinforced by the fact that, as the gunfire erupted, he observed an increasing number of genetic beasts outside the window, all fleeing in disarray. When a true horde of genetic beasts erupted, they would not retreat. They would charge frantically toward their target. Indeed, within mere minutes, The gunfire began to dwindle until it faded entirely. Another half-hour passed before the train finally resumed its journey. Ding Huan exhaled deeply, understanding that this was merely the beginning. Despite the frequent reports of villages being ravaged by genetic beasts, the reality was that a genuine horde had yet to materialize. The primary reason for this was that the current population and strength of the genetic beasts remained within manageable limits. However, should their numbers surge and their classifications continue to rise, a horde would inevitably follow. The genetic beasts that had interrupted the train had been driven off, with many killed in the process, thereby establishing a vendetta. The genetically mutated beasts would gradually become more cunning. The act of destroying railways to obstruct trains was undoubtedly premeditated. With many beasts slain this time, it was likely that even more would emerge on this route to ambush future trains. Unfortunately, Ding Huan knew that his warnings would be of no avail. He knew that even if he warned them, no one would believe him. Even if someone did believe and halted the train, the genetic beasts would simply transfer their hatred elsewhere. Until the head beast behind this small-scale interception of the high-speed train was eliminated, the outcome would remain unchanged. "Ah, is that you, Ding Huan?" A voice of surprise caused Ding Huan to open his eyes wide. Was there someone familiar here? It soon became evident that it was indeed a familiar face. And he smiled, saying, "Long time no see, Lu Ai Mei." The girl before him was none other than Lu Ai Mei, whom he had encountered at Qianluo Shan. And one could even say she was someone he had rescued. "Ding Huan, how did you end up here? Weren't you in Luo He?" Lu Ai Mei suddenly lowered her voice. Ding Huan held a favorable impression of Lu Ai Mei. "I planned to clear my mind and happened to catch this train. What about you? Did you just leave Luo He City today?" Lu Ai Mei squatted down, leaning closer to Ding Huan, and whispered, "Actually, I came to find you. When I couldn't locate you, I intended to head to Pu Hai." "Find me?" Ding Huan looked at Lu Ai Mei with confusion, as they didn't share a close relationship. He hadn't even left his contact information, so Lu Ai Mei should have known he was not keen on maintaining ties with them. Lu Ai Mei nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "After you left, we also departed from Qianluo Shan, but unfortunately, Qiao Yi was not able to escape." Ding Huan frowned. "No way. I remember there were 2 helicopters. Wasn't that to rescue Qiao Yi?" Lu Ai Mei sighed. "Yes, those helicopters were indeed meant to rescue Qiao Yi. Alas, when Qiao Yi emerged, he didn't see me and Gene-ius, which must have caused him some panic. At that moment, he heard the roar of the helicopter. Qiao Yi, perhaps too agitated, rushed to the cave entrance, shouting at the helicopter. Ding Huan shook his head in resignation. The revengeful nature of the Da Huang Jin Yuan would undoubtedly lead it to lie in wait for those inside the cave after securing the medicinal materials. Lu Ai Mei continued. Qiao Yi didn't expect that the giant ape was still outside. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, the giant ape seized him. You should know the outcome was similar to Bai Chuanqiang's. Qiao Yi is dead. You must be cautious in the near future and avoid exposing yourself. Ding Huan looked at Lu Ai Mei in perplexity. What does that have to do with me? Lu Ai Mei, lowering her voice further, said, Qiao Yi's background is extraordinary, and Bai Chuanqiang's family has connections as well. Gene-ius and I feel guilty towards you because after Qiao Yi's death, we were called in for questioning. What do you mean? Ding Huan frowned. Lu Ai Mei replied apologetically. The Qiao family repeatedly inquired about why Qiao Yi didn't escape with us. She cautiously glanced at Ding Huan, aware that those questioning were formidable and managed to extract information. Ding Huan sneered. So they asked if you intended to call Qiao Yi, and I was unwilling to wait? Lu Ai Mei nodded silently. After Qiao Yi was killed by the giant ape, she realized Ding Huan was right. Had they truly gone to call Qiao Yi, none of them would have escaped. Was it you or Gene-ius who said that? Ding Huan asked calmly. He was certain that had he waited even a little longer, his life would have been lost at Qianluo Shan. Qiao Yi rushed into a cave over 100 meters deep, and he wouldn't have heard anything, not even after a minute, let alone 20. It was Gene-ius who said it. In that situation, if she hadn't spoken up, she would have been questioned as well, Lu Ai Mei said, her voice already quite soft. Did you come to Luo He City to warn me? Ding Huan inquired once more. Yes. You have no idea how terrifying the Qiao family is. I heard that Yongtang Gene Company has shares from their family. I went to Luo He City to urge you to leave quickly, but I couldn't find you. I never expected to see you here, Lu Ai Mei sighed in relief, finally steering the conversation in the right direction. All right, I understand. Thank you. Also, let me advise you, do not take this train again. Ding Huan expressed his gratitude. Lu Ai Mei stood up, casting an apologetic glance at Ding Huan before turning to leave. She did not take his final words to heart. Or perhaps she simply disregarded them. Ding Huan smirked inwardly, certain that Lu Ai Mei's movements in Luohe City were being monitored, though she remained oblivious to it. Fortunately, he had not left any contact information for Lu Ai Mei. Otherwise, he would be on the run again. The incident at Qian Luo Shan had occurred long enough ago, and the Qiao family, along with those connected to Bai Chuanxiang, had undoubtedly come to Luohe City searching for him. However, he had spent most of his time at Jian University training, only venturing out occasionally. The Qiao family was unaware of his true identity and could not monitor the entirety of Luohe City, which is why they had yet to find him. Lu Ai Mei's arrival in Luo, he signified the Qiao family's hope that she would locate him, but unfortunately, she could not find him either. Given that Lu Ai Mei could not track him down, the Qiao family would likely not pursue her once she left Luohe City. Chapter 26. Reunion with Chu Yi. Due to an excessive delay, the high-speed train arrived at Pujiang Station in the early hours of the next day. Upon departing the station, Ding Huan immediately took a taxi to Puhai Martial Arts Square. This square served as the venue for the enrollment examination of the 10 prestigious academies of Lanxing, and since Chu Yi intended to participate in the enrollment assessment, she would undoubtedly come here. Constructed less than a decade ago, Puhai Martial Arts Square frequently hosted various martial arts events, making the surroundings perpetually vibrant. Puhai was vast, and he knew locating Chu Yi would not be a straightforward task. He planned to stay for a few months, so securing a place to reside was his immediate priority. Ding Huan initially sought to book a decent hotel, as he would be staying for 2 to 3 months and needed a tranquil environment for his training. To his surprise, despite arriving over 2 months in advance, hotel accommodations were still scarce. It wasn't that there were no rooms available, but during the enrollment assessment for the 10 prestigious academies, hotels were fully booked. Since he intended to stay for several months, he could not reserve such a room. After searching several hotels, he finally managed to secure a room at a relatively small hotel, which he could occupy until after the assessment concluded. This room had just become available after someone canceled their online reservation. Otherwise, he would have been unable to book it. As for whether the other students attending the assessment had accommodations, that was beyond Ding Huan's concern. He was certain that the parents of those students had already arranged their lodgings, so he need not worry. As for Geng Qinxing, if he truly had nowhere to stay, he could always find a spot to sleep on the floor at Ding Huan's place. After resting for a day at the hotel, Ding Huan set out the following morning. He had 2 tasks. First, to see if he could find any news about Chu Yi. Since Chu Yi was participating in the enrollment assessment, she would likely be near Puhai Martial Arts Square. By exploring the vicinity of the square, he hoped to stumble upon her. Once he located Chu, he would seek out a genetic laboratory and rent it for 3 days. Upon reaching Puhai Martial Arts Square, Ding Huan understood why Chu Yi had arrived early. The entire perimeter of the square was filled with vendors selling dubious genetic potions, with prices ranging from high to low. Ding Huan didn't need to inquire. He already knew that most of these genetic potions were counterfeit. In addition to these, there were numerous offerings such as martial arts crash courses, short-term training for genetic integration enhancement, and genetic compatibility testing. Any project that could possibly relate to the enrollment assessment of the 10 prestigious academies could be found in this area. There were also legitimate genetic institutions, such as the building before Ding Huan, which bore the inscription Hua, Xiao Martial Arts Genetic Testing in clerical script. People were constantly entering and exiting, and many individuals were distributing flyers in the small square at the entrance. Before Ding Huan could even reach the door, he found himself with several flyers in hand. At this moment, Ding Huan finally discerned that the detection projects here included genetic type testing, assessment of gene fusion compatibility, and evaluation of potential growth height. The latter 2 were precisely the criteria for admission assessments at the top 10 academies of launching. It was likely that many candidates would arrive here in advance to undergo these tests, at least to have some understanding of their standings. Ding Huan was certain that if he was not mistaken, Chu Yi was here to participate in the launching academy assessments, and there was an over 80% chance she would come here to undergo these 2 tests. Just as Ding Huan hesitated about whether to enter, he overheard a conversation nearby. So what if a coupled genetic entity emerged? Just the other day, a genetic affinity girl also appeared, staying at Jiyue Hotel. Indeed, there have been many who have come for genetic testing lately. We should keep an eye out, as there may be other genetic types surfacing. Their voices dwindled as he saw them enter the genetic testing hall. Thanks to his current status as a level 1 genetic practitioner, he could hear them clearly. Their conversation heightened Ding Huan's vigilance. Coupled genetic entity? Genetic affinity? As he watched the two vanish from sight, his thoughts were solely occupied with Gene-ius. During the launching Academy admission assessments, various genetic entities would emerge here, and genetic affinities would be no exception. In her previous life, Gene-ius had likely been taken away after participating in the assessments at Launching Academy. It was also possible that if she had come to test her genetic type and fusion compatibility first, the genetic alliance might have whisked her away upon the revelation of her genetic affinity constitution. This was highly probable. Other organizations might hesitate to take Gene-ius before the Launching Academy assessments, but the genetic alliance was different. The establishment of the Launching Academy was one of its initiatives. Ding Huan did not immediately head to Gene-ius Hotel, but remained outside the official martial arts genetic testing building. He waited for over 2 hours before spotting the two individuals from earlier emerge. They chatted as they walked toward a nearby hotel, and from a distance, Ding Huan recognized the name of the establishment as a high-end hotel. He followed them discreetly, entering the hotel after they did. The two traversed the lobby and pressed the elevator button. Ding Huan did not follow them inside. With his keen eyesight, even from a distance of several meters, he could easily discern which floor the elevator reached. A few minutes later, the elevator halted on the 11th floor. Only then did Ding Huan approach the elevator and press the button to ascend, proceeding to the 9th floor. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he took the stairs to the 11th. The corridor between the hotel rooms formed a shape, and Ding Huan walked slowly along the corridor on the 11th floor. When he arrived at room 1123, he heard voices from within. Despite the room's decent soundproofing, it was of no consequence to Ding Huan. Confirming that the two were staying in room 1123, he finally left. After departing from the high-end hotel, Ding Huan proceeded to Gene-ius Hotel. Deep down, he understood that it was unlikely for Gene-ius to trust him, yet he still hoped to persuade her. He intended to approach the front desk and inquire about Gene-ius' room or request that she come down. However, he halted 100 meters away from Gene-ius Hotel, spotting Gene-ius with the girl he had seen earlier in Anna County. Alongside Gene-ius were a middle-aged man and woman, both of whom exuded an air of martial prowess. Ding Huan could tell that their relationship with Gene-ius was likely quite good. It appeared that Gene-ius was not entirely unprepared. She had individuals to protect her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ding Huan approached quickly and called out, "Gene-ius." Ding Huan had surprisingly followed her all the way from Anha County to Puhai, and he had even found her here. How had he managed to do so? The girl accompanying Gene-ius instinctively covered her mouth upon seeing Ding Huan. It took her a moment to regain her composure, gazing at him in disbelief. "You actually followed her all the way here?" Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man and woman cast menacing glances at Ding Huan. He could only address Gene-ius, saying, "Gene-ius, I truly mean no harm. I simply need to discuss something important with you. Do we truly know each other?" Gene-ius looked at Ding Huan with uncertainty. His journey from Anha County to Puhai suggested he bore no ill intentions, which led her to question whether she had genuinely forgotten a friend. Xu Fei had remarked that Ding Huan seemed rather dangerous, but she did not genuinely feel that way. Yet Xu Fei's words held merit, which was why she had left Anna County with her. Ding Huan earnestly stated, "Gene-ius, perhaps you do not recognize me, but I am aware that you know yourself. I hope you can spare me 10 minutes. Let us converse in this lobby, shall we?" Upon hearing that they would speak in the hotel lobby, Gene-ius instinctively nodded. Before she could respond, the middle-aged man interjected sternly, "Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you following Gene-ius? What do you wish to discuss with her?" Ding Huan surmised that this man was likely a relative or someone very familiar to Gene-ius. He could only bow slightly and reply, "I know Gene-ius is here to participate in the Launching Academy assessments, and I have a way to assist her in gaining admission to one of the top 10 academies." Ding Huan recognized that the middle-aged man would certainly not allow Gene-ius to converse with him alone, so he expressed his thoughts with a glimmer of hope. The man scoffed coldly, his gaze directed at Ding Huan as if he were intent on murder. "Leave now, and I will pretend nothing has happened. If you dare linger here, do not blame me for being impolite." "Uncle Gene-ius, he likely means no harm," Gene-ius interjected, sensing Ding Huan's benign intent. "Your ignorance is precisely why I cannot trust you to be out here." The man named Uncle Geo shot a glare at Gene-ius. She quickly lowered her head, ceasing further conversation. Ding Huan could only say, "If there are any insurmountable issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. I'm a mentor for students participating in the assessments at Eugene University, and I brought 3 students to take part in the launching academy admissions. You're a mentor? The girl who had been with Chu, he exclaimed in surprise. Ding-hwan smiled. Indeed, I'm a mentor. I genuinely wish to assist Chu-yi. I bear no ill will. Enough. You may leave. The middle-aged man clearly did not believe a word Ding-hwan had said. Chapter 27. Resolving the source despite having anticipated this outcome. Ding-hwan felt a profound disappointment. At least he was now aware that Chu-yi had protectors. He held little hope for the man and woman guarding Chu-yi, as if they were capable of truly safeguarding her. Chu-yi would not have been captured by the genetic alliance in her previous life to undergo human genetic experimentation and meet her demise. Since gaining Chu-yi's trust was unattainable, he would have to seek the source of the problem. Ding-hwan now knew who was watching over Chu-yi, the 2 men residing at the high-end hotel. Over the next few days, he procured materials for disguise, not wishing for matters to spiral out of control. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate the uncontrollable factors posing a danger to Chu. Even though he knew Chu-yi would not be taken by the genetic alliance for experimentation until 5 months later, Ding-hwan was unwilling to take that risk. Had it not been for him investigating the high-end hotel, he would have sought to eliminate those 2 men days prior. Ding-hwan bided his time for over a week before successfully disguising himself to enter the high-end hotel. He chose to go during the day, when the influx of people made it safer. At night, the fewer patrons made him more conspicuous despite his disguise. Upon entering the luxurious Yu-Dun Hotel, Ding-hwan took the elevator directly to the 11th floor and approached room 1123, knocking gently on the door. "Who is it?" came a languid inquiry from within. "Room service with iced drinks," Ding-hwan replied, his tone slightly softened. "What iced drinks?" "I didn't call," the voice retorted, just as the door swung open. Ding-hwan stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "Who are you?" The person who had opened the door retreated a few steps. Clearly recognizing that Ding-hwan was not a hotel staff member, his attire unusual. Sporting a full beard, a duckbill cap, and sunglasses that obscured half his face, he appeared quite out of place. "Get out!" Another man brandished a knife, shouting for Ding-hwan to leave, the blade already swung in his direction. He had no intention of letting Ding-hwan simply walk away. Ding-hwan did not even attempt to dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, swiftly seizing the assailant's wrist and twisting it upwards with considerable force. A sharp crack echoed through the room as the wrist was easily broken. A piercing scream erupted, the knife clattering to the floor as the would-be attacker fell to his knees, as if offering a salute to Ding-hwan. With a deft flick of his foot, Ding-hwan caught the knife and turned to the other man, who stood frozen in shock. "If you dare utter a single sound, I assure you, I will render you completely silent." "Who are you? Do you know where we come from?" "We are." The man with the broken wrist, his face pale from pain, continued to shout. Before he could finish the phrase genetic alliance, Ding-hwan swung the knife, and a spray of blood erupted as he severed the man's head from his body. The other individual, who had opened the door, collapsed in terror, his face ashen. He had never witnessed such a bloody scene. While it was indeed a time of genetic beasts rampaging, individuals like him typically never stepped onto the battlefield. The harsh living conditions of humanity only affected ordinary citizens and had little to do with them. Ding-hwan lightly tapped the fallen man's face with a knife. "You see, I told you I would make him quiet. I don't know anything." The man finally snapped out of his terror, trembling as he spoke. "I will ask a question, and you will answer. If you lie or remain silent, you too will find silence," Ding-hwan stated, settling himself into a chair. Even as Ding-hwan sat, the atmosphere in the room remained thick with fear from the recent killing. "What is your name?" "Chong Chung-jin." "Which organization do you belong to?" "What are you doing here?" "We come from the Genetic Alliance, tasked with guarding the Huaxiao Martial Arts genetic testing building daily, seeking various special genetic entities." "How many have you found?" "All of them are here." The man, terrified of hesitation or deceit, reached for the notebook on the table and handed it to Ding-hwan. Ding-hwan opened the notebook, revealing at least 20 names, with Chu-yi prominently listed. To his astonishment, Chu-yi was not an alien gene affinity body, but a coupled gene body. He had been mistaken. He initially thought Chu-yi was the alien gene affinity body he had referred to, only to realize that the true subject was someone else. This raised an intriguing question. If Chu-yi was a coupled gene body, why was he subjected to genetic testing? "Have these data been submitted?" Ding-hwan inquired, lifting the notebook slightly. The man quickly shook his head. "No, these data are handwritten." Once the assessment begins, we will submit them to Boss Quan. Who is Boss Quan? He is the one dispatched by the Genetic Alliance to seek talent during this Blue Star 10 University assessment. Ding Huan scoffed. Seeking talent? More like finding subjects for genetic experimentation, or perhaps candidates for death. The man gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom how Ding Huan knew such things. He and his companions could only vaguely guess that those whose names they recorded would likely never reappear. The Genetic Alliance's power stemmed from an endless supply of lives sacrificed for new genes. With every new gene that emerged, the Genetic Alliance gained another means of generating wealth. Guessing was one thing, but speaking out was another matter entirely. To voice such knowledge was to invite disaster. Tell me, what is Boss Quan's real name? Do you have a photo? Where does he reside? Ding Huan understood he might not glean much more. The man shook his head. I don't know. All I know is his code name is Boss Quan. Those who are qualified to meet him call him Master Quan. Once the genetic assessment begins, we will take this data to the Ting Huan Hotel, and someone will come to find us. The next day, while dining, Ding Huan heard the news that 2 members of the Genetic Alliance had been murdered. The Yudun Hotel had been sealed off, and officials were conducting widespread inspections, with those responsible for security in the Genetic Alliance appearing frantic as they searched every hotel. Ding Huan reflected on the gravity of the situation. 2 members of the Genetic Alliance had been killed. The murder of ordinary people, be it 2 or 200, would barely make the news the following day. Such extensive searches were unheard of. Even when he had killed 2 members of the Gene-ius society in Luaheshi, the matter had faded into obscurity. Even though that incident was unresolved, the Gene-ius society dared not confront him openly, only operating in the shadows. This demonstrated the immense influence of the Genetic Alliance. Ding Huan acted as if unfazed, continuing his routines of cultivation and dining over the next few days. The Genetic Alliance had yet to uncover any leads. They had no idea what the assailant who killed their 2 members looked like, as he had disguised himself and had not exited room 1123. The individual likely escaped through the window. Anyone capable of leaving from the 11th floor was no ordinary person. Puhai was the site of the Blue Star 10 University recruitment assessments, and as the examination approached, the influx of visitors to Puhai increased. Despite the Genetic Alliance's formidable power, they were merely an international organization. Their overt search for the murderer of their members had already sparked discontent among various factions. Furthermore, Puhai was a significant city in Huaxia, and in the face of such a major event, the Genetic Alliance could not act with impunity without inciting unrest. At this juncture, the Genetic Alliance had no choice but to scale back their overt investigations. Ding Huan, however, was not inclined to let matters rest. After the Blue Star 10 University assessments commenced, he planned to devise a way to locate Boss Quan at the Ting Huan Hotel. Ideally, he would eliminate this individual. As he suspected Chu, he had been taken away by him in a past life, leading to his demise. For now, it was prudent to remain low-key and allow Boss Quan to flaunt his arrogance for a few more days. Is that you, Ding Huan? One morning, after finishing breakfast and purchasing information about the Blue Star 10 University assessments at the hotel entrance, Ding Huan was called out. The assessments were approaching, and daily updates were abundant. One could purchase information at any hotel entrance. Ding Huan turned, puzzled, and soon spotted Luo Xinwei standing a short distance away. Luo Xinwei? Upon recognizing her, Ding Huan felt a flicker of confusion, but dismissed it. To him, Luo Xinwei was no different from a passerby. Ding Huan, it really is you. How did you end up here? Luo Xinwei approached him eagerly. Regardless of the circumstances, she owed much to Ding Huan. Without him, she would not be where she was today, especially as a guide at Lusheng Marshall University. Oh, I'm a guide. I'm accompanying teacher Gong, who is bringing several students preparing for the Blue Star 10 University assessment. I came ahead to Puhai to assess the situation, Ding Huan casually replied. Luo Xinwei scrutinized Ding Huan in surprise, not expecting him to have landed such a position. This is no ordinary task. Anything associated with the 10 great academies of launching is inherently significant. Her attempts to ingratiate herself merely involve performing menial tasks for the team from Luoha Shangwu University participating in the assessment. Nevertheless, she has arrived in Puhai. Xinwei, let's go. A voice from afar called out to her companions. Luo Xinwei quickly turned to Ding Huan and said, Ding Huan, you can do it. I believe in your success. After saying this, she hurried off to catch up with her friends. Ding Huan was left bewildered, wondering what her success referred to, completely in the dark. Something felt amiss. He sensed a gaze upon him, akin to that of a venomous serpent. That silhouette felt so familiar. Who could this woman be? Chapter 28. Second-level Gene practitioner. After the Gene Alliance's investigations shifted underground, the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza regained its former hustle and bustle. With candidates and their companions arriving from all corners of the globe, not only was the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza crowded, the entire city of Puhai was teeming with people. However, Ding Huan had not descended from his lodging for 3 consecutive days, merely nibbling on some rations when hunger struck. He fell on the verge of breaking through to the second-level Gene practitioner. Under the circulation of the Luo Shijing, it seemed as if his entire being had expanded. Within him, streams of energy continuously sought new points of breakthrough. As he felt an overwhelming sensation as if he might burst, Ding Huan had no recourse but to fervently channel the Luo Shijing. In that moment, he realized the perilous nature of the technique he was cultivating. The elder who had devised the Luo Shijing had surely never practiced it himself. He had merely extrapolated the technique based on experience. Boom! A sudden explosion reverberated outside. The energy within Ding Huan found an outlet in that instant, dispersing throughout his body. The earlier sensation of impending explosion vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of powerful energy. Ding Huan could palpably sense the transformation of his physique. Had he truly broken through to the second-level Gene practitioner? He exhaled deeply, noting the newfound lightness of his body and the heightened acuity of his senses. He was indeed a second-level Gene practitioner now. Yet, he surmised there must be a flaw within the technique, prompting him to consider revising the Luo Shijing. Otherwise, should he strive for the 3rd or even 4th level? Would he not risk self-destruction? After all, he had once reached the 4th level. The ascension had been arduous. Surely it wouldn't be so life-threatening. The explosion he heard earlier had catalyzed his breakthrough. Why did it sound akin to a rocket launcher? Despite being indoors, Ding Huan could still hear the distant clamor. He hastily entered the restroom to wash up and hurriedly exited the hotel. What was happening? He inquired at the front desk. The receptionist, eyes wide with fear, quickly explained. A genetically mutated beast charged into the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza and abducted a candidate. A mutated beast dared to invade a place like Puhai and abduct a candidate? Ding Huan rushed outside, where the throngs of people were overwhelming. He swiftly made his way to the Martial Arts Plaza, where nearly everyone was discussing the recent event. How could that night owl appear in daylight and snatch a student? Who knows? It is said the student hailed from Europe, possessing a gene fusion rate exceeding 90%. Having already integrated a formidable foreign gene. Had it not been for this incident, he would undoubtedly have secured a place in one of the 10 great academies of launching. Ding Huan hurriedly pressed on, asking, was the student harmed? No, he was taken, came the reply. Was no one able to rescue him? Ding Huan was puzzled. He distinctly heard the sound of a rocket launcher. Of course, there were formidable individuals who intervened. This is the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza after all. Senior Yinxia was the first to leap into action, soaring several meters high in an attempt to capture the night owl. Just then, another night owl attacked Senior Yin. Ding Huan knew Yinxia was a martial arts expert who had consumed the mutated Qingtian flower, likely at least a regional-level powerhouse by now. Having just broken through to the second-level Gene practitioner, he certainly could not match Yinxia. He wondered how long he could endure under Yinxia's prowess. In his previous life, although he had reached the 4th-level Gene practitioner, he had struggled financially, using nearly all his resources to purchase materials for the 5th star, leaving him with little for gene skills. Moreover, given his constitution in that lifetime, acquiring and fusing gene skills had proved quite challenging. What happened next? Ding Huan was eager to learn if Yinxia had managed to save the student. The speaker shook his head. No, the night owl that attacked Senior Yin was formidable. The moment Senior Yin stepped aside, the capturing night owl took flight. After Senior Yin descended, someone promptly fired a rocket launcher, which struck the night owl's wing. Even so, the night owl still managed to escape. Look, over there, feathers discarded by the night owl. Ding Huan turned to see that soldiers had cordoned off an area on the plaza's outskirts. He understood this was merely the beginning. When he departed Earth in his previous life, the beasts had become increasingly ferocious. Furthermore, he had heard of several beast tides. At that time, he could barely protect himself. The affairs of the beast tides had nothing to do with him. He merely listened and moved on. Now, Even an owl dared to invade the bustling Puhai Martial Arts Plaza in broad daylight. What a wild beasts. Remembering the time when he had been ambushed by a pack of beasts while traveling on the high-speed train, Ding Huan felt an urgent need to expedite his power enhancement. He had spent 2 months in the hotel cultivating, finally breaking through from a first-level gene practitioner to a second-level gene practitioner, but it was still insufficient. He wondered if Geng, Qianxing, and the others had arrived. Ding Huan, where are you? We can't find you. We're at the Tinghuan Hotel. Geng Qianxing's anxious voice reached him. Naturally, with only a few days left before the assessment for the 10 great academies of Lanxing, Geng, Qianxing, and the others were bound to come. Ding Huan was not surprised they had managed to stay at the Tinghuan Hotel. The parents of these students had devoted all their energy to their children's admission into the academies, securing accommodations well in advance. Upon arriving at the Tinghuan Hotel, Ding Huan spotted Geng, Qianxing from a distance at the entrance. Teacher Ding. As soon as he entered the hotel, Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ greeted him with expressions of delight. Impressive. You've all made significant progress. Ding Huan noted their remarkable advancements over the past 3 months. Thank you, Teacher Ding. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today, Li Wanran said, her voice tinged with emotion. She was exhilarated at the prospect of her fate soon transforming. Having never imagined she possessed the strength to compete for a place in the 10 great academies of launching. Ding Huan had only taught them twice, for less than a full day in total, yet she believed her gains surpassed those of others in 10 years. Indeed, Teacher Ding, without you, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today, Fang Chong echoed, equally ecstatic at his rapid progress. Ding Huan's gaze fell upon LZ, exclaiming in surprise. LZ had actually broken through within 3 months, becoming a genuine first-level gene practitioner, something he had not anticipated. Ding Huan himself had just recently achieved the second-level gene practitioner status. LZ's potential was evidently remarkable. Teacher, you noticed, LZ said, though somewhat bashfully, his tone betraying his excitement. Ding Huan sensed that LZ had not disclosed his breakthrough to Geng Qianxing and the others. He patted LZ's shoulder, encouraging him to excel in the forthcoming assessment. Ding Huan harbored the feeling that LZ was somewhat inscrutable, even if he chose not to inform his classmates. He should have at least told Geng Qianxing, as he was his mentor. Had Ding Huan not recognized LZ's achievement, would LZ have voluntarily shared it with him? Yes, Teacher Ding, rest assured, I will demonstrate my full capabilities in the assessment. LZ clenched his fists, determination radiating from him. Ding Huan nodded, and just as he was about to speak, Geng Qianxing interjected, Ding Huan, let us take a few students to the Puhai Martial Arts Square for a stroll, lest they become overly anxious when it's time for their assessments. By the way, you must have heard that a night owl just swooped in here and abducted a gifted student. That Quan Lauda is also at this hotel. Ding Huan understood that he could not eliminate Quan Lauda at this moment. Not only would it be difficult to locate him, but killing him afterward would also have repercussions for Geng, Qianxing, and the others. The 10 prestigious academies of launching collectively admit only 500 students. While that number may seem substantial, each academy only enrolls 50 individuals. This is not merely a figure for Huaxia, but pertains to a global scale. In other words, one must rank among the top 500 in the world to have a chance of entering one of the 10 prestigious academies of launching. How many students participate in the admissions assessments for these academies? To put it into perspective, the Puhai Martial Arts Square, which can accommodate 6 million people, is still teeming with individuals during the assessments. Just how vast is the Puhai Martial Arts Square? It spans nearly 250,000 square meters. At this moment, 10 massive signs have been erected around the square, each displaying the names and descriptions of the 10 prestigious academies of launching. Teacher Ding, if I could be accepted into the Dahan E Academy, I would be satisfied, Li Wanran remarked, pointing at the last sign with a sense of yearning. Among the 10 prestigious academies, Huaxia boasts 4. The top-ranked Jin-ius Academy, the 4th-ranked Guardian Academy, the 8th-ranked Wumai Shanshan, and the 10th-ranked Dahan E Academy. This prominence is largely attributed to Huaxia's flourishing martial arts, as the resurgence of martial arts must be rooted in Huaxia. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly succeed. Ding Huan replied with a smile, believing that despite Li Wanran not yet entering the ranks of first-level genetic practitioners, her chances of being admitted to the Dahan E Academy were still promising. Ding Huan, given your capabilities, securing a position as a mentor at one of the 10 prestigious academies should be a trivial matter for you, Geng Qianxing whispered in Ding Huan's ear, expressing his admiration. You must understand that once you enter the 10 prestigious academies, the resources for cultivation are extraordinary. After bringing a few students to the martial arts square, Ding Huan felt an undeniable sense of unease. Upon hearing Ding Huan's words, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat, realizing the source of his discomfort. Chapter 29. The Disgraceful Jiang University. Observing the density of the crowd at the Puhai Martial Arts Square reveals just how crucial the admissions assessments for the 10 prestigious academies of launching are. The academies were established to cultivate protectors of the earth, consolidating nearly all available resources. The significance of the 10 prestigious academies and their emphasis on admissions assessments cannot be overstated. From a distance, it is all about the future of the earth. And up close, it is about identifying the most gifted students. Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ are among those he has nurtured. And Ding Huan estimates that there is a considerable likelihood that these three will be accepted as prodigies by the 10 prestigious academies. If that is indeed the case, Ding Huan would have effortlessly cultivated 3 geniuses, and if such individuals are overlooked by the 10 prestigious academies, then the academies must be blind. The attention from the 10 prestigious academies is manageable. However, if the Genetic Alliance sets its sights on him, it becomes perilous. Ding Huan had previously contemplated this issue, but had not taken it seriously. He was aware of the importance of the admissions assessments, but to be honest, he had no real concept of how critical they were. Observing the fervor in the square, Ding Huan recognized that the significance of this assessment far exceeded his expectations, compelling him to redefine his own importance. He had not accurately gauged the esteemed position of the 10 prestigious academies. He knew they were highly regarded, but had never considered their influence to be so profound. Secondly, he believed that by the time the assessments for the 10 prestigious academies commenced, he would likely have ascended to the ranks of a second-level genetic practitioner. Once he achieved the status of a second-level genetic practitioner, even if the 10 prestigious academies or other organizations attempted to forcibly retain him, they would need to be capable of doing so. In truth, he had indeed become a second-level genetic practitioner, and after his advancement, Ding Huan understood that if the 10 prestigious academies, or rather, if the Genetic Alliance, were intent on keeping him, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to extricate himself from their grasp. Even if he managed to leave, there would be consequences. The previous Yin Xia was one example. What if the Genetic Alliance sent a third-level genetic practitioner, or even a fourth-level genetic practitioner? He was uncertain whether the Genetic Alliance possessed fourth-level genetic practitioners, but he was certain that they had third-level ones. He could not afford to wait until the assessments began to ponder this matter. By then, he might truly find it impossible to escape. A single individual facing the combined forces of the national and global genetic alliances and martial art alliances was still far from sufficient. Why was there no news from Geng Qianxing in his previous life? Was it not due to the fact that he was eliminated after developing the endurance gene? He was stronger than Geng Qianxing, but even at his best, he was merely a second-level genetic practitioner. Of course, he could place his hopes on the notion that everyone would adhere to reason and principles. If all nations, the Genetic Alliance, and the Martial Arts Alliance considered matters from a perspective of justice and fairness after recognizing his abilities, elevating his status, and providing him with whatever resources he required for cultivation, then he would have nothing to fear and could obtain everything he needed. However, Ding Huan could only chuckle at such a possibility. He recalled a joke. Would you believe in such a possibility? Or would you trust that experts discovered a youthful Qin Shi Huang in his tomb? He would rather believe the latter. Ding Huan had never interacted with the Martial Arts Alliance or the 10 prestigious academies, and he was all too aware of the nature of the Genetic Alliance. He could not remain in this place. He needed to leave quickly. With this thought in mind, Ding Huan announced, "Let us depart from here." All right, Geng Qianxing, having visited this place several times, was not overly concerned. The students were eager to explore a bit longer, but they were still inclined to heed Ding Huan's wishes. But what about you, Teacher Ding? Li Wanran immediately inquired. She was keen for Ding Huan to accompany them to the admissions assessment for the 10 prestigious academies. They all understood that Geng Laoshi was merely a bystander. The true instructor was Ding Huan. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the assessment, having Ding Huan present would provide them with some assurance. After the 3 students departed, Geng Qianxing asked, "Ding Huan, is something amiss?" He sensed that Ding Huan's need to leave was not merely a trivial matter. For a mentor, What could possibly be more important than their students preparing to participate in the admissions assessments for the 10 prestigious academies? Ding Huan nodded and replied, Xiaogong, you should destroy all data related to your endurance gene immediately. Geng Qinxing stared at Ding Huan in disbelief. He had dedicated years to genetic research, and the endurance gene was his sole achievement, destined to make waves globally. How could Ding Huan ask him to destroy it? Ding Huan patted Geng Qinxing on the shoulder. Trust me, you won't regret it. As for your research on the endurance gene, I could replicate it in the time it takes to enjoy a meal. It's nothing extraordinary. Geng Qinxing scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself that while he understood Ding Huan found it unimpressive, he personally found it remarkable. If I possessed your talent, I would also find it unremarkable. Observing Geng Qinxing's expression, Ding Huan realized he would not heed his advice. However, he soon thought that after the admissions assessments for the 10 prestigious academies concluded, Geng Qinxing would have 3 students accepted into the academies. With this, Geng Qinxing's status would surely rise, and even if someone attempted to seize his endurance gene, it would not lead to his disappearance as it had in his previous life. Ding Huan, what is going on? Just tell me. 2 heads are better than 1, Geng Qinxing pressed. Ding Huan looked at Geng Qinxing in exasperation, thinking that his reasoning was rather weak. I am merely heading to Anha to gather some medicinal herbs. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Thus it is settled. Do not seek me. I shall come to Lewis City once my matters are resolved. By the way, should anyone inquire about the academic performance of certain students, you must shift all responsibility onto me. After speaking, Ding Huan did not wait for Geng Qinxing's response and turned to leave. Since remaining here was not an option, he would cultivate until he could emerge. Upon returning to the hotel, he tidied his belongings and initially contemplated visiting Jiuyu Hotel. However, recalling that he had temporarily eliminated the risks associated with Chu-yi, he deemed there was no further danger. That Quan Lauda had not acquired Chang Changji's small notebook and remained unaware of Chu-yi's existence. Moreover, Chu-yi would not consent to the integration of the genetic potion he had provided. Thus, what purpose would it serve for him to seek Chu-yi? Ding Huan departed Puhai as silently as he had arrived. His journey to Anha County was merely to furnish Geng Qinxing and his companions with a plausible explanation for any inquiries they might face. His true destination was Lujiang City, for he had heard rumors of a dual-horned fire lizard appearing on Penglu Mountain. He intended to test his luck there. Should he fail to locate this dual-horned fire lizard, so be it, but if he succeeded, it would be akin to discovering a creature as valuable as the Jinmian Qa Yuan. The genuine fire lizard possesses 6 horns, also known as the 6-horned dragon. Few are aware that the 2-horned fire lizard is a reversion mutation, possessing the most potent genes and the strongest regenerative abilities. Ignorance is one thing, but having learned of the existence of such a being imbued with divine beast bloodlines, how could he simply relent? Upon entering Penglu Mountain, he could simultaneously cultivate the Luo Shijing while searching for the dual-horned fire lizard. If he failed to find it, it would not matter. If he did, it would be his fortune. In addition, he intended to explore whether he could enhance the safety of the Luo Shijing amidst the tranquility of the uninhabited mountain. While the cultivation of the Luo Shijing proceeded normally, the process of advancement was fraught with irregularities. Should he fail to discover a solution, he might very well perish during his next attempt to advance in this cultivation method. Ultimately, he could wait for about half a year before re-emerging. If no one sought him out, it would simply mean he had been overly concerned. After departing Puhai, Ding Huan journeyed to Changjiang City, where he underwent a transformation before proceeding to Lujiang. 5 days later, he arrived at Penglu Mountain, having bypassed Lujiang City entirely. The power of the Earth's coalition and national forces was exceedingly formidable, if they were resolute in their pursuit of someone like him. Remaining incognito and altering routes would yield no distinction from staying in Puhai. As Ding Huan entered Penglu Mountain, the enrollment assessments for the 10 great academies of Blue Star officially commenced. At that moment, nearly 2 million candidates congregated at the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza, and with the accompanying parents and teachers, the total number swelled to 5 million. Geng Qinxing, accompanied by Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ, was hardly noticeable amidst the throngs of candidates. The families of Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ trailed closely behind Geng Qinxing. Moreover, None of the other students participating in the Blue Star 10 Great Academies assessments under the banner of Eugene University wished to align themselves with its team. The principal of Eugene University, Tanbei, surveyed the mere 3 students beneath the university's banner, feeling a mix of emotions. Although students admitted through Eugene's quota were considered part of the university's accomplishments, having only 3 candidates, and with just 11 individuals present, including their principal, was undeniably awkward and disheartening. Chapter 30. The first round of assessments commences. All candidates who arrived at the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza came with expectations. Even those who knew they were unlikely to succeed harbored a glimmer of hope deep within. What if they were to succeed? The 10 Great Academies of Blue Star only enroll 500 individuals at a time, yet the number of candidates reached 2 million. The admission ratio was indeed staggering. Although nearly 2 million candidates gathered, only around 100,000 were from Huaxia. Do not underestimate this figure. In truth, Huaxia sent the largest contingent to the assessments of the 10 Great Academies. Some nations sent merely a handful of participants, while most sent between 1,000 to 10,000. On average, each country had approximately 10,000 candidates participating in the assessments. Huaxia alone accounted for around 100,000, surpassing the second highest by a factor of 2. Excluding candidates, their families, school teachers, and staff, the plaza was also teeming with vendors. Consider if family members were undergoing assessments, who would have the inclination to vacate their seats. The first assessment involved testing the compatibility of genetic fusion, the simplest of evaluations, requiring only a few minutes for each candidate. Nonetheless, assessing nearly 2 million candidates could not be accomplished in a brief span. To facilitate this, the organizers from the 10 Great Academies divided the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza into 100 assessment zones. Given the higher number of candidates from Asia, 50 zones were allocated, while Europe and the Americas each received 20, and Africa was assigned 10. For continents without designated zones, candidates could take the assessment in the Americas. These 100 zones were solely for the first round. Those who failed this initial assessment would not qualify for subsequent rounds. Surrounding the plaza, rows of enormous electronic screens displayed rankings by continent and globally. Within the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza, these screens were visible from any corner. Geng Qinxing, accompanied by Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ, found themselves in the 38th assessment zone. Although candidates and their families gathered in the plaza, they occupied 2 distinct circles. Candidates were situated in the inner circle, while families and onlookers occupied the outer circle. Even Tanbei, the principal of Eugene University, could only sit in the outer circle alongside the families. Only training instructors like Geng Qinxing could occupy the inner waiting area with the candidates. Being in the outer circle did not impede their view of the competition. The first and second rounds of assessments primarily measured potential and talent. Apart from the results, there was little spectacle. The third and fourth rounds, particularly the latter featuring arena matches, were far more engaging. Despite the crowded nature of the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza, Huaxia, as the host, enjoyed an advantage, possessing 4 of the 10 Great Academies. This advantage was evident in the seating arrangements. Amidst such a multitude of candidates, any university from Huaxia that had students participating in the assessments was allocated a designated area. Each school's candidate waiting area contained between 20 and 100 seats. Eugene University had 30 seats. Currently, only 4 individuals occupied these seats, which only enhanced Tanbei's feelings of awkwardness and embarrassment. The presence of 1 teacher and 3 candidates from Eugene University was strikingly disproportionate. Tanbei had allocated the majority of spots to individuals from outside the university, not solely out of social obligation, but because he recognized the inadequacy of Eugene University's students. Deep down, Tanbei hoped that those who secured assessment spots from Eugene University would occupy their designated area, as it would add some much-needed vitality. How preposterous that individuals who rightfully belonged to Eugene University, such as Huang Chengwei and Tong Quan, chose not to sit here. Fang Chong felt a sense of indignation at the sight of only 4 individuals occupying the 30 seats reserved for Eugene University. Geng Qinxing sighed, silently praying that at least one of Fang Chong's trio would succeed. If that were the case, Eugene University would not face closure. He cherished the freedom that Eugene University offered and held a certain admiration for Principal Tanbei. The thought of such a school shutting its doors was truly lamentable. What are you looking at? Sitting beside Chu Yi, Chu Fei noticed that Chu Yi was constantly glancing around and could not help but inquire. "It's nothing. I'm just casually looking around," Chu Yi quickly replied. Following Chu Yi's gaze, Chu Fei spotted the sign of Yujian University and immediately recalled that Ding Huan claimed to be from there. "Look, he is not even in sight over there." "What a fraud," Chu Fei remarked, asserting her foresight. Chu Yi lowered her head, pondering why Ding Huan would deceive her or if he had not deceived her at all. Regardless, she intended to ask him once the exams concluded. At that moment, a platform abruptly rose in the center of the square. A man in gray appeared to walk through the air for several steps before gently landing on the platform. "It is Principal Nong." Enthusiastic applause erupted in the square, and those unfamiliar with Principal Nong began to inquire about his identity. If you don't even know Principal Nong, what are you doing here for the assessments of the top 10 universities of Blue Star? Principal Nong, also known as Gene-ius, is the esteemed president of Gene-ius Academy, the top-ranked institution among the 10 universities of Blue Star, a congenital expert who has fused 4 types of alien genes. Is there anyone stronger than Principal Nong? Senior Yin Xia. He is also a congenital expert, though I am unsure how many alien genes he has fused. Isn't the congenital expert the previous realm? I heard that later, the Martial Arts Alliance collaborated with several martial arts sects to revise the martial arts realms. Wasn't he the previous congenital realm equivalent to the current Earth-level martial artist? What do you know? Congenital is congenital, and Earth-level is Earth-level. We don't understand any of this, so let us not argue. I just feel that if one practices martial arts, why must they fuse genes? Isn't that contradictory? You know nothing. Only by fusing top-level martial arts genes can one reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The bickering continued until Principal Gene-ius proclaimed in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet." With just a single sentence, without relying on amplification devices, his voice resonated throughout the square. Many martial arts experts marveled, noting that Principal Gene-ius' internal energy had been cultivated to an almost primordial state, no matter how far or noisy the surroundings. It was as if his words echoed directly in one's ears. The square fell silent as a result of Principal Gene-ius' words. He continued, "Friends from all over the world, the reason we have gathered here today is to strive for the future of humanity. I am Gene-ius from Gene-ius Academy, and on behalf of the top 10 universities of Blue Star, I welcome you all. I also pledge here that, whether in the past, present, or future, the sole purpose of the top 10 universities of Blue Star is to protect the Earth and safeguard humanity." The applause erupted once more. After the clapping subsided, Principal Gene-ius continued, "Today, the admissions assessment of the top 10 universities of Blue Star officially begins. I assure you that this assessment will be conducted under the principles of fairness and justice, selecting the world's most outstanding talented students to enter the top 10 universities of Blue Star. Now, the assessment commences." There were no unnecessary words. With the Earth's environment undergoing drastic changes and survival becoming harsh, formalities and conferences and events had diminished or vanished entirely. Just like this admissions assessment of the top 10 universities of Blue Star, there were no speeches from leaders. Principal Gene-ius merely made 2 commitments before the assessment commenced directly. As the assessment began, the sounds among the examination zones began to be suppressed, with broadcasts only disseminating within their respective areas. For instance, the broadcast from Examination Zone 1 would not reach Examination Zone 2. All participating students focused intently, anxiously listening to the broadcasts, fearing they might miss something. The broadcast from Examination Zone 38 announced, candidates with numbers between 172, 1301, and 172, 1320. Please proceed to the location of Examination Zone 38 to participate in the first round of assessments. The first round of gene fusion testing was straightforward, allowing 20 participants to enter simultaneously. As for calling candidates one by one or repeating the call 3 times, that was not the case. If you failed to pay attention, did not hear it, or did not realize your number was included in the announced range, then you are not a genius. Since you are not a genius, what are you doing participating in this assessment? The square fell into silence, with the discussions of the onlookers outside unable to penetrate the examination zones. Each candidate's number was unique. For example, the number 172-1301 represented Asia, with 1 indicating Huaxia, 7 denoting Central Plains Province, 2 signifying Lo City, 13 representing the school or organization, and 01 being the candidate's personal number. Chapter 31. The Beast Rampage at Penglu Mountain. A group of 20 entered, and in just about 3 minutes, they completed the test and emerged. The broadcast sounded again, announcing the next wave of 20 candidates to enter the assessment. Meanwhile, the massive electronic screen outside displayed the rankings. The first item, the gene fusion degree assessment, required a minimum of 60% to pass, meaning the gene fusion degree must reach at least 60 or above to qualify for the second assessment. Achieving a fusion degree of 60 was classified as level C. Even among level C, rankings could differ. Your score of 60 could be level C, while someone else's 61 was also level C. The true rankings did not merely reflect a 1% difference. Even a difference of 0.0001% could manifest in the rankings. Of course, this was just the first assessment. Once the subsequent assessments were completed, the differences in rankings among candidates with varying fusion degrees could become negligible. Your gene fusion degree is 85, reaching level B, which ranks among the top 3 in our school. In the assessment area of Tsinghua University, Chu Fei spoke with some excitement. Being Chu-ius cousin and naturally delighted by Chu-ius success. You passed as well? Kui seemed somewhat distracted, her gaze fixated on the rankings on the large screen. She was eager to discover if anyone from Yujian University, as Ding Huan had claimed to teach, was listed among them. Chu Fei pouted. I'm only level C, a fate of accompanying the prince in studying. In examination zone 38, Li Wanran, feeling somewhat bored after sitting for a day, sighed. It seems today, I sent our turn. Geng Qianxing nodded, acknowledging that despite the first assessment's rapid pace, with so many participants, it was normal not to be called on the first day. By convention, the admissions assessments of the top 10 universities of Blue Star typically aim to eliminate over 80% of the students in the first round. This means that out of 2 million participants, at most only 400,000 could advance to the second round. This was merely theoretical. The actual number would surely be less than 400,000. After the first day of assessments concluded, the hotels surrounding Puhai Martial Arts Square buzzed with activity. Many were eliminated, while some had passed the first round with commendable results. Those students who performed well in the first round had the opportunity to enter one of the top 10 universities of Blue Star. Investing at this moment would yield substantial returns once the students entered the top 10 universities of Blue Star. Teacher Geng, do you think our school has any hope of producing a successful candidate? Tan Bixin grew increasingly anxious as the first day passed without any students from Yujian University participating in the examination. Even though he knew deep down that it was improbable for Yujian University to have any successful candidates, human nature often harbors a glimmer of hope. What if? Whether the student was from Yujian University itself or merely utilizing its examination quota was inconsequential. Principal Tan, there's no need to rush. You have such faith in me and Teacher Ding. We will certainly do our utmost, Geng Qianxing stated, though he dared not guarantee anything to Principal Tan. Principal Tan could only sigh, feeling that rather than seeking an answer from Geng Qianxing, he was simply trying to find a comfort for himself. At this moment, even if Geng Qianxing uttered a comforting lie, he would find an extra ounce of hope within himself. Wanran, if you can pass the first 2 rounds of assessments, we have a way to facilitate your entry into Yinjing's future gene planning bureau. As soon as Li Wanran emerged, her mother rushed to her side. Mom, we estimate that it won't be our turn until tomorrow. I haven't even participated in the assessment today. Li Wanran felt exasperated. She had reassured her parents multiple times about her confidence, yet they remained skeptical, perhaps not truly absorbing her words. Moreover, if she were to fail the first round, could she truly achieve success through mere effort? This gene compatibility test could not be improved through hard work. It entirely depended on one's inherent abilities. It was not just Li Wanran. The majority of families accompanying their children were engaged in similar futile inquiries about their child's likelihood of passing the first round of testing. In a suite on the top floor of the Tinghuan Grand Hotel, a man clad in white pajamas reclined in an armchair, a cigarette held between his fingers. Before him stood a man and a woman. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, exuded a remarkable sense of competence. Master Quan, 3 candidates who meet the criteria have emerged in today's first round of assessments, with gene compatibility exceeding the required level. Among them, 2 are gene affinity bodies, and 1 is a coupled gene body, the woman reported, speaking with a deliberate clarity. Another coupled gene body? Pray, enlighten me, Master Quan replied, sitting up in his chair. His interest piqued. Indeed, this coupled gene body is named Chu-E, with a gene fusion degree of 85% in the first round. She hails from Anjiang province and has some family assets, though lacking significant influence. The safety coefficient for extracting her is rated at 8. Upon hearing this, Master Quan rose and paced the room a few times before declaring, "Has Chang Cheng-jin recorded this woman's information and circumstances? If he has neglected even this, then both Chang Cheng-jin and Li Xing are woefully incompetent." Master Quan nodded and continued to pace, then asked, "Were Chang Cheng-jin and Li Xing killed because of her?" The woman hesitated before shaking her head. She has an uncle named Chu Jio-e, whose strength is merely that of an ordinary internal energy practitioner, not even qualifying as a martial artist, so he lacks the capacity to kill Chang Cheng-jin and Li Xing. Another man, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Could it be that Chang Cheng-jin and Li Xing were too arrogant and offended someone? In recent days, numerous powerful individuals have gathered in Puhai. If their arrogance led to their demise, it would not be surprising. Master Quan sat down again, took a slow drag from his cigarette, and said, "Indeed." The two bowed in acknowledgement, fully aware that Master Quan insisted on having Zhang Tai by his side out of fear. Their assumption was not unfounded. Master Quan was indeed fearful. The individuals who had killed Chang Cheng-jin and Li Xing were undoubtedly powerful. Should such a person come after him, he could not afford to be without a bodyguard. As for the loyalty of Chang Cheng-jin and Li Xing to the Gene Alliance, and their assurance of not revealing his existence, he chuckled at the thought, knowing he wouldn't believe it himself. By the way, investigate whether Chu-E and those gene affinity bodies have any connection to Zhang Yongsheng of the Dahan E Academy, particularly the coupled gene body. Speaking of Zhang Yongsheng, Master Quan held no respect for him. Both Zhang Tai and the woman named Xiao Jian were acutely aware of Zhang Yongsheng's significant background. Despite his advanced age, Zhang Yongsheng was the esteemed old president of the Dahan E Academy, revered globally. Master Quan's disdain for Zhang Yongsheng stemmed from the recent killings of Chang Cheng-jin and Li Xing. The enrollment assessments of the 10 major academies on Blue Star were a global affair, a matter of humanity's future. Why should the Gene Alliance act with such impunity in Puhai? This was absolutely intolerable. Ding Huan had been at Penglu Mountain for several days without delving deeper into it, merely wandering around its outskirts. His hesitation was not due to fear of gene beasts, but rather because of a previous encounter mentioned by Lu Tu, who claimed to have seen a dual-horned fire lizard. Lu Tu's strength was undoubtedly limited, at most an external energy practitioner. Even with his experience, an external energy practitioner would not dare venture deep into Penglu Mountain. From this, Ding Huan deduced that Lu Tu had encountered the dual-horned fire lizard on the periphery of Penglu Mountain. The initial days had been manageable, yet today Ding Huan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After some deliberation, he decided to enter the cave he had previously excavated. Based on his past experiences, he knew that being cautious would ultimately serve him well. He had been pursued by unique individuals, ultimately meeting his demise on a desolate planet in the cosmos, not due to carelessness or lack of vigilance, but because his strength and equipment were inadequate. Just as Ding Huan sealed the cave, he heard a sudden rustling sound approaching. Through a crevice, he glimpsed a massive black gorilla accompanied by thousands of gene beasts charging towards him. A chill ran down his spine. He had witnessed beast tides in his previous life, and the scale back then had surpassed this one by 100-fold. He had fought alongside others under the leadership of top-tier powerhouses, with numerous human gene practitioners present. He did not need to be at the forefront, merely picking up the spoils from behind while the larger individuals took the brunt. Facing tens of thousands of gene beasts alone, what could he do but wait for death? Moreover, the leading black gorilla appeared to be close to a level 4 gene beast. Why were these countless gene beasts rushing towards him? Had he offended the black gorilla? Chapter 32. A stirring revelation the following morning, before the enrollment assessments commenced, the Puhai Martial Arts Square was already bustling with activity. The first day of the Gene Fusion Degree tests showcased a plethora of astonishingly gifted talents. The massive electronic ranking screen displayed the name Aishi at the top, with a test score of 960,073 from Jianxia University. Aishi, a young girl from Europe, had achieved an astounding Gene Fusion Degree of 96, a definitive level. Not only Aishi, but also Merku from Africa had reached the same level of Gene Fusion Degree, an impressive feat even if he had just crossed the threshold. The students who had entered the enrollment assessments confidently on the first day felt a wave of anxiety upon witnessing the gene fusion degrees of others. Most of the candidates attending the Blue Star's 10 major academy assessments had conducted their own tests. Naturally, regardless of whether they had been performed at the most reputable institutions, such as the Huasha martial arts gene testing at Puhai Square, the results could vary significantly, with discrepancies of up to 20 percentage points. Wanran, do you three truly feel assured? Geng Qianxing, returning for the second time to the Puhai martial arts square, found himself gripped by uncertainty. To speak candidly, he had arrived brimming with confidence. The knowledge imparted by Ding Huan had proven beneficial not only to the three students but to him as well. Coupled with the unwavering confidence of Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ, Geng Qianxing had felt optimistic. However, after witnessing part of the results from the first round of assessments yesterday, his heart began to waver. Yet, as the team leader, he could not show weakness. So he refrained from voicing his concerns. Today, upon seeing the enormous rankings in the square, showcasing 2 remarkable levels and a multitude of impressive scores, he could not help but inquire. Regrettably, once he voiced his question, he immediately regretted it. At this moment, a teacher's role was to motivate the team, not to dispel their spirits. Had he not just undermined their morale? Li Wanran, who had been radiating confidence, hesitated and replied, "Teacher Geng, even if we do not achieve a high level in the first round of gene fusion degree tests, passing should not be an issue, right? Our strengths lie in the 3rd and 4th rounds of assessments." "Yes, we have absolute confidence in the 3rd and 4th rounds," Fang Chong asserted, seemingly undeterred by the mounting pressure. His practice of basic long fist techniques only made him feel increasingly competent. Regrettably, the only individuals he regularly sparred with were LZ and LWNRN, and he had yet to contend with anyone from the outside, leaving him uncertain of their true prowess. Both LWNRN and LZ practiced foundational long fist techniques, and their skill levels were comparable during their training sessions. This was precisely why he felt a tinge of anticipation for the assessments in the 3rd and 4th rounds. In hindsight, it would have been prudent to have them undergo a genetic testing at PHI martial arts gene testing building beforehand, as it would have provided him with a clearer understanding of their capabilities. As Gene-ius made his way toward the assessment area at Lu HSH NGW University, he encountered Huang Sich NGWI, who awkwardly greeted him. To be candid, he harbored dissatisfaction with the arrangements made by his parents. After all, he had no chance of passing. Not only was he not receiving training at YG University, but he was also forced to sit for assessments at Lu HSH NGW University, which he found utterly humiliating. That Professor F, to be honest, seemed somewhat overrated in Huang Sich NGWI's eyes. Despite the considerable fees paid for 3 months of training, the instruction provided was rather mediocre. They covered basic genetic knowledge, the precautions to enhance fusion rates during testing, and the early morning breathing technique. Huang Sich NGW, I was well aware of the limited knowledge he gained in those 3 months. He did experience a slight improvement, but it was marginal at best. He would have been better off at YG University, where at least there were 2 commendable instructors. Particularly, that teacher Ding was quite pleasant to listen to and had a knack for boasting. Additionally, G-L Asha's foundational knowledge in genetics seemed to surpass that of Professor F. Fame does not necessarily equate to competence. Opting for silence as he escorted the 3 students back to the isolated assessment area of YG University. He bore no resentment towards Huang Sich NGWI's aspirations. It was natural for individuals to seek higher ground. Yet he felt a distinct lack of warmth in the situation. The announcement for the assessments echoed once more as waves of candidates entered the examination hall to continue the first round of genetic fusion testing. Just as F-Ing-C-H-Ing, LWNRN, and LZ were at their most anxious, the broadcast called out their examination numbers. "Don't be nervous, you can do it," G-Ing-Chi-N-X urged his 3 students, despite his own rising tension. It was impossible not to feel nervous, regardless of their anxiety. F-Ing-C-H-Ing and the others had to step into the testing arena. The genetic fusion assessment here differed from others. Typically, candidates would stand on a machine and place their hands in testing slots. Here, however, the procedure involved inserting a needle into the back of the hand. And once the blood seeped out, the test concluded. "So quick? What's the outcome?" G-Ing-Chi-N-X inquired immediately. LWNR, and shook her head. We also don't know. After the needle pricked the back of my hand, it was over in less than 3 minutes. The results will be displayed on the large screen shortly, LZ added. Noting that the names on the screen were all those who passed the assessment, at least at the level, if one did not even reach the level. Knowing the score would hold no significance. Wait, if we don't reach the level, won't we miss the chance to participate in the third and fourth rounds? Ng's train of thought suddenly halted, his mouth agape as he stared at the massive electronic scoreboard in the square. On the global ranking screen, LZ's name stood out as the first, with a passing score of level and a fusion rate of 98. Els, you came in first with a fusion rate exceeding 98. How are you so formidable? Ing finally reacted. At that moment, it was not only Ing who was stunned. Ing and LWNR were equally astonished as they beheld LZ's level score. Following the assessment score was a parenthesis containing the data 980339, representing the fusion rate. A fusion rate of 98 was arguably the best result in the first round of admissions for the top 10 academies in Blue Star over the years. LZ clenched his fist, having had a premonition that his performance would not disappoint, and indeed it did not. Furthermore, only Teacher Ding was aware that he had become a Level 1 genetic practitioner. As a Level 1 genetic practitioner participating in such a high-stakes assessment, he was certain he could achieve commendable results in the third and fourth rounds. LWNRN, you too are at level. No, Ing. You're also at level, Ing exclaimed, almost at a loss for words from excitement. Just moments ago, LWNRN and Ing, who had envied LZ, now found themselves in a state of shock as they witnessed their scores, one ranked second and the other fourth. On the global scoreboard for the first round of genetic fusion assessments, LWNRN score prominently appeared in the second column. LWNRN, assessment score, 961107. Easy no des universités. Meanwhile, Ing's name appeared in the fourth column. Ing, assessment score, 952261, YG in University. The previous first-place candidate, IX, had now dropped to third. Ing and the others were overwhelmed with joy, while outside, the family and friends of Ing, LWNRN, and LZ were left questioning the validity of the electronic scoreboard upon seeing these results. Once they realized the scores were genuine, LWNRN's mother was moved to tears. Ing's father rubbed his eyes in disbelief, having thought that after today's assessments, there would be no further opportunities for his son. Having participated in the admissions assessments for the top 10 academies of Blue Star, securing a job for his son would now be significantly easier. This admissions assessment was eliminatory. Failing the first round meant there would be no chance to participate in the second round. Suddenly, FNYNBO recalled that Ing had consistently expressed confidence, claiming their instructor was exceptional. In the past, he had merely brushed it off, but now it appeared to be true. In stark contrast to FNYNBO's astonishment, TNBI, the principal of YG in University, was genuinely unable to contain himself, repeatedly rubbing his eyes in disbelief, worried he was imagining things. Although he yearned for a student from YG in University to be accepted into one of the top 10 academies of Blue Star, he was acutely aware that the odds were virtually zero. He had been deceiving himself, unwilling to accept that YG in University was fading into obscurity. Yet, what had he just witnessed? Ing, LWNRN, and LZ from YG in University all achieved level scores? And LZ was currently in the lead? Surely, his eyes were not deceiving him. TNBI, having experienced the trials of life, quickly regained his composure and erupted into laughter. As TNBI's exhilaration subsided, he reflected that it is often during times of adversity that one discovers who is truly sincere. When YG in University was thriving, he would have found himself surrounded by instructors and staff from various positions. Now, he stood alone, save for Ing and Xing. Indeed, Ing Osh was a remarkable talent and a devoted comrade. It was only through the efforts of exceptional teachers like Ing and Xing that YG in University could endure and flourish. In the assessment area of Lu HSH NGW University, Huing CH NGWI, following the conclusion of the tests, did not appear particularly disheartened. His demeanor remained rather optimistic. He had never intended to pass the first round of assessments. If the evaluations for the top 10 academies of Blue Star were that simple, they would not carry the weight they held today. At that moment, he suddenly heard exclamations of astonishment from those around him. In truth, Gene-ius NGW, I did not know the other candidates nearby. He was merely seated here under the guidance of his instructor, Professor F. Gene-ius NGW, I understood that Professor F's intention was to instill a sense of pride or a modicum of honor in him. However, in Gene-ius NGWI's mind, being present in the waiting area of Lu-HSH NGW University did not constitute an honor. On the contrary, being surrounded by strangers while enduring the process felt quite torturous. At that moment, as he heard the gasps of astonishment from those around him, it seemed they were all fixated on the large screen, some even covering their mouths in disbelief. Huang Chengwei instinctively glanced at the large screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. Displayed prominently on the colossal electronic ranking board was the name of LZ, occupying the top position with an astonishing fusion degree of 98. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly astounded him was the affiliation of LZ with Yuzhang. How could this be possible? Almost immediately, Huang Chengwei's gaze fell upon the second-place holder, Li Wanran, also from Yuzhang, with a fusion degree of 96. The fourth-ranked Fang Chong, too, boasted a fusion degree of 95 and was yet another student from Yuzhang. These three individuals were familiar to him. They were the remaining students who had accepted training from teachers Ding and Geng, while he had departed midway. The trio not only excelled in the first round of genetic fusion assessments, but also secured spots in the top 5. In an instant, Huang Chengwei grasped the gravity of his mistake, and his complexion turned pale. He realized what he had forfeited. Teacher Ding was not merely boasting. He was indeed remarkable. He had taught 3 students, all of whom achieved top-tier genetic fusion degrees. Had he not left, would his name not also grace the top 5? Huang Chengwei sat down in a daze, murmuring why? Simultaneously, Huang Xinlan awakened to the truth and stared at Jin Ling with frantic intensity. The 3 students who remained at Yuzhang had all achieved top-tier results in the first round of genetic fusion assessments, and it was their own Huang Chengwei who had departed. Jin Ling's face mirrored his pallor. Huang Chengwei's reluctance to leave Yuzhang had been overridden by her insistence to take him to Professor Fu. As a result, she had led her son from a gilded cage into a pit of despair, her entire being trembling. She had not only jeopardized her son, but also the entire Huang family. The last 3 students of Yuzhang had all been cultivated to the pinnacle of their abilities. Had Huang Chengwei remained, how could he not have achieved the same? Yet now, his name was conspicuously absent from the scoreboard, indicating that he had failed the first round entirely. At that moment, she forgot that it was Huang Xinlan who had initially persuaded Wei Wei to attend training with Professor Fu. I have harmed Wei Wei, Jin Ling muttered, her mind a void. They had conspired to undermine Huang Chengwei's future. He should have been among the elite on the global leaderboard, a figure of admiration. Instead, he had been cast aside, stripped of even the opportunity to enter the second round, while Huang Chengwei and his family wallowed in endless regret and self-recrimination. The remaining spectators at the plaza were engulfed in a frenzy. What kind of institution was Yuzhang? In the first round of assessments, 3 students had emerged in the top 4. Not only that, but all achieved extraordinary results. Such an esteemed institution had rarely been mentioned before. Many students and parents were eager to uncover the origins of Yuzhang. Meanwhile, the principal, Tan Bei, was besieged by admirers. Whether known or unknown, everyone crowded around him, and the phone in his hand rang incessantly. Ever since 3 students from his school dominated the top 4 rankings, Tan Bei had not ceased smiling. He engaged in pleasantries with various teachers, principals, parents, and officials, all the while contemplating that even if these 3 students failed the second round, their remarkable first-round results would secure Yuzhang reputation. To those who had looked down upon Yuzhang, both former teachers and transferred students, he mused that in the future, Yuzhang would be an institution they could not aspire to reach. As he pondered these thoughts, Tan Bei felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The influence of teacher Geng loomed large. Not just Geng Qianxing, but also Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ had become the objects of their admiration. What had brought them to the assessments? Truth be told, They had not anticipated admission to one of the top 10 academies of Blue Star. In their minds, merely passing the first round of genetic fusion tests would signify success. If they truly failed, then establishing connections with outstanding students would still be a valuable asset in the future. Unsurprisingly, none of them managed to pass the first round. The students they had sought to connect with were precisely those from Yujiang Dashue whom they had previously dismissed. Geng Qianxing responded perfunctorily to the fair-weather friends, showing no inclination to engage further. "Brother Fong, your discerning eye is remarkable," a long-haired youth seated beside Fong Chong said with a grin. Fong Chong chuckled. "What discerning eye? I am merely a student of Yujiang Dashue, naturally trained under Teacher Geng." At that moment, he recalled Ding Huan's words, urging him not to divulge information. "I know you. You were the one who was impatient in the classroom, berating teachers Ding and Geng." Li Wanran suddenly interjected. The long-haired youth, still smiling, insisted, No. I was just inquiring. It was my fault. By the way, I haven't seen Teacher Ding." This time, no one paid him any attention. Everyone was aware of his intentions. Having failed the first round, he still wished for another chance. However, Geng Qianxing understood that such aspirations were mere fantasies. Luo Xinwei observed the suddenly bustling waiting area of Yujiang Dashue and recalled Ding Huan. The last time he mentioned bringing students to participate in the assessments, or rather, he should have said he had nominally trained a few students. Could it be that these were the students with top-tier results? Ding Huan's fortune seemed extraordinary. Having only just entered Yujiang Dashue, he was already associated with such prestigious accolades. Throughout, she had never considered that these students were genuinely trained by Ding Huan. This seems amiss," Chu Fei remarked, her eyes fixed on the ranking screen, filled with confusion. Chu Yi was equally stunned. It was indeed strange. Yujiang Dashue? Wasn't that the university Ding Huan claimed to have trained students at? "I will go inquire," Chu Fei said, rising. She and Chu Yi had already participated in assessments yesterday, so they were observing today from the audience area, unable to enter the waiting area. However, inquiries did not necessitate entry into the waiting area. They could simply seek out the individuals from Yujiang Dashue. "No need to ask, I just inquired." Chu Jiuyi's voice came through. Chu Jiuyi sighed. I fear I have truly misled you." Chu Jiuyi explained. "Yujiang Dashue is indeed lacking, no doubt about it. Apart from Principal Tanbei, only 2 training teachers and 3 students represent the school." "Those 3 top-tier students?" Chu Fei exclaimed in surprise. Chu Jiuyi nodded. "Yes. There are too many people surrounding Principal Tan. I cannot even get a word in. I overheard that the 2 training teachers are both from Yujiang Dashue. One is Teacher Geng and the other Teacher Ding. Teacher Geng seems to be the lead, with Teacher Ding as the assistant. That Teacher Ding wouldn't happen to be Ding Huan, would he?" Chu Fei's eyes widened, unable to believe her judgment. Chu Jiuyi sighed. "It seems to be true. It must be him. Such a flimsy lie would not be uttered by anyone with a semblance of intelligence." After speaking, he glanced at Chu Yi. "Thus I have misled you. Ding Huan's claim to assist you in improving your assessment scores for the top 10 academies of Blue Star must indeed hold some truth." As Chu Jiuyi spoke, he forgot that Ding Huan had indeed made such a statement, still believing Ding Huan to be deceitful. "Uncle G, it's all right. My first-round test score was decent. At least I passed with a fusion rate of over 80, Chu Yi replied with a smile. Chu Fei's eyes sparkled. "Uncle G, since that's the case, why don't we seek out Ding Huan tonight? There's still a few days until the second round. Perhaps Ding Huan could help us enhance our assessment scores." "Indeed, why did I not think of that?" Chu Jiuyi's eyes also brightened, sensing Ding Huan's keen interest in Chu Yi. "Uncle G, Fei, this might not be appropriate," Chu Yi frowned. Previously, when others offered assistance, they were reluctant. Now that they see others have capabilities, they wish to retract their stance. Chapter 34. The Frenzied Parents. Ding Huan, still hiding in Penglu Mountain, is unaware that his name has gained notoriety in Puhai. After witnessing tens of thousands of genetic beasts surge past him, Ding Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially resigned himself to a fatal outcome. With his current strength, the chances of survival against such a horde were exceedingly slim. Fortunately, these genetic beasts were merely in a frenzy as a group, not specifically targeting him. However, this raised a question. If they were not after him, then who were they pursuing? The notion of the genetic beasts being in a collective frenzy was merely Ding Huan's internal lament. It was evidently not a reality. Soon, Ding Huan's anxiety resurfaced. He recalled an incident from a few months prior, when a train he was on was intercepted by a pack of genetic beasts, which was later resolved by the military. Ding Huan understood that matter was far from over. With tens of thousands of genetic beasts now emerging from Penglu Mountain, he knew that Lujiang City would be their primary target. Lujiang City, being a large metropolis, had defenses that were inferior to those of the small Anna County. The consequences of such a horde charging towards Lujiang were dire. With a heavy sigh, Ding Huan emerged from the cave. He recognized that with his current abilities, he could do nothing to prevent this calamity. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to the fate of Lujiang City, as he had focused solely on gathering information about himself and his father, Ding Baishan, after gaining a semblance of freedom. Matters such as genetic beast tides and the admissions of the 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star were beyond his contemplation. As he gazed at the direction the beasts had departed, Ding Huan resolutely turned and headed deeper into Penglu Mountain. The dual-horned fire lizard is also a mutated beast. Yet Ding Huan was certain that it would not join the stampede of beasts fleeing Penglu Mountain. This fire lizard harbored the bloodline of a divine beast, the dragon. Even an ordinary third-tier mutated genetic beast, like the black chimpanzee, could not command it or exert any influence over it. It was evident that the dual-horned fire lizard had seized this opportunity to venture deeper into Penglu Mountain in search of territory. Thus, for Ding Huan, this presented an opportunity. The first assessment, the genetic fusion degree test, spanned a full 5 days. Nearly 2 million participants took part, yet only 300,000 succeeded in the first round. Many candidates had passed their own tests for genetic fusion degrees, even achieving scores of 80. However, upon arriving at the actual assessment venue, they were unable to attain the required level. The second round of assessments was scheduled to occur 2 days later. When Kuyi, Kufe, and Chujio arrived at the Ting Huan Grand Hotel, it was nearly impossible to enter due to the throng of individuals gathered to see Ding Huan and Geng Qianxing. They had nearly surrounded the hotel to the point where not even a fly could enter. Xiao Yi, I fear we may not be able to meet Teacher Ding. Que je y remarque son berdi. Ding Huan, a training instructor at Eugene University, had 3 students achieve level 3 results. Even if Ding Huan were only a minor figure, having taught those 3 students made him a person of interest. Chu Yi remained silent, recognizing that under the current circumstances, it was utterly impossible to meet Ding Huan. Everyone, please make way. I'm a classmate of Teacher Ding, a clear voice rang out. Are you truly a classmate of Teacher Ding? Those unable to enter seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. If they could not meet Teacher Ding, perhaps they could gain information through his classmate. Naturally, Geng Qianxing was the leading figure. It was clear that Ding Huan, as an auxiliary instructor, possessed considerable skill. When Luo Xinwei learned that Ding Huan was the instructor for the students from Eugene University, she merely thought that Ding Huan had been fortunate to have such an opportunity. She had not considered anything further, nor had she planned to converse with Ding Huan for long. However, upon discovering that all 3 students from Eugene University had achieved level 3 results in the first round, she was eager to meet Ding Huan immediately. Luo Xinwei even contemplated whether, if she obtained a slot for the next admissions assessment at one of the 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star, she could ask Ding Huan to speak to Teacher Geng on her behalf, facilitating her acceptance into pre-examination training. Yes, I am Luo Xinwei, and I have been friends with Ding Huan for 4 years. Please allow me to pass. I have matters to discuss with Teacher Ding. The one who spoke was indeed Luo Xinwei. Strictly speaking, she was not even an instructor. She had merely ingratiated herself with a lead instructor from Luoshangwu University to secure a minor role. In Luo Xinwei's mind, as long as she stood before Ding Huan, any request would be granted. In fact, she felt a twinge of irritation as Ding Huan's phone had been unreachable. Otherwise, she would not need to squeeze through the crowd. Luo, is Ding Huan really a training instructor at Eugene University? Chujio inquired. Knowing that Ding Huan was indeed a training instructor, Chujio sought to engage in conversation to establish a closer connection. Luo Xinwei frowned slightly before responding, of course. We both graduated from Luoshangwu University. He was assigned to Eugene University as an instructor, while I was assigned to Luoshangwu University. In reality, Ding Huan was assigned to Eugene University as an instructor, while she was merely an instructor as well. Yes, I can confirm this. My instructors are indeed Teacher Ding and Teacher Geng. A voice chimed in. Your instructors are Teacher Geng and Teacher Ding? What is your name? A bald man asked in surprise. Huang Chunwei felt his face flush. Indeed, his instructors were Ding and Geng, yet he had foolishly run away. He had come against his family's wishes, hoping for another opportunity to participate in the admissions assessment at the 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star. Forget it, stop boasting, someone mocked. Luo Xinwei shot a disdainful glance at Huang Chunwei and pushed through the crowd. Upon learning that Luo Xinwei was a classmate of Ding Huan, the crowd parted to make way, as no one wished to offend acquaintances of Teacher Geng and Teacher Ding. Seeing a path open, Chu Jiu-yi quickly followed, easily maneuvering through the throng to reach Geng, Qianxing, and Tan Bei, the president of Yujing University. They were stuck in the hotel lobby on the first floor due to interviews. President Tan, is Ding Huan here? Luo Xinwei asked cheerfully upon entering. Who are you? Tan Bei inquired, looking at Luo Xinwei and the group trailing behind her with curiosity. My name is Luo Xinwei, and I'm a classmate of Ding Huan from Luhe Shangwu University. After graduation, we were both allocated positions. I remained at my alma mater, while Ding Huan went to Yujing University. Geng Qianxing interjected, Teacher Ding is not here. He had to attend to some urgent matters outside, and I am unaware of his whereabouts. Teacher Geng, I only hope you can train my child for one day. No, just half a day will suffice. Here, as your compensation. A woman who had squeezed and urgently said, presenting a suitcase to Geng Qianxing. Without needing to open it, everyone could infer that it was filled with cash. To bring a suitcase full of cash and openly offer it to Geng Qianxing was no ordinary act. Some martial arts experts recognized the individual with the suitcase as likely approaching the Huang level. Geng Qianxing and Tan Bei exchanged helpless glances. It was hardly subtle, was it? Offering money in such a public manner? Who taught you that? However, Tan Bei also understood the parents' concerns, especially with only 2 days remaining until the second round of assessments. Without this method of financial persuasion, she would have had no opportunity whatsoever, not even a chance to meet these two esteemed teachers. The woman offering money truly believed that with the impending second round, who could predict whether Teacher Geng would make an appearance after today? She had neither the time nor the opportunity. Teacher Geng, my child is eager to train under your guidance. We are willing to pay any amount, she urged. It was as if the two individuals had ignited a powder keg, prompting everyone to express their willingness to contribute even more funds or to offer alternative forms of compensation. Tan Bei gazed at the thronging crowd, feeling a sense of helplessness as she pressed her forehead with her hand. The interview could no longer proceed. She had dreamt of Yujing University making a remarkable impact during this recruitment assessment, but this was beyond astounding. It had caused a stir worldwide. As the scene became increasingly suffocating, Geng Qianxing finally spoke. Everyone, please listen to me. Upon hearing Geng Qianxing's voice, the crowd gradually settled into silence. He took a deep breath and stood atop a coffee table, proclaiming, I can empathize with your sentiments, yet I must convey the unvarnished truth. Yujing University trained 3 students who indeed achieved remarkable results. I, too, am quite astonished and perplexed. I swear to the heavens that I had no involvement in the training. It was entirely the handiwork of Teacher Ding Huan. Teacher Ding is not present here today. Had he been, he would certainly have shown himself. With Geng Qianxing's oath, the attendees could only seek out Ding Huan. After speaking, Geng Qianxing wiped the sweat from his brow. He could only listen to Ding Huan and pass the burden on to him. Upon learning that Geng Qianxing was not the trainer and that the true mentor was absent, the crowd slowly began to disperse. They did not abandon their quest entirely, but instead sought alternative channels to establish connections with Ding Huan, determined to bring their children for training in the following days. Chapter 35. The one responsible for the killings is Ding Huan. Puhai Ming Zhu building stands as the tallest edifice in Puhai and even in Huaxia, a landmark of the city. When one mentions Puhai Ming Zhu building, they invariably think of its height and fame. Few consider that the top-floor conference room is among the most luxurious in the world. At this moment, nearly all the deans from the top 10 academies in the Blue Star were present in the conference room. Additionally, there were prominent figures such as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Chu Weimin, and his deputy, Yan Xia, as well as Shi Changqian. The leader of the Gene Alliance, Shi Changqian, originally named Francis, is an American, but in this era where Huaxia leads the world, adopting a Chinese name has become a trend, akin to how everyone learned English decades ago. More importantly, having a Chinese name facilitates dealings. Among the Blue Star's top 10 academies, 4 are located in Huaxia, and nearly 90% of major martial arts factions are also based in Huaxia. In the field of genetics, Huaxia remains at the forefront. The meeting was presided over by Qian Shun, the head of admissions for the Blue Star Academies and the director of gene security for the Gene Alliance. Everyone, this recruitment assessment has unveiled many prodigious talents. Their emergence will inject new vigor into our future, safeguarding the safety of our planet and the continuation of humanity. Qian's words resonated powerfully, imbued with a palpable concern for the future of mankind. Tomorrow marks the commencement of our second round of assessments, and I anticipate that it shall yield even greater surprises. As Qian spoke, his tone softened, as if he awaited an interruption. Indeed, a corpulent white man abruptly interjected, "Director Qian, I have a question." Qian immediately halted, responding with a gracious smile, "Please, Deputy Alliance Leader Gu." The stout individual, Gu Xian, the deputy leader of the Gene Alliance, was European and had a rudimentary grasp of Chinese, yet he fancied himself adept in the language. His original name was Edward, but in an attempt to showcase his Chinese proficiency, he gave himself the name Gu Xian, which he believed meant virtuous from ancient times. However, he mistakenly used idle instead of virtuous. Regardless of how he explained it, everyone accepted him as Gu Xian. Clearing his throat, Gu Xian remarked, "As Director Qian mentioned, numerous talented students indeed surfaced yesterday. But there were also a few who defied conventional reasoning, such as Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ from Yuzhong University." The conference room fell silent. It was evident to all present that the true purpose of this gathering revolved around these three students, or rather, the identity of the teacher responsible for nurturing such exceptional talent. What could possibly elude rational judgment? 6 years ago, during our admissions assessment, we encountered a student with a gene fusion rate nearing 99. A disgruntled voice chimed in. The meeting hall grew somber, and the speaker, an elderly man with gray hair, was none other than Zhang Yongcheng, the dean of Dehan Academy. Zhang Yongcheng held a low opinion of the Gene Alliance's actions in recent years. 2 months prior, when the Gene Alliance stirred chaos in Puhai, he was the first to voice his opposition. He also suspected that the disappearance of the student with a gene fusion rate close to 99 in the Amazon 6 years ago was linked to the Gene Alliance. Qian nodded, acknowledging Gu Xian's point while agreeing with Dean Zhang's assertion. However, this situation differs from 6 years ago. Now, 3 students have achieved high marks simultaneously, all under the tutelage of a single mentor. Gu Xian exclaimed, "Indeed, I mean just that. If this mentor can cultivate such outstanding talent, why not invite him to join the Blue Star Academies or the Gene Alliance to contribute to our planet's future?" "Ah, Deputy Alliance Leader Gu, you may not be aware, but the individual who trained these remarkable students is Ding Huan," a woman interjected. Before she could finish her statement, another voice countered, "Qin Chong. Something should not be said lightly. We have heard that the training of these 3 students primarily involved 2 teachers, with Teacher Geng taking the lead and Ding Huan merely assisting." The speaker was Qin Chong, the dean of Wumai Mountain Academy, ranked 8th among the Blue Star Academies. Opposing her was Li Chuan, the dean of the Guardian Academy, ranked 4th among the Blue Star Academies. Qin Chong replied calmly, "Dean Li, if you have not grasped the situation, I do not take offense. I merely wish to remind you that in this conference room, it is best to ascertain the facts before speaking. Mr. Li, the mentor for these 3 Yuzhong University candidates is indeed primarily Ding Huan, with Geng Qianxing serving in a supportive role, stated in Niao, the dean of the Planetary Academy, coming to Qin Chong's defense." Li Chuan frowned slightly, but remained silent. He was quite displeased with Qin Chong, who, despite being Chinese and the dean of Wumai Mountain Academy, seemed to favor the Gene Alliance, ultimately becoming one of their own. Everyone knew that the Gene Alliance was currently dominated by Western influences, while the Martial Arts Alliance represented the true essence of Huaxia. However, with Niao stepping in to speak, he refrained from further confrontation. In truth, he had not conducted a thorough investigation, yet he understood the intricacies involved. The Gene Alliance had orchestrated this meeting, clearly targeting the teacher responsible for cultivating 3 genius students from Yuzhong University. Should this be substantiated, the insidious Gene Alliance would undoubtedly seek to invite this mentor to establish a foothold within their ranks, ostensibly to extract secrets from others. The various deans were aware of the disreputable actions perpetrated by the Gene Alliance under the guise of righteousness over the years. Yet, knowing did little to change the situation. The individual named Enyao, who spoke earlier, is affiliated with the Gene Lianmeng, and this woman Qin Chong, who is also a member of the Gene Lianmeng, is a traitor. Among the 10 prestigious academies of Lanxing At least 4 deans are associated with the Gene Lianming. Upon realizing this, Li Chuan felt a sudden chill of cold sweat trickling down his back. Has the Gene Lianming grown so vast without our awareness? Gu Xian smiled and said, Dean Li, we harbor no malice. On the contrary, we are eager to cultivate and support talents like Teacher Ding Huan wholeheartedly. Qin Chong chuckled lightly and interjected, Deputy League Leader Gu, if you were aware that the 2 individuals murdered from your Gene Lianming may be connected to Teacher Ding Huan, you might reconsider your stance. What? Gu Xian's smile faded, and a hint of menace crept into his tone. Zhang Yongcheng, the dean of the Dahan Yi Academy, coldly remarked, Dean Qin, one must be cautious about what one consumes, let alone the words one utters. Do not speak recklessly about matters without evidence. A sharp voice interrupted Zhang Yongcheng, stating, Dean Qin, please provide the specifics. We indeed require exceptional talent, but not at the cost of innocent lives. Zhang Yongcheng sighed and refrained from further comments, for the speaker was Shi Changqian, a notorious radical. As the leader of the Gene Lianming, Shi Changqian had once lured gene beasts to a small town only to surround and annihilate them. Although that operation was deemed successful, eradicating a potential threat, the toll on that town was devastating. As the orchestrator, Shi Changqian often justified the sacrifice of a few to protect the many, claiming he would not hesitate to lay down his life if it meant safeguarding others. Yet, anyone with discernment could see that he valued his own life above all. Even though it was merely a small town in Europe, Zhang Yongcheng felt a sense of discomfort. What purpose did the Gene Lianming and the Wudao Lianming, along with the 10 prestigious academies of launching, serve? It was to protect humanity and the earth. How could one speak of justice while using people as bait? Qin Chong was unfazed by Zhang Yongcheng's stern reprimand and continued addressing Shi Changqian. League Leader Shi, while I cannot ascertain whether Ding Huan is indeed responsible, I have uncovered a few points for your consideration. I became aware of Ding Huan due to the outstanding performance of Yujiang University. Upon investigation, I discovered numerous irregularities. The Guardian Academy's Dean Li Chuan could not help but interject, Dean Qin, you ought to tread carefully before speaking. Teacher Ding is innocent. If your words implicate an innocent person, can you reconcile that with your conscience? Qin Chong replied coolly, rest assured, Dean Li, Qin Chong, do not require your guidance on such matters. Every statement I make is well-founded. Firstly, Ding Huan arrived in Puhai over 2 months before the murder of the 2 members of the Gene Lianming. He had visited a luxury hotel for reconnaissance, albeit a week prior to the incident. Upon hearing this, Shi Changqian seethed with frustration, not out of hatred for others, but rather for the incompetence of the Gene Lianming in failing to uncover such a straightforward issue, which Qin Chong had managed to piece together. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Chong, as one of the deans of the 10 prestigious academies of launching, was not only adept in various skills, but also excelled in intelligence work. Upon determining a year ago that Puhai would become a testing ground for the 10 prestigious academies, she discreetly installed hidden surveillance devices in nearly all hotels surrounding the Wudao Square. These devices were cleverly concealed, making them nearly undetectable even during renovations. She concluded that Ding Huan was involved due to footage showing him taking the elevator to the 9th floor before ascending to the 11th via the stairs. While the imbeciles of the Gene Lianming had begun their investigation by excluding any evidence related to the elevator's access to the 11th floor, though this reduced their workload, it proved utterly futile. Initially, when Qin Chong first learned of this information, she did not pay it much heed. To be frank, although she was a member of the Gene Lianming, she felt no particular emotion regarding the murder of its members. It was only days ago, when 3 students from Yujiang University passed the first round of assessments, that she realized this was connected to Ding Huan and began to take notice. The second point of suspicion arose when I chanced upon a recording in a shop that sold fake beards and cosmetics, which showed Ding Huan had visited. I believe this should elucidate the matter. After speaking, Qin Chong cast a fleeting glance at Li Chuan before leisurely taking a seat. These findings were not mere coincidences. Upon learning that Ding Huan had cultivated 3 students with a gene fusion rate of over 95, she immediately initiated a comprehensive investigation into him. If Ding Huan were indeed responsible for the murders at the luxury hotel, he must have employed a disguise. To confirm her hypothesis, Qin Chong scoured nearly every wig and cosmetic shop in Puhai, ultimately validating her suspicions. Nonetheless, one cannot ascertain with certainty that Ding Huan was the perpetrator. Zhang Yongcheng rebuked angrily. Qianxin remarked. All our efforts are geared towards the peace of Earth and the continuation of humanity. No matter how capable an individual may be, they must not recklessly take innocent lives. Of course, we must not wrongfully accuse anyone. My suggestion is to bring teacher Ding Huan here for a direct inquiry. If he is innocent, we must not only apologize to him, but also accord him due respect and status. Ding Huan cannot be brought here. He left Puhai before the assessments, and his whereabouts are unknown, Qin Chang stated. She surmised that Ding Huan must have sensed impending danger and chosen to depart proactively. Had she been able to locate him, she would not have had to raise the issue of Ding Huan here. The crux of the matter is that she could not find Ding Huan, yet she needed to. Ding Huan possessed the ability to effortlessly elevate others' gene fusion rates, even reaching level 3, which was precisely what she required. While she had ample resources, she found herself unable to advance further after reaching the level 3 gene practitioner stage. If she could enhance her fusion rate with exotic genes, she would have the opportunity to step into the realm of level 4 gene practitioners. At her level, she understood better than anyone that continuous growth as a gene practitioner required not only refining one's techniques, but also enhancing the fusion rate and its effectiveness. As her gene fusion rate improved, the genes she had previously fused with would become increasingly pure, enabling her ongoing development. Moreover, she could continue to merge with other formidable exotic ability genes. The fate of Ding Huan was of little consequence to her. What mattered was that she must uncover this secret before his demise. The conference hall fell into a profound silence, with everyone lost in thought. Each person was acutely aware of the shared objective, to capture Ding Huan and uncover the secrets he held, which promised significant benefits. Within a brief span, the emergence of 3 prodigies with a gene fusion rate exceeding 95 was astonishing. What would happen if they were to learn of this capability? Not only would they have the means to cultivate others, but they themselves would also see their gene fusion rates improve. If we allow such a murderer to roam freely, what significance does our endeavor hold? I hereby issue a warrant for Ding Huan in my capacity as the leader of the Gene Lianming, and I implore League Leader Chu and esteemed deans to lend their support. Shi Changqian declared with conviction. League Leader Chu, the head of the Wudao Lianming, recognized that he must take a stand upon hearing Shi Changqian's words. Without waiting for Chu Weimin to express his opinion, Zhang Yongsheng was the first to voice his dissent. I disagree. Why? Shi Changqian frowned, glaring at Zhang Yongsheng, who consistently opposed the Gene Lianming. It was imperative to eliminate him. Zhang Yongsheng coldly replied, First, we do not even know if Ding Huan is truly the perpetrator. How can we issue a warrant against a capable individual based on mere conjecture? Second, the Gene Lianming lacks the authority to issue warrants on the soil of Huaxia. Dean Zhang, the Earth is now a unified entity. The Gene Lianming does not belong to anyone but the entirety of humanity. Everyone united, it seems rather inappropriate to still engage in regional divisions, Qianxin stated. Zhang Yongsheng cast a glance at Qianxin, understanding his intentions. It was evident that the tone for this meeting had been predetermined. I also disagree, Li Chuan added, standing up. In that case, let us proceed to a vote. Chu Weimin interjected immediately. Chu Weimin, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is the matter? Li Duke? Someone inquired. With a grave expression, Chu Weimin responded, I have just received news that the genetically mutated beasts have revolted, attacking Lujiang City, resulting in heavy casualties. The military has already been dispatched, and our martial alliance must provide support, Shi Changqian hurriedly stated. We must resolve matters here quickly before heading to assist. Li Chuan had already exited, exclaiming that with the urgency of the situation, there is little time for further deliberation. The leader of the Genetic Alliance holds sway, yet to influence the top 10 academies of Blue Star is but a foolish dream. Observing Li Chuan and Zhang Yongsheng departing one after another, Shi Changqian turned to the first person seated on his left and asked, Principal Gnome, what is your opinion? This individual was none other than Gnome Yijin, the president of Gene-ius Academy, the foremost institution among the top 10 academies of Blue Star. He too stood up, acknowledging the urgency concerning Lujiang. Otherwise, the existence of the top 10 academies would hold no significance. Therefore, I shall refrain from holding a vote for now and will discuss the remainder after Ding Huan arrives. Shi Changqian declared promptly. Those present understood he intended to pursue Ding Huan privately. However, this matter was of no concern to others. As the leader of the Genetic Alliance, Shi Changqian was free to pursue an inconsequential teacher. After Li Chuan and Zhang Yongsheng departed, no one else dared to oppose him. Ding Huan had been wandering deep within Penglu Mountain for an entire day, feeling a sense of urgency. Penglu Mountain was not extensive, and the mutated beasts within were not yet beyond extermination. That foolish black ape was heedlessly seeking death by heading to Lujiang City. The black ape, accompanied by tens of thousands of genetically mutated beasts, could indeed wreak havoc in Lujiang City. Yet once the military arrived, those beasts would surely meet their demise. Should Lujiang suffer heavy casualties, the military would likely sweep through Penglu Mountain to provide an account to the citizens of Lujiang. Unlike other mountain ranges, Penglu Mountain was not interconnected like Qianluo Mountain, which extended endlessly over 1,000 miles. Even if the military ventured in, they could not eradicate the genetically mutated beasts of Qianluo Mountain. For this reason, Ding Huan needed to find the dual-horned fire lizard before the military arrived at Penglu Mountain. As the morning passed, Ding Huan still had not spotted any trace of the dual-horned fire lizard. At that moment, he faintly heard the sounds of gunfire. Clearly, the military was engaging with the genetically mutated beasts. Ding Huan resolved to search for another hour. If he found nothing, he would leave immediately. An hour swiftly passed, and Ding Huan awaited a miracle that did not come. He still had not located the fire lizard. It was time to depart, and Ding Huan proceeded with great decisiveness. Having made up his mind, he charged towards the outskirts of Penglu Mountain without a moment's hesitation. With all his might he ran, emerging from Penglu Mountain within a mere 2 hours. Some scattered, genetically mutated beasts fled in every direction, evidently having suffered greatly from the military's assault. Ding Huan paid them no mind and chose a direction different from Lujiang, sprinting rapidly. In just a few minutes, as he raced on, a fiery red shadow unexpectedly caught his eye, darting towards a field. The fire lizard? Indeed, it was unmistakably the fire lizard. Excitement surged within Ding Huan, and he dashed towards the fire lizard without hesitation. He could hardly fathom that the fire lizard, like him, was fleeing Penglu Mountain. The dual-horned fire lizard undoubtedly possessed a trace of divine beast blood. Thus, it might have an extraordinary intuition regarding life and death. This fire lizard perhaps sensed that remaining in Penglu Mountain would only lead to its demise, which is why it chose to flee in the same direction as Ding Huan. No wonder he could not find the fire lizard in Penglu Mountain. Thankfully, he understood when to retreat. Otherwise, he might have searched for a year without success. Although the fire lizard was swift, being still young, Ding Huan caught up to it in mere minutes. Roaring, the fire lizard raised its head, glaring at Ding Huan with a murderous gaze. Had it not sensed that Ding Huan posed a significant threat, it might have lunged at him. It was not merely 1 meter. This fire lizard surely exceeded 2 meters in length. While Ding Huan felt exhilarated, he also recognized the urgency of the situation without hesitation. He seized his short knife and charged at the mutated fire lizard. Sensing the threat of death, the fire lizard leaped and pounced towards Ding Huan. Ding Huan struck a punch to the fire lizard's head, feeling the impact and secretly admiring the beast's formidable bone structure. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the knife sideways. A flash of crimson light appeared as Ding Huan cleaved a significant portion of the fire lizard's head. The fire lizard let out a shriek and crazily lunged towards the distant fields. It realized the vast disparity in strength between itself and Ding Huan. Ding Huan did not pursue the fire lizard, but instead collected the spoils of a lizard's eye and a horn before swiftly turning to depart. The fire lizard, having lost an eye and a horn, would undoubtedly survive. Such creatures possessed terrifying vitality and an extraordinary regenerative ability. As for him, he urgently needed to escape the confines of Lujiang City and locate a genetic laboratory, utilizing the fire lizard's genetic capabilities to create his own injury regeneration gene. Chapter 37. Toward the tiger's den, Ding Huan carefully stored the horn of the mutated fire lizard. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Lifting his head, he spotted a level 3 mutated black ape. This level 3 mutated beast, the black ape, was so heavy that each step it took resonated with a dull thud, despite Ding Huan's urgency to depart. Seeing this level 3 mutated black ape ignited a surge of anger within him. As a level 2 genetic cultivator, had it not been for the black ape leading tens of thousands of mutated beasts toward human settlements, he would have harbored no fear of it. Now, the black ape was alone and missing an eye, blood streaming from the wound. Ding Huan was well aware that the black ape was wounded, and severely so. Letting this creature raid human habitats, Ding Huan felt a sense of satisfaction, but had no intention of letting the black ape escape. Grasping his short knife, he charged towards the black ape without a moment's hesitation. Though the black ape possessed a modicum of intelligence, it was limited, as it fled rapidly. Upon seeing Ding Huan approach, it did not retreat, but rather accelerated towards him. Clearly, in its understanding, humans were only a threat when armed with fiery metal tubes. Having witnessed this in Lujiang City, the human before it, lacking such a weapon and wielding merely a knife, was perceived as inconsequential. Ding Huan was momentarily stunned by the black ape's behavior. Even the golden-faced, coarse-tailed ape he encountered at Beilong Mountain had more sense than this creature. Did it not realize it was injured, boldly charging towards him? Did it not regard him or the knife in his hand? It displayed a complete lack of awareness. As it leaped toward Ding Huan, aiming to bite his head, Ding Huan discarded his backpack and leaned back, sliding along the ground while raising his short knife, his vital energy already enveloping the blade. With a swift motion, the knife pierced through the black ape as easily as cutting through tofu. Ding Huan propelled himself forward, accelerating as he slid past. As Ding Huan slid past, the blood of the black ape gushed forth like a river breaching its dam, instantly staining the ground beneath him crimson. He exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding becoming soiled. The black ape, having barely managed to escape with its last breath, now concentrated its remaining strength to attack Ding Huan. However, with a single stroke, Ding Huan cleaved open its abdomen, rendering its colossal body incapacitated on the ground. Reduced to low, desperate growls. After brushing off the dirt from his attire, Ding Huan approached the fallen black ape, withdrew his short blade, and delivered a decisive blow to its head. No matter how resilient the black ape's skull might have been, it was cleaved in two beneath Ding Huan's strike. With a flick of his wrist, within mere seconds, he triumphantly extracted a white orb from the remains of the black ape's cranium. Although this beast was classified as a level 3 monster, Ding Huan had not anticipated the presence of a demon core. He had merely acted on a whim, hoping to find something valuable, and was astonished to discover a demon core indeed. Even if it was the most rudimentary and unrefined form, it was still the first demon core he had obtained on Earth. The utility of the demon core was manifold. Hastily wrapping it up, Ding Huan shouldered his backpack and departed swiftly. Approximately half an hour later, a group of soldiers armed with penetrating explosive spears approached the scene. "Captain, is this the black ape?" The foremost soldier exclaimed, immediately spotting the creature and rushing towards it, with the others following closely behind, their eagerness palpable. This must be at least a Xuanji warrior, perhaps even more. However, it is not surprising as many formidable fighters have arrived in Lujiang this time. Ding Huan ran relentlessly, stopping 2 hours later to ponder his next destination. He did not need to inquire. He was well aware that once his students achieved commendable results, he would undoubtedly be sought after. Whether it was for benevolent purposes or otherwise, it was ill-advised for him to emerge at this juncture. This predicament left Ding Huan feeling quite helpless. Upon realizing that LZ was a level 1 gene practitioner, he acknowledged that he had grossly underestimated the effects of the gene serum he had concocted. He had not anticipated that the potential-enhancing gene serum he had hastily developed would prove to be so powerful. Moreover, despite understanding the significant impact of the Blue Star's top 10 Academy's assessments, it was only after witnessing the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza that he fully grasped the extent of that influence. With the prowess of Yin Xia, he could only imagine how many formidable warriors belonged to the Gene Alliance and the Martial Arts Alliance. Yet, he needed to locate a gene laboratory. Without it, how could he transform the rare fire lizard he had painstakingly acquired into a gene serum? He had gathered numerous medicinal herbs at Penglu Mountain, and with the fire lizard now in his possession, he merely needed to refine these into a gene serum. Ding Huan contemplated his surroundings for an extended period but could not decide where to hide effectively. Were it not for his quest for a gene laboratory, he could simply retreat into a vast mountain range for training. Given his current strength, survival in the mountains would pose no challenge. In a moment of resignation, Ding Huan decided to disguise himself as a somewhat shrewd herbal merchant. 2 days later, he circumvented Lujiang City and arrived at Jintang. Before entering, he noticed his own wanted poster displayed prominently on a massive electronic screen just outside the city. The poster not only detailed his physique and featured his photograph, but also clearly indicated his workplace as Eugene University. The reason for his wanted status was alarming. During the enrollment assessment period of the Blue Star's top 10 academies, he had allegedly entered a hotel with malicious intent, resulting in the deaths of 2 innocent individuals and the theft of several vials of gene serum and a significant amount of cash. The reward was astonishingly high, a chance to enter a planetary academy or the Wutai Mountain venue, along with 1 million Alliance coins and a vial of top-tier gene serum. This reward was merely for providing his whereabouts, and should he be captured, the reward would escalate even further. Ding Huan furrowed his brow, pondering who could possibly have issued such a warrant against him. However, he quickly recognized the organization responsible, the Gene Alliance. Alongside the Gene Alliance, 4 institutions from the Blue Star's top 10 academies, including the Wutai Mountain venue, were implicated in the warrant. The document also deliberately misled the public by implying he had harmed candidates during the enrollment assessments, a notion that would evoke public outrage. Typically, candidates are cherished, and to suggest that Ding Huan could be so ruthless as to rob and kill them was beyond egregious. Additionally, Ding Huan recalled that while Wutai Mountain was indeed one of the Blue Star's top 10 academies, it was located within the borders of Huaxia. Why would the educational institutions of Huaxia ally with the Gene Alliance against him? He was further vexed by the warrant's claim that he had stolen gene serum. Could they not have fabricated a more plausible accusation? The gene serum from the Gene Alliance was so unremarkable that he wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it lay on the ground. As Ding Huan entered Jintang City, it dawned on him that this wanted notice had likely been issued collaboratively by the Gene Alliance and several other institutions during the enrollment assessments. In his previous life, Chu-yi had perished in the Gene Alliance laboratory, where he had been forcibly conscripted for human gene experimentation and subsequently coerced into space for further trials. Were it not for his extraordinary resilience, he would not have survived to this day. Without dismantling the Gene Alliance, he would remain haunted by this unresolved conflict. The Gene Alliance had 2 headquarters, one in the Americas and the other in Puhai. As Ding Huan pondered this, he suddenly halted. A revelation struck him. The Gene Alliance, having issued the warrant, must have convened a meeting to authorize such action, as they would never have acted unilaterally. The leader of the Gene Alliance was likely a foreigner, and they had seized the opportunity presented by the enrollment assessments for their agenda. With their headquarters in Puhai, Ding Huan's thoughts coalesced into a plan. Now was not the time to venture elsewhere. He would struggle to find a suitable gene laboratory. And the moment the warrant was issued, any unfamiliar face would be scrutinized. Even in Jintang, he could not afford to settle, given the exorbitant bounty on his head. Only in Puhai could he find refuge, as it was the origin of the warrant and the site of the Blue Star's top 10 academies assessments. It was easy to imagine Puhai teeming with unfamiliar faces at this time, with millions arriving from all corners of the globe. Furthermore, with the enrollment assessments underway, who would dare to search Puhai? Who would risk investigating? As a first-rate metropolis, Puhai boasted a plethora of advanced gene laboratories. Renting a gene laboratory, there would be a trivial matter. Additionally, there was an advantage in the chaos. Everyone would presume he was fleeing as far away as possible, unaware that he was, in fact, approaching the very watchful eyes of the Gene Alliance. The third advantage was that upon arriving in Puhai, he could keep a close watch on the Gene Alliance. In his previous life, Chu-yi had been taken away by the Gene Alliance right after the enrollment assessments concluded. This time, he could discreetly monitor her well-being. Thus, he resolved to journey to Puhai. Chapter 38. The unease of Geng Qianxing at the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza. The second round of assessments commenced today, and the waiting area was remarkably less crowded, with 300,000 participants in the second round. Compared to the 2 million in the first, it was merely a fraction. The area for the second round had been significantly reduced, hence the spectator area had expanded considerably. Unlike the first round, this time, Geng Qianxing, accompanied by 3 students from Eugene University, became the center of attention in the waiting area, still situated in Zone 38. The atmosphere was markedly different from when they first arrived. Upon their entry, Geng Qianxing and his companions were met with the rapt attention of the entire gathering. Although after the first round of assessments, Li Wanran's score dropped to 3rd and Fang Chang's to 7th, they remained the most striking figures in the square. The second round of evaluation focused on the gene growth levels, and it was a lengthier process, also following an elimination system. Compared to the first round, this second round was the true test of elimination. After 2 million participants were reduced in the first round, there still remained 300,000 at this stage. However, the second round had a grim elimination rate of 1 in 30, meaning that at most only 10,000 would progress to the third round. This starkly illustrated the brutality of the admissions assessments at the 10 great academies of launching. The high elimination rate in the second round arose from the fact that gene growth levels are deemed even more critical than gene fusion levels. A high gene fusion level merely indicates the ability to merge a particular gene, while the potential for growth after such fusion remains unknown. Some individuals may have nearly perfect gene fusion levels, but find that after merging with foreign genes, their growth ceases. In other words, those unable to continue developing after fusing foreign genes can only remain at the level of gene anomalists, never ascending to become gene practitioners. The students recruited by the 10 great academies of launching are cultivated at great expense, and naturally, they cannot afford to let them stagnate at the level of mere anomalists. Only those with high growth potential can ascend to become gene practitioners, potentially even reaching the 9th level of gene practitioners. Such high-level gene practitioners are the very purpose behind the nurturing of talent at the 10 great academies of launching. On Earth, a 9th-level gene practitioner represents the pinnacle of existence, akin to the peak of innate martial realms. This growth potential differs from his self-created gene capabilities developed by Ding Huan. The growth potential recognized in the 10 great academies or in Earth gene cultivation refers to the ability to enhance one's strength continuously after merging with foreign genes. This enhancement does not include improvements in the abilities of the fused foreign genes, but solely refers to the augmentation of one's intrinsic strength. Of course, as the strength of the gene practitioners increases, the abilities of the fused foreign genes may also see slight enhancements. However, these improvements are limited and were entirely disregarded by Ding Huan. Ding Huan's notion of growth is not simply about progressing from a first-level gene practitioner to a second or third level after merging foreign genes. Such advancement is the most basic expectation. If one cannot achieve even this, what is the point of merging foreign genes? Beyond this form of growth, Ding Huan also believes that as he enhances his own cultivation, the attributes of the foreign genes he possesses will similarly improve. The so-called attribute capabilities refer to transforming the skills of foreign genes into one's own abilities after fusion. The first round of evaluations consisted of 20 participants at a time, with each session lasting only a few minutes. In contrast, the second round involves 10 participants per assessment, with each evaluation lasting 20 minutes. Due to the impressive results in the first round, the first batch in the second round fell to Yuzhang University. Mr. Geng, we're going in, announced Fang Chong and his companions, who were among the first candidates called. Although the first round was based solely on gene fusion levels, they still felt quite anxious about the second round. Geng Qianxing waved his hand, urging them to proceed and relax their minds. Think about what level you were at originally. There is no need for undue tension. Fang Chong internally scoffed, feeling that Mr. Geng's words struck a sensitive chord, questioning whether he would ever offer comfort. If it were any other mentor, their focus would undoubtedly be entirely on their students' performance during the second round, especially after such commendable results in the first. Geng Qianxing, however, was an exception. His mind was evidently elsewhere, and he seemed somewhat distracted. Besides worrying about Ding Huan, he was also preoccupied with the stamina gene serum. In recent days, he had been repeatedly questioned by various bigwigs regarding Ding Huan's past, whereabouts, and conduct. As for Ding Huan's origins, he had only recently learned of the truth. He had never considered that Ding Huan was the legitimate heir of the Baiyu Group. It was well known that Ding Jie had taken control of the Baiyu Group, and most people were aware that Ding Jie was the adopted son of Ding Baishan, while Ding Xiaodu was his biological son. An adopted son ousting the rightful heir and seizing the Baiyu Group was a matter of public knowledge, yet no one dared to voice their opinions openly. It was unsurprising that Ding Huan had previously advised him against acquiring the Seiyu genes. This suggested that the Seiyu genes were indeed problematic. Geng Qianxing found it difficult to calm himself. He oscillated between concern for Ding Huan and worry for himself. He regretted not heeding Ding Huan's advice to purge all information about the stamina gene serum from his notebook. Now that his notebook had been confiscated, would he still be able to safeguard the stamina gene serum? Even if he could not protect the serum, the critical concern was whether he might also be taken away, just as Ding Huan had warned him. Meanwhile, Ding Huan returned to Puhai. As he had anticipated, the influx of outsiders was overwhelming. and no one would care to inquire about his identity or investigate him. Ding Huan did not immediately seek out the gene laboratory. As soon as he arrived in Puhai, renting a gene testing facility was exceedingly simple. At this moment, Ding Huan's primary objective was to generate income. His bank account still held several million. Yet he was acutely aware that using his bank card would reveal his whereabouts to the Gene Alliance in an instant. Ding Huan entered a gene herbal medicine shop. In an era marked by the mutation of various species, numerous genetically altered plants and animals had emerged, including many rare varieties. Consequently, gene herbal medicine shops had sprung up, collecting a wide array of mutated materials, whether they were mutated gene beasts or herbal medicines. These shops would then sell their collections to gene laboratories, gene enthusiasts, or academic institutions. Carrying a large backpack, Ding Huan entered the herbal medicine shop, and the staff immediately recognized him as a seller of gene herbal medicines. In these chaotic times, most herbal merchants donned such appearances. "What type of herbal medicine do you have for sale?" asked the shop assistant with a friendly smile. He understood that individual herbal merchants were rarely simple characters. Ding Huan recalled the precious materials he had in his bag, particularly the still unused mutated pomelo. That segment of pomelo was worth a fortune. Soon, Ding Huan realized that this was not the Changi continent, and presenting these materials might not yield recognition of their value. With this thought, he said, "I possess a particularly rare herbal medicine. Is the owner available?" "Owner, a customer wishes to see you," called the young man from outside. Upon hearing the call, a woman in her 30s emerged, smiling warmly at Ding Huan. "Come in. Let us enjoy some tea together." Ding Huan followed her into the courtyard, where a man and a woman were already seated, sipping tea. The woman was very welcoming. After inviting Ding Huan to sit, she poured him a cup of tea and cheerfully inquired, "What valuable items do you wish to sell?" Ding Huan produced a piece of cloth and placed it on the table. "Owner, please take a look at this." Observing Ding Huan's casual demeanor, the woman and the others paid little heed at first. When the woman unveiled the cloth and saw the contents, all three were taken aback, and it took a moment for the man to exclaim, "Is this a demon core?" The other two women remained silent, their gazes fixed on Ding Huan, particularly the woman owner, who had been in the herbal medicine business for several years, but had never encountered someone offering a gene beast demon core. "You wish to sell this demon core?" The woman's voice quivered with excitement. Even if Ding Huan quoted an exorbitant price, she was determined to acquire the demon core. Ding Huan immediately realized he had underestimated the value of the demon core. It is not that he is unaware of the value of the Yao Dan, but rather that he understands that Yao Dan is merely a term used on Earth. It can only be regarded as a Yao core. And to call it Yao Dan is indeed an exaggeration for that third-level black gorilla. Genuine Yao Dan does exist on the Changi continent, yet he has only caught a distant glimpse of it at an auction, never having touched it. On Earth, it is recorded as Yao Dan, and he has accepted it as such. Initially, he intended to sell this Yao Dan, but now he has changed his mind. It is not because the Yao Dan is too precious, but because from the reactions of these individuals, he perceives that this Yao Dan is worth at least 10 million. He cannot allow the other party to transfer the money to his card. For the moment, he can only accept cash. 1 million in cash? He fears that he cannot manage to withdraw that amount. As for collateral, the others were taken aback by Ding Huan's words. If collateral was needed, why not go to a pawn shop? Ding Huan chuckled awkwardly, explaining that the procedures at a pawn shop are overly cumbersome. He hesitated, seemingly deciding on something, and said, "I have incurred significant losses in the herbal business and currently owe a large sum to the bank, which is keeping a close watch on me. If I were to pawn this item today, the bank would seize it by tomorrow." Understanding Ding Huan's concerns, the others nodded in comprehension. At this moment, the number of bankrupt individuals is beyond count, and those unable to repay the bank are even more numerous. How do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing that Ding Huan did not intend to sell the Yao Dan, the woman appeared somewhat disappointed. Ding Huan replied, "Write me a note, merely to confirm that this Yao Dan is stored with you, and provide me with 500,000 in cash. As for the fees, let be as you see fit. If you're willing to trust me, then there will be no issue." The woman responded without hesitation. It is entirely reasonable for Ding Huan, who owes money to the bank, to require cash. As for the Yao Dan, even if it does not belong to her, simply having it in her shop would elevate her establishment's status significantly. Chapter 39. The Dominance of Eugene University. Ding Huan smiled. "I naturally trust the shopkeeper." The woman, beaming, extended her hand to Ding Huan, saying, "Let me introduce myself, Mutation. These two are my friends, Zhao Quan and Fei Tongtong. Ding Huan shook hands with Mutation, replying, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ding Wuchen, a wandering herbal merchant." Zhao Quan stood up to shake Ding Huan's hand, saying, "Brother Ding, you are truly open-minded. You have not misjudged Mu. She is the most trustworthy shopkeeper I have encountered." Mutation worked efficiently. In a brief period, she completed the receipt for the collateral of the Yao Dan and provided the 500,000 in cash. With many matters at hand, Ding Huan promptly stood to take his leave. Mutation personally escorted him out of the shop. The value of the Yao Dan is exceptionally high. Some martial artists, if they exert themselves, could even use the Yao Dan to attempt to reach the earth level. Of course, the Yao Dan must be of sufficient rank for this to be possible. Whether a third-level Yao Dan could enable one to reach the earth level is something Mutation is uncertain of. On Earth, there is still no distinction made between Yao Dan and Yao Core. In contrast, on the Chang'e continent, a Yao Core has a long way to go before it can develop into a Yao Dan. Zhao Quan sighed. Not only is it remarkable, but this is undoubtedly a Yao Dan freshly unearthed. I heard that a black gorilla leading a horde of ferocious beasts was slain on the outskirts of Penglu Mountain. Its head was cleaved. Are you suggesting that this Yao Dan is from that black gorilla? Mutation exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Quan shook his head. I cannot be certain, and I am unsure if that black gorilla possessed a Yao Dan. In Zhao Quan's understanding, generally, a genetic ferocious beast at level 4 would certainly have a Yao Dan. However, for those below level 4, whether they possess a Yao Dan is a matter of luck. In fact, since the outbreak of genetic ferocious beasts on Earth, only 3 level 4 genetic ferocious beasts have been discovered. One was killed, and its Yao Dan was obtained by the Genetic Alliance. The other 2 managed to escape, with one heavily wounded and now untraceable. That person is truly audacious. If this Yao Dan were to be auctioned, it could very well fetch tens of millions or even billions of alliance currency. Yet he walked away with a mere 500,000, Fei Tongtong remarked. Zhao Quan smiled slightly. Let us not forget that Ting Yun would never part with her Yao Dan easily, even if she were to encounter someone unscrupulous. Consider this. He was able to slay a third-level genetic ferocious beast. Would he really worry about Ting Yun not returning his belongings? Indeed, Fei Tongtong nodded. However, Mutation interjected. Zhao Ge, this person appears quite young, and he has altered his appearance. Initially, Mutation sensed that Ding Huan had disguised himself, but she was not entirely certain. After shaking hands with him, she realized her instincts had been correct. Zhao Quan nodded. If what he claims is true, that he owes a significant loan to the bank, it is understandable that he would avoid showing his face. However, with so many individuals in debt to the bank behaving like a lord, there is little need for him to be so cautious. At this point, Zhao Quan seemed to recall something. Mutation also had a realization, and the two exchanged glances, choosing not to continue the conversation. Ding Huan had already arrived at the 4th Gene Institute of Puhai. There are 17 gene research institutes in Puhai, not including universities, the Genetic Alliance, and several large enterprises and families. Any gene research institute must possess a gene laboratory. Although there are numerous gene research institutes, the number of genetic scholars is limited, and many laboratories often stand empty. The 4th Gene Institute of Puhai is somewhat remote, and given that this is the recruitment period for the 10 major colleges of Blue Star, few are inclined to conduct genetic experiments. Ding Huan easily secured the best laboratory at the 4th Gene Institute at a price that was acceptable to him, 20,000 per day. Any damages incurred would be compensated at the original price. Upon entering the laboratory, Ding Huan promptly locked the door, hung a Do Not Disturb sign, and began organizing his herbs. With the mutated fire lizard in hand, Ding Huan aimed to create a genetic potion that belonged to his own capabilities, which required not only identifying the complete skill gene chain, but also incorporating various herbs to modify the gene chain. However, when he called out to Geng Qianheng seemed momentarily oblivious. It was only when Feng Chong called out teacher a second time that Geng Qianheng suddenly came to his senses. Teacher, we have also completed the assessment. Li Wanran's voice echoed, and following her was Lu Zi. Do you know the results? Geng Qianheng collected himself, reminding himself that the assessments of the 3 students were of utmost importance. I don't know, but it should soon appear on the ranking screen, Li Wanran replied. Yes. Geng Qianheng said affirmatively. Just then, a commotion erupted from the 38th examination area. Teacher, the results are out. Lu Zi is still in first place, Fang Chong exclaimed excitedly. He had also seen his own results, which had jumped from 7th to 3rd. The first place was Lu Zi, second place was Li Wanran, and third place was Fang Chong. In other words, Eugene University had completely dominated the top 3 positions. Geng Qianheng momentarily set aside his concerns, clenched his fists, and said, "Good, you all did exceptionally well. Teacher, we are merely the first batch to participate in the assessment, so being in the top 3 may only be temporary." Li Banran remarca. Yet, Fang Chong chuckled dismissively. "Look at our genetic compatibility levels. We are all at the level. Now, with 2 rounds of assessments at 2 levels, how many can surpass us?" "Some already have," Li Wanran shot back, glancing at Fang Chong. Fang Chong looked up to see his name glaringly positioned at 4th, while Li Wanran had fallen to 3rd. The second place belonged to a student named Alwyn from America. "I know that guy. He was also in second place last round," Fang Chong remarked immediately. Geng Qianheng patted Fang Chong. "Regardless of the circumstances, one must remain humble and never assume oneself to be the best in the world." It is not surprising that Fang Chong feels proud. In Geng Qianheng's eyes, he has indeed fallen to the 4th position. Yet, in the entire Sanshi Badai Cao Chu, or rather, the entire Puhai Wu Dao Square, how many among the crowd do not gaze upon them with envy? After 2 consecutive rounds of top scores, coupled with the confidence gained from practicing the foundational Chongquan, securing a place in one of the top 10 academies of Lanxing seems assured. As the assessment day concluded, the names displayed on the large screen in the square fluctuated incessantly. However, the names of Yujiang University S. Lu Zi, Li Wanran, and Fang Chong remained steadfast, consistently hovering within the top 5. Upon exiting the Puhai Wu Dao Square, Geng Qianheng and his 3 students were immediately surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic admirers. Even Tan Bei found himself unable to approach Geng Qianheng for a word, yet he was more than willing to endure it. Over the past few days, his smile had scarcely waned, despite the ongoing assessments for the top 10 academies of Lanxing. He had already received intentions from multiple corporations eager to invest in Yujiang University. His concern was no longer about the potential closure of the university, but rather about which investor to choose. The journey from Puhai Wu Dao Square to their hotel took merely 10 minutes, but Geng Qianheng and his students took over an hour to arrive, drenched in sweat. At the Tinghuan Grand Hotel, unlike their first encounter when they were inundated with admirers upon entering, this time, the hotel had bolstered its security measures. Those who were not guests at this establishment were barred from entry. For Tinghuan Grand Hotel, Yujiang University had become their calling card. The achievements of Yujiang University during the Lanxing Top 10 Academy assessments had elevated the hotel's reputation significantly. Such a lucrative opportunity was not something they could afford to let unrelated individuals disrupt. Thus, once Geng Qianheng and his students entered the hotel, they heaved a sigh of relief, grateful for the tranquility. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Geng Qianheng tucked a stack of business cards into his pocket. Not only had he received a pile of cards, but each of the 3 students also held their own collection. They were filled with offers for sponsorship, matchmaking, and discussions. "Teacher Geng, do you have time to chat?" As soon as Geng Qianheng arrived at the Tinghuan Grand Hotel, a woman approached him with a bright smile. "May I ask who you are?" Geng Qianheng felt a sense of familiarity with the woman before him. The woman smiled and replied, "My name is Qin Chong, from Wumai Mountain Academy." Li Wanran gasped, "You're Director Qin?" As one of the top 10 academies of Lanxing, Wumai Mountain Academy was well known. Although most people had not met Qin Chong, few were unaware of her esteemed name. Qin Chong nodded, her smile warm and inviting. "Yes, I am Qin Chong. If you don't mind, we could have a chat over there." She gestured toward a nearby CAF. To share a coffee with the director of one of the top 10 academies of Lanxing was a dream that Fang Chong and his peers had never dared to consider. In the eyes of the ordinary person, sitting with the director of such a prestigious institution was a significant honor. Now, it had become a reality. Geng Qianheng, Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and Lu Zi understood that Qin Chong's willingness to share coffee with them was undoubtedly due to their impressive results. Having 3 students from the same school achieve top scores in the first 2 rounds was unprecedented since the establishment of the top 10 academies of Lanxing. It was rare for even a single student to excel in both rounds. "Please do not feel constrained. Let's converse freely," Qin Chong encouraged, noticing the student's unease. Sensing her approachability, Li Wanran relaxed slightly and said with respect, "Director Qin, I never expected to have coffee with you." Wumai Mountain Academy has always been a place I dreamed of visiting. Geng Qianxing sighed inwardly, recognizing the students' lack of experience. The invitation to coffee was clearly a gesture to entice them to Wumai Mountain Academy. Unfortunately, they had unwittingly revealed their eagerness. This disparity in status was evident. Furthermore, Geng Qianxing was aware that meeting with them before the assessments concluded was technically against the rules. However, no one truly cared about such regulations. After all, which director would go out of their way to meet with students undergoing assessments? The directors of the top 10 academies did not fret over a lack of talent. Then I warmly welcome you. Should you wish, I, as the director, can facilitate your entry into Wumai Mountain Academy without needing to take further exams, placing you directly in the Gene-ius class, Qin Chong stated with a smile. Each academy in the Lanxing Top 10 Admissions Assessment accepts 50 new students, divided into 3 classes. Although all who qualify are considered talented, there remains 1 Genius class and 2 standard classes. Li Wanran felt overwhelmed by this substantial opportunity. Is this a dream? She immediately looked to Geng Qianxing, knowing that as long as he agreed, she could become a student at one of the top 10 academies. This indeed felt like a guaranteed admission. Geng Qianxing maintained a smile, offering no response. Suddenly, Li Wanran snapped back to reality amidst her overwhelming joy. Did she truly want to accept this grand offer? After 2 rounds of assessments, she ranked among the top 3. The subsequent rounds were her strong suits, and having practiced the Qian Luo Jin technique and foundational Chongquan, she had absolute confidence in her abilities. Thus, even if she entered Jin-yu Academy, she would have a chance. Why rush to join Wumai Mountain Academy, ranked 8th? Moreover, bypassing the last 2 assessments to enter Wumai Mountain Academy would invite gossip. If she ultimately failed to qualify, it would be considered fortunate to have received such an offer, and she wouldn't mind the opinions of others. In her heart, she believed others would envy her rather than criticize. If she could succeed on her own merit, entering one of the top 10 academies in such a manner was not what Li Wanran desired. You too feel the same. Qin Chong's gaze shifted to Fang Chong and Lu Zi. Fang Chong quickly responded, I will follow Teacher Geng's guidance. Lu Zi nodded in agreement. Yes, I will too. Qin Chong turned her attention back to Geng Qianxing. He earnestly replied, the fact that Director Qin has personally come here to discuss this matter shows her regard for these students. On behalf of Jiang University and my fellow classmates, I extend our gratitude to you, Director Qin. In my heart, I wish for all of them to enter one of the top 10 academies of Lanxing. Wumai Mountain Academy, being part of our Huaxia, aligns perfectly with their future aspirations. However, this decision first requires the consent of their parents, and second, I hope they can complete their assessments as a means of laying a foundation for their future. Rising from her seat, Qin Chong handed Geng Qianxing a business card. You may contact me anytime. The doors of Wumai Mountain Academy are open to you. With that, she turned and departed. As a director of one of the top 10 academies, her initiative to come and speak these words had already diminished her standing. Any further discussion would merely degrade her status. Once Qin Chong had left, Li Wanran asked, Teacher Geng, do you believe we can perform even better? Geng Qianxing shook his head. That is not the reason. I feel Wumai Mountain Academy may not be suitable for you. Why is that? Fang Chong inquired. Had it not been for his 2 top scores in the first 2 rounds, entering Wumai Mountain Academy would have seemed like a distant dream. I have heard some remarks regarding Director Qin as personal opinions about Teacher Ding. Geng Qianxing hesitated before speaking. He did not voice one crucial point. Qin Chong was a key figure within the Gene Alliance. To speak candidly, Geng Qianxing harbors little fondness for the Gene Alliance. The Gene Alliance is excessively profit-driven, boasting grandiose slogans about the future of the Earth and the survival of humanity. In reality, Geng Qianxing, as an educator in the field of genetics, has heard numerous tales of the Alliance's absurdities. I will certainly not join the Wumai Mountain site, he declared. Hearing Geng Qianxing's words, Fang Chong was the first to speak up. Indeed, if I were in your position, I would also refrain from joining the Wumai Mountain site. A sudden voice joined the conversation, startling the 4 individuals. While they could discuss internal matters amongst themselves, having such words overheard was far from ideal. Before Geng Qianxing could discern the source of the voice, a long-haired youth approached and took the seat previously occupied by Qin Chong. Who are you? Geng Qianxing inquired, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar man. The young man smiled. I have merely come to offer a few words of caution to you, Teacher Geng, and with that, he departed. Without allowing Geng Qianxing to respond, The young man continued. Earlier, Qin Chong from the Wumai mountain site was here, correct? Geng Qianxing remained expressionless, while Li Wanran and the others nodded involuntarily. The young man chuckled. Allow me to advise you. It is best if you do not agree. Should you consent, do not expect to be evaluated, and certainly do not enter the Wumai mountain site. Why? Li Wanran, who held the Wumai mountain site in high regard as one of the top 10 academies of launching, and even ranked above the Dahan E Academy, asked. The long-haired youth replied with a chuckle. Let me share a fact with you. This woman is the most cunning. She will abandon anything, including moral principles, for her own benefit. Although Geng Qianxing was not particularly fond of Qin Chong, he preferred not to speak ill of others behind their backs. The long-haired man clearly did not share this sentiment, stating, if you agree to enter the Wumai mountain site and even forego the subsequent 2 rounds of examinations, I assure you, you will be in dire straits. I am certain that should you abandon the final 2 rounds, you will not gain entry to the Wumai mountain site. That woman will unhesitatingly renege on her prior promises. Then why did she make such promises? Li Wanran questioned, although she hesitated, realizing that she was challenging the dean of one of the top 10 academies of launching. Why promise you at all? Because she is seeking to uncover the secrets of your teacher. At a recent assessment conference, this woman had analyzed that Ding Huan had killed 2 members of the Gene Alliance and subsequently proposed a manhunt for him. Is Ding Huan your teacher? Do you comprehend what I am conveying? The long-haired man concluded. Well, I mustn't say too much. Farewell. After his parting words, he turned and left. Teacher Geng. Fang Chang's gaze turned towards Geng Qianxing. Geng Qianxing nodded, acknowledging, while I am unsure of the veracity of his claims. It is indeed true that she proposed a manhunt for teacher Ding, asserting that Ding Huan had killed 2 members of the Gene Alliance. Geng Qianxing had received prior information, which was why he was reluctant for Ding Huan students to enter the Wumai mountain site. That despicable woman is clearly not to be trusted, Fang Chong stated with indignation. LZ and Li Wanran remained silent. They did not feel conflicted about not attending the Wumai mountain site. Given their academic performance, gaining entry into a better academy would pose no issue. Geng Qianxing shot a glare at Fang Chong, admonishing Fang Chong, refrain from using such language. During the next 2 rounds of assessments, give it your all. As long as you achieve commendable results, there's nothing to fear. I must remind you of one thing. Regardless of where you go or how high you ascend in the future, always remember who nurtured you. Gratitude is paramount. Those who lack it will forever be looked down upon. Fang Chong declared loudly, I, Fang Chong, am here today because of teacher Ding's guidance. Lower your voice. Li Wanran cautioned Fang Chong. This place is too noisy. Others may overhear. She felt that Fang Chong was overreacting. Ding Huan was their mentor, and they ought to show him respect, just as she respected all her teachers who had imparted knowledge to her throughout her life. Fang Chong's exuberance seemed to exceed the bounds of respect, resembling an ancient master-apprentice relationship. What is there to lower? He retorted. Without teacher Ding, I am nothing. He huffed, though his volume unconsciously diminished considerably. Chapter 41. Magic Techniques and Genetic Skills Armed with the Experience of Extracting the Gene of the Jinmian Kutu Yuan. Ding Huan navigated the process of synthesizing the injury recovery gene of the Shuangjiao Huolizi with relative ease. However, this Shuangjiao Huolizi potentially harbored a trace of divine beast bloodline, making the conversion of this bloodline's genetic skills into his own attribute genes significantly more challenging than the antitoxin gene of the Jinmian Kutu Yuan. It took Ding Huan 3 days to identify the complete injury recovery gene chain. He hardly stepped out of the laboratory, which was well equipped for his needs. To restore his energy, Ding Huan also practiced for a day. The subsequent tasks proceeded smoothly. On the 5th day, Ding Huan successfully synthesized the genuine injury recovery gene. To leave a portion for Chu-E, he specially crafted 2 doses of this genetic potion. He also possessed a dose extracted from the hexagon Huolizi gene. However, in comparison to the 2 authentic recovery gene potions he had just created, that previous potion was of an entirely different caliber. Indeed, efforts yield rewards. Had he not risked everything to seek the fire lizard with a trace of divine beast bloodline at Penglu Mountain, he would not have procured such a remarkable item. He hastily packed his belongings and vacated the laboratory. The individual responsible for overseeing the laboratory rentals was not surprised by Ding Huan's disheveled appearance. Numerous genetic scholars exiting the lab were equally unkempt. Once outside the laboratory, Ding Huan immediately sought a hotel. Puhai was indeed vast. Despite the influx of individuals from around the globe for the assessment of the top 10 academies of launching, most congregated around the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza. Ding Huan's location was situated to the east of the plaza, making it easy for him to find accommodation. After resting for a night at the hotel, Ding Huan consumed the injury recovery gene potion he had synthesized. Although it was a potion at room temperature, upon ingestion, it transformed into a refreshing stream that permeated his entire being. Ding Huan activated his internal energy to practice, entering a meditative state after just 2 cycles. He awoke only when someone knocked on his door. Upon opening his eyes, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort and ease throughout his body. Knock, knock. The door was knocked upon again. Ding Huan, feeling somewhat exasperated, had no choice but to open the door. A service attendant stood at the threshold, and upon seeing Ding Huan, he apologized. "I am sorry to disturb you. We were concerned as you had not opened the door for 3 days. It's fine. In the future, if I do not come out, please refrain from knocking on my door, understood? You need not worry about the room fee. I specifically deposited 50,000. Waving his hand dismissively, Ding Huan decided to let it go. "Very well. Should you require anything, feel free to call us at any time." The attendant reiterated his apologies before withdrawing. It seemed imperative to find a quiet place for seclusion. Otherwise, being interrupted during a few days of cultivation would not bode well. Closing the door, Ding Huan examined his arm. Should he use a knife to cut it, testing the efficacy of his injury recovery? He was already a second-level genetic practitioner. Why resort to a blade? Gathering internal energy to slice his arm should suffice, right? As he contemplated how to concentrate his internal energy to create a blade-like force to cut his arm without severing it, an unexpected piece of information flashed in his mind. Wind blade technique. Wind blade technique? Ding Huan suddenly stood up. How had such information appeared in his mind? However, in the next moment, the incantation for the wind blade technique emerged in his mind as if it were etched in his memory, strikingly vivid. Remarkable. Ding Huan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His admiration was not solely directed at the wind blade technique itself, which was indeed formidable. Rather, it was the prowess of the creator of the scroll that astounded him. How much information was encapsulated within that scroll that he had yet to uncover? The reason being, during the era of magical cultivation, there existed an overwhelming number of powerful beings with spiritual roots. Through countless years of exploration and the relentless trials of generations, various spells, some simple, others complex, came into existence. While he could not inherit all of them, he could certainly inscribe simpler Taoist spells such as Wind Blade, Wind Control, Fireball, Dust Purification, and Concealment Technique within this scroll. The information flooding his mind rendered Ding Huan momentarily dazed. Concepts like Wind Blade, Fireball, and Wind Control also existed in the Changi continent, yet these abilities were realized through genetic potions. For instance, the Wind Blade required the fusion of the gene from the spitting toad to create the genetic potion, which, when absorbed, granted the Wind Blade technique. Similarly, the Fireball technique necessitated the extraction of the fire-breathing attribute gene from the fire qilin, which was then integrated into the human body. Other mutated species aside, the fire qilin was not classified as a mutated species. To possess the fire-breathing attribute gene, a fire qilin must contain a trace of divine beast bloodline. Thus, in the Changi continent, a fire qilin imbued with such attributes was a treasure beyond price. Indeed, even a single drop of its blood was invaluable. Yet, in his recollections, he could wield the Wind Blade and Fireball techniques through spells, rather than through genetic skill potions. Ding Huan fell into silence. He had always believed that genetic spiritual roots were indistinguishable from traditional spiritual roots. The knowledge gleaned from the scroll supported this notion. As the ancient celestial beings perished following the disappearance of spiritual roots, consequently, he could only cultivate by merging genetic spiritual roots. Having merged with such roots, he believed he had gained the foundation to ascend to a divine being and draw closer to ancient power. Was this truly the case? Herein lay a divergence. Traditional spiritual roots culminated in spells, while genetic spiritual roots led to the fusion of aberrant genetic skills. Contemplating this, Ding Huan abruptly channeled his inner energy, swiftly forming the incantation with his hands, and a blade of light erupted forth, hurtling from his palm. Crack! The bedside table nearby was nearly cleaved in two by the force of his wind blade. Observing the deep gash etched into the furniture, Ding Huan inhaled sharply. The wind blade technique was indeed potent. If it had struck a person, would it not have cleaved them in twain? This was merely his first attempt at the wind blade technique. How formidable might he become with practice? This far surpassed the strength of fused aberrant genetic skills. In his previous life on the Changi continent, he had yearned to acquire a spitting toad to create a blade gene potion for fusion. Regrettably, he had never succeeded before his demise. Now, the process felt effortless, and the results were vastly superior to those achieved through fusing the spitting toad's genes. Hastening to the bathroom, Ding Huan formed incantations with his hands. Half a minute later, a faint wisp of smoke dissipated from his palm, failing to materialize into a fireball. He refrained from further attempts, knowing that his inability to conjure the fireball stemmed from unfamiliarity, not a flaw in the incantation. He was nearly certain that with practice, the incantation, when paired with his inner energy, would indeed allow him to unleash the fireball technique. Now composed, Ding Huan comprehended that genetic spiritual roots were not inferior to the innate spiritual roots of ancient beings. The misconception that genetic cultivation ultimately led to aberrant genetic skill fusion was flawed. Rather, certain abilities progressed towards spellcasting, while others relied on genetic fusion. The reason the Changi continent had not advanced in the direction of spells was due to the scarcity of powerful cultivators who had yet to uncover the path to spell cultivation. Having acquired the ready-made method for constructing the wind blade from the scroll, he could effortlessly unleash it. Presently, he was the sole practitioner utilizing genetic spiritual roots. Without the guidance of the scroll, he might have eventually developed the fireball and wind blade techniques, albeit requiring significant time for refinement. Ding Huan began to grasp that within the realm of genetic cultivation, genetic abilities and genetic skills could not be conflated. Genetic skills, such as fireball and wind blade, fell within this category and could be fused through aberrant genes. This meant extracting genes from flora and fauna possessing these innate skills and integrating them into oneself to acquire such abilities. The drawback was that once fused, these skills could not evolve. For example, the wind blade skill fused from the spitting toad and the fireball skill from the fire Qilin were bound by this limitation. He had long been aware of this issue, which is why he altered his approach when refining the antitoxin skill from the Gene-ius coarse-tailed monkey. He combined it with his own genes, transforming the antitoxin gene ability into his own, allowing it to grow alongside his cultivation. However, other genetic cultivators lacked this capability. Now, he understood that spells could resolve this dilemma. The realization of spells was far more potent than the fusion of genetic skills. When it came to abilities like the wind blade, spells not only offered greater strength, but also improved with cultivation. This was not to say that spells universally surpassed genetic fusion. For instance, his antitoxin gene and injury recovery gene were likely unattainable through spells. Even if achievable, the efficacy would not match the innate attributes he possessed. Ding Huan's understanding of the path of genetic cultivation grew increasingly lucid. Genetic spiritual root cultivators could achieve feats equal to those with innate spiritual roots. The critical factor lay in how cultivators harness their abilities. For capabilities like antitoxin, injury recovery, and physical prowess, the fusion of aberrant genes was essential to transform them into personal genetic abilities, something ordinary spells could not accomplish. Skills such as fireball, windblade, and wind control should ideally not be pursued through independent searches for aberrant genes to create genetic potions for fusion. Should he aspire to develop stronger offensive spells in the future, the same principle applied. If he were to integrate these skill genes into his abilities, it would also need to be akin to the creation of the antitoxin gene, ensuring that these skills could evolve with his cultivation. He must not merely fuse them haphazardly, as this would stymie his growth. Having resolved this matter, Ding Huan felt a surge of exhilaration. There was no immediate need for such pursuits, and he should strive to avoid them in the future. Now he sought a place to diligently practice his wind blade, fireball, and wind control techniques. Once these abilities were mastered, he would be able to protect himself even against heavenly-level warriors at the very least. Chapter 42. Chu-i helped the emergence of these spells only solidified Ding Huan's belief in his hypothesis. Celestial beings truly existed. Otherwise, how could one explain the existence of these spells? Glancing at his arm, he realized he needed to test his injury recovery ability. His wind blade technique was still unrefined. Ding Huan hesitated to experiment on himself, fearing he might accidentally sever an arm and find himself in a tragic predicament. After some deliberation, he took a fruit knife and made a shallow cut on his arm. Although he had cut deeply, blood merely seeped out slowly. Within seconds, the bleeding ceased, and Ding Huan observed that the wound began to heal almost instantly. Remarkable. Ding Huan was filled with delight. In the span of less than a minute, the wound appeared to be healing. Most notably, this recovery process differed from typical wound healing. There was no scabbing, nor the sensation of itchiness. The wound healed directly. Could there be a recovery ability more extraordinary than this? 5 minutes later, Ding Huan cleansed the wound with water. The place he had just cut now bore only a faint mark. Even Ding Huan was astonished by this remarkable healing capability. The gains of the day were truly immense, and it took him quite a while to regain his composure. Afterward, he tidied up his belongings and checked out of the room, compensating for the damaged items at their full value. The hotel staff were perplexed as to why Ding Huan had cleaved the nightstand in half, yet since he compensated them, they had no recourse. Following his departure, Ding Huan intentionally purchased a tent and proceeded to the still unfinished Extinction Park in Puhai. Since the environmental mutation and the outbreak of genetically modified beasts, this park had been left incomplete. In this era, how many people would visit a park? Everyone was preoccupied with the struggle for survival, uncertain whether death or tomorrow would come first. Thus, this vast wetland park had become a wilderness, occasionally inhabited by genetically modified beasts. Ding Huan hastily set up his tent and began practicing the fireball technique, wind blade technique, and wind control technique. Since he was in Puhai, he naturally could not leave empty-handed. Before departing, he intended to visit the Gene Alliance's stronghold in Puhai, making these simple spells quite useful. The wind blade technique was straightforward, and Ding Huan succeeded on his first attempt. The fireball technique was somewhat more challenging. If it took half a minute to condense a single fireball, engaging in combat would be futile. This type of spell required speed, precision, and decisiveness. Ding Huan diligently practiced the fireball technique and wind blade technique. From a moment he condensed his first fireball, his progress was astonishing. Within a mere 5 days, he could conjure fireballs instantaneously. As for the wind blade technique, he mastered it with remarkable accuracy. The only weakness was the wind control technique, which required more time to refine. In 5 days, apart from a few passing vehicles, Ding Huan had not encountered a single person in the vicinity. For him, it was time to leave. At Puhai Martial Arts Plaza, the second round of assessments had concluded. Feng Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ remained among the top 5. The more introverted LZ held the first position, followed by AO Irwin in second, Li Wanran in third, AI Shi in fourth, and Feng Chong in fifth. The top 5 all boasted outstanding scores. This ranking cast a shadow over many prestigious universities in Huaxia, as none of them had representatives among the top 5. Except for Yujiang University, the best performance from all other schools combined was only 6th place. The results of the first 2 rounds were tiered, and compared to the top 5, the other scores were significantly weaker. The third round of assessments was scheduled for the following day. With the conclusion of the 2 rounds, some celebrated while others mourned. Regardless, Yujiang University was elated, and even the leaders of Luo He City were in high spirits, with some traveling to Puhai specifically to extend their congratulations. The 3 standout students from Yujiang University, Feng Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ, naturally seized the opportunity to reunite with their families. At this moment, not only Yujiang University, but the entire Puhai city had their attention focused on these 3. As parents of the 3 students, they received invitations from various quarters. The leaders of Luo He came to Puhai to meet them, requesting that they gather with their children. Geng Qinxing, reflecting on the 3 students' training in the Qian Luo Jin secret art and basic long fist, believed they would manage the challenges of the 3rd and 4th rounds without issue. He decided to let the 3 students relax and enjoy the joy of their success with their families. Alone in his room, Geng Qinxing remained preoccupied with his notebook. Ever since it was confiscated, he had felt uneasy. Strangely, after the notebook was taken, he had not received any news. With the 3 students absent, Geng Qinxing practiced the Qian Luo Jin secret art for a while, though his mind wandered. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Geng Qinxing opened it to find a young girl standing there, her face haggard, a bloodstain on her forehead, and her eyes devoid of vitality. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Geng Qinxing inquired. Those seeking Geng Qinxing and his 3 students, due to Yujiang University's outstanding performance, had largely been turned away. Someone coming to seek him now must possess some capability. Could it be because of his endurance gene? Thinking this, Geng Qianxing's heart tightened. You must be Teacher Geng, the weary girl asked politely. Geng Qianxing nodded, affirming, indeed I am. My name is Chu Fei, and I am here to seek Teacher Ding Huan. The visitor was Chu Fei, who had previously doubted Ding Huan, urging Chu-yi not to associate with him. Now, she found herself at his doorstep, feeling somewhat ironic about her own actions. Indeed, she had once disbelieved in Ding Huan. Yet now 2 of his students had achieved top scores in the assessment. When she became convinced of Ding Huan's capability, she found it impossible to meet him. Many ordinary citizens believe that the emergence of 3 extraordinary students from Yujiang University was partly due to Geng Qianxing's efforts. Those of Chu Jiuyi's caliber had begun to grasp some truths, realizing that the remarkable achievements of the 3 students stemmed entirely from Ding Huan. Unfortunately, Chu Fei's previous disbelief had cost Chu-yi her future. Having closely followed Chu Jiuyi, Chu Fei was privy to some of the truth. The truly capable individual was Ding Huan, not the teacher before her. This realization left her with lingering regret. Ding Huan? He is not in Puhai, Geng Qianxing replied, increasingly puzzled. Ding Huan is wanted. Who wouldn't know? Why are you seeking him? Chu Fei quickly clarified. I know that Teacher Ding is not in Puhai, but I have a letter that needs to reach him. I cannot find him. Geng Qianxing unhesitatingly rejected her request. Chu Fei sighed. I am Chu-yi's cousin. I have hindered several attempts for Ding Huan to meet Yi, and I regret my actions, as they have harmed her. Yi? Geng Qianxing recalled seeing Chu-yi's name on the leaderboard during the first day of the first round of assessments, where she had ranked quite high, apparently with a high gene fusion level. You mean Teacher Ding Huan knows Chu-yi? Geng Qianxing asked, somewhat uncertain. He was relatively familiar with Ding Huan, yet he knew little about his past. Yes, when Teacher Ding left, he told Yi that if she encountered difficulties, she could seek him out. Now, she truly is in trouble, and I have no choice but to find Teacher Ding. Chu Fei was aware that Ding Huan and Chu-yi likely had never met. Chu-yi would not deceive her regarding such matters. Her ability to find him here was thanks to Uncle Joe's reminder before his passing. Uncle Joe had told her that Ding Huan's capacity to cultivate 3 students to a high gene fusion level indicated his mastery of genetics far exceeded that of so-called expert professors. In just 3 months, he had transformed 3 ordinary students into ones with top-tier results, and without the use of genetic agents, no one would believe it. Given Chu-yi's situation, only a highly skilled geneticist could save her. Chu-yi had encountered issues with forced gene fusion and needed to stabilize her genome to survive. In this world, a few might be able to save Chu-yi, but the only one they could reach was Ding Huan. After saying this, Uncle Joe departed. To this day, Chu Fei could not forgive herself for preventing Ding Huan from meeting Chu-yi. Had they met, would her assessment scores not also have been top tier? With such scores, who would dare forcibly compel Yi to fuse genes? Let us do this. I will keep the letter, and if I encounter Teacher Ding Huan, I will deliver it to him. If I do not meet him, you cannot blame me. Geng Qianxing took the letter from Chu Fei's hand. Thank you. Chu Fei bowed deeply to Geng Qianxing before turning to depart. After her departure, Geng Qianxing found himself enveloped in a sense of unease, the source of which eluded his understanding. After pacing around the room several times, he was startled by a knock at the door. His heart raced inexplicably, and he hastily placed the letter he was holding on the bedside table before opening the door. 2 men entered Geng Qianxing's room without waiting for him to speak, closing the door behind them. Who are you? What brings you here? Geng Qianxing asked warily, stepping back. The 2 men exuded an intimidating aura. Both wore sunglasses, and one clutched a bulging bag, its contents unknown. The man without the bag wore a long-sleeved shirt, his hands hidden within the sleeves. Geng Qianxing suspected he might be concealing a firearm. We are from the Gene Alliance and require your cooperation in an investigation, Teacher Geng. Please, said the man in the long sleeves as he stepped aside to allow Geng Qianxing to pass. Geng Qianxing fell silent, aware that resistance would be futile. He could only blame himself for not heeding Ding Huan's warnings. The arrival of these men was likely related to his genetic endurance, and perhaps also to Ding Huan's whereabouts. Chapter 43. The third round of assessment. Geng Qianxing did not open the door, and soon the doors of the neighboring rooms swung open. No need to knock. Teacher Geng is likely out, Li Wanran remarked as she peeked out. The Qianluo gene technique could swiftly induce a meditative state, enhancing one's inner energy and expanding meridians. The next morning, Li Wanran and her companions emerged, brimming with vitality. Something feels off. Teacher Geng usually emerges before us and even encourages us. Today, with the third round of assessments approaching, why haven't we heard from him? Lu Zi was the first to notice the anomaly. Fang Chong knocked on Geng Qianxing's door again, but no response came. I'll go get the room card, Li Wanran said hurriedly as she rushed downstairs. They all sensed that something was amiss. Before long, Li Wanran returned with Geng Qianxing's room card. To the hotel front desk. She and her friends had become notable patrons. Their presence had elevated the hotel's reputation, placing it among the most renowned establishments in Puhai. Thus, when Li Wanran requested the room card, the front desk staff did not even question her. Upon entering Geng Qianxing's room, they found him absent, yet his belongings remained. Fang Chong quickly approached the bedside table and picked up a wallet. This is Teacher Geng's wallet. He wouldn't leave without it. Oh, there's also a letter here, he said, retrieving an envelope from the coffee table. He didn't even take his phone, Lu Zi remarked as he picked up a device from the table. Could something have happened to Teacher Geng? Li Wanran expressed her concern. The trio fell silent, none suggesting that they call the police, as they had a grim understanding of the situation. Following Teacher Ding's departure, the Gene-ius had issued a warrant for his arrest, and Geng Qianxing had seemed preoccupied since. Is it possible the Gene-ius took him? Fang Chong ventured. It must be so. The Gene-ius has indeed taken Teacher Geng. Do you recall what he said a few days ago? Li Banran inkidat. Fang Chong and Lu Zi nodded in affirmation. A few days prior, Geng Qianxing had warned them that if he were to disappear suddenly, they should not worry and should focus on the assessments. Regardless, the matters concerning Teacher Ding and Teacher Geng are beyond our control. All we can do is strive for excellent results in the third round of assessments, Lu Zi stated. Indeed, only by gaining admission to one of the top 10 academies on Blue Star will we have the standing to address these issues and restore fairness for our teachers. Fang Chong clenched his fists resolutely, despite the fact that only 10,000 students were to participate in the third round. The Puhai Martial Arts Plaza was more crowded than ever. The first two rounds had merely assessed genetic potential and possible development, while the third round would determine whether that potential had been partially realized. In the initial years of the top 10 academies establishment, there were no third or fourth rounds of assessments. The addition of these rounds arose from instances where students with extraordinary potential ultimately faded into mediocrity, as their abilities remained unexploited or were constrained by various factors. Thus, their potential was rendered nearly irrelevant. Consequently, the third round was critically important, even more so than the fourth round as competitions. The third round evaluated strength, speed, and agility, requiring a foundation in martial arts. If a candidate performed exceptionally in the first two rounds, but faltered in the third, they would be disqualified. In this era of environmental mutations, even without a master to guide them, those with sufficient potential would not lack in strength, speed, or agility. As the 10,000 students who had passed the first two rounds entered the waiting area, it appeared emptier than before. This was a result of further reducing the waiting area. Otherwise, cramming 10,000 participants into 100 waiting areas would have been overwhelming. When Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and Lu Zi entered, they immediately attracted attention. However, the crowd soon noticed the absence of Geng Qianxing. Where's Teacher Geng? Where could he be? All the candidates have entered. How can the supervising teacher be absent? Inquiries arose among the crowd, as this was no trivial matter. If the assessment instructors had been absent during the first two rounds, it might have been acceptable, as those rounds primarily tested abilities and potential. However, the third round was fundamentally different. It assessed strength, speed, and agility. The presence of instructors made a significant difference in this context. Having a teacher present would allow for reminders on how to unleash their strength and enhance their speed and agility during the tests. Sometimes, even repeated instructions pale in comparison to a timely reminder before the assessment. Tanbei also noted Geng Qianxing's absence and grew anxious. With Teacher Ding having departed and now Teacher Geng inexplicably missing, he felt alarmed. He wanted to rush into the waiting area to inquire with Fang Chong and the others, but quickly remembered he was not permitted to enter. Frantic like an ant on a hot stove, Tanbei grabbed his phone and dialed desperately, only to find no one answering on the other end. Frustrated, he scolded the three students for not informing him, the principal, of the teacher's absence. This is a catastrophe. Within the assessment area, Li Chuan, the head of one of the top 10 academies, frowned and remarked, Director Nong, something is amiss. Before the assessments, Teacher Ding suddenly vanished, and now, as we reach the third round, Teacher Gung has also mysteriously disappeared. If this is mere coincidence, I cannot accept it. Beside him sat the silver-haired Zhang Yongcheng, head of the E Academy, who scoffed at Li Chuan's words. The Gene Alliance is overstepping their bounds. Gung Qianxing is the supervising instructor for this assessment, and now, during the third round, he has vanished. The Blue Star's top 10 academies cannot let this matter rest. Otherwise, nurturing talent and safeguarding humanity becomes a farce. Old director, you must choose your words carefully, a woman's voice interrupted Zhang Yongqing. You have not conducted an investigation. How can you link Gung Qianxing's disappearance to the Gene Alliance? The Gene Alliance supported the establishment of the Blue Star's top 10 academies. Do you believe they would be so reckless as to abduct a teacher at this time? It is more prudent to investigate before making claims. The speaker was Qin Chong, the head of the Wumai Mountain Academy. Li Chuan coldly remarked that Director Qin had made a valid point. However, it seemed that Director Qin had forgotten that you were one of the directors of the Gene Alliance. Did he not consider the implications of his words? What do you mean, Li Chuan? Qin Chong suddenly stood up. Before Li Chuan could respond, Nong Yi abruptly interjected, "Let us discuss everything after the assessment. The recruitment of the top 10 academies of launching is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any errors or negligence." The duration of the third round of assessments had been significantly extended, and only about 10,000 candidates participated. Thus, the pace of the third round was notably quicker. Gung Qianxing did not approach, and Fang Chong and the others were not particularly anxious since they had already completed 2 rounds of assessments. Fang Chong was the first to be called. Fang Chong, good luck. As Fang Chong entered the assessment, Li Wanran and LVZ cheered for him. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chong clenched his fists. He was a student still lacking in social experience, but that did not equate to naivety. Ding Huan had left early, and Gung Qianxing's disappearance vaguely hinted that it was likely related to the 3 of them. The exceptional performance of the trio had attracted the attention of many with ulterior motives. To ensure those shameless individuals behaved, he needed to grow stronger. He recalled the senior Yen Xia, who, when he first started his journey, was easily reprimanded by anyone. Later, the senior Yen Xia gained opportunities and his strength continuously ascended. Whether he was truly innate or at the earth level, he had become a presence that no one dared to provoke. What if the one instructing them was the senior Yen Xia? Would the Gene Alliance dare to act? Therefore, he must become a formidable warrior, making the Gene Alliance understand that they should not casually touch Fang Chong's mentors. The venue for the third round of assessments had been adjusted. As Fang Chong entered, he immediately noticed a hall approximately 30 meters long and 6 meters wide. On the left side of the hall stood a strength testing platform, which he had often utilized during his time at Yujiang University to assess his punching power. Such a strength testing platform was easily recognizable to him. "You are Fang Chong?" the examiner asked abruptly upon seeing him enter. Fang Chong was taken aback, then nodded, "Yes, I am Fang Chong." He felt somewhat puzzled. As examiners typically did not inquire about their names, they would usually confirm by asking for their candidate numbers. Yes, without hesitation, Fang Chong positioned himself at the starting blocks of the track. Once he adjusted his stance, he propelled himself forward as if shot from a slingshot by pushing off with his left foot. The running test did not require a starting gun. The moment his foot hit the starting block, the system would automatically record the time. After completing the 600 meters, he was not even slightly out of breath. The examiner secretly praised him, realizing that a student who had advanced through consecutive assessments could not achieve such a feat without internal energy support. Chapter 44. Ding Huan was angry. Fang Chong waved his hand, succinctly stating that the test involved running, followed by a strength test, and finally evading attacks in a room to assess agility. "I feel confident. I should be able to handle it," he said. "That's good. If that's the case, I should also be able to attain a level." Li Wanran sighed in relief. Fang Chong clenched his fist, declaring that they would all enter the top 10 academies of launching with excellent results. He refused to believe that Earth would not have a place for them in the future. Before Fang Chong could finish his statement, the names of Li Wanran and LVZ were called simultaneously. Within a short time, the two exited with expressions of excitement, clearly indicating their performance was not inferior to Fang Chong's. Having practiced the Qianluo Jin technique and basic long fist, these assessments were merely childish play for them. Who said the recruitment assessments of the top 10 academies of launching were strict? Although many had speculated that the trio would not perform poorly in the third round as comprehensive assessment, when the rankings displayed all three achieving high marks, the scene erupted into an uproar. It was astonishing. This was the recruitment assessment of the top 10 academies of launching. Achieving top marks in all previous rounds was unprecedented. Did they even consider the feelings of other candidates? Rui-G Hospital, while not the best in Puhai, boasted a particularly renowned department, the gene fusion department. With an increasing number of issues arising from gene fusion, this department was perpetually overcrowded. Despite the high volume of patients, the recovery rate was dismally low, even below 20%. Yet, this less than 20% recovery rate made the gene fusion department of Rui-G Hospital famous nationwide. In ward number 3 of the gene fusion department, a pale-faced woman opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. In truth, she could see nothing. She sensed that her eyesight had deteriorated. Moreover, she felt her body slowly crumbling. Chu Fei, who had been vigilantly watching by the bedside, exclaimed as she saw the woman's eyes open. This woman was Chu-yi, who had been forcibly fused with a certain gene agent, intended to use her as a gene bridge for others, but alas, it had failed. Has Uncle Gio encountered trouble? Chu-yi's voice was barely audible. Chu Fei's eyes reddened. She was reluctant to divulge this information to Chu-yi, yet she could not conceal the truth. Uncle Gio had been shot while saving Chu-yi, and she had even witnessed one of his arms severed. Chu Fei said sadly that these individuals were utterly lawless, and she had reported it. Chu-yi's hollow gaze remained fixed on the ceiling. Her kind heart did not equate to foolishness. She understood clearly that those daring to act against Uncle Gio in Puhai and forcibly fuse her genes were not the sort that could be dealt with through ordinary reporting. Is Aunt Xing here? Chu-yi's voice grew even weaker. Yi, a middle-aged woman entered, carrying a bowl of soup. Upon seeing Chu-yi awake, she excitedly set the bowl down and rushed over. She did not notice the light had faded from Chu-yi's eyes. Furthermore, they were indifferent to her plight. Chu-yi's attending physician showed little concern for her condition, merely glancing at her before never returning again. No matter how they pleaded with that doctor, he always evaded them, claiming he was researching a treatment plan. I searched for teacher Ding Huan. Before Chu Fei could finish, Chu-yi urgently interrupted, Don't look for Ding Huan. Unable to complete her sentence due to breathlessness, she fell silent. You need not worry. Teacher Ding Huan is now wanted, and I cannot find him. I only left a letter for him. He hasn't come by these days, so I suspect he has already left Puhai. Even Teacher Geng cannot locate him. Chu Fei spoke in a somber tone. Aunt Xing wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them again. She had just received news that Teacher Geng was also missing. These individuals were utterly lawless. This was Puhai, the territory of Huaxia. In the security center of Puhai, Captain Hihu slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. With gene agents causing problems and countless deaths, he felt powerless. The assaults by gene beasts had resulted in casualties, and he was equally helpless. This was not merely an issue for one person or one country. However, the forcible gene fusion of students participating in the recruitment assessments for the top 10 academies of launching, coupled with the murder of family members attempting to rescue candidates, was beyond lawlessness. Captain He, those daring to commit such acts in Puhai are only the Beast King Society and the Gene Alliance. Regardless of who is responsible, we lack the power to confront them. Kong Dan, a secondary officer of the security department, sighed and offered some consolation. Upon hearing Kong Dan's words, he regained some composure. The Gene Alliance was a colossal entity formed by over 100 countries worldwide. Such a vast organization was not merely a paper entity. It possessed genuine strength, and even nations could not directly confront it. As for the Beast King Society, that was an even more complex matter. Decades ago, any gang that dared to show its head would have been swiftly swept into the depths of the abyss. However, we now inhabit an era dominated by genetic beasts, where the Beast King Association is less a gang and more a product of the times. Initially, the Beast King Association was merely a small team tasked with hunting these ferocious creatures, known as the Beast King Squad. When genetic beasts first emerged, numerous teams dedicated to their capture sprang up, as the nation could not possibly monitor every corner and reluctantly accepted the existence of such squads. The leader of the Beast King Squad, Nian Jinqing, was a formidable character, swiftly leading his team to absorb over a dozen hunting squads. He was unaware of the fortuitous opportunities he had encountered, evolving from an unknown rookie to a practitioner of martial arts, reaching the postnatal realm in a remarkably short time. This led to the establishment of the Beast King Association, which catapulted Nian Jinxing into fame, making it a globally recognized organization. Within the entire Pu High Security Department, there were no martial artists at the postnatal level. To engage with an organization as powerful as the Beast King Association, one could only submit a request to superiors. He who clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly, ultimately letting out a long sigh. In this era, the matters one can influence as an individual are exceedingly few. Despite his fervent passion, he found himself unable to uphold justice for those in need. When Ding Huan felt that his fireball technique and wind blade technique were nearing completion, he departed from Pu Xian Park. Mastering the wind technique was not something that could be achieved in a day or two, and remaining there for practice was unsuitable. He was not one to refrain from retaliation. Qianluo Mountain offered an excellent location for cultivation, particularly the cave, where he had previously evaded the great wilderness golden monkey, a cave whose depths he had never explored. Ding Huan, carrying a large bag, made his way to the Puhai Xiankan light rail station, opting for the light rail to reach the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza as it was the fastest route. Upon reaching the Xiankan light rail platform, he overheard some discussions nearby. Yujiang University was indeed impressive. Merely 3 students had achieved top grades in all 3 preliminary assessments, nearly dominating the leaderboard. What difference was there between the top 5 and the top 3? The 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star were at their disposal. Alas, why must they all be someone else's children? The children were indeed the same. The only difference lay in their mentors. This situation was indeed peculiar. Might some believe these 2 instructors possessed the secrets to nurturing geniuses? Old Fei, don't speak carelessly. Reckless words can lead to dire consequences. An endless flame of fury ignited within Ding Huan. How could they even apprehend Geng Qianxing? Upon reflecting on the results of Fang Chong and his companions, he recognized the danger posed by Geng Qianxing and thus left early. He was in genuine peril, while Geng Qianxing was only in feigned danger. Anyone investigating would soon discover that Geng Qianxing was merely an observer, with the true mentor behind the 3 students being Ding Huan himself. What was the situation now? Ding Huan suddenly recalled the endurance gene. Could it be related to this gene? He had considered the endurance gene before. The recruitment influence of the 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star was something Ding Huan had long witnessed. If Geng Qianxing, accompanied by 3 students, achieved top grades in the first 2 assessments, even if Geng Qianxing's endurance gene were exposed, he should still be safe. No. Ding Huan nearly smacked his own head in realization. He had projected his own perspective onto others. To him, Geng Qianxing's endurance gene resembled nothing more than refuse. In his mind, regardless of how precious the endurance gene might be to others, it was not valuable enough to risk taking Geng Qianxing during the recruitment assessments of the 10 prestigious academies. In truth, he might have misjudged the situation. To those with ulterior motives, the endurance gene represented a veritable printing press for money. Once this gene was discovered, how could they possibly let Geng Qianxing escape? In his previous life, Geng Qianxing had perished due to the endurance gene. It appeared that once again, the endurance gene was the cause, even with 3 students achieving top assessment scores. Before he departed, he intended for Geng Qianxing to destroy any data pertaining to the endurance gene. Though Geng Qianxing would likely hesitate to do so, they even dared not wait until the assessments concluded, fearing Geng Qianxing might rewrite the data on the endurance gene and transmit it before the assessments ended. Thus, they took the risk of escorting Geng Qianxing away early. Since it was for the endurance gene, Geng Qianxing should be safe for the time being. Only one entity could dare to take Geng Qianxing, and that was the Gene Alliance. Listening to the discussions, it was mentioned that Geng Qianxing had been taken away yesterday. If he had been taken yesterday, he might still be in Puhai. Ding Huan decided to head directly to the headquarters of the Gene Alliance in Puhai. Chapter 45. The Arena Competition. What did it matter that the Gene Alliance had innate experts? He could concoct some genetic toxin mist. If his strength fell short, he could rely on genetics. After all, he possessed innate resistance to toxins, and the genetic toxin mist he created would be harmless to him. However, it would be lethal to others. If he chose not to intervene, they could await their demise. Anyone afflicted by his genetic toxin mist would have no remedy for detoxification save for genetic antidotes. As for neurotoxins, they would pale in comparison to genetic toxins. Based on his experience, without genetic toxin mist, unless besieged by innate experts. It would not be so easy for anyone to kill him. In his previous life, had he not been pursued by a ninth-level genetic practitioner, would he have perished? No matter how formidable the Gene Alliance, it could not boast a ninth-level genetic practitioner, nor could it surpass the exclusivity of the Chani continent. Moreover, if he were to strike suddenly, even if the Gene Alliance retaliated, they would only be left in his wake. Caution is the mother of safety. Ding Huan resolved to prepare the genetic toxin mist before proceeding. His first stop was the genetic herbal store, where he intended to purchase additional materials and then rent the genetic laboratory to produce the toxin mist. 3 days later, Ding Huan departed from Puhai Gene Institute 4. He had successfully created a highly toxic genetic potion, diluting it and storing it in a spray bottle. Possessing innate resistance to toxins, he had not even concocted an antidote. This genetic toxin mist, if not timely addressed, could completely disrupt the genetic chain. Ding Huan did not believe that anyone other than himself could save another afflicted by this genetic potion. It was time to pay the Gene Alliance a visit. At the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza, the atmosphere was livelier than ever, as today marked the commencement of the 4th round of assessments. Unlike the previous 3 rounds, where participant scores could only be viewed on the plaza's large screen, the specifics of the assessments and processes remained concealed. The 4th round was different. It was an arena competition, allowing all to witness the candidates' performances firsthand. Candidates could leave the examination area at their discretion once they finished. After the first 3 rounds, only 2,000 candidates remained. The examination area was adjusted, transforming the plaza's center into 10 arenas. The arena competition did not involve 2,000 candidates battling one another, as too many random factors would hinder scoring. Recruiting 500 from 2,000 was considered a reasonable ratio. Should fortune fail and a candidate faced a particularly strong opponent, it would not serve the recruitment goals of the 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star. Thus, this arena competition would involve combat against simulated martial arts robots, which were roughly equivalent to the strength of first-level genetic practitioners. Candidates from the 10 prestigious academies of Blue Star were typically students, and under normal circumstances, defeating such robots was highly unlikely. In the combat between candidates and martial arts robots, any contact made with the robot would be automatically recorded by internal sensors, tracking the impact, location, and strength. Should a candidate demonstrate exceptional prowess and their attacks exceeded the robot's tolerance, they would have a chance to defeat the robot entirely. Certainly, the martial arts robots score points based on their engagements with the candidates. The final score is determined by subtracting the points the robots earn from the points the candidates achieve against them. If a candidate is significantly weaker and unable to evade effectively, it is possible for their score to fall into the negative. These results are not available immediately. They are only disclosed after all contestants have completed their matches. The examination area of Yijingdi-su remains the center of attention. Unlike the previous 3 rounds, the 4th round of the competition lacks soundproofing. Spectators can clearly observe the matches and cheer for the candidates. In this round, the 3 students from Yijingdi-su are not the first to take the stage. Following the conclusion of the earlier assessments, F, Ing, Ch, Ing, LWNRN, and LZ have maintained their standings as 1st, 2nd, and 4th, respectively. Although the candidates have yet to step onto the platform, 10 martial arts robots are already positioned on the 10 stages. Visually, these robots bear no difference from ordinary humans. The chief examiner stands on the central platform and announces that the rules for the 4th round are well known, yet he reiterates their significance. Though scoring is based on the combat encounter with the martial arts robots, it is contingent upon the candidates enduring for a full 10 minutes. Should they fall short of this duration, their scores will be calculated accordingly. Now, let the 4th round commence. As the chief examiner steps back, the announcement echoes, and the 10 candidates ascend to platforms 1 through 10. Upon receiving the command, the 10 martial arts robots advance towards the candidates. F. Ing Ch. Ing. That robot looks formidable, LWNR in remarks, her concern evident as she observes the robot's swift approach. They are accustomed to sparring gently among themselves, unlike the relentless intensity of the robots. Look closely. While they appear fierce, they possess significant vulnerabilities, F. Ing Ch. Ing responds. Though his score may not rival LWNRN's, he is more experienced in combat. In mere seconds, one contestant is forcefully ejected from the platform by a robot, resulting in a negative score. Many onlookers, having witnessed the robot's ferocity, cannot help but ponder their own fates if they were on stage, likely sharing the same fate. Just 10 minutes have passed, and all 10 students have been knocked off their platforms by the robots, none managing to last the full 10 minutes. How about you all? I believe 10 minutes will be no issue. I might even gain an advantage, F-ing asserts. I have no concerns either, LWNRN replies, having initially felt anxious, but reassured by her prowess after observing the robot's actions. LZ chuckles, I am confident as well. As the competition proceeds, more contestants are knocked down, while others continue to take the stage. Whenever a contestant is eliminated or voluntarily steps down after 10 minutes, the announcement broadcasts the next candidate's identification number and their corresponding platform. After 2 hours, the announcement calls upon F-ing, LWNRN, and LZ. The trio, all from YG-ing Su, have sequential examination numbers and are summoned simultaneously. F-ing, LWNRN, LZ. You must give it your all. YG-ing Su is your strongest support, exhorts TNBI, the president of YG-ing Su, as they approach the examination platform. Although the university's reputation has surged, the time for accolades has not yet arrived, and, as the solitary figure advocating for his students, he rallies their spirits. TNBI's fervent encouragement ignites the crowd, with cheers for F-ing, LWNRN, and LZ resonating from every corner, drowning out the voices of their family members. All three, still students, are overwhelmed by the excitement of their recent honors. As they prepare to step onto the examination stage amidst the cacophony of cheers, they feel an exhilarating warmth coursing through them, urging them to demonstrate their strength against the martial arts robots. Gene-ius arrives promptly, having sought to confront the Gene Alliance. The headquarters of the Gene Alliance, in Hu 11, is located within the DNGX Gene building. Upon his arrival, he hears the throngs cheering for F-ing, and the others. From a distance, he observes F-ing engaging with a robot. Despite only a few months of training, F-ing's foundational skills in long fist fighting appear respectable. However, as this is his first encounter with a martial arts robot, he seems somewhat inexperienced, initially taking hits from the robot. In contrast, LZ surprises Gene-ius, as he is not being dominated by the robot, but rather exerts control over it. Within just a few minutes, LZ completely overwhelms the robot, forcing it to retreat continuously. Gene-ius nods, recognizing that the robot is calibrated to the level of a first-tier genetic cultivator. Compared to a true first-tier genetic cultivator, the robot's capabilities are still significantly lacking. LZ, being a genuine first-tier genetic cultivator, possesses the strength to contend with multiple martial arts robots simultaneously. After observing for a while, Gene-ius decides to leave the scene. LZ and the others are engrossed in the 4th round of assessments, and he heads towards the DNGX Gene building. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the PHI Martial Arts Plaza is electrified. The 4th round of assessments has seen formidable competitors, with some previously managing to endure for 10 minutes before stepping down. Regardless of their prowess, they were still dominated by the robots, limited to occasional counterattacks while primarily evading. Now, they witness something extraordinary. After the 3 students from YG-ing Su take the stage, 2 of them engage in a back and forth with the robots, neither gaining the upper hand. The most astonishing sight is the 3rd student on the platform. What was his name? He is overpowering the robot, and his strikes grow increasingly fluid, quickly driving the robot to the edge of the stage. Is he about to topple the robot? The audience erupts in excitement, with some individuals cheering as though infused with adrenaline, their voices hoarse. Just as they observe this fervor, LZ appears to buckle as if struck in the lower back. Gasps ripple through the crowd, and some cover their mouths in horror, having witnessed the robot land a punch on LZ's back. Is his spine broken by that blow? Yet, in the next moment, the robot seems to soar into the air. The crowd realizes that it is LZ who has seized the robot by its ankle and is swinging it aloft. Amidst a deafening roar of applause, the audience watches as LZ hurls the robot off the platform. Chapter 46. I halt. This is the headquarters of the Gene Alliance. Please vacate the premises. Unauthorized personnel. 2 security guards block Gene-ius as he approaches the entrance of the DNGX Gene Center. Oh, I am here to see Alliance Leader SH. We are old acquaintances, and I have come to assist him with certain matters today. Ding Huan replies with a friendly smile. You seek SHCH Enkian, the leader of the Gene Alliance? The guard are taken aback by Ding Huan's words. A friend of the Alliance leader is not someone they can easily offend. However, they ponder why a friend of the leader would arrive unaccompanied. It is unusual for the leader's friend to come here without proper escort. After all, this is merely the headquarters of the Gene Alliance, not SHCH Enkian's residence. After Ding Huan uttered these words, he was already prepared to take action, as he had no intention of engaging in a civil dialogue today. The Gene Alliance was ruthless, and Ding Huan was not one to recite mantras. However, before he could make a move, one of the two security guards suddenly began to foam at the mouth, followed by a piercing scream that twisted his entire face in agony. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from all orifices. The other security guard, witnessing this, immediately reached for his firearm, assuming Ding Huan had struck first. In the Gene Alliance, security personnel were permitted to carry weapons. Ding Huan was perplexed. He had only equipped himself with gene toxins, which had yet to be deployed. Bang! Before Ding Huan could act, the armed security guard let out a similar scream and fell to the ground, exhibiting the same horrifying symptoms of bleeding from all orifices and a contorted visage. Ding Huan quickly realized that there was a malfunction with the human genes. The genetic agents on Earth were far from perfected. Consuming product from small companies could indeed lead to such dire consequences. He suddenly recalled the Psi Lu genetics, which was the very source of Yu Group's downfall. He remembered that the Psi Lu gene had exploded in notoriety after a few months, though he could not recall the exact timeline. The simultaneous issues presented by these two security guards strongly suggested that the Psi Lu gene had begun to malfunction. Such an occurrence was no trivial matter. This particular gene was peculiar, not only problematic, but also exhibited a disturbing regularity. All individuals who had integrated the Psi Lu gene would meet their demise at remarkably precise intervals. For instance, if one had merged with the Psi Lu gene, they would die precisely 4 months and 3 days later, with no possibility of deviation to 4 months and 4 days or 4 months and 2 days. This could even be accurate to the minute. Furthermore, there were no prior warning signs before the gene's failure. Observing the tragic end of the two security guards, Ding Huan felt no sympathy, only a sense of lamentation. The Psi Lu genetic agent was not something an average person could afford. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to join the Gene Alliance, given that even these two minor security guards had the opportunity to integrate such a genetic agent. Based on the timing of their deaths, it was likely that these guards had merged simultaneously. Meanwhile, at the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza, Feng Chong Li Wanran and LZ had already descended from the arena. Although Feng Chong and Li Wanran did not manage to toss the martial arts robot off the stage like LZ, they too had endured for 10 minutes, holding their ground in the competition, which indicated their scores would not be low. Just then, a gasp erupted from the crowd. A man suddenly emitted a chilling scream, followed by blood gushing from his orifices, and he collapsed to the ground. Even in death, his face remained contorted in agony. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Someone nearby rushed to assist the man, shouting in alarm. All the fallen individuals exhibited the same symptoms. The crowd erupted into chaos, with everyone's first reaction being that this was a contagious virus, a terrifying affliction that could lead to swift death. After all, in recent years, such highly detrimental viruses had appeared with alarming frequency. With millions present at the Puhai Martial Arts Plaza, the potential consequences of a panic were unimaginable. Observing the situation, someone from one of the top 10 academies on Blue Star noticed the unfolding crisis. The president of Zhenyu Academy, Nong Yizhen, descended onto an arena that had just concluded a competitive assessment. He proclaimed, "I am Nong Yizhen, president of Zhenyu Academy. Everyone, please remain calm and do not panic. This is not a virus. Rather, it is an issue with a genetic agent. As long as one has not integrated this genetic agent, they will be safe." Although Nong Yizhen did not use a megaphone, his voice resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Gradually, the chaotic plaza began to settle, as the words of the president of Zhenyu Academy, the foremost institution on Blue Star, carried significant weight. Once the crowd quieted, some of those who had been knocked to the ground began to rise, their faces marked with terror. Had Nong Yizhen not spoken, they surely would have perished. Still, individuals continued to collapse, all displaying identical symptoms. This only intensified the fear. as it closely resembled an infection from a similar virus. I understand now. All the deceased had consumed the Psi-Lu gene. A voice broke through the crowd. Perhaps Gene-ius' words had prompted this realization, or perhaps the speaker recognized one of the deceased who had only integrated the Psi-Lu gene. This revelation struck the crowd like a riddle finding its answer, and soon many began to echo that the deceased had integrated the Psi-Lu genetic agent several months prior. The news of the Psi-Lu genetic agent's malfunction hit like a bombshell, leaving those who had integrated the agent but remained unscathed increasingly anxious. As information circulated among the crowd, a consensus emerged. All those who had perished today shared the commonality of having integrated the Psi-Lu gene. These individuals, all part of the first batch to merge on the same day, had yet to experience any issues, but upon hearing this news, they were filled with dread. They understood that the Psi-Lu gene from Bai group had malfunctioned. Their survival was merely a matter of time. In Yanjing, the Qin family was in disarray. Qin Jingxin coughed incessantly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the television. The broadcast covered the fourth round of the enrollment assessment for the top 10 academies on Blue Star. Observing the 3 students from Jiang University perform with ease, Qin Jingxin nodded in satisfaction. Qianxing has not let me down. His achievements are remarkable, he coughed. Father, your health is deteriorating day by day. Why not consume the Psi-Lu gene you acquired? Do you really believe what Gang Qianxing said about it being problematic? He is just an ordinary teacher, a clear voice interjected. It was Qin Zhengxin's daughter, Qin Yuan. In truth, she harbored significant dissatisfaction towards Gang Qianxing. The Psi-Lu genetic agent had required considerable effort and connections for her to procure. Yet when her father, Qin Jingxin, intended to consume it, Gang Qianxing had called to warn him against it, resulting in her father's continued decline in health. Qin Jingxin coughed a few more times before replying, Yuan, you may not fully understand Qianxing. He's a student I trained. His talent is unparalleled. If anyone among my students were to independently develop a genetic agent, it would undoubtedly be him. That does not alleviate your health concerns. I have heard he has also reserved the Psi-Lu genetic agent for himself. I wonder what his intentions are. Qin Yuan retorted, still feeling uneasy. Indeed, father, what little Yuan says is true. So many individuals have consumed the Psi-Lu gene without issue, and it has become a rare commodity. Others seek it desperately. Yet we have it and do not utilize it. A young man entered, echoing his sentiments. Henbei, Yuan, since Qianxing has been by my side, he has never uttered a single lie. Qin Jingxin said with rising irritation. Father, Qin Yuan replied helplessly, having attempted to persuade her father countless times alongside her brother, only to be met with his stubbornness. Today appeared to yield no different outcome. Suddenly, the broadcast erupted into chaos, and the crowd at the plaza began to stir. Following this, Gene-ius called for calm, urging everyone not to panic, as fragmented reports of the Psi-Lu gene's issues emerged on the live feed. Qin Jingxin was taken aback and hurriedly grabbed the phone to make a call. In a mere 3 minutes, QNZHNGXN set down the phone, then turned to his son and daughter with a grave expression. He informed them that news had just broken regarding an issue with the Psi-Lu gene agent. Those who ingested the first batch of Psi-Lu gene on the same day had all succumbed to death, their bodies bleeding from all orifices, their features contorted. Upon hearing this, QNUN and QNXNB were utterly stunned. They could not bear to contemplate the implications, and at that moment, they felt a profound gratitude towards Qi-Xing. Had it not been for him, they would have lost their father and lived with regret for the rest of their lives. In Chapter 47, titled Di-Ing Who Ends Insecticide, Di-Ing Who entered the uppermost level of the DNGXN gene center without the slightest hindrance. At the pinnacle of the DNGXN gene center, the deputy leader of the Global Gene Alliance, Ji Xian, was convening a meeting to discuss the Qianluo gene formula and the basic long fist cultivated by 3 students from Yijing University. Those seated in the conference room were all direct members of the Gene Alliance. Words spoken here were not to be leaked outside. A massive electronic screen at the front displayed footage of LZ battling a martial arts robot. Steve, please elaborate on the cultivation of the Qianluo gene formula and the basic long fist, Ji Xian requested, his gaze fixed on the live feed. In truth, he was deeply shaken, convinced that LZ was at least a first-level gene practitioner with a solid foundation. According to information they had received, Di-Ing Huin had only trained the 3 Yijing University students for 3 months. Within this brief period, he had transformed a student devoid of any foundation into a first-level gene practitioner, and their combat prowess was astonishing. The martial arts robot was designed to replicate the combat capabilities of a first-level gene practitioner. Perhaps, in terms of practical combatability, the robot could not match a genuine first-level gene practitioner. Yet, LZ, merely a student who had trained for 3 months, could overpower the robot. This was nothing short of astonishing. A tall, lean man stood up and declared, "Deputy Leader, I obtained the complete contents of the basic long fist and Qianluo gene formula from Gene-ius. At this revelation, the attendees perked up, all eyes fixed on Steve. As the director of the Gene Research Department within the Gene Alliance, Steve had the authority to interrogate Gene-ius, who had been brought in by the Alliance without the right to question him. The news of the student's remarkable enhancement was electrifying to the audience. Even Gene-ius's eyes sparkled with interest. Although he was the deputy leader of the Gene Alliance, his cultivation was far inferior to that of the deans at LNX Academy, most of whom were third-level gene practitioners or Earth-level warriors. In contrast, he remained a mere first-level gene practitioner. However, Steve did not seem overly excited. He spoke slowly. "Unfortunately, this information is of no use to us. I have made no progress in my cultivation, and neither have several prodigies within our Gene Alliance." He continued, "I did interrogate Gene-ius, and he revealed a secret. Gene-ius had provided these 3 students with 2 types of gene agents, and only by merging these 2 agents could they practice the Qianluo gene formula and the basic long fist. Is there a method for producing these gene agents?" Gene-ius inquired immediately. "No, those gene agents were concocted by Gene-ius, and even Gene-ius is unaware of them," Steve replied, shaking his head. Just then, on the electronic screen, LZ astonishingly seized the martial arts robot and hurled it off the stage. "We also agree to intensify the manhunt. However, we cannot rely solely on the Gene Alliance. We must also collaborate with the official authorities and the Martial Arts Alliance from Hu-11. This is, after all, their territory, and relying solely on our Gene Alliance may prove insufficient," Steve expressed, eager to apprehend Gene-ius as soon as possible. Compared to the basic long fist, he considered the Qianluo gene formula to be the true treasure. Although he had experienced some effect from practicing the Qianluo gene formula, it was minimal. He was reluctant to disclose its existence to everyone, fearing that if he admitted to its efficacy, everyone would seek it from him, thus diverting attention from capturing Gene-ius. Furthermore, he only possessed the first 3 tiers of the Qianluo gene formula, implying that even if it were effective, he could only cultivate up to a third-level gene practitioner. Suddenly, sharp screams erupted from the live screen, and chaos ensued among the crowd. At that moment, YZHN from ZH New York Academy stepped forward to stabilize the disorder in PHI square. "Is there a problem with the gene agent? Is it the Psi-Lu gene?" Gene-ius's voice trembled. "Where is the Psi-Lu gene agent most prevalent?" "Naturally, it is within their Gene Alliance. To enhance cohesion within the Alliance, a substantial quantity of Psi-Lu gene agents had been granted to junior staff when they were first released. Others wishing to obtain Psi-Lu gene agents would need connections and patience, while the Gene Alliance had no such restrictions. They could send someone to BI Group, and would they dare refuse?" At that moment, a high-ranking executive in the conference room suddenly clutched his throat, blood streaming from his orifices, his features twisting grotesquely. In less than 10 seconds, the executive collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Like a chain reaction, 2 more individuals fell dead shortly after. Gene-ius's lips quivered. If the issue indeed lay with the Psi-Lu gene, 1/5 of those present would soon perish. "I initially believed it was the Gene Alliance's doing. Now that I see your people are dying too, I realize the culprits are others," a mocking voice interjected as a herb merchant with a backpack entered the room. "Who are you? How'd you get in here?" Gene-ius was the first to react. Before he could finish, a burly man charged toward Gene-ius. Regardless of who it was, intruding into the conference room without permission was a capital offense within the Gene Alliance. Gene-ius was furious. With the security guards outside, slacking off, Gene-ius did not even flinch. With a flash of his short blade, the security guard was cleaved in 2. "Who am I?" "I am, of course, the Gene-ius you seek to apprehend," Gene-ius proclaimed, then suddenly hurled the short blade. Puffed. The blade pierced through the throat of a participant, who collapsed to the ground, his handgun slipping from his grasp. Di Ing approached, retrieved the handgun, then pulled out the blade, and nonchalantly stated, "Who dares to draw a gun? The next will be him." He swiftly twirled the short blade in his hand. Some felt it impossible for Di Ing to monitor every corner, and one individual discreetly attempted to draw a gun. Bang! This time, Di Ing did not draw his blade. He merely lifted his hand and fired. A bloody mark appeared on the forehead of the would-be gunman, who promptly fell dead. Why bother? I can use a gun as well. Di Ing twirled the firearm in his hand before stepping up to Ji Xian. Teacher Ji Xian fixated on the gun in Di Ing's hand, his voice somewhat disjointed. "Leave," Di Ing commanded, kicking Ji Xian away. He then calmly took a seat in Ji Xian's chair, placing the handgun on the table before him. "We're your experts." Di Ing surveyed the conference room and remarked leisurely. He found it curious that the strongest presence here seemed to be merely a first-level gene practitioner, with the most formidable martial artist being an internal force practitioner, not even a yellow-level warrior. Wasn't it said that the Gene Alliance had fifth-level gene practitioners and even innate warriors? Gay Xian, trembling, did not dare to wipe the blood from his lips and stammered, "Yes, Di Ing DG. If you and our Gene Alliance indeed have a misunderstanding, we can sit down and discuss it slowly. On Earth, with the rampant proliferation of genetically modified beasts, human survival is perilously threatened. In such dire circumstances, must we engage in internal strife, thus depleting our internal strength?" The blonde-haired woman, advocating for the increased pursuit of Ding Huan, spoke earnestly. She even rose to her feet, seemingly unperturbed by the fact that Ding Huan had just fired a gun. Ding Huan chuckled. "Your words resonate deeply with me. Alas, individuals of your caliber, possessing such awareness and righteousness within the Gene Alliance, are exceedingly scarce. Please have a seat." Upon hearing Ding Huan's words, the blonde-haired woman nodded in acknowledgement, striving to control her tumultuous emotions. "Thank you. I truly admire you, big brother." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, a sharp pain pierced her forehead, and a trail of blood trickled down. Her consciousness began to fade from her body. She fixed her gaze upon Ding Huan, her mind echoing a singular question. Why? Was she not deemed a person of awareness and righteousness? How could he shoot so carelessly? Thud! She could no longer remain seated and collapsed to the ground. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence. No one dared to utter a word at that moment. The Huaxia people were seasoned in such matters. They had dealt with similar situations before. In their perception, Huaxia individuals were averse to violence, embodying gentleness and humility. Even when wronged, they would suppress their anger and engage in rational discourse. Thus, in the eyes of the world, Huaxia was a land of propriety. What made Ding Huan an anomaly today? Noticing the silence, Ding Huan beckoned Gu Xian, who lay crumpled in the corner. "Come here." Though Gu Xian was reluctant to approach, the memory of Ding Huan's earlier actions instilled fear in him. This madman was capable of anything. Reluctantly, he crawled to Ding Huan, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, and forced a smile. "Teacher Ding, there seems to be a misunderstanding." Ding Huan nodded. "Indeed, there is a misunderstanding. By the way, may I ask where Teacher Gung is?" Gung Qianxing is under the supervision of Steve from the Gene Research Department. "I do not know." Gu Xian stammered. "It appears you are unaware, thus you hold no value," Ding Huan sighed. Gu Xian's heart sank, just as he contemplated pleading for his life. He saw Ding Huan lift a spray canister and spray his face. "Teacher Ding, what is this?" Gu Xian inquired, anxiety creeping in. "This is an insecticide I concocted. Let us test its efficacy." Ding Huan casually placed the toxic gene agent back on the table. Chapter 48. The ancient Taoist ruined Steve was aware of the inquiry directed at him. Gu Xian was becoming increasingly anxious. "Who is Steve?" Ding Huan asked the others again. Steve quickly stood up. "Gung Qianxing has been sent to Luoha." "Why to Luoha?" Ding Huan inquired, his tone unassuming. Yet Steve felt a chill run down his spine. Several individuals took him there. They traveled by train. After nearly 10 minutes of questioning, Ding Huan finally stood up. The tension in the room escalated. All present feared Ding Huan might throw a knife or fire his gun again. Despite being the elite of the Gene Alliance, even the most powerful among them, Steve, was merely a level 2 gene practitioner. Steve observed Ding Huan discipline Gu Xian as one would a child, and dared not resist. "Who is Qian Laoda?" Ding Huan's gaze swept across the crowd before he continued, for added assurance. I must clarify that our Gene Alliance currently possesses 5-level, 5 gene practitioners, and 2 innate experts. Oh, are you implying that if I kill you, they will hunt me down? Thus, I would face certain death? Ding Huan regarded Steve with an indifferent demeanor. Steve was stunned. 5-level, 5 gene practitioners? If he had not been deceived, this was entirely unforeseen. He had assumed that even if high-level gene practitioners existed on Earth, they would not surpass level 4. No. What I mean to say is that we could actually collaborate, Steve quickly clarified. Our Gene Alliance's strong fighters have all gone to Kunlun Mountain, where ancient Taoist ruins have emerged. Ancient Taoist ruins? Ding Huan pondered, perplexed, for he had never heard of such ruins appearing on Earth in his previous life. Then again, what was his status in that life? Merely a prisoner. How could he have known? Teacher Ding, everything happening here will soon reach the leaders. Although my strength is limited, I assure you that with your capabilities, you could engage in equal partnership with our Gene Alliance. As he spoke, Steve raised his palm, earnestly assuring Ding Huan. Thank you for your reminder. Had you not brought this to my attention, I might have believed your Gene Alliance was truly finished, Ding Huan replied sincerely, tossing aside his gun and sheathing his knife. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. Others might dismiss Steve's claims as mere fabrications, but Ding Huan was not so naive. According to the knowledge stored in his mind, celestial beings could indeed exist. This meant that the ancient Taoist ruins on Kunlun Mountain could also be real. The fact that they had remained undiscovered until now was likely related to the transformation of the world's vital energies. It seemed that the energies were currently intensifying, and as this increase occurred, some hidden ruins could be revealed. According to his understanding, formations were not mere legends or fabrications. They indeed existed and relied on the activation of vital energies. If the vital energies surrounding Kunlun Mountain were to reach a certain threshold, and if a concealed ancient formation were to be breached, the Taoist ruins would indeed manifest. Therefore, he needed to elevate his strength swiftly and venture to Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, he would be left further behind by this band of scoundrels. What significance did having a genetic spiritual root hold? Here on Earth, establishing a genetic foundation was anything but simple. Steve exhaled in relief. Ding Huan had slain numerous individuals from the Gene Alliance, yet still sought equal collaboration. As Ding Huan approached the door, he suddenly turned around with a smile, spraying the canister wildly throughout the conference room. Afterward, he remarked, I must take my leave now. Remember, do not meddle with what does not belong to you. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. After delivering his parting words, Ding Huan carefully closed the conference room door behind him and departed. Only after hearing his footsteps fade did the tension in the room dissipate. What did he spray? A tall Caucasian questioned, feeling as though his usual authority had been stripped away. Gu Xian's assistant rushed to his side, exclaiming in horror, Vice Alliance leader Gu is dead. Gu Xian is dead? The crowd hurriedly gathered around, finding Gu Xian lying on the ground, his expression eerily calm, as if he were merely asleep. Steve pressed a finger against Gu Xian's face. Despite appearing normal, his finger easily pierced through, releasing a viscous, foul-smelling substance. Having just experienced the Celu gene agent incident, the attendees quickly deduced how Gu Xian had perished. Ding Huan had indeed sprayed him directly in the face. No, he had also sprayed them before leaving. Panic erupted among everyone as they rushed to flee, but they could only stagger a few steps before collapsing. Steve, possessing slightly greater strength, was the last to fall. At that moment, he could only clutch his throat, desperately trying to prevent the toxic mist from entering his body. He finally comprehended Ding Huan's ruthlessness and the meaning behind his warning not to meddle with what did not belong to them. The Gene Alliance had sought to interfere with Ding Huan's affairs. Unfortunately, it was far too late. Had he known earlier the extent of Ding Huan's ferocity, he would have gladly withdrawn from the Gene Alliance. The formidable members of the Gene Alliance are indeed impressive. Yet even if the leader personally dispatched individuals to eliminate Ding Huan, what relevance does it hold with Steve? In a mere span of minutes, the entire conference room fell into an utter silence. Upon exiting the Dongshuan Gene Center, Ding Huan was enveloped by an atmosphere of palpable trepidation. At that moment, the entire Puhai was steeped in a state of anxious unease. Ding Huan sighed, fully aware that the incident surrounding the Celu gene serum had reached a critical explosion. What is your name? While Ding Huan was still pondering about Geng Qianxing, an abrupt voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he encountered a man who was fixated on him. This individual possessed a quintessential European visage, with pale skin, deep-set eyes, and jet-black hair. In that instant, a chill coursed through Ding Huan's body. He sensed that this man was exceptionally powerful. Having traversed countless experiences in the vast universe, he had always been astute in gauging threats to his safety. Had he not mastered the wind blade technique and fireball technique prior, he would have had little chance to escape had this individual chosen to attack him. The strength of this person was likely nearing that of an innate master, a rarity on Earth. Previously, he had heard that Yin Xia's cultivation was approaching such a level, but this man was certainly not Yin Xia. Though he now possessed the fireball and wind blade techniques, the opportunity to wield them against such a formidable opponent would likely present itself only once. Ding Huan remained motionless. Should the other party initiate an assault, his sole recourse would be to unleash the gene-toxic mist serum in a chaotic spray. Amidst the confusion, he could employ the wind blade technique to inflict significant damage upon his adversary. Even if he ultimately failed to escape, he would at least ensure that he took someone down with him. Considering his injury recovery capabilities, he believed he could make his escape. Who are you? Despite his uncertainty about whether he could vanquish the opponent, Ding Huan furrowed his brow and inquired. He wished to conceal any signs of trepidation and anxiety from his demeanor. You do not recognize me? The other man appeared somewhat surprised. Ding Huan shook his head, thinking to himself, why should I know you, a foreigner? Dean Antonio, what brings you here? A melodious female voice interjected. Upon seeing the newcomer, Antonio beamed, exclaiming, it is Dean Sheen. I was just about to visit the Gene Alliance to discuss a matter with Deputy Alliance Leader Gu. Noticing Antonio's attention diverted, Ding Huan seized the opportunity and promptly turned to leave. At the same time, he grasped the gene-toxic mist firmly in his hand, ready to unleash the wind blade technique should Antonio dare to pursue him. He was indifferent to the possibility of his own demise, as long as Antonio would not witness it. Even if the wind blade failed to eliminate his opponent, the gene-toxic could not be undone, even by an innate master like Antonio. Antonio? Ding Huan recalled that this individual ranked second among the 10 great academies of the Blue Star. The head of the Planetary Academy was a practitioner of genetic cultivation. How could he also be adept in martial arts? His martial arts foundation seemed exceptionally profound. With his genetic spiritual root, he was keenly aware of threats to himself. Antonio, lacking strength above the earth level, could not pose such a terrible threat to him. It was likely that this man practiced both genetic and martial arts, and moreover, he had concealed the latter aspect of his training. Fortunately, Antonio had not been present when he engaged the Gene Alliance. Had he been, using the gene-toxic mist would likely have resulted in mutual destruction. After swiftly navigating a few streets, Ding Huan realized that Antonio had not followed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He needed to exit Puhai without delay. Just as he contemplated leaving, he spotted Fang Chong entering a bookstore with a young woman. He had learned from the Gene Alliance that Geng Qianxing had been taken to Luo He. He surmised that prior to his disappearance, Geng Qianxing might have left some information for Fang Chong and his companions. Chapter 49. Discharged from the hospital with both Geng Qianxing and Ding Huan absent, Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ were all but certain to gain admission to one of the 10 great academies of the Blue Star. Consequently, Fang Chong intended to purchase some books related to genetic cultivation at the bookstore, ensuring that he would not be entirely unenlightened upon his arrival at the academy. While Fang Chong was engrossed in browsing, a sudden hand clapped him on the shoulder. Who is it? He quickly turned around. Upon seeing the stranger, he realized he did not recognize the individual, yet he dismissed the thought. Many unfamiliar faces now knew him. Come with me outside. I am Ding Huan. Having spoken, Ding Huan pivoted and proceeded to exit the bookstore. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Fang Chong thought, who are you to command me to follow? However, upon realizing it was Ding Huan, he hastily set his book down and eagerly trailed after him. The girl who had accompanied Fang Chong into the bookstore observed his departure, setting her book aside and falling into contemplation as she regarded Ding Huan's retreating figure. Teacher Ding, is it really you? Once outside the bookstore, Fang Chong queried excitedly. Ding Huan nodded, affirming, it is I. Please tell me, did Teacher Geng say anything to you before his capture? Has Teacher Geng truly been captured? We only knew he was missing. Has he been taken by the Gene Alliance? Fang Chong bombarded him with questions. Realizing that Fang Chong was entirely unaware of the situation, Ding Huan replied, if you are unaware, then it is best to let it be. You should all be able to enter the 10 great academies of the Blue Star. Focus on your cultivation once you are inside. Teacher Ding, may I follow you and learn from you? Fang Chong gazed at Ding Huan with yearning. Now he comprehended that Ding Huan's abilities far surpassed those of the 10 great academies. Ding Huan patted Fang Chong's shoulder. It is impractical for you to stay by my side. I am currently being hunted. I must also search for Teacher Gong, so it would be futile for you to accompany me. Moreover, I cannot teach you anything further at this time. Just continue to cultivate as I previously instructed. Your strength will gradually improve. The 10 great academies possess top-tier resources, which is far more beneficial than following me in this unpredictable situation. Understood, Teacher Ding. Fang Chong's gaze dimmed as he recognized the truth in Ding Huan's words. I must take my leave. Do not inform Li Wanran and LZ that I visited. Ding Huan stated, preparing to depart. Teacher Ding, which academy should I aim for? Fang Chong quickly inquired once more. Ding Huan hesitated momentarily before responding. It would be best to remain in Huaxia, as this would aid your martial arts. Do not underestimate martial arts. At least on Earth, they are not inferior to genetic cultivation. Teacher Ding, Dean Xinchang from the Wumai Mountain Academy has invited us to join. If you wish, you may accept. No. Wumai Mountain Academy. Do not join that institution. Ding Huan immediately recalled that the forces hunting him were associated with Wumai Mountain Academy. In that moment, he realized that the woman who had greeted Indonio earlier was indeed Dean Xinchang. Very well, I shall heed your advice. By the way, Teacher Ding, I have a letter for you, which should be from Teacher Gong. Fang Chong remembered the letter he had left at the hotel. I will accompany you to retrieve it. Ding Huan exclaimed with delight. The fact that Gong Qianxing had left a letter indicated that he had sensed something amiss beforehand. Arriving at the Ting Huan Hotel, Fang Chong handed the letter, which he had taken from Gong Qianxing's room, to Ding Huan. Ding Huan glanced at the envelope, which bore the inscription to Ding Huan. The handwriting did not resemble Gong Qianxing's. Placing the letter into his pocket, Ding Huan produced a vial of genetic serum and offered it to Fang Chong. This is a recovery serum for injuries. Merge it tonight. Your recovery will be significantly expedited in the future. He had obtained 2 types of fire lizard genes and had concocted 2 recovery serums from them. One he had used for himself, while the other was reserved for Chu-yi. The recovery serum from the hexagonal fire lizard was of no use to him now, so he decided to give it to Fang Chong. Fang Chong exclaimed with delight upon receiving the genetic serum, astonished by this unexpected boon. Teacher Ding Huan's gene elixir is indeed a rare treasure. Ding Huan pondered that if Fang Chong were to progress to the 3rd level of gene practitioner and then become unreachable, it would mean stagnation in his cultivation. Fang Chong had not considered this matter until now, and upon hearing Ding Huan's words, he quickly responded, that would be truly wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Ding. Yes, you. I will not share this casually. Ding Huan smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. Among the 3 students, he held the greatest regard for Fang Chong rather than the already advanced LVZ or the obedient and respectful Li Wanran. With his experiences from 2 lifetimes, Ding Huan was confident in his discernment. Fang Chong was a grateful individual. As for aptitude and obedience, what significance did they hold for him? Only those who express gratitude are worthy of his esteem. Initially, Fang Chong's physical condition had already improved significantly under the influence of Ding Huan's gene elixir. And as he was about to enter the ranks of a 1st-level gene practitioner, his memory far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The method of practice for the Qianluo Gene Sutra merely involved adjustments to acupoints and the flow of energy through meridians, without any substantial alterations. Thus, within a mere 20 minutes, Fang Chong had mastered the method of circulating energy in the Qianluo Gene Sutra as explained by Ding Huan. Teacher Ding, should I pass this on to LVZ and Li Wanran? Fang Chong inquired. Ding Huan paused momentarily before replying, you are free to decide. If you believe it is worth sharing, then share it. If not, you may make your own judgment. After I leave, continue your training diligently. I anticipate that the gene beast tide will soon sweep through the major cities, and the 10 prestigious academies of launching are not infallible. Strengthening oneself is fundamental. Furthermore, if you must choose one of the 10 prestigious academies, opt for the Dahan E Academy. But isn't the Dahan E Academy ranked last? Fang Chong exclaimed in surprise. Ding Huan chuckled softly. Last? Do you seek their techniques or their resources? Indeed, I possess techniques. I merely require resources, Fang Chong realized. Precisely. Moreover, it is said that Dahan E Academy has inherited teachings from the Buddhist sect. Pay attention to whether they possess any martial skills or techniques that require inner energy for execution. These are the very reasons for your enrollment into Han the Academy. Well, that is all I can assist you with. Farewell. With that, Ding Huan hastily bid farewell to Feng Chong and departed for the hotel. The formidable strength of Anong Ao weighed heavily on Ding Huan's mind, and he felt he had lingered too long with Feng Chong. After receiving the letter, he intended to leave Pu Hai immediately. Upon exiting the hotel, Ding Huan opened the letter from Geng Qianxing. Teacher Ding, please save Yi. She has been forcibly merged with a foreign gene and is now on the brink of death at Ruiji Hospital. However, the situation has not been entirely resolved. Chu Yi is still being targeted by the Gene Alliance. The issue likely lies with that boss Quan. Ding Huan's heart seethed with anger at the thought of those scoundrels, and he quickly made his way to Ruiji Hospital. May I ask who her attending physician is? Ding Huan sought clarity on Chu Yi's condition. A nurse in the ward pointed to an office diagonally across the corridor, indicating Dr. Gua. Thank you. Ding Huan swiftly approached Dr. Gua's office. Are you Dr. Gua? He inquired of a young man seated at a desk, scribbling notes. The young man glanced up and asked, "What is it?" Ding Huan replied, "Dr. Gua, I am a friend of Chu Yi. Could you please inform me of her condition? Did she transfer due to a deterioration in her illness?" Dr. Gua merely stated, "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose any information," and returned to his writing, ignoring Ding Huan. Realizing he was being too hasty, Ding Huan softened his tone and produced a stack of money from his bag. "I truly am a friend of Chu Yi. Please tell me what her issue is and where she has been taken. This is a token of goodwill." He pushed the money towards Dr. Gua. The attending physician glanced disdainfully at the 100,000 yuan before retorting, "If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling security. Are you a gene practitioner?" Ding Huan stared intently at Dr. Gua, having sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him moments earlier. If he were indeed a gene practitioner, it was plausible that he was affiliated with the Gene Alliance. Given Chu Yi's precarious condition, Dr. Gua should possess some knowledge of the situation. With this thought, Ding Huan withdrew the money and seized Dr. Gua by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Dr. Gua's feet dangled in the air, filled with shock and fear. Despite being a gene practitioner, he found himself powerless against this seemingly youthful opponent. With his throat constricted, he could not utter a word, his face reddening. Ding Huan flung him aside, coldly stating, "You have one last chance to speak the truth. Otherwise, you shall never speak again." Cough, cough, I will tell you. She was forcibly merged with a certain foreign gene and failed, causing her gene structure to fracture. What foreign gene? Ding Huan pressed. I truly do not know. I did not interfere with her. She left of her own accord. Where did she go? After obtaining Chu Yi's home address, Ding Huan swiftly dealt Dr. Gua a sharp windblade. Not all members of the Gene Alliance deserve death. In fact, most are quite decent individuals. However, he found himself particularly displeased with Dr. Gua. Chapter 50. Pursuing the perpetrator Dean Anong Ao. Are you also in search of the former Vice Alliance leader Gu? Qin Chong was aware of Anong Ao's intentions. After conversing for a while, Anong Ao, who was rather dismissive, had her clarify her thoughts. Their objectives were aligned. On the surface, they sought Gu Xian, but in reality, they were after Geng Qianxing. With Geng Qianxing's disappearance, it was evident that he had been captured by the Gene Alliance. Ding Huan from Eugene University had trained 3 exceptionally talented students, and Geng Qianxing could not possibly be unaware of this. It was precisely because Geng Qianxing was aware that the Gene Alliance acted preemptively. She dared not take any rash actions against Geng Qianxing. But now that the Gene Alliance had moved, she needed to quickly ascertain the situation. Qin Chong reminded her that the Gene Alliance had captured Ding Huan. But Ding Huan had evaded capture, while Geng Qianxing had not. She sought to understand how much Geng Qianxing truly knew, lest she end up with nothing. If she could gain an advantage from Geng Qianxing, she would ensure she received her share. I heard that Alliance leadership has left Pujiang on business. I wonder if it has anything to do with that Ding Huan? She was well aware of Shi Changyi's whereabouts, and found his pretense amusing. This individual, clearly of European descent, spoke in a manner reminiscent of a seasoned bureaucrat. Upon seeing Qin Chong enter, Anong Ao followed suit. Qin Chong stated, I know they have merged with the Seleucid gene elixir, but that incident transpired some time ago. Given our Gene Alliance's efficiency, it is rather unacceptable that even the corpses at the entrance have not been dealt with. With that, Qin Chong hastened into the building. The first floor of the building was deserted, not a soul in sight, not even the receptionist at the front desk. A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Chong. She had an inkling that something was amiss within the Gene Alliance. This did not align with her interests, especially since she was a member of the Gene Alliance herself. To the top floor, Enong Ao remarked, having sensed that something was off. The Seleucid gene elixir had encountered problems, and deaths linked to this elixir were rampant. However, the Gene Alliance was different. They would undoubtedly take immediate action to stabilize the situation, and it was unthinkable that no one had yet arrived to clean up the mess. The elevator swiftly brought them to the top floor, which, like the others, was devoid of life, with only the conference room lights still aglow. Outside the conference room, two individuals lay on the ground, clearly deceased. Swiftly approached the door of the conference room, opening it with a slight creak. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted out, and the scene that greeted him and Qin Chong left them momentarily stunned. Had they all succumbed to the Seleucid serum? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he realized its absurdity. Surely you can see that some were shot and others stabbed. Qin Chong scoffed at his lack of insight. Stepping closer to Gu Xian, Anton pressed a finger against his face, which felt as malleable as clay. Qin Chong circled the room before gravely stating that aside from a few who perished due to the Seleucid serum, the rest had been murdered. Who would dare commit murder here? Anton pondered, bewildered. To kill within the headquarters of the Gene Alliance. Was that not an act of utter foolishness? I saw you speaking with a herbal merchant outside the Dongshu and Gene Center building. Who was he? Qin Chong suddenly inquired. Anton jolted back to awareness, promptly responding, "It must have been him. I sensed a faint aura of hostility emanating from that individual, which compelled me to intervene. I hadn't anticipated you would seek me out at that moment. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to find this person." Qin Chong interjected with a huff. She harbored doubts about Anton's intentions, suspecting he might be attempting to shift the blame onto her. Where could he have gone? Anton asked instinctively. Qin Chong frowned, replying, "This individual attacked the Gene Alliance. He would undoubtedly aim to flee from Puhai first. We must search the various train stations there." She suspected that they might already be too late, but by articulating her thoughts and taking action, she could demonstrate her active commitment to the Gene Alliance. Ding Huan was consumed by anxiety, eager to reach Yiling City in Anjiang Province, the residence of the Chu-Yi family. The matter concerning Geng Qinxing would have to be postponed. As long as the Gene Alliance had not obtained the genuine method to cultivate the Qianluo gene technique and the fundamental long fist, Geng Qinxing remained safe. Had he not encountered Anton, he could have eliminated the senior members of the Gene Alliance without anyone being the wiser, as he would leave no survivors. Ding Huan could only wish that Anton and the woman surnamed Qin would converse for a while longer, ideally avoiding the Dongshu and Gene Center altogether. If they entered, his actions against the Gene Alliance's leaders would be exposed. Although he had disguised himself, he had not yet left Puhai. Ding Huan felt an urgent desire to depart. Yet he was concerned for Chu-Yi. He needed to take a train from Puhai, as it was the fastest route to Yiling City. If he left Puhai now, he would lose 2 additional days of travel. Aware of the danger of waiting at the station, he nonetheless chose to endure the risk. Having altered his appearance, he not only changed his bag, but also transformed from a solitary herbal merchant into a student who had failed the Puhai assessment. The quickest route to Yiling involved first traveling to Jingchuan City and then taking a vehicle to Yiling. With an hour remaining until the train's departure, Ding Huan sat in the waiting area, appearing somewhat despondent while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He only hoped Anton would not approach. What if he did? This was a troubling thought that Ding Huan wished to avoid, yet he had to confront it. On the train to Lehe, Geng Qinxing sat with a vacant expression, flanked by 2 individuals. He had informed the Gene Alliance that some data on endurance genes was concealed in Lehe. This was merely a fabrication. Aside from what was noted in his notebook, all other information resided within his mind. His intent in leading the Gene Alliance members on a wild goose chase was to allow Fong Chong and his companions to complete their assessments. Once they succeeded in joining one of the top 10 academies of the Blue Star, the Gene Alliance would no longer target them. Having traveled halfway to Halua City, a member of the Gene Alliance seated next to Geng Qinxing suddenly convulsed, emitting strange sounds from his throat before his face contorted in agony, blood oozing from his features. Geng Qinxing was perplexed. Had this individual suddenly fallen ill? Soon, he realized that it was not an illness, as 2 others in the compartment exhibited the same symptoms. A viral outbreak? Geng Qinxing was startled, soon observing the anxious gaze of his companion, Quan Lauda. This individual was not to be trifled with. Seizing such a valuable opportunity, Geng Qianqing knew he could not afford to let slip away. As Ding Huan would say, he would deserve whatever consequences followed. Ding Huan had remarked on more than one occasion that Geng Qianqing was ill-suited for survival in chaotic times, best suited for scientific endeavors in prosperous eras. What purpose did the pursuit of endurance genes serve for someone with Geng Qianqing's minimal survival skills? Was he not proving Ding Huan's point? No, in this tumultuous world, Geng Qianqing would not be a mere pushover. Resolving his thoughts, he stood and delivered a swift strike to the back of Quan Laoda's neck. Having undergone months of training, Geng Qianqing was now nearing the strength of a level 1 gene practitioner. This strike would incapacitate not just Quan Laoda, but even a genuine level 1 gene practitioner would struggle to withstand it. With a muffled groan, Quan Laoda collapsed. Pandemonium erupted in the train car. Chaos ensued, not only in Geng Qianqing's compartment, but also in others, with similar disturbances occurring throughout. No one paid heed to Geng Qianqing's actions. He observed the unconscious Quan Laoda, engaged in a fierce internal debate. Should he kill or spare? Now was the opportune moment to eliminate him. Otherwise, it would soon be too late. If he chose not to kill Quan Laoda, could he escape first? Geng Qianqing quickly realized that failing to act would only bind him further. Gazing at the turmoil around him, he gritted his teeth and delivered a decisive blow to Quan Laoda's vital point, unleashing his inner strength. Quan Laoda merely emitted a muffled sound before all life left him. Geng Qianqing exhaled deeply. This was his first act of killing. If he did not eliminate Quan Laoda now, his own life would be at stake. Not only his life, but Ding Huan might also be lured to Luoha City, facing peril as well. He needed to prove to Ding Huan that in this world rife with beasts and chaos, he, Geng Qianqing, could survive. No one took notice of Geng Qianqing's lethal action. Already, over 10 individuals aboard the train had succumbed to sudden death. This was not the end. The number of fatalities continued to rise. Chaos enveloped every compartment, and to onlookers, it appeared to be a viral outbreak. Passengers surged towards the train doors, shouting for the train to halt, while others began smashing the windows. Just as the situation spiraled beyond control, the train conductor's voice echoed through the compartments. "I am the conductor, Lu Hexen. Please remain calm. This incident is not a viral outbreak, but rather a genetic collapse among passengers who have integrated the Celu gene serum. The issue lies with the Celu gene serum and is unrelated to any virus." The conductor repeatedly emphasized the lack of a viral connection, which finally helped to quell the panic. Soon, passengers began to identify the commonality among the deceased. Indeed, they all had integrated the Celu gene serum. A cold sweat broke out on Geng Qianqing's back. Had Ding Huan not cautioned him, his mother might have met a tragic fate. With his composure regained, Geng Qianqing resolved to proceed to Luoha first. Upon arrival, he would find a way to alert Ding Huan and then take his mother away. Seeking refuge in a safe location, he would continue to diligently cultivate the Qianluo gene technique, enhancing his abilities. Little did he realize that he was currently quite safe. Not only would no one seek him out, but the Gene Alliance would not think of him in the near future. Chapter 51. Academy Enrollment, please present your identification for verification. When Ding Huan heard these words, 2 men were inspecting the identification documents of a girl opposite him. Ding Huan sighed. He had no intention of leaving. The train was set to depart in 10 minutes, and he needed only 5 to board. He must catch this train as it was the fastest route to Yiling City. Yet, it was a matter of just a few minutes. The girl's identification was in order, and the 2 men approached Ding Huan. Upon closer inspection, he realized that one of them was merely a young man in his 20s, while the other was a station security personnel accompanying the youth to verify the documents. "Hello, please show me your identification," the young man said as he stepped in front of Ding Huan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Huan produced his ID. With a few minutes to spare, he planned to have the 2 men sit with him for a while, waiting until the train arrived, so he could leave immediately. The only advantage was that Dong Ao had not come in person. Had he done so, Ding Huan would likely have been unable to board this train. As the young man read Ding Huan's name and place of origin, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes then sparkling with recognition. Ding Xiaodu was synonymous with Ding Huan, his previous name known to nearly everyone. During his student days, he was called Ding Xiaodu, but he changed his name to Ding Huan after leaving school. The name Ding Huan echoed throughout Puhai during the enrollment assessments of the top 10 academies in Blue Star. Ding Huan maintained a stoic expression, And just as he anticipated the young man would take action, he heard him say to the accompanying staff member, "Captain Shi, could you please continue checking the others? I have something to attend to." The young man turned to Ding Huan, excitement brimming in his voice. "You don't recognize me anymore, do you? I am Kong Dan." Ding Huan was taken aback. What was this fellow implying? Captain Shi, however, paid no heed and walked away. It was not unusual to encounter old friends at the station. Once Captain Shi departed, the excited Kong Dan exclaimed, "Teacher Ding, I have admired you for a long time. You're not planning to detain me, are you?" Ding Huan looked at the fervent Kong Dan with confusion. Kong Dan scoffed, "I do have to be out of my mind to detain you. It's the Genetic Alliance's hounds that are after you. You're not part of the Genetic Alliance?" Ding Huan was even more puzzled, thinking the young man inspecting IDs was from the Genetic Alliance, and that Captain Shi was merely station security. Kong Dan shook his head. "Don't be fooled by my lack of genetic fusion. Even if I had it, I would scorn such a selfish organization. The leaders of the Genetic Alliance have been taken down by some great hero, and with their chief, Changqian, absent from Puhai, and Dong Ao is searching various stations but cannot find anyone to connect with. In desperation, they had to seek our security department for assistance. I'm just here to fill in and help. Don't take it too seriously." Despite his words, Kong Dan had already deduced that the higher-ups of the Genetic Alliance had all been killed by the very Ding Huan before him. He was doing his utmost to contain his excitement. This idol had accomplished what he dared not and could not do. Ding Huan realized he had eliminated nearly all of the Genetic Alliance's leaders still present in Puhai. Although Dong Ao and Qinchong were also affiliated with the Genetic Alliance, they were merely using its name. They were completely unaware of the internal personnel adjustments within the Genetic Alliance, so in a moment of urgency, they could only seek help from the security department. "Passengers for train 701 to Jingchuan, please prepare to board. The train will depart in 5 minutes," echoed through the waiting hall. "Teacher Ding, may I study at Yujiang University?" Kong Dan was struck dumb by the overwhelming excitement. Who would he want to learn under Ding Huan? His dreams were coming true. All right, I can wait." Kong Dan stammered. Originally intent on taking action, Ding Huan now faced no hindrance in boarding the train to Yiling City. The Sairu gene serum, developed and produced by the Baiyu Group, which promised to delay aging and promote longevity, had exploded in controversy. Within just a few days, tens of thousands had perished. This was merely the beginning. Since the day the Sairu gene serum malfunctioned, thousands died daily, a process that would persist for months. Fortunately, the Baiyu Group's production capacity was limited. Had it been sufficient, the daily death toll would have surged dramatically, as the serum would have been snatched up immediately, leaving no stock for even a day. On the third day following the explosion, all the leaders of the Baiyu Group met their demise. Some claimed it was out of fear of self-destruction, while others believed they were murdered. This incident led to the internal collapse of the Baiyu Group, a renowned enterprise in Luha, disintegrating within a day. The chairman, Ding Jia, went missing, but no one cared at this point. The world was engulfed in panic. All who had consumed the Baiyu Group's Sairu gene serum awaited their doom. Once the time came, they would undoubtedly succumb to gruesome fates. Compared to the demise of the Baiyu Group's leaders, the situation with the Genetic Alliance was far more terrifying. In the Dongshuan Gene Center building, the headquarters of the Genetic Alliance in Puhai, it was needless to mention the members who perished due to the Sairu gene serum. What unsettled everyone was that in the conference room on the top floor, nearly all the leaders of the Genetic Alliance had also died. Even more puzzling was that these deceased individuals exhibited various causes of death. Some succumbed to the serum, while others were shot or stabbed. The remaining victims seemed to have perished from another gene serum, the aftermath of which was horrifying. On the surface, they appeared undisturbed, but upon movement, their bodies disintegrated into sludge. Upon learning that the Genetic Alliance had been entirely wiped out, its leader Changqian was consumed with rage. Not only was Puhai in turmoil, but other regions were equally distressed due to the Sairu gene serum. The Baiyu Group had sold 1 million doses from the moment the Sairu gene serum was developed until the incident occurred. Even if half of those doses were consumed, it was an exceedingly terrifying situation. This chaos did not significantly impact the enrollment assessments of the top 10 academies in Blue Star. Aside from a half-day interruption on the first day, the fourth round of assessments continued and concluded ahead of schedule. While the top 10 academies completed their assessments in Puhai, the events there were overwhelming, with countless lives lost. This was unprecedented. A city had never seen such a death toll without an assault from genetic beasts. Thus, Once the assessments were complete, the top 10 academies commenced their enrollment processes. Today marked the grand day for students participating in the Blue Star Top 10 Academy examinations. The time for students to select their preferred institutions. In the lobby of the Mingzhu building in Puhai, the Blue Star Top 10 Academies displayed their signs prominently. Each institution staffed with several admission officers. Most academies even had their deans present, even if a dean could not attend due to urgent matters. At least a vice dean would be present. Admission officers, primarily cultivation mentors from various academies, were here to select students they favored. The future development of an academy largely hinges on its student body. The top 500 students from the 4 rounds of assessments were also present, eager to choose their desired academy. The admission process for the Blue Star Top 10 Academies could indeed be described as a rigorous selection, resulting in an astonishingly high elimination rate. Every student who enters the top 500 is undoubtedly exceptional. However, once they achieve this status, the treatment they receive starkly contrasts with their pre-examination experience. In this prestigious setting, not only can the 10 renowned academies actively select candidates, but the candidates also have the privilege of choosing their preferred academy. A mutual agreement must be reached between both parties before confirming the academy a candidate will attend. Any candidate fortunate enough to enter this realm need not fear a lack of offers, as even the last-ranked student will be sought after by an academy. This process is mandatory. If any candidates fail to secure their desired academy and the institutions remain under quota, a matching process will ensue. As Fang Chong, Li Wanran, and LZ entered, they captured the attention of nearly all the admissions mentors from various academies. In this assessment, LZ achieved the highest overall score, followed by Li Wanran in 3rd place and Fang Chong in 4th. Naturally, such illustrious students are highly coveted by all academies. Fang Chong, which academy do you wish to attend? Li Wanran quietly inquired beside him. Fang Chong surveyed his surroundings and replied, "Let us first examine their conditions. Sometimes, a higher-ranked academy may not necessarily be the best fit." He recalled Ding Huan's advice, which emphasized not merely chasing after rankings, but rather assessing what an academy can offer. Of course, he ultimately intended to select Dahan E Academy. Fang Chong, Li Wanran, LZ, it has been a long time. Congratulations on your arrival here. A melodious voice echoed. Approaching was a strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure. Li Wanran promptly bowed in respect, acknowledging Dean Xin Chong. Although teacher Geng Qianxing had mentioned that Dean Xin was involved with teacher Ding Huan, it was essential to show appropriate respect in person. Fang Chong refrained from bowing, merely echoing Li Wanran's greeting to Dean Xin. Despite his private disdain for her, he dared not display rudeness in this setting. LZ, following Fang Chong's lead, also opted for a simple greeting without bowing. Chapter 52. One must always be grateful. Dean Xin Chong, still wearing a warm smile, announced previously, the top 10 academies discovered several hundred yuan stones in the Kunlun Mountains. I intend to present some of these to the students entering Wumai Mountain. She continued, as long as you 3 enter Wumai Mountain, I will personally accept you as disciples, each receiving at least 1 yuan stone. Furthermore, I will impart my yin xingju to you. This declaration caused not only Li Wanran and LZ's hearts to race, but also left Fang Chong momentarily astonished. Yuan stones were a concept they had only heard of before, as reported in the news. The top 10 academies of launching, in collaboration with the Martial Arts Alliance and the Gene Alliance, unearthed hundreds of stones imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth, known as Yuan stones. It was rumored that the dean of Jin-yu Academy, Nong Yizhen, had attained the innate realm through these stones, making them highly suitable for martial arts and genetic cultivation. LZ clenched his fists. Such treasures were not easily obtained, even by teachers from the top 10 academies. After stepping into the first level of genetic cultivation, he often felt inadequate during his training with the Qian Luo gene formula. It was not merely a sense of inadequacy, but rather a persistent feeling of insufficient yuan qi absorption. If he had a yuan stone to assist him, his chances of advancing to the second level of genetic cultivation would significantly increase. Should the yuan stone contain ample yuan qi, he could nearly guarantee his ascent to the second level. Li Wanran felt genuine temptation. She was well aware of the benefits of yuan stones. Compared to LZ and Fang Chong, she also valued the yin xing ju highly. The yin xing ju, rumored to originate from a Mei mountain, had previously been regarded merely as a historical artifact in the Amei Mountain Museum. However, following the environmental mutations, it had suddenly become invaluable. The Yin-Xing Ju could be cultivated as a potent lightness skill, allowing one to glide effortlessly as long as they could gather internal qi. She was nearing the first level of genetic cultivation, with her internal qi increasing daily. Obtaining the Yin-Xing Ju would elevate her abilities significantly, akin to soaring to new heights. She had witnessed Nong Yizhen's breathtaking aerial feats on television. It was nothing short of magnificent. The thought of effortlessly gliding through the air ignited an excitement within her, causing her heart to race. As if to affirm Li Wanran's thoughts, Qin Chong continued with a smile. Not long ago, Nong Yizhen approached me, eager to peruse the Yin-Xing Ju. The idea that such a powerful figure as Nong Yizhen sought the Yin-Xing Ju left Li Wanran in awe. She took a deep breath, bowing to Qin Chong. Dean Qin, I wish to join Wumai Mountain. She felt immense gratitude for teacher Ding Huan's guidance. Yet, deep down, she acknowledged that he, like her other instructors, was merely a mentor. As a mentor, he had not compelled her to sacrifice her future for any cause. Moreover, in her view, attending Wumai Mountain did not conflict with her respect for teacher Ding Huan. In her innermost thoughts, she reminded herself that the knowledge imparted by teacher Ding was invaluable. However, the time she spent under his tutelage was the briefest among all her mentors, lasting merely 3 days. She respected teacher Ding, but his contributions did not elevate his status above her other instructors. Emotionally, she regarded teacher Ding and her other mentors as equal. Would she reject her future due to a rift between teacher Ding and the other mentors? The answer was clear. She would not. Fang Chong was infuriated to see Li Wanran agree to join Wumai Mountain, nearly exclaiming in frustration. He had trained alongside Li Wanran and LZ for several months and was astonished that she could so easily forget teacher Ding Huan's efforts for a mere token of gratitude. Had he known her true thoughts, he would have erupted in indignation, questioning how she could equate their contributions. One was merely a mentor, while the other had painstakingly tailored genetic enhancement potions for her, a task not obligatory for teacher Ding, who would face no repercussions for not undertaking it. Using excuses in such a manner was simply unfathomable. Li Wanran, you have made an astute choice. I am confident you will take pride in your decision in the future, Qin Chong remarked with satisfaction. Turning her attention to Fang Chong and LZ, she inquired, and what about you two? Just then, a voice interrupted the conversation, exclaiming, before the students even inquired, Dean Qin herself has come to recruit them. This is indeed commendable. It was none other than Vice Dean Zeng. Although Qin Chong greeted him courteously, her tone lacked the warmth she had shown to Fang Chong and the others. With Zeng's arrival, a long-haired man approached. Greetings. Vice Dean Zeng. Fang Chong promptly led the greeting. Since Qin Chong referred to him as Vice Dean Zeng, it was evident he hailed from one of the top 10 academies of Lanqing, prompting Fang Chong and the others to address him respectfully. However, they secretly mused about the unpredictability of these deans. They recognized Vice Dean Zeng as the same long-haired man who had previously urged them not to join Wumai Mountain. You may call me Vice Dean Zeng. You probably do not know me yet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zeng Yi, Vice Dean of the Guardians, he said with a warm smile. The 3 students reflected inwardly, realizing that the Guardians ranked 4th among the top 10 academies of Lanqing. Had it been earlier, Vice Dean Zeng would not have bothered to engage in idle conversation with them. Now, not only had he returned for a second time, but he also seemed eager to converse. I have come here with a singular purpose, to invite you to join my Guardians and strive for the future of humanity. Are you LZ? Indeed, you have ranked 1st in this assessment. If you join the Guardians, I can petition Dean Li on your behalf, granting you the opportunity to cultivate the Sini Hunyuangong. Zeng Yi has evidently come solely for LZ. Thank you, Dean Zeng. I am willing to join the Guardians, LZ replied promptly. Although the conditions offered by Qin Chong far exceed those of Zeng Yi, LZ is unwilling to study under a woman who schemes against teacher Ding Huan. He is certain that no one can provide him with such a solid foundation as teacher Ding has. Perhaps without the Yuanqi stone, his cultivation speed would be significantly slower. But so what? Qin Chong merely offers him a Yuanqi stone, which, once exhausted, would leave him with nothing. Slower progress does not equate to stagnation. One day, he will inevitably ascend to the ranks of second-level gene cultivators. Upon witnessing LZ's choice of the Guardians despite her generous offer, Qin Chong's expression soured. Zhang-yi chuckled and turned to Fang Chong, saying, "You're Fang Chong, right? What about you? Are you willing to join us in the Guardians?" Fang Chong replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Dean Zhang, but I intend to join the Dahan-yi Academy." This was at Teacher Ding's behest. It would be ideal if LZ and Li Wanran were to join him at the Dahan-yi Academy as well. Now it appears that while Li Wanran has opted for the Wumai Mountain Field, LZ has joined the Guardians. He can understand LZ's decision, but he cannot fathom Li Wanran's choice to join the Wumai Mountain Field. He secretly looks down on her. During their usual cultivation sessions, Li Wanran had left a good impression on him, embodying the gentle and modest nature her name suggests, always prioritizing him and LZ in every matter. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Fang Chong, are you really joining the Dahan-yi Academy? Li Wanran gazed at Fang Chong, astonished. She had thought he was joking earlier, but now she realized he was serious about joining the Dahan-yi Academy. LZ also wore an incredulous expression. Fang Chong had indeed mentioned his desire to join the Dahan-yi Academy and inquired if they would go together. Both Li Wanran and LZ had brushed it off as a mere passing comment. Now that Fang Chong has declared it in front of Qin Chong and Zheng-yi, it holds weight. The Dahan-yi Academy is one of the top 10 academies in Blue Star in previous times. Just being admitted would have felt like a dream come true. However, it ranks at the bottom among the 10, and this lowly status differs greatly from the Wumai Mountain Field, though the Wumai Mountain Field is ranked 8th. It integrates the world's most advanced gene potions due to its close ties with the Gene Alliance. Additionally, the Yenqing Ju from the Wumai Mountain Field is renowned globally. Even so, Qin Chong managed to persuade Li Wanran to join the Wumai Mountain Field, offering her a Yuan stone and promising to teach the Yenqing Ju. In contrast, Fang Chong is stepping forward to join the Dahan-yi Academy without any such incentives. Fang Chong did not look at Li Wanran, but instead patted LZ on the shoulder, saying, "LZ, regardless of what the future holds, remember what Teacher Gung has told us. Life passes swiftly. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain." After uttering these words, Fang Chong turned to leave. LZ immediately responded, "Fang Chong, rest assured, I'm always aware of my actions." He understood the implication behind Fang Chong's words, which was that Teacher Gung had taught them to be grateful. No matter how far they progress, they must remember who nurtured them. A person devoid of gratitude will forever be looked down upon. Li Wanran also comprehended Fang Chong's meaning, but felt a bit aggrieved. She was not ungrateful. She felt immense gratitude towards Teacher Ding. And what did that have to do with her joining the Wumai Mountain Field? Chapter 53. I will also join the Dahan-yi Academy. Fang Chong, you intend to join the Dahan-yi Academy? A melodious female voice rang out. The group turned to see a beautiful girl with golden hair and large eyes standing before them. Ai she? Qin Chong and Zheng-yi both gazed at the girl from Europe in astonishment. It was not merely her beauty that surprised them. Ai she had quite a reputation. She ranked 5th in the Blue Star's top 10 academy assessments, just behind Fang Chong. Fang Chong knew Ai she, albeit only casually. She had approached him previously, and they had visited a bookstore together. "Hello, Dean Qin, Dean Zheng," Ai she greeted, speaking fluent Mandarin. After Huaxia became the center of the world, Mandarin became the global language. One may not master their mother tongue, but learning Mandarin is essential. Ai she, on behalf of the Wumai Mountain Field, I formally invite you to join us. Although our ranking may not be at the top, we are devoted to nurturing our students. Qin Chong immediately extended an invitation to Ai she. Zheng-yi also chimed in without hesitation. Ai she, the Guardians are your best option. With our ranking at 4th in Blue Star, a talent like you would surely benefit from cultivating the Sini Hunyuangong. Dean Qin, Dean Zheng, you are being rather ungracious. The recruitment has not even begun, and you are already poaching students ranked in the top 5. This is excessive, a voice interjected as 3 individuals approached. The leading figure, a slightly portly middle-aged man with a somewhat greasy appearance, was the one who spoke. Behind him stood 2 others, one bearded and the other tall and thin. I see. It is Director Chien from Gene-ius Academy, Dean Mondi from Future Academy, and Dean Steve from the Aerial Ocean Academy. Qin Chong greeted with a smile. Fang Chong, LZ, Li Wanran, and Ai she all quickly offered their greetings. They had come to participate in the academy selection and conduct some research. Even without Qin Chong's introduction, they were aware of who the 3 were. The portly man was Qian Dongping, a Huaxia native and the head of admissions for Gene-ius Academy, the foremost among the top 10 academies. The bearded man was Mondi, the dean of Future Academy. Rumors claimed he was a fourth-level gene cultivator, though the truth of that was uncertain. The tall and thin figure was Steve, the dean of Aerial Ocean Academy. When discussing cultivation levels with others, he would often downplay himself as merely a second-level gene cultivator. Yet many rumors suggested he was actually a fifth-level gene cultivator, one of the few individuals on Earth to reach such heights in gene cultivation. Haha, LZ, Li Wanran, and Fong Chong, why not join my Gene Academy? It is the leading academy in Blue Star, Qian Dongping said with a smile. Upon noticing AI Shi, his expression grew even warmer. You must be AI Shi. Splendid, splendid. Come to Huaxia. Gene Academy is a perfect fit for you. Qin Chong chuckled. Director Qian, that is rather ungracious of you. Li Wanran has already joined our Wumai Mountain Field, and you dare to poach right in front of me? You have joined the Wumai Mountain Field? Qian Dongping asked, momentarily taken aback as he looked at Li Wanran. She quickly replied, yes, I recently agreed to join the Wumai Mountain Field under Dean Qin. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Yi quickly interjected, Director Qian, LZ is also now a student of the Guardians. Please do not try to recruit him. Qian Dongping was even more astonished, gazing at LZ in disbelief. This is the first-place student. Shouldn't the top contenders actively join Gene Academy? That has always been the tradition. It is worth noting that he had come today specifically for recruitment. In previous years, regardless of whether the students placed first or second, they would approach the Gene Academy admissions area to fill out their intent forms. Indeed, Director Qian, I have joined the Guardians, LZ said promptly. And what about you? You are not considering joining another academy, are you? Qian Dongping turned to Fong Chong, feeling a sense of embarrassment, not for himself, but for Gene Academy. Fong Chong quickly replied, I have just decided to join the Dahan E Academy. I appreciate your kindness, Director Qian. Qian Dongping was taken aback. Could it be that Jinyu Shuyuan had failed to recruit even one of the top 5 candidates this time? Such a notion was laughable. Noticing Qian Dongping's gaze shift towards Aishi, Mondi hurriedly suggested, Aishi, you are from Europe. Why not join Future Academy? Aishi smiled and replied, thank you, Principal Mondi. But I have just decided to enroll in Dahan E Academy. What? This revelation stunned not only the several deans present, but also Fong Chong and his companions. Such occurrences were unheard of. In previous years, the top performers typically gravitated towards Jinyu Shuyuan and Xingxing Shuyuan. Those with slightly lower scores usually opted for local institutions. European students predominantly selected Future Academy, Second Gene Academy, or institutions in the Western Hemisphere. African students tended to prefer Yongzhou Chong, while American students unable to gain admission to Xingxing Shuyuan would enroll in Aerial Ocean Academy. Now, it seemed that 4 out of the top 5 had already chosen their academies, with none opting for Jinyu Shuyuan. Qian Dongping felt a surge of panic. He had assumed that he wouldn't need to intervene, as these students would naturally choose Jinyu Shuyuan. Even if he were not removed from his position, he would still be unable to face Dean Nong Yijin. Suddenly, he recalled the second-ranked candidate, Aylwin. He knew with 90% certainty that Aylwin would choose Xingxing Shuyuan. Yet he still felt compelled to intercept him. As Qian Dongping hurriedly departed, the others understood his intentions, and after bidding farewell to Zheng Yi and Qin Chong, they too hurried away. Mondi and Steve believed Aishi had indeed committed to Dahan E Academy. But Zheng Yi and Qin Chong were aware that Aishi had not yet made a formal decision. She had merely spoken casually. Aishi, Dahan E Academy truly isn't suitable for you, Qin Chong remarked once more. Aishi quickly replied, both deans, I am genuinely determined to join Dahan E Academy. Upon hearing this, Qin Chong and Zheng Yi could only depart with Li Wanran and LZ. Enrollment is a two-way street. While one can persuade, if a student is unwilling, enforcing enrollment would be against regulations. LZ, observing Fong Chong and Aishi still standing there, began to feel a twinge of regret. Why had Aishi first inquired about Fong Chong's chosen academy? Did she decide on Dahan E Academy after learning of Fong Chong's choice? Had her own decision to choose Guardian been a mistake? In that moment, LZ was uncertain whether he too should join Dahan E Academy. However, having already agreed to follow Zheng, it was evident that he could not backtrack now. Aishi, do you truly wish to join Dahan E Academy just like me? Fong Chong asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Aishi nodded. Yes, is that not acceptable? Of course it is. I am merely curious as to why you wish to join Dahan E Academy. Fong Chong admitted, genuinely perplexed. Aishi replied earnestly. I aspire to learn from Teacher Ding, just as you do. Fang Chong, holding his forehead, remarked, Teacher Ding is not at Dahan E Academy, and he is no longer teaching me either. I am aware, but you are at Dahan E Academy. Will Teacher Ding not come to see you? Or in the future, will you not visit Teacher Ding? At that time, you could take me along, Aishi insisted, her tone increasingly earnest. Fang Chong could only explain, Aishi, Teacher Ding teaches 3 students. I am merely one of them. You could join LZ at the same academy, you know? No. I believe that if Teacher Ding were to seek one among you, it would certainly be you who would receive his true guidance, Aishi argued, which caused Fang Chong to question whether she had been following him previously. Fang Chong faltered, unsure of how to respond. Aishi smiled. When we visited the bookstore together, did you leave midway because Teacher Ding found you? You know? Fang Chong was taken aback, recalling that Teacher Ding had been in disguise at that time. Of course I know. I am certain that your decision to join Dahan Academy was based on what Teacher Ding told you, Aishi asserted, gazing intently at Fang Chong. Fang Chong stood stunned. This foreign girl was remarkably astute. How had she deduced that his choice to join Dahan Academy stemmed from Teacher Ding's advice? Had she been trailing behind him, overhearing Teacher Ding's words? Chapter 54. He arrived late at the enrollment point for Dahan Academy. It could not be said to be desolate, but in comparison to other academies, it was indeed the least crowded, with only a handful of individuals inquiring. One thing was certain. Over 90% of the students arriving here were ranked within the last 100. Consequently, the enrollment teachers were quite idle, aware that the recruitment period for their academy was not yet underway. They would only begin to enroll students once the other academies had completed their processes. Are you Fang Chong? Aishi? The enrollment officer at Dahan Academy was astonished to see Fang Chong and Aishi arrive, springing to their feet. These 2 students had achieved 4th and 5th place respectively in the 4 rounds of assessments. According to their scores, they should be heading to Gene-ius Shuyuan. So why had they come to Dahan Academy? Yes, sir, we both wish to join Dahan Academy, Fang Chong affirmed. The enrollment officer was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly exclaimed, Wonderful! A warm welcome. I shall procure the intention forms for you both immediately. He was genuinely ecstatic. When had Dahan Academy ever managed to recruit students from the top 5? Not only had they succeeded, but they had done so with 2 at once. Upon returning, if he did not receive a raise or promotion, it would be utterly unjust. Is that not Fang Chong and Aishi? As Fang Chong and Aishi sat down to fill out their intention forms, many students noticed them. One had achieved 4th place, and the other 5th in the assessments. And yet here they were, filling out forms to join the least prestigious Dahan Academy. Was this truly their choice? It seemed implausible. Immediately, curious onlookers approached, and upon discovering that the 2 genuinely intended to enroll at Dahan Academy, they were left dumbfounded. Could it be that Dahan Academy harbored some profound martial arts secrets? Or had they developed a groundbreaking gene serum? Such scenarios seemed unlikely. For Dahan Academy primarily focused on martial arts, with gene serums as a secondary concern, and this had led to a decline in quality year by year. Could it be that Teacher Ding Huan is planning to move to Dahan Academy? Speculated one imaginative student, feeling they had stumbled upon a hidden truth. This statement struck like thunder, awakening the crowd. Indeed, if it were not for Teacher Ding Huan's impending arrival at Dahan Academy, what reason would Fang Chong and Aishi have to join it? That cannot be. If Teacher Ding were to move, why would only Fang Chong enroll? While LZ and Li Wanran are nowhere to be seen. A rational voice emerged from the crowd, raising a valid question. Have you seen LZ and Li Wanran here enrolling? They might have already been internally recruited, another chimed in. The crowd glanced around, realizing they indeed had not seen LZ and Li Wanran. In fact, Zhang Yi and Qin Chong had not anticipated that by taking Li Wanran and LZ away. Such an effect would ensue. Though a very few students had noticed LZ and Li Wanran departing with the 2 deans, no one was in a rational frame of mind at that moment. The majority had firmly concluded that Teacher Ding Huan was about to make a return, with Dahan Academy being his destination. Despite the Gene Alliance currently seeking to apprehend him, once Teacher Ding became a mentor at Dahan Academy, the Alliance would have no grounds to continue their pursuit. Should they dare to pursue him again, it would be tantamount to declaring war against Dahan Academy. No matter how low Dahan Academy's ranking, it remained one of the top 10 academies on Blue Star, and the Gene Alliance would not dare to treat it lightly. Thus, the hall for dual choice enrollment became a scene of interest with hundreds of students flocking toward Dahan-e Academy. The other academies looked on in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Jung-jin, you ranked 6th in this assessment. The enrollment officer at Dahan-e Academy was once again struck with astonishment. In the recent admissions assessment for the 10 prestigious institutions of launching, the 4th, 5th, and 6th places were all secured by Dahan-e Academy. Subsequently, the 10th, 12th, and 15th positions followed suit, culminating in Dahan-e Academy enrolling its final student, who was also the 92nd. It is worth noting that not only Dahan-e Academy, but even Gene-ius Academy would typically refrain from admitting such exceptional students. Ding Huan was unaware that a suggestion he made to Feng Chong had initiated a minor butterfly effect, resulting in Dahan-e Academy reaping substantial rewards. Any school with a robust influx of students will gradually thrive. Gene-ius Academy serves as a prime example, having seen its student quality improve year after year, thus far surpassing the remaining 9 institutions of launching. At this moment, Ding Huan had arrived in Yiling City. Yiling City is renowned for the Chu family, famed for their expertise in cold weapon forging. In the wake of the outbreak of gene beasts, the significance of cold weapons has been increasingly acknowledged. Among the 5 well-known brands of cold weapons in Huaxia, the Chu family is included. Chu Yi's residence is located in Xiuhu Community on Jinxiong Road in Yiling City, a mixed-use area of high-rises and villas. The Chu family is not impoverished, residing in the foremost row of the villa district, relative to the Chu family's wealth. Their choice of residence here is considered quite modest. Upon entering the community, Ding Huan quickly located villa number 5. Aunt, he has already left. Do not cry. Chu Fei consoled a middle-aged woman with swollen eyes. This woman was Chu Yi's mother, Yin Quan, who felt deep regret for having permitted Chu Yi to go to Puhai. Had Chu Yi not gone, none of this would have transpired. Fei Fei, did you say that Ding Huan is from Luoha? A slightly plump, middle-aged man inquired. He was Chu Yi's father, Chu Yonghe. Indeed, his identity is now widely recognized. His real name is Ding Xiaotu, the young heir of Baiyu Group. He was later ousted by Ding Baishan, the adopted son of Baiyu Group, which led him to change his name to Ding Huan. Chu Fei replied. She had already sought inquiries about Ding Huan in Halaw. Chu Yonghe fell silent. Finding Ding Huan now seemed futile, and even if he were found, saving Chu Yi would be impossible. Is Chu Yi here? A sudden voice pierced the room, startling everyone present. Who seeks Chu Yi here? Chu Yonghe rose. Could it be the Gene Alliance? If so, the Chu family might not even be able to secure Chu Yi's remains. I will open the door. When Xing, who had been guarding Chu Fei and Chu Yi, hastened to the entrance and opened the door. Standing at the threshold was a young man with a blue backpack and a hint of stubble on his face. You are? When Xing scrutinized the young man, puzzled, she soon realized and exclaimed in delight. Your teacher Ding Huan? Ding Huan casually wiped the stubble from his face and smiled. Indeed, I am Ding Huan. I came specifically to see Chu Yi. Is she well? Is it really Teacher Ding? Chu Fei, having overheard when Xing rushed out. Upon seeing that it was indeed Ding Huan, her eyes brimmed with tears as she said, Teacher Ding, I am sorry. We should not have doubted you. Ding Huan waved his hand. I need to see Chu. Chu Fei shook her head. It's too late. Yi is gone. Ding Huan, filled with urgency, dashed to Chu Yi's side. Upon seeing her eyes once more, he felt a surge of emotion. Those once pure, untainted eyes, akin to a crystal-clear spring, now appeared dim and sorrowful, veiled by a layer of gray that could not be erased. The unblinking gaze seemed to narrate the world's filth and the torment of existence. It also seemed to convey the insignificance of life and dignity in the face of overwhelming power. Ding Huan's entire being trembled, his vision blurred by unshed tears, fury coursing through his veins. In his previous life, those pristine eyes had bequeathed him hope before fading. In this life, they once again lost their brilliance, and he felt utterly powerless. Perhaps he had changed, but he had failed to change the fate of the woman who had once illuminated his path. If this were the case, what significance did his second chance hold? He would never forgive himself for his past mistakes. If Chu Yi's eyes had merely dimmed, Ding Huan would willingly have sacrificed his own sight for her. However, Chu Yi had perished, rendering his gratitude in Anha County utterly meaningless. Chu Yi did not crave his mere thanks. She longed for something he could not provide. Thud! Ding Huan fell to his knees, overwhelmed by despair. He grasped Chu Yi's icy, pale hand with trembling fingers. It was not his body that quaked, but his heart. Chu Yi's mother, Yin Quan, witnessing Ding Huan's sorrow, could no longer contain her tears, lamenting for her beloved Yi. Chu Yonghe and Chu Fei looked on in shock, bewildered by the depth of Ding Huan's grief for Chu Yi's passing. As they observed Ding Huan cradling Chu Yi's hand, trembling with silent tears, Chu Fei felt a pang of regret for having obstructed Chu Yi's meeting with Ding Huan. Had her daughter concealed a relationship with someone? Chu Yonghe stared blankly at the grief-stricken Ding Huan. It seemed as though Chu Yi's blood was seeping from one of her eyes, and her eyeball began to dissolve away. Ding Huan could no longer contain his inner terror. He could not bear to see Chu Yi's eyes fade, nor could he accept her departure. For that was not just her demise. It was the commencement of his own collapse of faith and conviction. Chapter 55. Reconstructing the Spiritual Root Gene. It seemed as though Chu Yi had heard Ding Huan's desperate call, for her fingers trembled slightly. Through tear-blurred vision, Ding Huan caught sight of that faint quiver. He felt an urge to strike himself in frustration. Death and vitality are worlds apart. Chu Yi's life force had not yet dissipated. As long as there was life, the restorative gene serum he possessed could still work. Moreover, the movement of her fingers indicated that she still had perception. The gene serum he carried contained a trace of divine beast bloodline for healing injuries. He should have immediately administered this serum to Chu Yi instead of succumbing to sorrow. Without hesitation, he set down his backpack and retrieved the vial of restorative gene serum he had prepared for Chu Yi. Ding Huan opened the serum and gently pried Chu Yi's lips apart, pouring the contents into her mouth. Had Ding Huan begun by desecrating the remains of Chu Yi, Chu Yonghe and Yin Quan would undoubtedly have intervened. Chu Yi was already deceased. Any further intake of serum would be futile. Forcing a mysterious serum down their daughter's throat would be a desecration of her remains. However, Ding Huan's expression of grief rendered Chu Yonghe and Yin Quan powerless to stop him. Perhaps this Ding Huan truly was Chu Yi's beloved in life, merely a secret they had kept hidden. As the vial of gene serum was consumed, Ding Huan carefully supported Chu Yi's neck, facilitating the serum's absorption throughout her body. Teacher Ding, Yi has already departed, Chu Fei gently reminded him, sensing his sorrow. She hoped he would cease this fruitless endeavor. Yet, Ding Huan seemed oblivious to her words, resolutely maintaining his efforts. Time passed slowly. The silence in the living room was palpable, with no one daring to disrupt the somber scene. At this moment, not only Chu Yonghe, but even Yin Quan and the others acknowledged a singular truth. Ding Huan was Chu Yi's lover, though their love had been kept in secrecy. Otherwise, Ding Huan could not possibly harbor such an uncontrollable sorrow. Yan Chu In felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. Had she been too strict with YY? If not, YY should have informed her about her new romantic involvement. Only QFI understood that Ding Huan was certainly not QY's lover. Ding Huan remained as still as a statue. After 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and half an hour had passed, QYH could no longer restrain himself and spoke up, "Teacher Ding," before he could finish. QFI exclaimed excitedly, "YY's wrist has turned crimson." All eyes turned to QY's wrist, where a faint blush emerged against her paper-white skin. Soon, it became evident that this crimson hue was not limited to her wrist. It appeared on her palm as well. This indicated that the blood within QY was beginning to flow, a sign of life. YY's face, Yan Chu In, covered her nose, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. She noticed a flush had also appeared on QY's face. QY had returned to life. Ding Huan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still had a vial of recovery gene serum prepared for QY. QY come back to life. Ding Huan's voice trembled slightly. In his most helpless moments, even embracing the thought of death while conducting human gene trials for the next serum, QY's words, "After I die, please donate my eyes to him so he can see the beauty of the world," had granted him a new lease on life. It was not merely about seeing the light again. It was about believing that even in the ugliest of worlds, beauty exists. He found hope for life and a pursuit of beautiful things. Even though the next 2 centuries were fraught with struggle between life and death, living in torment, he was ultimately hunted down and chose self-destruction. Yet, his yearning for brightness and a beautiful future never wavered. "Thank you," Ding Huan said again to the QY lying before him, fully aware of the profound significance behind those words. QY's survival symbolized his own inner redemption, a longing for the future, a steadfast belief in the beauty of existence, and even a faith in the pursuit of the divine. Had QY perished today, no matter how firmly he had established his beliefs, the deep-seated desires and aspirations within him would have inevitably crumbled. Without faith in love and beauty, what would become of him? He could never ascend to a higher realm. It was an instinct, a dual enlightenment of life. Thus, today, he had to express his gratitude to QY once more. Simultaneously, he felt grateful to the Fire Qilin for the recovery gene serum infused with a trace of divine beast blood, which had not let him down. As though sensing Ding Huin's words, a trickle of blood welled up from QY's dim, shriveled eyes. Teacher Ding, what is wrong with YY now? Yan Chuin could no longer bear the torment within her and asked, YY's fine now. Please prepare a gene laboratory for me and procure some materials. I need to create a serum for YY, perhaps influenced by Yan Chuin and QFI. DNG ou en inconsciously adressed QY à YI. Yes, we have it home, QYH responded, somewhat flustered. While others might dismiss the notion of conducting gene serum experiments as nonsense, when Teacher Ding mentioned it, it was a matter of great significance. Who would desire a vial of gene serum crafted by Teacher Ding, if not for the fact that QY was still in recovery? Ding Huin would have wanted to merge the antitoxin gene serum with her immediately. He worried that merging both serums simultaneously might cause a conflict, overwhelming QY's body. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Huin decided to wait until QY had fully integrated the recovery gene serum. He took some blood samples from QY to the Q family's gene laboratory. Indeed, QYH's family possessed a gene laboratory, and it was quite well equipped. In an era marked by the outbreak of gene monstrosities and the proliferation of gene serums, a gene laboratory had become a standard feature among affluent families. Although the Q family was not a prominent one and had not specifically outfitted a gene laboratory, they were far from lacking in wealth, having made their fortune in cold weaponry, which had gained national acclaim. Thus, some members of the Q family proposed expanding their cold weapon factory to venture into the gene serum industry, which was not only trendy, but also a burgeoning field for the future. It wasn't a misguided ambition. Everyone shared similar aspirations. QYH himself felt a stir of excitement and purchased a complete gene laboratory, preparing to make a significant impact in the gene field. Unfortunately, while gene laboratories could be acquired with sufficient funds, talented individuals in the field of genetics were exceedingly rare. Those with any notable skills were either swept up by the Gene Alliance and the 10 prestigious academies or snatched away by various universities and research institutions. For an individual enterprise to find top-tier genetic talent was akin to chasing a dream. Moreover, a family business specializing in cold weaponry would face even greater challenges in entering the gene sector. As for Gene-ius from YG University, he was an anomaly, perhaps an undiscovered gem. Such occurrences were infrequent. In truth, even if QYH were to find a talent like Gene-ius, once results were achieved, they would ultimately be unable to retain such individuals. Without Ding Huin's involvement, Gene-ius's fate after developing the gene would have been one of disappearance. Ding Huin's true aim was to create a spirit root gene serum, not the physical enhancement serums he had previously assisted Ch and others in crafting. The reason for having QFI procure certain materials was due to his concern that QY might not successfully integrate the spirit root gene. The failure to merge with the alien gene had caused QY's current condition. Ding Huin was uncertain whether she could still integrate the spirit root gene after such a failure. He possessed the materials necessary for crafting the spirit root gene serum, as he had prepared them for QY during their time at Elling Mountain. They had simply remained unused due to the lack of QY's blood. Among the materials Ding Huin had prepared was a rare mutated gene material known as mutated pomelo. That singular mutated pomelo was so treasured that even the golden-faced, rough-tailed monkeys guarded it jealously, as it contained components for enhancing meridians. The second attempt at creating the spirit root gene serum was considerably easier than the first. Ding Huin completed the preparation of QY's spirit root gene serum in just one day. Carrying the finished serum, Ding Huin arrived at QY's hospital room. QY had clearly improved significantly. Not only had her bodily functions returned, but she was also able to consume some liquid nutritional serums. What troubled Ding Huin was that one of Qy's eyes had become hollow, while the other showed no signs of improvement. Teacher Ding, is YY in a critical condition? Yn Chu-in asked anxiously from his side. Teacher Ding, you must be exhausted. You haven't rested for the past 2 days. Why not take a break? We can take care of things here. If anything happens to YY, we will call you. Qying was aware that since Ding Hu-in had arrived, he had not rested for a single moment. Ding Hu-in wished to be present while Qy integrated the spirit root gene serum. He did not want any third parties around. What if YY gets hungry? Yen Q-in said cautiously. Ding Hu-in explained. YY only needs to be fed nutritional fluid every 3 days. She doesn't require food right now. All the nutritional fluids are here. I will feed her when the time comes. Seeing that, Yn Chu-in still hesitated. Qying quickly reassured her. All right, we will listen to Teacher Ding. With that, he took Yn Chu-in by the hand and left. Ding Hu-in was not entirely at ease with Qy. Being there allowed him to keep watch over her, and in case of any emergencies, he could respond promptly. Moreover, he understood that this was the most crucial time for Qy's recovery. A constant influx of people, even without noise, would not be beneficial. At this moment, Chu-yi resembled a fragile porcelain shard, shattering at the slightest touch, requiring not meticulous care, but rather an exquisite stillness. Gazing at Chu-yi, who lay quietly on the hospital bed, Ding Huan silently resolved to restore her to health, no matter the cost. After several days without adequate rest, the moment his spirit relaxed, an overwhelming fatigue engulfed him. Instead of resting, he commenced his practice of the Luo Shijing. In the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped away, and upon awakening from his meditative state, Ding Huan discerned that Chu-yi's vital signs had significantly strengthened. He immediately approached to assess her condition. Are you the doctor who saved me? Chu-yi's voice was barely audible. Being a second-level gene cultivator, Ding Huan could hear her clearly. He replied, do not worry. Focus on your recovery, and your injuries will soon dissipate. My eyesight is gone. Chu-yi articulated, a tremor of anxiety evident in her tone. Trust me, I shall help you perceive the beauty of this world, Ding Huan assured softly. Chu-yi's breath steadied at his words, resonating deeply within her spirit. In a world where the environment is harsh and life teeters on the brink of death, morality becomes fragile. Evil, oppression, and slaughter are rampant, and trust among people erodes. Yet, Chu-yi has always believed that beauty still exists within this world, waiting to be felt by those who care. She envisioned the valiant warriors who fiercely defended human cities against gene beasts, shedding blood for their survival. The scholars who tirelessly researched survival genes day and night to empower humanity. The students striving to enter the prestigious 10 academies of Blue Star, determined to contribute to the protection of Earth. She had heard that the mortality rate among students of the 10 academies exceeded 50%. Yet countless individuals still aspired to join. Perhaps they sought strength, but more likely, like her, they wished to protect Earth and humanity once they attained it. Furthermore, after the environmental mutations, the blood-red sunset visible each day embodied the beauty she perceived in the world. After administering a nutrient solution to Chu-yi, Ding Huan retrieved the spirit root gene elixir. Taking a deep breath, he said, Chu-yi, this elixir is of utmost importance to you. Do not let your thoughts wander. Just drink it. Chu-yi obediently consumed the potion. If she had been at Rueji Hospital, she would have never believed in the significance of anything, as she was convinced she was on the brink of death. Now, however, she distinctly felt her physical capabilities gradually restoring, improving with each moment. Half an hour later, Ding Huan inquired softly, what do you feel? A warm current is permeating my entire being. I seem to feel much more at ease, Chu-yi responded. Ding Huan clenched his fist. This was a sign of the emergence of her gene spirit root, but Chu-yi's response seemed weaker. Could it be that she was unable to generate her gene spirit root? Just then, he heard Chu-yi emit a muffled groan of pain, followed by beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. It feels as though I'm being engulfed in flames, burning within. Chu-yi's voice faltered, as if she might vanish at any moment. Do not worry. This is a normal phenomenon. Endure it for a while, Ding Huan comforted her, though anxiety gnawed at his heart. Firstly, he was uncertain if the spirit root gene he refined from his brow could be utilized by Chu-yi. Secondly, he did not know if she could merge with another spirit root gene if this one failed. Chu-yi Chu-yi bravely bore the excruciating pain, her grip tightening around Ding Huan's wrist. Despite having hovered on the brink of death for over half a month, her frail body could be swept away by a mere gust of wind. Yet, amidst the inferno threatening to consume her, a fierce will to survive emerged. Ding Huan's wrist was scratched by her nails, blood seeping out. After a grueling 2 hours, Chu-yi finally drifted into a slow sleep. Ding Huan sighed in relief, knowing the most torturous moment had passed. Whether Chu-yi had generated her gene spirit root would have to wait until tomorrow when he practiced the Luo Shijing once more. "Are you Teacher Ding?" Chu-yi's faint voice roused Ding Huan, who had dozed off at her bedside. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he realized he had fallen asleep. "It is I. Rest assured, I will ensure your recovery," Ding Huan said gently, patting Chu-yi's hand. "I'm sorry, Teacher Ding." Chu-yi's voice trembled. She did not wish for Chu Fei to summon Ding Huan, yet they had done so regardless. Ding Huan was in danger. The Gene Alliance was still pursuing him, and should they discover his presence here, escape would be impossible. She recalled that she had likely scratched Ding Huan's wrist the previous day and cautiously grasped his hand, gently stroking his wrist until she felt no trace of injury, which brought her some comfort. "No, it is I who should apologize. I failed to care for you adequately." Ding Huan's remorse was genuine. He had believed that by eliminating those two who collected Chu-yi's information and destroying that notebook, Chu-yi would be unharmed. In reality, she had nearly perished in Puhai. Chu-yi felt a pang of sorrow as she stared blankly at Ding Huan. Even with her vacant eyes, unable to see, she yearned to ask Ding Huan why he was so kind to her. She was not the type of girl whose beauty captivated at first glance, nor did she possess any remarkable traits. "Chu-yi, now follow me in practicing the Luo Shijing," Ding Huan urged, eager to ascertain whether Chu-yi's gene spirit root had manifested. Chu-yi nodded vigorously. Ding Huan began explaining the concepts of acupoints, meridians, and the circulatory system. Fortunately, as a student of Qing University, Chu-yi had already systematically studied the human body's acupoints and meridians. With just a slight reminder from Ding Huan, she grasped the concepts, which alleviated any potential awkwardness. For Ding Huan, Chu-yi was the most pivotal person in his life, though not his romantic partner. Certain actions must be avoided at all costs. Once Chu-yi initiated her first circulatory cycle, a faint warmth arose within her dantian. "Teacher Ding, I feel a warmth lingering in my dantian," Chu-yi exclaimed excitedly. And then, Ding Huan's voice rose with excitement. "After the second cycle, that warmth seems to have intensified." Chu-yi replied, "Good, do not practice further for now. Wait until I have imparted the entire Luo Shijing to you." Ding Huan sighed in relief, knowing that the generation of Chu-yi's gene spirit root was of utmost importance. Chu-yi possessed an exceptional memory, and within merely an hour, Ding Huan had comprehensively taught her the Luo Shijing, including time for explanations. Chu-yi, advancing in the Luo Shijing may prove challenging. "I'm also newly practicing this technique. It is exceedingly precious. Do not share it with anyone," Ding Huan cautioned. He was well aware that even if Chu-yi were to share it, no one would be able to cultivate it. The implications of the Luo Shijing were too significant, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications arising from her disclosure. I will not reveal it to anyone, regardless of who asks," Chu-yi affirmed, believing it to be Ding Huan's possession. If Ding Huan instructed her to keep it confidential, she would do so. If someone insists on inquiring, share with them an alternative technique called the Qian Luo Gene method, which I imparted to 3 students at Yuzhang University. I also taught them a martial art known as Basic Long Fist. Should you have the opportunity, seek out Feng Chong at Ahani Academy, and he will teach you Basic Long Fist. Ding Huan planned to pass on the Qian Luo Gene method to Chu-yi. Basic Long Fist required simultaneous practice and instruction, which was clearly unsuitable for Chu-yi at this moment. Upon hearing Ding Huan's words, Chu-yi appeared momentarily dazed. She initially believed that the martial arts technique Ding Huan had transmitted to her was merely the practice of 3 students from Weijing Disu. However, she soon realized that what Ding Huan had imparted to her was far more precious than that technique. "Teacher Ding, why did you?" Chu-yi could no longer contain her curiosity and yearned to inquire further. She genuinely did not know Ding Huan, yet his dedication to her surpassed that of a lover, creating within her a profound illusion that he was a long-lost beloved who had returned today. "Do not speak," Focus on the Qin Lu J, Y, in Ju I have taught you. Ding Huan's voice resonated, preventing Chu Yi from pursuing her questions further. She endeavored to cast aside her tumultuous thoughts and began to commit the Qin Lu J, Y, in Ju to memory. An hour passed before Chu Yi finally spoke. Brother Ding, I have memorized everything. She felt it inappropriate to address Ding Huan as a teacher, fearing that such a title would unwittingly widen the chasm between them. Very well. The next thing I shall teach you consists of minor spells, including F, N, G, R, and SH, Hu, Chi, SH, Y, F, Ing, SH, and QCH and SH. You need only to memorize them. The key lies in the application of inner energy, along with the incantations and hand gestures involved. You may not utilize them yet, but once you ascend to the level of a first-tier gene practitioner, you may begin to practice, Ding Huan continued. Spells? Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. While she understood and accepted the concept of cultivation, as gene cultivation was not a secret on Earth, the notion of spells seemed to carry an air of myth. She had never heard of anyone wielding spells. At that moment, Ding Huan's voice and explanations surged forth, compelling her to gather her focus and commit the teachings to memory. A premonition stirred within her, suggesting that Ding Huan intended to impart all he knew before departing from her life. This thought instilled in her a sense of unease and anxiety. In just a few short days, she had developed a deep-seated reliance on Ding Huan. She was reluctant to see him leave, yet she could not articulate her feelings. Chapter 57. Chu Yi's anxiety as Ding Huan exited. He spotted Yan Chu In seated anxiously at the doorway. Teacher Ding, how is he? Yen Q attempted tout en payerton. But her inner turmoil was unmistakable. Had Ding Huan not instructed her not to disturb him while he tended to Yi, she would have rushed in long ago. Yi is fine now. You may go in and see her, Ding Huan assured her. Hearing this, Yan Chu In dashed into the room. As Ding Huan made his way toward the living room, he could still hear Yan Chu In's anxious voice. Yi, why does it look as if you have been cut by a knife? Mom, I'm all right, Chu Yi responded, her voice stronger than before. Teacher Ding, please take a moment to rest and have some water, Chu Yonghe approached. Although he was eager to see his daughter, he recognized that Ding Huan was her savior and could not afford to neglect him. Ding Huan waved his hand. Uncle Chu, could you find the most skilled surgeon, particularly one adept at ophthalmic procedures? In fact, contemporary eye surgeries were far more advanced than in the past. There were now gene-based corrective agents that could automatically guide the proper growth of microcapillaries. As long as the main vessels were intact, even missing vessels could regenerate automatically. Thus, eye surgery, given the current technological advancements, could be regarded as a minor procedure. Chu Yonghe was taken aback, then replied, of course there is. WNX Ing is among the top 5 surgeons globally. Ven Ixingui. Ding Huan recalled the woman who had always been by Chu Yi's side. Very well. Have her prepare to remove my right eye for Chu Yi. This surgery should not be overly difficult. Huh? Chu Yonghe was stunned by Ding Huan's words. After a moment, he stammered in disbelief. Teacher Ding, are you saying you will give Yi your eye? Ding Huan nodded. Yes, Chu Yi's eye cannot be restored. It must be replaced. That won't do. Absolutely not. Chu Yonghe shook his head vigorously. The Chu family were not unscrupulous individuals. Ding Huan was Chu Yi's savior, and even if her eye were beyond repair, they could not take his. After a moment, Chu Yonghe seemed to remember something. Teacher Ding, while my family is not wealthy, we can find volunteers to provide eyes for Chu Yi. He believed that, with sufficient funds, there would be those nearing death willing to donate their eyes posthumously. Chu Yonghe grew anxious. Teacher, if we cannot use another's eyes, my wife and I can offer ours. We are immediate family, and there should be no rejection. Trust me, use my eye. Using someone else's would be unwise. Ding Huan sighed and added, he cannot explain to Chu Yonghe. Chu Yi is now a person with a gene spirit root. Using the eyes of an ordinary person would lead to 2 possibilities. First, as Chu Yi cultivates and her abilities increase, her ordinary eyes would fail to participate in the circulation of cosmic energy and ultimately fail. Second, even if that does not fail, when Chu Yi generates her gene spirit root, she would lack eyes. This would result in her advancement being stunted, as her eyes would remain in their initial state. As a second-tier gene practitioner with a gene spirit root, and having contributed his blood essence to Chu Yi's creation of her gene spirit root, his eyes would not hinder her. He had fused her with the recovery gene. Once Chu Yi possessed one functional eye, the other would gradually heal. This was the formidable power of the fire Qilin recovery gene, which contained a trace of divine beast blood. There was indeed another method, to replace Chu Yi's eyes with those of a volunteer before she fused with her gene spirit root. However, Ding Huan was certain that even if he did this, the newly acquired eyes would likely fail during the fusion process. The fusion of the gene spirit root was perilous. The internal burning sensation made it improbable for new eyes to remain intact. Furthermore, the most pressing issue was that if Chu Yi received the new eyes before merging with the spirit root, he would need to wait at least a year to facilitate her fusion. Ding Huan was certain he did not have that much time. Beyond these concerns, there lay within Ding Huan a deeper reason. Chu Yi's eyes were the most perfect, clear, and unblemished he had ever seen. If she were to acquire another's eyes, would they retain the same clarity and purity? It was not a matter of self-reliance. Rather, he shared Chu Yi's belief that while the world was fraught with ugliness, beauty still existed. But Chu Yonghe repeated several buts, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Just then, Yin Chu En emerged. Having overheard Chu Yonghe's retelling and gazing at Ding Huan in disbelief, Chu Yi was her daughter, and she would willingly exchange her own eyes for her daughter's chance to see the light again. Even if Ding Huan were her daughter's beloved, such a sacrifice seemed unfathomable. Teacher Ding, is it truly necessary for Yi to have your eyes? Ding Huan marveled at their kindness. Sensing Chu Yonghe and Yin Chu En's reluctance to allow him to sacrifice his eye for Chu Yi, it seemed that Chu Yi's benevolence was inherited from her parents, and this same kindness had granted him the opportunity to live another 200 years in the universe. Yes, it is indeed only my eyes that will suffice, Ding Huan affirmed. Upon receiving Ding Huan's confirmation, Chu Yonghe had no choice but to follow his instructions and prepare the operating room. In just 3 days, the Chu family had transformed the operating room. Within that brief span, Chu Yi's vitality had grown significantly. She could now move independently. Chu Yonghe and Yin Chu En were astonished at the strength of Teacher Ding's abilities. How do you feel? Yin Chu En asked as she entered Chu Yi's room, where Chu Fei was chatting with her about Ding Huan. Mom, I feel much better now. I can only see with one eye, but my body is healthy. Chu Yi felt rather content, despite her blindness. Surviving meant she could still cultivate the techniques imparted by Ding Huan. What could be better than that? Anyone forcibly fused with unknown genes by the Gene Alliance would consider themselves extraordinarily fortunate simply to be alive. What more could one demand? Today your Aunt Xing will assist you with your eye surgery. Do not worry, it is not a major operation. Yang Quan siga inwarli. Knowing that if she were to reveal to Chu Yi that the donor of her eyes was Ding Huan, her daughter would unequivocally refuse. No one understood her daughter better than she did. Chu Yi was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that her family would swiftly find a source for her eyes. She did not dwell on it much, simply harboring silent gratitude for the benevolent soul who had donated their eyes. After all, if she were on the brink of death, she too would willingly offer her eyes to someone in need. Mom, is Teacher Ding Huan outside? Chu Yi could not help but inquire. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she had previously felt a disconnect with Ding Huan. However, after he had come to her rescue, she sensed a profound, almost fated connection between them. Teacher Ding is assisting with your recovery. Focus on healing, Yin Quan replied, her eyes misty. She was not yet ready to ask Ding Huan if he was her daughter's romantic interest. In the sterile operating room, after receiving anesthesia, Chu Yi felt a lingering suspicion that those around her were concealing something. It was merely eye surgery. There was nothing to hide, was there? The procedure proceeded smoothly, and after one of Ding Huan's eyes was removed, there was minimal blood loss. Despite Wenxing's formidable reputation in surgery, even she was astonished. While Wenxing was performing the eye implantation surgery on Chu Yi, her assistant had already bandaged Ding Huan's eye. Ding Huan did not wait for Wenxing to finish. He shouldered his bag and departed the operating room alone, feeling that his presence was no longer required. Not to diminish Wenxing's prowess as a top-tier surgeon, even an ordinary surgeon would find such a procedure manageable. Despite having eliminated numerous individuals from the Gene Alliance, none were formidable opponents. The true powerhouses of the Gene Alliance remained undiscovered. Next, he needed to devote himself to cultivation and enhance his abilities. The surgery unfolded as Ding Huan had anticipated, without any complications. Where's Teacher Ding? Wenxing inquired hastily. One of the assistants quickly replied, Teacher Ding has left. You were in surgery, and he instructed me not to disturb you." When Xing hurriedly opened the door. "How did the surgery go?" Yan Quan asked eagerly as the door swung open. Xu Yonghe sighed. "He has gone. I could not retain him. Our family owes him far too much." Chapter 58. Place of cultivation. Ding Huan did not linger anywhere. He took a train directly to Luohe. Compared to its usual vibrancy, Luohe seemed somewhat subdued. The calamity that befell the Bayou Group had dealt a significant blow to Luohe City. Were it not for a few students from Luohe City who excelled in the assessments of the top 10 academies on launching, the city's officials would be facing even graver times. Ding Huan had no desire to visit the Bayou Group, fully aware that its leaders had all perished overnight. Only Ding Jie appeared to be missing, and Ding Huan speculated that he might have someone protecting him. The massacre at the Bayou Group was too extensive for it to have been merely a spontaneous event. He believed there were influential forces at play, and relying solely on Ding Jie to popularize the Sai Lu gene globally was laughable. No matter how remarkable the Sai Lu gene might be, it required time to be validated. It could not become a global sensation overnight. Ding Huan was nearly certain that the Eternal Tang Biological Gene Company and the Ocean Biological Gene Company were orchestrating events behind the scenes. As for who was leading this initiative, he remained uncertain. What he did know was that several months after the Sai Lu gene incident, Ocean Biology collaborated with Eternal Tang to launch a new gene agent, the cocoon source gene. The cocoon source gene served nearly the same purpose as the Sai Lu gene, yet it boasted superior anti-aging properties. If anyone claimed the cocoon source gene was not derived from the Sai Lu gene, few would believe it. He intended to investigate this matter further, suspecting that the disappearance of his father, Ding Baishan, was somehow linked to this gene. For now, he simply lacked the strength to pursue the inquiry. Upon arriving in Le, Ding Huan's first stop was Yujing University. Approaching his residence, he realized that Geng Qianxing had escaped, as Geng had carved the words "Old Geng" outside his door. This inside joke was known only to him and Geng Qianxing. He had previously told Geng that he refrained from calling him Old Geng for fear of being misunderstood as mocking him. The inscription now marked on his door indicated that Geng was subtly signaling that all was well. With Geng Qianxing safe, Ding Huan felt relieved and promptly made his way to Qianluo Mountain. With Ding Huan's status as a second-level gene cultivator and his practice of the wind control technique along the way, he reached Qianluo Mountain in less than half an hour. Upon arriving at Qianluo Mountain during the evening, the sunset cast a warm, rosy hue across the mountains, creating a breathtaking scene that evoked a sense of melancholy. Standing at the foot of Qianluo Mountain, Ding Huan remained silent for a considerable time. The desolation was palpable. Such a beautiful mountain had become too dangerous for anyone to approach, destined to transform into a haven for ferocious beasts. Having departed Earth a year and a half ago, he had been under surveillance, rarely concerning himself with the news of beast tides and the chaos caused by feral creatures. Nevertheless, he sensed that the beasts were likely growing increasingly powerful and ferocious during this time. The Gene Alliance had organized a fleet to venture into space a year and a half later, possibly in search of a viable habitat. With a sigh, Ding Huan stepped toward Qianluo Mountain. On his first and second visits, he had been cautious, encountering few feral beasts. Even when he did come across some, they were mostly harmless. The most formidable creature he had faced was the great wilderness golden ape. Had it not been for his understanding of the nature of feral beasts, he might have perished on Qianluo Mountain. Now, after nearly half a year, he wondered if the great wilderness golden ape had leveled up. A roar echoed as Ding Huan entered Qianluo Mountain without concealment, alerting some gene beasts. A mutated feral leopard lunged at him, but Ding Huan remained unfazed, raising his hand to unleash a blade of wind. A piercing scream erupted as the mutated leopard was cleaved in two by his attack. He glanced towards a nearby thicket, hearing the sounds of creatures fleeing in haste. Ding Huan chose to utilize the wind control technique, accelerating his pace. 2 hours later, he halted at the entrance of cave. Debris from the great wilderness golden ape's earlier rampage still lay scattered outside, indicating that a feral beast likely resided within. As he contemplated entering the cave to discover its occupant, a gray shadow hurtled towards him at incredible speed. A first-level gene beast? Recognizing the speed and ferocity of the approaching figure, Ding Huan deduced it to be a first-level gene beast, comparable in strength to the golden-faced, thick-tailed ape he had encountered on Bei Long Mountain. However, Ding Huan was no longer the same individual he had been during that encounter. He raised his hand to unleash a blade of wind. A first-level gene beast could have been dispatched with a mere punch, but he opted for the wind blade instead. Blood erupted as the dark figure was struck, yet it managed to twist mid-air and escape in an instant. Ding Huan was taken aback. The shadow resembled a large squirrel. But no squirrel could possess such sturdy defensive fur, nor such a small tail. The defensive capabilities of this small creature are astonishing. After withstanding a blade of wind, it managed to escape even while injured. Regardless of the ferocity of the beast, Ding Huan felt no inclination to pursue it. He needed to seal off this cavern and enter seclusion for healing and cultivation. He had prepared provisions for half a month, and even if he needed to emerge, it would be after that duration. Moreover, once he commenced his seclusion, his consumption would drastically diminish. He could sustain himself for a week on a day's worth of food. Once he began his cultivation, the provisions meant for half a month could potentially last him several months. To avoid disturbances during his reclusive period, it was imperative to block the cave entrance. Ding Huan was also concerned about air circulation and deliberately left some gaps while sealing the entrance. As Ding Huan ventured deeper into the cave with his miner's lamp, he realized his worries were unfounded. A cold breeze wafted from the depths, indicating that the cave was naturally ventilated. Having previously delved only about 100 meters without further exploration, Ding Huan, now a second-level gene cultivator, intended to thoroughly investigate the cavern. After traversing nearly 500 meters, the passage showed no signs of ending. The further he walked, the colder it became, and the terrain seemed to slope downward. The cave was damp and dark, seemingly unsuitable for his cultivation. After walking another 200 meters, the light from his lamp illuminated some bones. These remnants had likely endured the passage of countless years, and their origin was uncertain. Leaning down slightly, he discerned under the lamp's glow that these were human vertebrae. A sense of danger crept over him, prompting Ding Huan to proceed with increased caution and a slower pace. After traversing only a few dozen meters, he heard the sound of flowing water. Directing his lamp toward the sound, he discovered a larger space, shrouded in darkness, leaving him unaware of its full dimensions. The water seemed to cascade from above, suggesting an open connection with the outside world. Scanning the area with his lamp, he could only glean a rough outline. In the center lay a pool, surrounded by various wild grasses and shrubs. Ding Huan selected a dry, flat area to set up the tent he had brought along. He planned to cultivate for the night, deferring all other matters until the morrow. The presence of a waterfall indicated a possibility of light filtering through. However, if no illumination were to be found, it mattered little, as he had come here primarily for healing and cultivation. As soon as his eyesight recovered adequately to allow him to advance to a third-level gene cultivator, he would depart. Engaging in the cultivation of the luo, shijing, he soon entered a state of profound concentration, as his vital energy circulated throughout his meridians. The breath within his dantian grew increasingly robust. Even amidst the practice of luo, shijing, he could vaguely sense that the efficacy of cultivation here was far superior to that outside, implying a denser concentration of natural energy in this cavern. Time seemed inconsequential as the night slipped away in the blink of an eye. Upon reopening his eyes, Ding Huan was taken aback to find a soft light filtering in from outside. Exiting the tent, he was delighted to discover that indeed, light had penetrated the cave. His location resembled a basin, spanning approximately 1 to 2,000 square meters. Above him loomed stone walls, adorned with various shrubs and wild grasses growing from the crevices. 7 or 8 beams of soft light cascaded down from above, indicating a direct connection to the outside world, albeit at a slanted angle. While the faint light did not illuminate the space significantly, it sufficed for Ding Huan. This time, Ding Huan scrutinized his surroundings more closely, estimating the total area to be similar to his previous night's assessment, around 3 acres. In the center lay a pool, with a stream cascading down above it. Fish swam gracefully within the pool, and across from it stood a dilapidated wooden hut, likely the former abode of the person whose bones he had seen earlier. The fish within the pool were probably brought in and nurtured by this individual. Aside from the flat area he had cleared the previous night, the rest of the surroundings, including the crumbling hut, were overrun with moss and wild trees. Considering he might spend an extended period cultivating here, Ding Huan resolved to dedicate a day to tidying the area. He could clear the wild trees with his wind blades, requiring no tools. Chapter 59. What does it matter to die for you? The Gene Alliance's stronghold in Puhai was dismantled, resulting in the demise of nearly 20 Gene Alliance executives, including Deputy Alliance Leader Guxian. Despite the absence of harm to the Alliance's formidable members during this incident, it dealt a significant blow to the organization. Alliance leader Shi Changqian was consumed with rage, vowing to capture the perpetrator and deliver justice publicly, demonstrating the fate that awaited those who dared to challenge the Gene Alliance. However, this response caused Shi Changqian to regain his composure, as he was in Huaxia. The Gene Alliance, being a global entity, could not dictate the actions of Huaxia's officials. With many powerful figures in the Gene Alliance, Huaxia Security Bureau also boasted its own formidable members, and a martial arts alliance was part of the Security Bureau. Faced with this reality, Shi Changqian had no choice but to conduct his own investigation. Somewhat comforted, Shi Changqian received useful leads from Qinchang and Dongao. Before entering the Dongxuan Gene Center building, they encountered a herbalist at the entrance. The herbalist, burdened with a large pack, appeared to have just exited the building and was a prime suspect, even if the Puhai Security Bureau refused to cooperate. The Gene Alliance managed to uncover that this herbalist was acquainted with Fang Chong and had spoken at length with him. Immediately, Shi Changyi roared for Fang Chong to be brought before the Gene Alliance. And Dan Gao shook his head, Alliance leader, that might not be feasible. Why? Shi Changyi looked at Dan Gao with confusion. Even if the Gene Alliance's standing in Huaxia is not as strong as elsewhere, bringing a student here shouldn't pose a problem, right? Not to mention that this matter is unlikely to reach the Security Bureau. Even if it did, I don't believe they would risk a fallout with the Gene Alliance over a student. What did you say? Shi Changyi instinctively asked. They said, what does the Gene Alliance amount to? Do you have a right to demand a person from Idahan, Academy? Have you not yet awakened from your slumber? And Dan Gao was reluctant to relay the message, but Shi Changyi's assertiveness compelled him to repeat it. Who said that? Shi Changyi found his previous anger dissipating. The martial arts department mentor at the Han Academy, Guoqingrong. You did not seek Zhang Yongsheng. Before Shi Changyi could complete his sentence, he realized he should not have uttered those words. If one were to identify the individual who held the utmost disdain for the Gene Alliance globally, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Yongsheng. Seeking Guoqingrong might only lead to a few mocking remarks, but approaching Zhang Yongsheng could provoke a violent confrontation. You go and inform Ho He to continue investigating other leads. I will seek out Chu Weiman from the Martial Arts Alliance and Nong Yizhen from Jinyu Academy. I refuse to believe that after a murder, there is no recourse for justice. Shi Changyi felt stifled to the point of nausea, regretting his trip to Kunlun Mountain, which yielded no results, leaving the Gene Alliance in disarray. Now, he could not even track down the murderer. No, he had uncovered leads, yet found himself unable to pursue them. Since its establishment, the Gene Alliance had never encountered such humiliation. In any country, the Gene Alliance was a dominant force. As long as gene beasts roamed the earth, the Alliance's status would remain unshaken. This ironclad rule seemed ineffective in Puhai, which was intolerable for him. In Xiuling District, Xiu Lake Community, at Chu Yongha's residence, it's truly too early to dismantle things now. It has only been 6 days. When Xing earnestly advised, sitting beside Chu Yi's bed. Not only when Xing, but also Yin Quan and Chu Yongha were persuading Chu Yi to wait another half-month. Chu Yi responded, Aunt Xing, I truly understand my own condition. I not only know that my right eye has nearly healed, but I also realize that my left eye is gradually recovering. I am confident, and if you trust my words, this will not have a significant impact. In just a brief week, Chu Yi practiced the Luo Shi Jing and felt remarkable progress, to the extent that she suspected she could soon reach the ranks of a first-level gene practitioner. Logically, such a sensation should not occur, yet she had this premonition, a conviction born from her training in the Luo Shi Jing. Chu Yi genuinely felt her eyesight improving. Very well, observing Chu Yi's resolute demeanor. When Xing exchanged glances with Chu Yongha and Yin Quan, ultimately conceding to her request. Being a top-tier surgeon, she believed that if there were no recovery, it would not pose a significant issue. As she dimmed the lights and removed the bandages, she asked, how is your vision? Yin Quan's voice trembled slightly. Chu Yi, her eyes glistening with emotion, replied, I can see. Thank you. Not only did she see, but her vision was also remarkably clear. Both her recently operated eye and her other eye were beginning to perceive faint glimmers of light, confirming that her feelings were accurate. Both her eyes would restore to their former state. Tears streamed down Chu-yi's face as she spoke. She had feared she would live her life in darkness. Yet here she was, once again greeted by light. Having experienced darkness, she understood better than anyone how precious light was to her. Everyone in the room felt joy for Chu-yi at that moment. After a brief period of adjustment, when Xing turned on the lights, Chu-yi felt no discomfort, while the others beheld her eyes. The eye that had just undergone surgery shone brightly like a star, while the other eye also displayed signs of recovery. How could Chu-yi have improved so dramatically in such a short span of time? This was inconceivable. Wen Xing was the first to doubt it. After performing the surgery herself, she knew that Chu-yi's postoperative recovery, even under ideal conditions, would take months to reach such a level. Yet, Chu-yi seemed to have achieved this in merely 6 days. 6 days? Truly miraculous. Kuyong exclaimed in astonishment. While Wen Xing's surgical prowess was indeed unparalleled, Chu Yonghe believed that Chu-yi's rapid recovery was primarily due to Ding Huan's influence. Can you see something with your other eye as well? Yin Quan inquired. Having noticed a change in Chu-yi's unoperated eye, which had previously appeared dull but now sparkled faintly. Yes, I can see it. Chu-yi expressed her gratitude once more. Teacher Ding is a benefactor to our entire family. Yin Quan clasped her hands together in reverence. Where has Teacher Ding gone? Chu-yi cannot help but ask. Yin Quan replied, after saving you, Teacher Ding left, and we do not know his whereabouts. However, Chu-yi understood that Ding Huan had done much more than merely save her. Her rapid recovery and the sensation of her strength growing were also attributed to her training in the Luo Shijing that Ding Huan had imparted to her. This relationship was far beyond that of a simple benefactor. Chu Yonghe hesitated before saying, I believe you should be informed. It is imperative that you know. Yonghe, Yin Quan interjected anxiously, concerned that Chu-yi might react negatively to such news. Chu Yonghe continued slowly, our family is not ungrateful. Ding Huan has shown you great kindness, and if I were to conceal this from you, it would be the true essence of forgetting one's benefactor, which I cannot do. Upon hearing Chu Yonghe say this, Yin Quan said nothing further, but nodded with reddened eyes. Dad, what is it? Chu-yi sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere had grown heavy after the initial excitement. She had recovered her health and eyesight, so why did her parents and Aunt Xing seem burdened by guilt? The truth is, Ding Huan gave you one of his eyes, Chu Yonghe began, but before he could finish, Chu-yi was left in a state of shock. For a long while, she remained silent, unable to move. Seeing Chu-yi's reaction, Yin Quan quickly stepped forward to support her. Why did you agree? Chu-yi felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. The turmoil within her made it difficult to speak. Had she known that Ding Huan had given her his eye, she would have preferred to remain in darkness forever. Both your father and I disagreed, but Teacher Ding insisted on this. He said only his eye could restore your sight. Others would not suffice. Yin Quan gently comforted her. Although she recognized that Ding Huan had misspoken, he should have said donate instead of return. She conveyed his words to Chu-yi as they were. Chu Yonghe added, I do not know the nature of your relationship with Ding Huan, but after receiving such a great favor from him, you must repay him in the future. No, I cannot accept his eye. I must find him and return it. Chu-yi cried out. If she were to accept Ding Huan's eye, she would never forgive herself, nor could she find happiness. Ding Huan was still being hunted. If she accepted his eye, what would become of him? Would the nefarious forces of the Gene Alliance allow such an opportunity to slip by? Chu Yonghe tried to soften his tone. Since Ding Huan has given you his eye, he hopes for your recovery, not for you to disappoint his expectations. If you were to return the eye to him, do you even know where he is now? Furthermore, the debt of life must be repaid. Ding Huan is currently being pursued. You possess considerable potential, and with effort. Even if you do not join the top 10 academies of launching, you could still become a gene practitioner in the future. As long as your strength increases, you will have the opportunity to help Ding Huan, even if it costs your life. Your life was saved by him. Moreover, Ding Huan had taught her such powerful cultivation techniques. After only a few days of practice, she felt a significant enhancement in her abilities. If she continued to cultivate diligently, she would undoubtedly be able to assist Ding Huan in the future. As her father had said, her life was saved by Ding Huan, and her eyesight was also granted by him. In the future, she would willingly sacrifice herself for Ding Huan. One day, she hoped to see Ding Huan again and return his eye to him. Chapter 60. Global Crisis during the assessment period of the top 10 academies of launching. An overwhelming number of events transpired. The Psi-Lu gene serum suddenly malfunctioned. The Gene Alliance headquarters was completely obliterated, and news of the Taoist relics in Kunlun Mountain emerged. While these incidents had yet to be fully resolved, a terrifying piece of news broke forth. The high-speed train from Moha to Puhai was engulfed by a beast tide. This was not the first occurrence. Just 2 months before the assessment of the top 10 academies, this train line had previously faced an interception by a beast tide. At that time, the military had managed to repel the gene beasts, but now, just a few months later, the beast tide had once again blocked the train. Unlike the last time, this beast tide was far more formidable. It was rumored that no one survived that journey, and the military that attempted to halt the beast tide had also vanished without trace. This event sent shockwaves not only throughout Huaxia, but also across the globe. However, before anyone could fully address this crisis, the world's gene beasts erupted in unison. City after city was obliterated under the onslaught of the gene beasts, with entire countries being consumed as well. This horrifying trend left everyone in a state of panic. In the first conference hall of the Puhai Security Bureau, the director, Zhong Han, spoke slowly. The high-speed train from Ma to Puhai was intercepted by the gene beast tide, and there were no survivors. He paused before adding, "Do you all remember the incident in Lujiang City?" In other words, the genetic beasts have shifted their focus from merely attacking suburban towns and small cities to densely populated urban areas and major transportation routes. The atmosphere in the conference room is notably oppressive, and the ferocity of the genetic beasts intensifies year by year. The pressure on the security department grows, increasingly burdensome. As these beasts now dare to approach the high-speed trains near Puhai, it is easy to envision that before long, a metropolis like Puhai will also confront the threat posed by these beasts. Relying solely on our security department or even the military's strength is insufficient to curb the global environmental changes that are deteriorating. Zhong Han's tone becomes increasingly grave. This is not akin to a world war. In a world war, there are still conflicts of interest, and as long as those interests are managed, there is an eventual resolution. However, the rampant genetic beasts seem to have no end in sight, unless humanity faces extinction. If it were not for the selfish individuals within the genetic alliance, we could at least unite under a somewhat disgruntled voice resonating in the hall. Zhong Han's gaze falls upon the speaker, his tone slightly stern. "He who, as the head of our security department's criminal division, how can you utter such divisive words?" After addressing "he who," Zhong Han continues, "Let us refrain from such statements in the future. Whether it is the genetic alliance or the martial arts alliance, we are all in the same trench now, representing the strength of humanity. Humanity must unite to confront this challenge." At that moment, the telephone in the conference room rings. Wang Qiusheng, the action team supervisor seated beside Zhong Han, quickly answers the call, only to hear a commanding voice inquire, "Is Zhong Han in a meeting?" "Yes, Director Do." Wang Qiusheng replies, his tone instantly turning serious. Upon hearing Wang Qiusheng refer to the caller as Director Do, the entire conference room falls silent. This can only be the call from Do Qingji, the director of the security headquarters of Huaxia. A personal call from the director to the conference room signifies that this is indeed a significant matter. "Please put the call on speaker." Do Qingji's voice resonates once more. Wang Qiusheng sets the phone to speaker mode and returns to his seat. In an era where genetic beasts run rampant, video calls frequently suffer from disconnections, making the simplicity of a traditional phone call more effective. Do Qingji's weighty words reach them. "Ladies and gentlemen, not only is Huaxia's transportation and some cities under siege by genetic beasts, but other nations are experiencing even more severe attacks. Reliable information suggests that a top-tier genetic beast has emerged on Earth, one that surpasses the innate prowess of martial artists." At the mention of a being more powerful than those of innate martial prowess, a collective shock grips everyone present. On Earth, innate martial prowess represents the pinnacle of strength. While some have chosen genetic cultivation, it is still in its infancy, having only begun 2 decades ago, lacking the depth of martial arts. If merely a genetic beast surpassing innate prowess were to appear, it would not be particularly terrifying. What is alarming is that this creature exhibits high intelligence and appears to be coordinating all genetic beasts on the planet. Even he who is typically fearless, gasps at this news. Do Qingji's tone grows increasingly somber. The uprising of genetic beasts in Huaxia, the surge of beasts reaching Puhai's high-speed trains. and the fall of Lujiang are likely all interconnected with this genetic beast. Based on the recent movements of these creatures and our deductions, these are likely just trials. In the future, the global genetic beasts may coalesce under the leadership of this formidable beast, forming a terrifying coalition. Should these beasts unite, they will sweep from cities to nations and eventually across the entire globe. This is not a prospective scenario. It is already unfolding. Such events are transpiring in South America and Africa. This powerful beast has developed in the Andes Mountains and now dominates all of South America. All nations, in collaboration with the 10 leading academies of the Blue Star, the Genetic Alliance, and the Martial Arts Alliance, have resolved to establish a defensive line to prevent the genetic beast from breaching South America. This line will be erected at Dakar, referred to as the Human Corridor Defense Line. We will also deploy troops and skilled individuals to assist in its safeguarding. Naturally, our security department is at the forefront. We operate on a voluntary basis. Those willing to go, Zhong Han, please compile a list. Understood, Zhong Han responds, standing up. As the call ends, a profound silence envelopes the room. A few decades ago, had genetic beasts emerged from the Andes, there would have been no immediate concern, as North America would have borne the brunt first. However, a catastrophic local tectonic movement over 20 years ago resulted in the deaths of tens of millions and forcibly created a narrow strip of land in the Atlantic Ocean, famously known as the Undersea Highway. This undersea highway effectively connects South America to Africa. Viewed from another angle, despite the immense loss of life, the undersea highway has facilitated significant transportation advantages. Yet, it has also allowed genetic beasts to traverse seamlessly from South America to Africa. In fact, Africa has long been a domain for rampant genetic beasts, and with the influx from South America, human survival becomes increasingly precarious. If a commanding beast king were to exist among these genetic beasts, the extinction of humanity is not beyond the realm of possibility. In contrast, North America, having been severed from South America by that tectonic movement, saw several islands and nations vanish in the calamity. After the rise of genetic beasts in South America, the ocean has ironically provided a barrier for North America. I will personally lead the team. Who is willing to accompany me? After several minutes of silence, Zhong Han makes his resolution. I will go with you, declares he who? The captain. If we do not block the undersea highway, once that intelligent and powerful beast gains control over the global genetic beasts, humanity will truly face annihilation. Ding Huan awakens from his cultivation, feeling the robust flow of true essence within him. Having spent nearly 2 months training here, he finds himself most satisfied not with approaching the 3rd level of genetic cultivation, but with his remarkable recovery ability. In a mere 2 months, his right eye has fully healed. This is partly due to his relatively low cultivation level. Had he been at a higher level, he might have fully recovered in just a week or 2. Rising to his feet, Ding Huan decides to return to the central pond to catch a few fish to eat. As a 2nd-level genetic cultivator, he is not yet able to abstain from food. Although prolonged practice of the meridian recognition technique allows him to eat less, sustenance is still necessary. Standing at the pond's edge, Ding Huan utilizes no tools. With a swift motion, a fish measuring about a foot long leaps from the water into his hand. This technique is one he has developed himself, enabling him to grasp object from a distance using his inner energy. Currently, as a 2nd-level genetic cultivator, he can still only retrieve fish from the pond's edge. But once he reaches the 3rd level, he will be able to extract them without even approaching the water. While he captures the fish, Ding Huan is astonished to notice a shadow beneath the pond's surface. However, the shadow is quickly dispersed by the cascading water from the waterfall above. Tossing the fish aside, he peers closely at the pond's edge once more. This time, he can clearly see that the shadow is not from the bottom of the pond but cast down from above. Having spent 2 months here primarily to restore his eyesight, Ding Huan has yet to thoroughly examine his surroundings. Now, as he looks up again, he sees the waterfall flowing down from the cracks in the cliff above. The rainfall appears to be sparse at present, causing the waterfall's flow to be intermittent. The mottled beams of light slanted down, and he then spotted a monkey-like creature wedged in the crevice at the top. Ding Huan glanced at the height, from the ground to where the monkey resided. It was perhaps 60 to 70 meters. Given his current capabilities, ascending that height using the wind control technique will be somewhat challenging. Chapter 61. The deceased stone monkey with his eyesight restored. Ding Huan felt a surge of joy. He simply roasted a fish to eat and continued to cultivate the Luo Shijing. As he had anticipated, after merely 2 days of meditation, he sensed his meridians within his body feeling as if they were on the verge of rupture, the agonizing sensation of being scorched by internal fire flooding back. Ding Huan was familiar with such pain. It was reminiscent of his initial entry into the realm of second-level gene practitioners. It seemed he was on the brink of ascending to a third-level gene practitioner, and while the practice of Luo Shijing was arduous, the process of advancement was terrifying. Minute traces of blood began to surface on Ding Huan's skin. Only he was aware of the horrific torment he was enduring. Each cycle of the Luo Shijing ignited flames within his internal organs, the fire spreading relentlessly throughout his body. However, Ding Huan understood he could not afford a pause. Halting now would make his quest to break through to third-level gene practitioner exceedingly difficult. Vital energy coursed through his body, nearly threatening to burst him apart. Yet the operation of the Luo Shijing barely managed to siphon away the overwhelming force. Although the expelled energy continued to burn and torment him, it was far preferable to the prospect of explosion. This torment persisted for 3 days, until even Ding Huan's eyes began to seep blood, at which point he felt as though a brand new passage had opened within him. The turbulent vital energy finally found a release point, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being, flooding him with a sense of rebirth. Ding Huan exhaled deeply, having stepped into the ranks of third-level gene practitioners. He continued to operate the Luo Shijing to stabilize his cultivation while pondering how he might modify this technique. Another 2 days passed, and Ding Huan's cultivation solidified at the third-level gene practitioner tier. He ceased his attempts to modify the technique, for although his mind was filled with various theoretical concepts, his current level of cultivation hindered his comprehension. To attempt to alter the Luo Shijing at this stage would be akin to courting death. The techniques he could modify were of a lower tier, and thus would be ineffective for him. Stepping out of the tent, Ding Huan commenced his practice of the wind control technique. Ever since acquiring it, he had aspired to master the spell, yet time had been scarce for honing it. Now that he had ascended to third-level gene practitioner, and with no immediate prospects for advancement, he decided to dedicate himself to studying the wind control technique deep within this cave. The wind control technique was not inherently complex. It merely required internal energy and a method for channeling it. Mastery of the technique hinged on continual practice until proficiency was achieved. Ding Huan was a person capable of enduring solitude. 2 centuries of wandering through the cosmos had forged his character. Half a month passed, with Ding Huan practicing the wind control technique by day and the Luo Shijing by night. After reaching the realm of third-level gene practitioners, he noticed a distinct slowdown in his progress. Nonetheless, this pace was still swifter than training outside. One day, as he employed the wind control technique, he effortlessly ascended to a height of 30 meters, then floated down gently like a leaf. Ding Huan was greatly pleased with his advancement. If he exerted himself fully, he could traverse 100 meters in the air using the wind control technique. With his current capabilities, he believed he could easily evade Antonov. No, he could do more than just escape. As a third-level gene practitioner wielding both the wind blade technique and the wind control technique, there was no reason to fear Antonov. Casting his gaze toward the monkey's position on the 60-meter-high stone wall, Ding Huan shifted his form and soared upwards. He used the wall to propel himself and landed effortlessly next to the monkey. Now, a third-level gene practitioner, his vision was exceptionally keen. Before ascending, he had clearly discerned that this might be a stone resembling a monkey. Yet this stone bore an uncanny resemblance to a monkey, almost as if it had been sculpted in its likeness. This was the crux of his suspicion. Typically, a stone carver would not place a crafted monkey within the depths of a cave, especially not wedged in a crevice 60 meters high. Indeed, it looked remarkably authentic. Ding Huan stood on a protruding rock, gazing at the stone monkey, murmuring to himself. It was not merely similar to a monkey, it was indistinguishable. Nature's handiwork was truly beyond imagination. As Ding Huan reached out to touch the stone monkey, sensing it was a natural formation, he had no intention of disturbing it. However, upon his hand making contact, he felt an unsettling anomaly. Without hesitation, he unleashed several wind blades around the stone monkey. Then, with a swift motion, he extracted it and gracefully landed on the ground. Ding Huan closed his eyes, his hand resting on the monkey's head as he meticulously sensed its essence. Within just a few breaths, he confirmed that this was certainly not a naturally formed stone monkey, nor was it a product of human craftsmanship. This was a living monkey, solidified in a state of suspension. The distinction between being frozen and dead was significant in Ding Huan's view. His years of experience had sharpened his intuition. Although the monkey had likely been deceased for an extended period, he sensed that it had perished in a moment of vibrant vitality. It was as if it had been abruptly struck down at the peak of its life force, not merely killed, but more akin to being immobilized. Upon scrutinizing the monkey further, Ding Huan noted that it bore a resemblance to a human face rather than a true monkey. Its hind limbs appeared relatively elongated, while its forelimbs were comparably shorter, akin to human proportions. True monkeys typically possess limbs of similar lengths. Ding Huan's gaze settled upon the monkey's head, where he noticed a distinctive mark. Observing the mark closely, he traced it with his finger and was astonished to discover traces of a spell embedded within. This indicated that the creature had been slain by mystical means. His awareness of such traces stemmed from the knowledge imparted by the scroll he had studied. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would not have been able to discern such details. Filled with excitement, Ding Huan realized that being slain by mystical arts further validated his conjecture. Ancient celestial beings did indeed exist, only to have vanished or distanced themselves from the earth due to cataclysmic events. This monkey had perished countless years ago, yet it could still be transformed into a lifeless stone, and he could even sense that it had once been flesh and blood. Of course, his notion of rescue may differ from the traditional interpretation, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was its utility to him. With his understanding of genetic theory and application of genetic knowledge, as long as the monkey's genes remained intact, he would have the opportunity to extract them and merge them with those of another monkey. Ding Huan yearned to uncover the true origins of this monkey and details regarding the era it belonged to. Thus, he did not require a complete revival of the monkey's life. He merely needed to extract its memory genes. Extracting such memory genes from a monkey would necessitate searching through a vast genetic library, a feat that would be daunting for most. However, Ding Huan had his own method, the genetic dissolution technique. When he previously extracted the toxin-resistant gene from the Gene-ius Wei Yuan, he had employed this very technique, achieving results in just 2 days. To obtain the memory genes of this monkey through gene dissolution, it should only take a day or two. The only difference this time is that Ding Huan does not intend to merge these memory genes himself. Unlike the merging of ability genes, he merely wishes to understand what transpired in the past. Thus, Ding Huan plans to find a suitable carrier for the genetic fusion of this monkey. In other words, if he can successfully transplant the monkey's memory genes onto a new carrier, it would not be inaccurate to say that the monkey has been reborn. This so-called rebirth can be understood simply as the restoration of memory. However, it becomes more complicated when considering the issue of the soul. After setting the monkey aside, Ding Huan resolved to take it to the Ying Disu laboratory when he left the stone cave. He refrained from exiting now, believing that the elemental energy within the depths of this cave was far superior to that outside. Reflecting on the elemental energy, Ding Huan suddenly recalled Steve's words from his time at the PHI Gene Alliance headquarters. The reason the Gene Alliance had been annihilated was that its powerful members were not present, having gone to the Kunal in mountains, where ancient Taoist relics were reportedly discovered. Previously, he lacked the strength to do anything, but now he had ascended to a third-level gene cultivator. Furthermore, he had heard that the top 10 academies of LNX-ing had discovered elemental energy stones in the Kunal in mountains long ago, which contained valuable elemental energy. Cultivating with such stones could accelerate one's progress. He wondered if those individuals from the Gene Alliance had located the Taoist relics. If they had, he would simply seize them. If they had not found them, he would seek them out himself. He originally intended to uproot the Gene Alliance entirely. Since he would be targeting their resources, he needed to elevate his cultivation level to at least a 4th-level gene cultivator before venturing out. Therefore, he must continue his seclusion here. Chapter 62. Once again seeking Chu, it has been 5 months since Ding Huan left Yling. In the backyard of the Chu family's villa in Shi-H community, Chu-E effortlessly leaped over 20 meters, then unleashed a blade of wind that cleaved a previously split stone into 4 pieces once more. Even Ding Huan could not have anticipated that Chu-E not only fully recovered, but had also ascended to a 3rd-level gene cultivator within a mere 5 months. Moreover, her advancement was not as arduous as Ding Huan's. which often involved life and death struggles. The gene root assigned to her by Ding Huan was of the wood type, indicating that Chu-yi was better suited for it than Ding Huan himself. There were also two additional reasons. One was that Ding Huan had used a mutated pomelo when equipping Chu-yi with the root gene elixir. The other was that Chu-yi's father, Chu Yonghe, had expended a substantial sum to acquire two elemental energy stones for her at an auction. Both Chu Yonghe and Yan Chu-in were aware that Ding Huan must have imparted Taoist cultivation techniques to Chu-yi. Ever since Chu-yi's health improved, she had been diligently practicing in the backyard. Considering Ding Huan's 3 students, it was evident that the teachings he provided to Chu-yi were remarkable. No one from the Chu family inquired about what Ding Huan had taught her, nor did anyone spy on her in the backyard. Thanks to Chu-yi's diligent training, Chu Yonghe had gone to great lengths to procure the 2 elemental energy stones to enhance her strength. Chu-yi gazed at the stone she had split with her wind blade technique and let out a sigh. She had reached the 3rd level gene cultivator status, and her mastery of the fireball technique, wind blade technique, and wind manipulation technique was impressive. With her current strength, if that Elder Quan dared to confront her again, she could defeat him without even needing to approach. However, it was still insufficient. She needed to become a 4th level gene cultivator to confront the Gene Alliance and have them withdraw their warrant for Ding Huan. It was her own discipline, coupled with her family support, that enabled her to achieve such significant progress in 5 months. Chu-yi immediately recognized the presence of the Gene Alliance members. Without hesitation, she rushed out. If it were not for the Gene Alliance, Ding Huan would not have lost an eye. If it were not for the Gene Alliance, Uncle Geo-yi would still be alive. What do you want? Chu-yi exclaimed as she saw a black man attempt to push her mother. You really have come back, and looking quite healthy. The black man, upon seeing Chu-yi emerge, exclaimed in surprise and then switched to fluent Mandarin, saying, You should go inside. I have already called the police. This is Hu-11, not the territory of foreign devils. The Gene Alliance cannot act so recklessly here. Chu Yonghe blocked Chu-yi's path, saying this while feeling a deep sense of trepidation. Ravai, we are only here to assess the situation. A Chinese man accompanying the black man quickly interjected after witnessing the latter's rude behavior. Ravai continued to push Yan Chu-in without pause, even admonishing his partner. Stop it. Chu-yi stepped forward, shielding her mother behind her. Ravai chuckled, saying to Chu-yi, Come with us. The Gene Alliance suspects you have connections with Ding Huan, and we need you to accompany us. Leave now, or I will defend myself. Chu-yi urged, striving to moderate her tone. Ding Huan's words echoed in her mind. Remember, when you have the ability, do not show kindness to your enemies. Being kind to them is cruelty to yourself and your loved ones. Ravai laughed heartily, reaching for a weapon at his waist. Chu-yi raised her hand and made a swift motion through the air. An invisible blade descended diagonally upon Ravai's shoulder. With a splatter of blood, Ravai's movement froze in place, and in the next moment, a blood arrow shot forth as he collapsed to the ground, his body severed in 2. Chu-yi stood in stunned silence, having practiced her wind blade technique on countless stones, yet she had never witnessed such a bloody scene. When she struck, she had merely viewed him as a stone to be cleaved, but now, seeing him split in 2, she comprehended the gruesomeness and horror of the act. At that moment, she could no longer suppress the turmoil in her stomach, her face pale as she staggered aside to vomit. Qn, equalidazed. Took a while to regain her composure, forcing herself to comfort her daughter. Chu Yonghe, however, was left astonished, gazing at the bisected Ravai with a mix of excitement and gratitude. He had never imagined that his daughter had grown so powerful as to effortlessly slay a formidable member of the Gene Alliance. From the moment Ravai arrived, he had recognized him as a seasoned internal strength practitioner, perhaps even one who had merged with some quality genes. The fact that such a person was killed by his daughter from a distance was astonishing. As for whether killing Ravai would bring trouble, Chu Yonghe had not considered that at all. They were the ones who had come to arrest someone. Killing him was a matter of self-defense. Given the current environment, where gene beasts ran rampant, human survival was challenging. The Gene Alliance and the Martial Arts Alliance played significant roles in this context. Under such circumstances, the Safety Department would not openly confront the Gene Alliance. Even if he called the police, their arrival would likely only serve to prevent the Gene Alliance from taking Chu-yi away. However, this was merely superficial. Behind the scenes, the Gene Alliance would attempt to forcibly abduct Chu-yi and the safety department would be powerless to intervene. Therefore, Chu Yi's act of killing a member of the Gene Alliance who came to apprehend her would undoubtedly be justified, just as the safety department would not delve into the matter if the Gene Alliance took Chu Yi. They would also not investigate Chu Yi for killing a member of the Gene Alliance. The reason being that Chu Yi's act of self-defense was legitimate. Take the body away. Joining the Gene Alliance is of no concern, but true bravery lies in battling gene beasts on the front lines, protecting cities, rather than bullying civilians in their homes. Chu Yonghe coldly remarked to the still-dazed member of the Gene Alliance. Having witnessed numerous bloody scenes, he remained unfazed by such trivial matters. It was only when the Gene Alliance member finally snapped back to reality that he hurriedly wrapped Revai's body in cloth and transported it to the trunk of a car. This incident had surpassed the norm, and it was beyond his capacity to handle. Father, Chu Yi felt my complexion pale, still unable to calm myself from the recent bloodshed. Chu Yonghe deliberately spoke in an exceedingly relaxed tone. If you do not act, your mother and I will be humiliated. Is it wrong to protect your family? Ding Huan would support your actions as well. Consider the events at the headquarters of the Genetic Alliance. Is there anything wrong with safeguarding yourself and your loved ones? Do you know Yin Xia? How many pursued him in the past, and who now dares to show him disrespect? Such is the nature of this world. Perhaps Chu Yonghe's words of comfort had an effect, for Chu Yi felt somewhat better. Gazing at the pool of blood, Chu Yi resolved that if given the chance again, she would act the same way. In this world, where genetic beasts roam freely, she had no choice over her means of survival. Ding Huan was correct. Had her strength been on par with her current abilities long ago, would Uncle Jiu Yi have perished? Would Ding Huan have lost his sight? Showing mercy to those individuals was akin to digging her own grave. Do you know that cities such as Pingsun, Lujiang, Guiping, Dedu, and Xinhe have all been overrun by beasts, resulting in countless innocent lives lost? Que Yong retrated, que yfrose momentarily. She was aware of these places, once bustling metropolises just months prior. How had they fallen to the beasts in such a short span? Observing that he had successfully diverted Chu Yi's emotions, Chu Yonghe sighed and continued, in the months you have been training at home, much has transpired outside. Your mother and I refrain from informing you to avoid disrupting your cultivation. Why is everything so difficult? Que Yi murmure. Yan Huan Sikit Yi. Our country is still among the better ones. Do you know about the Undersea Avenue? A human corridor defense has been established there. Countless soldiers perish daily at this human corridor. Our Huaxia has also dispatched troops. Human corridor defense? Chu Yi looked at her parents, perplexed. She was aware of the Undersea Avenue, a result of tectonic shifts decades ago, but it was her first encounter with the concept of a human corridor defense. Chu Yonghe explained, in South America's Andes Mountains, an extraordinarily powerful genetic beast has emerged. Not only is this beast formidable, but it also possesses considerable intelligence. It has united the genetic beasts across South America, launching a beast tide that has nearly eradicated the remaining human population there. Now, they seek to cross over to Africa via the Undersea Avenue. If we do not block them, humanity truly faces extinction. Chu Yi grasped the gravity of the situation. The world had become perilously unstable during her months of training. No wonder she had killed members of the Genetic Alliance. Her parents were not overly concerned. Human survival was indeed fraught with difficulty. Chapter 63. Entering the path of cultivation, Ding Huan once again felt as if his entire being was on the verge of being torn apart. Although he continued to operate the Luo Shijing, he sensed that something was amiss. The strain of advancing from a level 3 to a level 4 genetic cultivator under the Luo Shijing was a terrifying ordeal that he could hardly withstand. At that moment, Ding Huan experienced a premonition that, under the overwhelming assault of elemental force, his body might completely collapse at any moment. This could not continue. He could not even afford a pause. If he stopped, he might preserve his life, yet he would lose 90% of his cultivation due to severed meridians, rendering him likely disabled. Even with his recovery gene, what could he accomplish without his cultivation? The violent surge of elemental energy struck his consciousness, causing Ding Huan's eyes to bleed from the pressure, and soon blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. When blood began to seep from all 7 orifices, Ding Huan gritted his teeth and forcibly expelled the elemental energy from his Zifu. Lacking other experiences, he knew how to execute the wind blade technique. Thus, he aimed to employ the wind blade technique to convert this elemental energy into a blade-like force. Fortunately, he had no master. Had he had one, it would likely have struck him dead at this juncture. To expel elemental energy from the Zifu was akin to tearing the Zifu itself. Yet, even if Ding Huan understood this, he found himself with no alternatives. For him, any reduction in elemental energy would alleviate the terrifying tearing sensation on his physical form. Perhaps he could not ascend to a level 4 genetic cultivator, but he could retain his level 3 status in his life. Ding Huan contemplated the possibility of failure. He estimated that should he fail, his Zifu would shatter, and he would lose all his cultivation. Just as Ding Huan was prepared to gamble everything and condense his true essence to assault the Zifu, a mantra suddenly appeared in his mind. Focus your spirit into the energy point. Bamboo breaks and repairs. When the cart stops, there is no accomplishment. Maintain stillness to await. True breath continues, and energy transforms into spirit. It is rightly said, the womb gives birth to breath. Breath resides in the womb. Cultivating to this point, energy accumulates and takes form. Thus it becomes thought. To condense thought is to enter the path of cultivation. Unconsciously, Ding Huan followed this mantra, and the overwhelming tearing sensation that had nearly burst his body instantly diminished. Half a day later, that sensation vanished entirely, and Ding Huan felt his Zifu grow increasingly clear. With a crack, it was as if some shackle within him had been shattered, and Ding Huan opened his eyes, exhilarated as he clenched his fists. He had reached level 4 of genetic cultivation. The immense true essence felt qualitatively different from when he was at level 3. Who was the powerful individual who left behind the scroll? Their prowess was astounding. It resolved his predicament with just a few simple phrases. Yet, he realized that he had intended to forcibly release elemental energy from his Zifu, which had triggered the insights contained within that scroll. It seemed that previously, when he attempted to sever his own arm, he activated the wind blade technique and other minor spells. The scroll's content appeared to be immensely vast, but his insufficient cultivation level prevented him from fully mastering it. Only when necessity arose would he grasp those concepts in a timely manner. Ding Huan closed his eyes, wishing to attune himself to the scroll's content. He had just closed his eyes, yet he could perceive clearly within a radius of several meters. Ding Huan shut his eyes once more, this time experiencing a heightened clarity. His perception sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Although he did not look behind him, he seemed to have a clear understanding of everything within a 10-meter range. Was this not what the mantra referred to as accumulating energy to take form, thus becoming thought? Was it not stated that to condense thought is to enter the path of cultivation? Did this not imply that as his perception grew stronger, he would not require sight to see further? The existence of thought was indeed the gateway to cultivation. Perhaps it could be aptly termed divine thought. Ding Huan felt an exhilarating thrill. Having spent such a prolonged period in the Chang'e continent, he had encountered many skilled individuals. Yet even level 9 genetic cultivators seemed to lack divine thought. Here he was, merely a level 4 genetic cultivator, already possessing divine thought. With divine thought, his strength would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Contemplating this, Ding Huan once again executed the wind control technique. Previously, 60 or 70 meters had been his limit. Now, he effortlessly ascended to a height of 100 meters. The wind blade he wielded also exhibited a remarkable increase in power. This transformation was not solely due to his cultivation advancement. Rather, it was the newfound ease with which he executed the technique that signified a qualitative change in his wind blade technique. Regardless of how swift the hand seals, they could not match the speed of his divine thought. By merging his divine thought with the wind blade technique, the blades would be released in an instant. Ding Huan sensed that both the speed and intensity of the wind blade had significantly improved, and his curiosity deepened regarding the identity of the deity who had left behind the scroll. This scroll was truly extraordinary. Regardless of who had left it behind, it was premature for him to investigate further. Ding Huan refrained from packing away his tent, opting instead to stow his frequently used items into his bag, as tents could be purchased anywhere. If he were to return for training in the future, it would spare him the trouble of setting up another tent. As he prepared to seize the stone monkey, Ding Huan had a sudden thought and attempted to use his divine thought to scan the stone monkey. To his delight, he found that employing divine thought was far more effective than using his eyes. He effortlessly probed the interior of the stone monkey with his spiritual consciousness and found that it was indeed similar to what he had sensed. This was not a genuine stone monkey. Its petrified exterior concealed intricate vascular markings within. Furthermore, deep within the brain of this stone monkey lay a mass of brown substance, which likely contained the memory genes he sought. Regardless of its certainty, he decided to address that later. Grasping the stone monkey, Ding Huan expanded his form. Without spiritual consciousness, it would take him at least 20 to 30 minutes to navigate out of the depths of this cave. However, now, his awareness could clearly perceive everything around him in the darkness. Utilizing the wind manipulation technique, Ding Huan reached the cave entrance in merely a minute or two. Before he could fully exit, his spiritual consciousness detected a towering giant ape, nearly 4 meters tall, lurking outside the cave. The Da Huang Gene-ius? Ding Huan quickly confirmed that it was indeed the Da Huang Gene-ius, but had grown significantly since their last encounter, both in size and strength. This creature harbored a grudge, having likely been lying in wait for quite some time to ambush him. Ding Huan was well aware that genetically intelligent beasts tended to hold grudges, but he had never encountered one that bore a grudge to the extent of the Da Huang Gene-ius. Did it think itself to be a Zhou, believing it could effortlessly rend him apart? For Ding Huan, this creature was a fortuitous find, sparing him the trouble of searching for it. The Da Huang Gene-ius sought him, and he too was eager to confront this foe. However, given the vast expanse of Qian Luo Mountain, which stretched for miles and connected with other mountain ranges, it would be challenging to locate the creature unless it approached him first. Ding Huan set the stone monkey and his bag aside and retrieved a large glass jar from his pack. This was intended for collecting beast genes, and it was now particularly useful. He had set his sights on the Da Huang Gene-ius Da Huang, an object capable of piercing through illusions. Although the Da Huang Gene-ius did not currently possess the Da Huang, it was only a matter of time before this ancient, ancestral bloodline awakened and matured into it. As one of the 10 divine species, even a juvenile Da Huang Gene-ius held immeasurable value. It would be nearly impossible to acquire one in the future. Just as he prepared to open the cave entrance, Ding Huan reconsidered and put the glass jar down. With his current strength, was it truly necessary to extract blood from a mere juvenile Da Huang Gene-ius? After marking the position of the Da Huang Gene-ius, he kicked a stone at the cave entrance and launched himself out. Almost instantaneously as he burst forth, the Da Huang Gene-ius lunged at him. While still airborne, there was no way for Ding Huan to evade being caught by the beast. The Da Huang Gene-ius had evidently calculated its position and timing perfectly. It aimed not just to seize Ding Huan, but to tear him asunder. Yet, to its surprise, Ding Huan, although airborne, managed to evade its grasp. With a resounding crack, followed by a piercing scream, the Da Huang Gene-ius' towering form collapsed. Over the course of nearly a year, its strength had increased considerably, but it still fell short compared to Ding Huan. Ignoring the fallen beast, Ding Huan propelled himself forward with the ground, as if he were a sword slicing through the air. A sharp cry pierced the air as he landed, now holding a small gray creature in his hand. It resembled a monkey, yet not quite so. Smaller than a monkey, it had shiny fur and large eyes, lacking the pointed features typical of primates. So this foolish ape knew I had entered and waited for me to emerge. It seems you were the little rascal who squealed. Ding Huan chuckled, lifting the small creature. This was the very thing that had ambushed him upon his entrance into the cave, only to be met with a gust of wind that had allowed it to escape. To his surprise, this little creature bore a grudge as well, having sought out the Da Huang Gene-ius to plot against him. The small creature struggled and screeched in Ding Huan's grasp, yet he could see the fear in its eyes. What kind of animal was this? Ding Huan had never encountered one like it. Its body resembled a dog, but not entirely, and its voice bore resemblance to a monkey, yet lacked the typical features. Its front legs were long, while its hind legs were short. It appeared to possess a decent level of intelligence. Daring to ambush him, it would soon learn to wait for its punishment. Ding Huan pulled a vine from nearby, binding the small creature and stowing it in his bag before zipping it shut. As for whether it would suffocate, he couldn't care less. Though the creature appeared adorable, it was hardly benign. Had he not already attained the status of a level 4 genetic cultivator, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to its cunning. If he had not considered merging the stone monkey's memory genes with this little creature, he would have incinerated it with a fireball. In this era, he would show no sympathy for such a cute little thing. Noticing Ding Huan approach, The Da Huang Jin-yuan, now limping with broken legs, exhibited a clear sense of fear, much like the small creature he had stashed away. Addressing the Da Huang Jin-yuan, Ding Huan remarked, "The one who sought to procure medicinal herbs from you last time was not me. I merely avoided you because you were formidable. You pursued me, yet I held no grudges. I never expected you would still seek out this innocent bystander to ambush. Humans, after all, should not be overly kind." The Da Huang Jin-yuan growled deeply, seemingly unable to comprehend Ding Huan's words. However, Ding Huan detected the shifting expressions in its eyes, confirming it understood his meaning. "You may be larger, but I've heard tales of the delectable marrow in a monkey's brain, perfect for roasting. If one frame cannot hold it, we can simply cut it open for a feast." Upon hearing Ding Huan mention brain matter, the Da Huang Jin-yuan emitted a sound that conveyed both lament and plea for mercy. It could indeed understand. Ding Huan scoffed. "Since the previous incident was not my doing, yet you still dared to provoke me. If you wish to keep your life intact, you must make amends. Do you understand?" The Da Huang Jin-yuan nodded vigorously, and Ding Huan felt elated. "I require only two things from you. First, the medicinal herb you took from me last time must be returned. Second, I need a drop of blood from your forehead. Is that too much to ask?" The Da Huang Jin-yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "It was because that herb was stolen that I sought vengeance, and now I must part with it?" Ding Huan retrieved a short blade from his pack, tapping the blade against his palm. It has been quite some time since I've wielded a blade after slaying several genetic beasts. I wonder if today will be fruitful." Before Ding Huan could finish his thought, the Da Huang Jin-yuan let out several howls, nodding repeatedly. Ding Huan mused, "If only you had been more agreeable from the start." In light of its compliance, he decided to assist the Da Huang Jin-yuan by bandaging its wounds, using some branches to stabilize the broken bones and wrapping them with vines. After completing this task, he chopped down a tree to fashion 2 walking sticks for the Da Huang Jin-yuan. The Da Huang Jin-yuan, which had originally harbored thoughts of ambushing Ding Huan, now stood in fear as it witnessed him swiftly crafting the walking sticks with mere gestures. 3 hours later, the Da Huang Jin-yuan, now leaning on its makeshift supports, led Ding Huan to its lair. Upon seeing the Da Huang Jin-yuan's nest, Ding Huan could not help but express his thoughts aloud. This creature certainly knows how to choose a location. The environment here was far superior to the cave where he practiced. Before him lay a tranquil pond, beside which stood several wooden huts constructed from whole logs. Behind the huts, there was a medicinal garden teeming with various rare and mutated herbs. "You truly are a remarkable creature," Ding Huan remarked, taking in the almost hermit-like setting. The Da Huang Jin-yuan, feeling quite aggrieved, retorted, "I am not a monkey. I am a golden ape. Go ahead, gather the medicinal herbs yourself. I shall no longer visit your abode, for I fear that once I enter, I will be unable to resist the temptation to take all your herbs with me." Ding Huan, in truth, was unfamiliar with that particular herb. He surmised that it was likely the one utilized by the Da Huang Jin-yuan to create the Da Huang Jiyan. Upon hearing that Ding Huan would not be visiting his herb garden, the Da Huang Jin-yuan hastily leaned on his cane and rushed into the garden, soon presenting a herb before Ding Huan. The fragrance was even more delightful than before, prompting Ding Huan to nod in approval. This was indeed the herb he sought. Previously, a woman named Gene-ius had stolen it, leading the Da Huang Jin-yuan to pursue her relentlessly, blocking the cave for several days and ultimately resulting in 2 fatalities. How the tides of fate have turned. Today, the Da Huang Jin-yuan willingly offered it to him. Satisfied, Ding Huan collected the herb, while the Da Huang Jin-yuan's eyes reflected a mixture of reluctance and desire. Yet Ding Huan paid him no heed. After securing the herb, Ding Huan retrieved a vial, stating, "Come here, I will take a bit of your blood and then depart." The Da Huang Jin-yuan, feeling quite constrained, approached Ding Huan, bending down with his cane in hand, waiting for him to draw the blood. With remarkable swiftness, Ding Huan made a precise incision, and a line of blood appeared on the Da Huang Jin-yuan's brow, accurately landing in the vial held by Ding Huan. Once the vial was filled, he stowed it away, and the bleeding from the Da Huang Jin-yuan's brow ceased. Seeing that Ding Huan had only taken a small amount of blood, the Da Huang Jin-yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "I shall take my leave now. Our previous grievances are hereby forgotten. Before I go, I offer you a word of advice. Steer clear of human cities and settlements, for your arrival there will herald your demise." With that, Ding Huan grasped the nearby stone monkey his form flickering as he vanished into thin air. The Da Huang Gene-ius gazed after Ding Huan's departing figure, feeling quite helpless. He had initially planned to explore human cities after establishing the Da Huang Jian, believing the essence of humanity could elevate him further. However, after Ding Huan's warning, even the boldest of intentions were quelled. This time, he did not disguise himself. After months of cultivation in the cave, his hair had grown long, and his beard remained unkempt. Unless one looked closely, they would not recognize him as Ding Huan. Eugene University buzzed with much more activity than before, as 3 students gained admission to the top 10 academies of Blue Star, prompting a surge of applications. Were it not for the sudden rampage of gene beasts, the popularity of Eugene University would have soared even higher. As for financial matters, Tan Bei, the president of Eugene University, no longer needed to worry. Numerous benefactors were eager to contribute funds to the university, and even in Ding Huan's absence, their generosity persisted. Consider the fact that Eugene University had produced 3 students among the top ranks of the Blue Star's 10 academies. Would these students allow their alma mater to falter after graduation? Although Ding Huan had not returned for nearly a year, his residence remained intact. Outside, there was no sign of the Zidiowi members. Either they knew they would not find Ding Huan here, or they recognized his growing reputation, understanding that they no longer had the standing to confront him. Regardless of the reason, Ding Huan had no intention of letting the Zidiowi off the hook. For him, the most pressing matter was to expedite his visit to the gene laboratory and pursue his intended endeavors. After bathing and changing into clean attire, he opted not to get a haircut and headed directly to the gene laboratory. He was still not entirely accustomed to using the dust cleansing technique, despite having mastered the spell. At the entrance of the gene laboratory, there were still few people present, though a security guard was now stationed there. Kong Dan, what brings you here as a security guard? As Ding Huan approached, he immediately recognized the guard. At that moment, Kong Dan too recognized Ding Huan, excitement evident in his voice. Teacher Ding, I've finally been waiting for you. Indeed, I have a few matters to attend to. Once I'm finished, I shall come and teach you cultivation. Ding Huan patted Kong Dan on the shoulder. Yes, Teacher Ding, you can focus on your work. I will guard this place and ensure no one disturbs your gene experiments. Kong Dan remained unable to contain his excitement. All right, I shall proceed with the experiments. By the way, are many people coming here for gene experiments now? Ding Huan casually inquired. No one has come. You are now the head of the gene department at Eugene University. Kong Dan finally calmed down, his tone steady. I am the head of the gene department at Eugene University? Ding Huan questioned in disbelief. He had no knowledge of this development. How had he become the supervisor of the gene department? Kong Dan explained, I brought the note you gave me to President Tan Bei, and he immediately allowed me to choose a position. I selected this one, stating that you would surely return here to continue your gene experiments. Upon hearing my words, President Tan Bei promptly appointed you as the head of the gene department. Do not be misled by the current number of people at Eugene University. In truth, there are no scholars in the gene department, nor is anyone coming here for experiments. That is quite fortunate, Ding Huan remarked, feeling satisfied. Tan Bei was indeed quite perceptive, understanding precisely what he required. While he did not care for the title of head, being in charge of this place would allow him to conduct his gene experiments without interruption, greatly facilitating his extraction of the memory gene from the stone monkey. Chapter 65. Ding Huan's students upon returning to the laboratory. Ding Huan tossed the stone monkey aside and also retrieved an unknown small object from his bag, discarding it in the corner. Considering that the little creature might perish from hunger, he placed some food and water before it, leaving its consumption to its own discretion. Ding Huan did not immediately seek the memory gene of the stone monkey. Instead, he brought forth the blood from the brow of the Da Huang Gene-ius. For Ding Huan, the pursuit of the stone monkey's memory gene was merely a secondary task. His primary objective was to extract the Da Huang Gene-ius' Da Huang Jian gene. This was a cumbersome and lengthy endeavor, and Ding Huan had mentally prepared himself for the work ahead. As time passed, various gene solvents were crafted by Ding Huan, and he meticulously recorded the data. During Ding Huan's gene experimentation, Kong Dan had visited several times, each time bringing a box meal, but the door to Ding Huan's laboratory remained closed, leading him to leave empty-handed. Da Hani Academy, as one of the top 10 academies of Blue Star, was a coveted institution, even if it ranked last. Fang Chong tossed aside a powdery chi stone, exhaling deeply as he rose to his feet. It had taken him nearly half a year to reach the 3rd level of gene cultivation. Li Wanran could hardly have imagined that she joined the Wumai Mountain for a single chi stone, while he was receiving personal instruction from the old dean, Zhang Yongcheng, who also gifted him 5 chi stones. Moreover, he had the opportunity to visit the Songjing Pavilion thrice a month to read various texts of Dahan E Academy. Fang Chong had never anticipated that his time at Dahan E Academy would yield such abundant resources. He surmised that Lu Zi, as a guardian, would not fare poorly either, but Li Wanran at Wumai Mountain would find it difficult to acquire additional cultivation resources beyond that single chi stone. Qin Chong was a woman he immediately recognized as untrustworthy. She would undoubtedly hoard resources for herself, likely finding her own supply insufficient. It was only upon arriving at Dahan E Academy that he learned it originated from the Yi Jin Jing. However, having cultivated the Qian Luo Jin formula, he chose not to pursue the Dahan Yi Dao derived from the Yi Jin Jing. Nevertheless, Fang Chong believed that selecting Dahan E Academy was his wisest decision. No, it was indeed Ding Huan's most astute insight. Here, he not only gained cultivation resources, but also learned the Yiyang finger. Of course, he had named it himself, inspired by the charm and might of the Yiyang finger from the novels he cherished. In reality, he was studying a form of finger zen. Strictly speaking, finger zen was neither a technique nor a martial art. It was a philosophical story he had encountered while perusing the texts in the Songjing Pavilion at Dahan E Academy. Upon first encountering this tale, Fang Chong found it quite amusing. Some individuals from Jianghu had concocted a finger technique known as Yiji Chan due to its name. Now, he realized that Yiji Chan was not a genuine finger technique, but merely a small Zen story. After departing from the Songjing Go, Fang Chong was struck by an unexpected thought. If others could create Yiji Chan, why could he not devise his own version? Who dictated how Yiji Chan ought to be performed? What others had established as Yiji Chan could also be his own creation. Moreover, with his profound internal energy, merely applying it to basic Chongquan felt like a gross misuse of his potential. Resolute in his endeavor, Fang Chong repeatedly concentrated his internal energy at his fingertips, striking the wood with precision. Initially, the stronger the internal energy he amassed, the deeper the impression left on the wood. However, this method proved quite injurious to his fingers, often resulting in fractures. Despite the cultivation of his internal energy, his fingers remained mere flesh and blood. Were it not for Mentor Ding Huan, who had integrated a gene serum for healing into him, he would not have had time to recover, even to practice Yiji Chan. Eventually, Fang Chong sought ways to avoid direct contact between his fingertips and the wood, aiming to launch his internal energy at a distance. While the idea was promising, its execution proved challenging. Channeling internal energy outward was straightforward, yet focusing it into a single point and controlling its intensity was far more complex. To Fang Chong's surprise, what he initially regarded as a mere pastime for refining his internal energy evolved into a genuine technique. After 4 months, he astonishingly managed to release a stream of internal energy that formed a coherent line, creating a small hole in the wood. This achievement exhilarated Fang Chong, who diligently refined the method of releasing his internal energy in a line, adjusting the flow through the Qianluo Jinju to manipulate the internal energy's variations at his fingertips. By the 5th month, he had successfully created his first unique technique, the Yang Ji. This technique required synchronization with the internal energy's circulation dictated by the Qianluo Jinju, directing the energy through his fingers to release it accurately. Unbeknownst to Fang Chong, he had already ventured into the domain of hand techniques. He was unconcerned about the theoretical aspects. After mastering Yang Ji, he practiced it almost daily. The potency of Yang Ji far surpassed that of basic Chongquan. Within a distance of several zhang, he could even pierce a wooden block with a single finger. Imagine the impact on a human body. Who could withstand such force? Fang Chong's voice rang out clearly when Aishi accompanied him to the Dahan E Academy. It was her first encounter with the martial arts derived from the Yi Jin Jing. This realization made her grateful for her choice. However, she did not wish to practice Yi Jin Jing. Instead, she aimed to study the technique imparted to Fang Chong by Ding Huan. Recalling Ding Huan's words that he could share knowledge if he deemed it appropriate, Fang Chong generously imparted the Qianluo Jin Ju to Aishi. It must be said that, compared to Fang Chong's skills enhanced through gene serums, Aishi's innate talent was truly remarkable. In less than 5 months, Aishi surpassed Fang Chong, now a 4th-level gene practitioner. It seemed she was the first student to outpace her teacher in cultivation. Observing this, Feng Chong decided to teach Aishi the basics of Chongquan as well. From a distance, Aishi casually waved, cleaving a wooden block in two. Feng Chong stared, astonished at Aishi's prowess. He thought his creation of a Yang Ji was impressive. Yet Aishi casually unleashed blade energy. If such force struck a person, they would surely suffer grievous harm. Feng Chong muttered in awe. The magnitude of her power was likely beyond even that of his mentor, Ding Huan. Would you like me to teach you? Aishi inquired with a smile. She felt grateful that Feng Chong had unreservedly shared the Qianluo Jinju with her, prompting her to return the favor by teaching him the wind blade technique she had developed. Of course, I also have something valuable to share with you later. Feng Chong replied eagerly, deciding to pass on his Yang Ji to Aishi. Liu Zi emerged from the Guardian's training ground, drenched in sweat. He had been focusing solely on practicing basic Chongquan and the Pofeng dagger technique personally taught by Dean Li Chuan. He had reached the pinnacle of third-level Gene practitioner, just a step away from fourth level. As for the basic Chongquan and Pofeng dagger technique, he had cultivated them to a commendable level. Alas, it seems I must seek out mentor Ding Huan. Otherwise, I cannot progress further. Liu Zi sighed, preparing to take a shower. Liu, the top 10 academies of launching are sending someone to the human corridor defense line. Are you interested in joining? A rugged voice called out. Zhang Chong, a martial artist rather than a gene practitioner, ranked among the elite within the Guardians and had reportedly attained the Xian level of martial arts a year prior. Typically, first-year students are not required to participate. However, I recognize your strength, hence my invitation for you to join us. There are many valuable items along the human corridor defense line, not just stunning rewards, but also various spiritual herbs. And should you attain the International Guardian Star rank, the rewards would be beyond your wildest dreams. Spiritual herbs, a recent term, referred to an upgraded version of mutated materials, surpassing their predecessors. A quality spiritual herb could even facilitate a complete transformation of one's essence. I will go, Liu Zi agreed after a brief moment of hesitation. Ding Huan had mentioned that true strength is forged through combat. To achieve the International Guardian Star rank, one must venture to the human corridor defense line. Attaining this rank would not only yield tangible benefits, but also confer unparalleled honor wherever one went. Even without the rank, the rewards beyond the spiritual herbs included Yuanqi stones. He had acquired 5 upon entering, which he had now exhausted. Upon meeting mentor Ding Huan and receiving guidance on subsequent cultivation methods, his first priority would be to gather Yuanqi stones. Thus, it was wiser to head to the defense line sooner rather than later. Chapter 66, Decision. Indeed, it was compelling. Feng Chong observed as his wind blade cleaved the wood effortlessly in two, feeling immensely satisfied. Aishi, Feng Chong, I knew you would be here, came a somewhat aged voice. Dean. Upon seeing the approaching elder, Aishi and Feng Chong promptly greeted him. They harbored deep admiration and respect for Dean Zhang Yongchen. As he surveyed the shattered wood that Aishi and Ding Huan had reduced to splinters, he nodded approvingly. Excellent progress. I'm very pleased. Dean, did you come to find us for a specific reason? Feng Chong sensed that the dean likely wouldn't seek them out without purpose. Dean Zhang Yongchen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the human corridor defense line requires the support of skilled practitioners. Many of your seniors have already gone, and several have sacrificed their lives there. Before the dean could finish, Feng Chong declared loudly, Dean, I, Feng Chong, am willing to go, regardless of life and death. Aishi quickly added, I too wish to go. Having awaited Ding Huan, she had already grasped much of what he had taught, including the wind blade technique. Excellent, excellent, Dean Zhang Yongchen responded enthusiastically. After finishing her training, Chu-yi exited her room, intending to practice the fireball technique. Unfortunately, she lacked Yuanqi stones. Had she possessed them, she could have achieved 4th-level Gene practitioner status within a week. Someone is looking for you. Chu-yi heard Chu Yongha's voice as she stepped outside. Chu-yi felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be regarding the incident with the slain Lei Wei-yi? When she entered the living room, she discovered her father and Aunt Xing entertaining 2 guests over tea. Chu-yi immediately recognized that they were not relatives of her family. One was a middle-aged man, and the other a youth. Chu-yi, greetings, I am Do Qingji, the middle-aged man said, standing up with a warm smile as he noticed her approach. The name Do Qingji sounded familiar to Chu-yi. However, her father, Chu Yongha, promptly rose and exclaimed, "So it is Director Do who has graced us with his presence. I cannot believe I failed to recognize you." Chu Yonghe was genuinely taken aback, as he had never anticipated that the visitor would be Do Qingji, the director of the Huaxia Security Department. "You are Director Do?" Chu-yi echoed in astonishment, a wave of relief washing over her. The fact that Do Qingji had personally visited their home certainly indicated that it was not related to the murder of Lei Weiye. "Indeed, this is Wang Qiuxing from Puhai," Do Qingji said, gesturing to the young man who had also risen, smiling as he introduced him. Chu-yi quickly responded, "I have met Director Do and Director Wang." Although she had never encountered Wang Qiuxing, she had heard of him, knowing him to be a significant figure, the head of the action team in the Puhai Security Department. "Let us all take a seat and converse," Do Qingji suggested, noticing Chu Yonghe's unease after learning his identity. Once everyone was seated, Wang Qiuxing turned to Chu-yi and said apologetically, "Classmate Chu-yi, your experience in Puhai is the responsibility of our security department. We failed to adequately protect our citizens, and I extend our apologies on behalf of the Puhai Security Department." Both Chu-yi and Chu Yonghe remained silent, fully aware that the purpose of their visit was not merely to offer this apology. Indeed, Do Qingji continued, "The scale of the South American genetic beasts is alarmingly vast and growing stronger. Our director of Puhai Security, Zhong Han, led a team to the Human Corridor defense line months ago, and he was gravely injured, nearly losing his life." Hearing this, Chu-yi felt a deep sense of gratitude. Without the protection of these individuals, it was likely that the genetic beasts would have already invaded their homeland. Before Do Qingji could finish his thought, Chu Yonghe interjected, "Director Do, my daughter Chu-yi is still in the process of recovery. She was severely injured and has lost her sight. Though she has shown slight improvement, she cannot go to the front lines." After Chu Yonghe finished speaking, Chu-yi stood up and declared, "Director Do, I promise to accompany you to the Human Corridor defense line." Chu Yonghe was taken aback. Even Yin Quan, who had been eavesdropping, rushed out, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Both Chu Yonghe and Yin Quan understood the high mortality rate at the Human Corridor defense line, despite the potential for unparalleled honor there. If one were dead, all else would be meaningless. Chu-yi spoke softly, "Father, Mother, the reason we can live so peacefully here is that some are bearing the burden and shielding us from calamity. When I lacked the ability, I could only silently watch as they were killed in their fight against the beasts. Now that I have the capability, why should I not strive to shield more people from suffering?" Upon hearing their daughter's words, neither Chu Yonghe nor Yin Quan could utter another word. Chu-yi continued, "I have always believed that those who bear the weight for us, the soldiers and guardians of our homeland, are the most beautiful scenery. I yearn for beauty, and thus, I must venture to that human landscape to do what I can. If I do not, what meaning will my training hold? My desire to enter one of the top 10 academies of Blue Star was precisely for this day." "Very well," Do Qingji stood up, astonished by Chu-yi's sense of responsibility. "Indeed, there are countless individuals like Chu-yi in Huaxia, which is why Huaxia remains a benchmark in the world today. Guyi, if you wish to attend any of the top 10 academies in Blue Star, do not hesitate to inform me." Inspired by Chu-yi's determination, Do Qingji made a promise he had never uttered before. Chu-yi smiled and replied, "Thank you, Director Do, but I no longer need to attend the Blue Star Academies. I have already learned what I sought. This is a token of our appreciation. Focus on your recovery for the next half-month, and we will depart from Puhai then," Wang Qiuxing announced, placing a cloth bag before Chu-yi. "I do not require this," Chu-yi protested, reaching for the bag to return it to Wang Qiuxing. However, upon lifting it, she realized it contained essence stones. "You need this. It is also some compensation from our security department. We shall meet again in half a month, at which time you and Wang Qiuxing will lead some members of the security department to the Human Corridor defense line." Chu-yi glanced at her parents and said, "Father, Mother, I understand your concerns. If everyone thought as I do, who would guard the defense line? Who would protect us? Sooner or later, the beast will arrive at our doorstep." Ding Huan sighed deeply as he looked at the 2 vials of genetic serum in his hands. Fortunately, he had succeeded, though it took longer than expected. "Oh, you are still alive?" Ding Huan turned to see the small creature he had discarded, still blinking its eyes. The food and water before it had been consumed. Soon, Ding Huan's mind sensed Kong Dan at the door, and he opened it. "Teacher Ding, you finally emerged," Kong Dan exclaimed excitedly, holding a box meal. "Please tidy up the inside. I will take a shower and then continue with the experiments. By the way, prepare some water and food for that little creature and leave it here. Ding Huan patted Kong Dan on the shoulder, recognizing him as a determined individual with a good character. Once he completed his genetic experiments, he would help Kong Dan enhance his physical abilities, effectively taking on another disciple. Kong Dan beamed with joy. Teacher Ding, rest assured, I will make sure everything is spotless. Upon returning to his residence, Ding Huan first took a shower and had a bite to eat before retrieving a vial of the Great Wilderness Eye Genetic Serum. After consuming it, he felt 2 waves of heat surge toward his eyes. It felt as though his eyes were enveloped in warm water. Ding Huan quickly took out a medicinal herb and consumed it raw. In his view, even the Great Wilderness Golden Ape would consume this herb raw. There was no other way. After swallowing the herb, he felt the heat in his eyes rise again, akin to warm water continuously pouring over them. This was somewhat different from what Ding Huan had imagined. He knew about the Great Wilderness Eye, which was actually the 3rd eye of the Great Wilderness Golden Ape, expected to manifest at the center of the brow. However, after integrating the genetic serum of the Great Wilderness Eye, there was no reaction at his brow. Yet his eyes responded. An hour later, his eyes returned to normal, and Ding Huan glanced around, noticing that everything seemed somewhat clearer. Yet, this could merely be a psychological effect, as there appeared to be no significant change. Chapter 67, Memory Gene Replacement. Huacheng, Tianjin International Center. There are direct flights to Dhaka. In this era of rampant genetic beasts, few people travel by plane, for flying beasts were even more terrifying than those on land. However, this particular flight was secure, as it was a direct route to the Human Corridor Defense Line. The passengers were all formidable individuals and elites. Such flights would never permit genetic beasts to intercept them. Thus, during each flight, 2 Huashan 99 fighter jets provided escort. When Fang Chong and AI, she accompanied their mentor Guo Qingrong for the Great Han E Academy to the Tianjin International Center, over 300 people had already gathered there. This assembly included not only members from the top 10 academies of Blue Star, but also those from the Genetic Alliance, Martial Arts Alliance, Security Department, Huaxiao Border Defense Department, and various civil organizations. Fang Chong. As Fang Chong arrived, he heard an excited voice calling his name. Turning, he saw LVZ, who laughed heartily as he approached and clapped a hand on LVZ's shoulder. I knew you would come. After speaking, Fang Chong instinctively glanced around. There is no need to look further. Li Wanran has not arrived. LZ is aware of what Fang Chong is observing. Fang Chong lets out a cold snort, vowing to no longer acknowledge that woman. Fang Chong, your straightforwardness is your flaw. If you choose not to recognize her, keep it to yourself. No need to voice it. LZ advises. He then senses that Fang Chong's strength seems to surpass his own, perhaps even exceeding it. Historically, Fang Chong's cultivation level has always been slightly inferior to his, yet now it appears that Fang Chong has outstripped him, indicating that the absence of subsequent cultivation techniques has had a significant impact on him. However, if he lacks these techniques, how could Fang Chong possess them? Fang Chong, what level are you now? LZ immediately inquires. Fang Chong chuckles heartily, about to respond when a woman approaches. Upon seeing her, Fang Chong swallows his words. The newcomer is Qin Chong, the head of Wumai Mountain, the woman he holds in the utmost disdain. Fang Chong, LZ, it's been a while. Qin Chong greets them with a cheerful smile. Fang Chong pretends not to hear her. In terms of strength, he believes he should no longer fear her. If that is the case, why allow his mood to be sullied? Director Qin, LZ proactively offers his greetings. It seems you both have received the true teachings of Ding Huan. Wanran, being of lesser strength, remains in the academy, while you dare venture to the front lines. Quite impressive, Qin Chong remarks, seemingly unaffected, her tone remaining cheerful. A student from Wumai Mountain, witnessing Fang Chong's audacity to ignore the director, can no longer suppress a mocking comment. And who might you be? Fang Chong coldly retorts. I am Yang Chong Yin, a practitioner of low cultivation, merely a second-level gene cultivator. If you wish, I would be open to a friendly spar. Yang Chong Yin provocatively gazes at Fang Chong. A second-level gene cultivator dares to challenge him? Fang Chong looks at him in disbelief. With the 3 essence stones gifted by the old director and the experience shared by Aishi regarding the transition to a 4th-level gene cultivator, he is now a 4th-level gene cultivator. Fang Chong doubts he even needs to engage. A mere wind blade could easily dispatch his opponent. Chong Yin, do not act recklessly. We are headed to the front lines to confront the ferocious beasts. It will be foolish to bicker amongst ourselves at the airport, Qin Chong admonishes. Yang Chongyin immediately responds with respect, yes, director. Fang Chong raises his thumb. Impressive, a second-level gene cultivator. Even several of me combined would not stand a chance against you. Fang Chong, let us speak aside. LZ pulls Fang Chong away, confident that Fang Chong far surpasses Yang Chongyin, perhaps even exceeding himself. In a secluded corner, LZ urgently asks, Fang Chong, tell me, have you already become a fourth-level gene cultivator? Fang Chong nods. Indeed, I am now a fourth-level gene cultivator. How did you acquire the subsequent cultivation techniques? Has Director Ding Huan come? Les graus increasingly anxious. Fang Chong pats LZ's shoulder. The director has not arrived. Before we selected our academy, I happened to encounter Director Ding Huan, who imparted the subsequent techniques to me. He instructed me to share the techniques with you if I encountered you. What? Why have you not sought me out until now? LZ exclaims in frustration, realizing that had he known the techniques earlier, he too would have reached the fourth level. I had previously invited you to join the Han E Academy, but you chose to become a guardian. I intended to find an opportunity to meet you later, but with my relentless training, I simply had no time, Fang Chong explains. In truth, had LZ joined Wu My Mountain like Li Wanran, he would not have been able to divulge the matter of the techniques today. Director Ding Huan had stated he could make decisions independently. Since he had that authority, he would not impart the techniques to someone like Li Wanran, whom he deemed ungrateful. LZ nods, acknowledging that he too has been pressed for time with his training, thus accepting Fang Chong's explanation. Our flight departs in a few hours. Please share the techniques with me now, LZ pleads urgently. Very well, I will first teach you the cultivation techniques for fourth-level gene cultivators. Once we reach the front lines, I will provide you with the subsequent techniques. Fang Chong recognizes the seriousness of this matter. Having additional strength would increase their chances of survival. LZ is elated, as he is currently at the pinnacle of third-level gene cultivation, just one step away from joining the ranks of fourth-level gene cultivators. LZ, before I impart these techniques to you, I must caution you. You are forbidden to share them with anyone else. Fang Chong's tone grows serious. LZ is taken aback. Understanding Fang Chong's intent, this is a directive to refrain from sharing the techniques with Li Wanran. Fang Chong's insistence indicates he has received Director Ding Huan's approval. Li Wanran may appear obedient, yet her gratitude is evidently lacking. One can only speculate that when she realizes this truth later, it will be too late for regret. I promise you, LZ responds without hesitation. LZ has indeed reached the zenith of third-level gene cultivation, and his foundation is solid. Haha, thank you. Once we reach the front lines, we shall join forces, LZ exclaims, his previous gloom dissipating. Very well, I shall surprise you at that time, Fang Chong grins, intending to share his unique Yang finger technique with LZ. The laboratory is immaculately clean, with even the small corner cleared by Kong Dan, and food and water freshly placed before him. Ding Huan sets the stone monkey on the table, his consciousness settling upon it, and a wind blade descends with precision. This wind blade accurately cleaves 1/3 of the stone monkey's head, revealing a dark brown hue in Ding Huan's sight. Carefully, he extracts the fist-sized dark brown substance from the monkey's head and commences the process of gene dissolution. Extracting the memory gene from the stone monkey is no simple task. It is uncertain how many years this monkey has endured, and whether its gene still exists is unknown. Additionally, if the gene can be extracted, whether it contains the memory component remains uncertain. Failure to extract the memory gene from this stone monkey would render Ding Huan's efforts meaningless. Within the gene extraction solution, Ding Huan soon experiences a delightful surprise. The stone monkey's gene persists. Not only that, but the genomic structure is remarkably intact. With the aid of his consciousness, Ding Huan finds the extraction process smoother. Descriptions of memory genes on Earth are far from comprehensive, lagging several civilizations behind Ding Huan's understanding. He is capable of extracting all memory genes intact, and that is precisely what he sets out to accomplish. After 5 full days of effort, Ding Huan finally extracts the stone monkey's memory genes entirely and formulates them into a gene serum. Observing the small creature, now starved and on the brink of collapse, Ding Huan lifts it onto the testing platform. Sensing danger, the little creature struggles vigorously in Ding Huan's grasp. Ding Huan swiftly slaps the creature on the head, rendering it unconscious. He then administers the gene serum he has extracted into the creature's mouth. Gene fusion does not necessitate the subject to be in a state of unconsciousness. However, the gene serum Ding Huan has created is distinct. He does not intend to retain the little creature's memories by rendering it unconscious. The gene serum is more likely to consume the original memories, forming new memory genes. Although the essence of the stone monkey's soul does not transfer to the little creature, Ding Huan believes that memory holds greater significance than the soul. Furthermore, the relationship between the soul and memory genes remains to be examined. Half an hour later, the little creature on the table opens its eyes. Ding Huan distinctly notices a change in the creature's gaze. It looks at him with a sense of confusion and bewilderment. It then scans its surroundings, appearing significantly more astute than before. It seems that the gene fusion has been successful, and Ding Huan is quite pleased. Ding Huan firmly believed that the species capable of preserving its genes for countless years, even transforming into a stone monkey while retaining its genetic essence, was no ordinary being. The entity evidently comprehended Ding Huan's words and had somewhat acclimated to its new form, immediately letting out a shrill cry and attempting to escape. However, with a swift motion, Ding Huan cast the creature onto the experimentation table and calmly remarked, "I went through great lengths to rescue you. If you lack gratitude, that is one matter. But do you intend to leave after consuming everything without a word? If you wish to depart, you must first divulge certain information to me, and then you may go your own way. Do you grasp my meaning?" Chapter 68. The legend of the first cycle. The little creature clearly understood Ding Huan's words, suddenly raising its forepaw and gesturing in the air. Yet after only a few attempts, it dejectedly lowered its paw. Enraged, Ding Huan struck the creature's head with a resounding slap, sending it crashing against the wall before it slid down. Having encountered many ungrateful beings, he had never seen one as callous as this. After saving its life, merely to inquire about a few matters, it sought to harm him instead. "You wretched creature," Ding Huan scolded, though he was aware it was not actually a dog. Ding Huan possessed various minor spells, such as Fireball and Windblade. Observing the creature's gestures, he discerned that it was attempting to perform a spell. However, having just awakened its memories, it had forgotten it was merely a level 1 genetic beast. What spells could it possibly unleash? Although Ding Huan had not dealt a fatal blow, it was evident the creature had been significantly impacted. When it finally stood up, trembling, fear gleamed in its eyes. After being reprimanded by Ding Huan, the creature dared not act impulsively again, quickly chattering in its own language, which Ding Huan could not comprehend. Ding Huan rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Well, you speak a language I do not understand. Allow me to ask you, are you a being from the Dao cultivation era?" The little creature, clearly unfamiliar with the term Dao cultivation era, stared blankly at Ding Huan and shook its head, not knowing what to inquire next. Ding Huan was suddenly taken aback as the creature leaped onto the experimentation table and picked up a pen. "You can write?" Ding Huan exclaimed in delight, hastily flipping open a notebook and placing it before the creature. "Duo Bao, that scruffy fellow, speaks deceitfully. He plotted against me, monkey lord." Ding Huan was astonished to see the monkey actually write a line of text. The script was fairly neat, albeit in an ancient style, which Ding Huan could fully comprehend. Duo Bao Taoist? Buddha rely? As Ding Huan pondered, the creature continued writing, "I was ensnared by Duo Bao's scheme and then struck on the head by a stone monkey. Wait, is Journey to the West real? Are you Sun Wukong?" Ding Huan suddenly realized, asking in astonishment. The creature looked at him with confusion and wrote, "What is Journey to the West? What's Sun Wukong? Are you referring to that stone monkey?" Apart from the first few awkward characters, the creature's writing improved significantly. "No, there is a myth in Huaxia where Sun Wukong is transformed from a stone monkey, who aids Tang Sung in his pilgrimage to the West for scriptures. Along the way, he encounters a 6-eared macaque who takes on his appearance and claims to be Sun Wukong. As both look so alike, no one could discern them, leading them to Rulai to seek judgment. Ultimately, Rulai identifies the 6-eared macaque and traps it with a magical artifact, after which Sun Wukong strikes it dead. Am I correct?" As Ding Huan recounted this, he seemed to recall something, continuing, "Later, I read many speculations suggesting that the true Sun Wukong was the one who was killed, while the 6-eared macaque followed Rulai's orders to continue guiding Tang Sung on his journey, ultimately attaining Buddhahood." At this point, Ding Huan gazed intently at the little creature. "You wouldn't be that unfortunate Sun Wukong, would you?" The creature appeared increasingly perplexed, shaking its head before writing. Is it possible that you are missing part of your memory? Ding Huan responded uncertainly. He had previously felt he had extracted all the genetic memories from the stone monkey, but as this was his first attempt, he now doubted whether he had fully separated the memories. The little creature strained to cover its head, yet could not recall anything about the pilgrimage. Then do not dwell on it. Write according to what you remember, Ding Huan suggested. From now on, I shall call you Lu Er. That name is unappealing. I refuse to be called Lu Er, the little creature wrote back. Ding Huan relented. Fine, I shall call you Lao Lu instead. You should be aware that anything with Lao is formidable. All right, I shall be called Lao Lu. Upon hearing Ding Huan refer to it as Lao Lu, the little creature became elated. It was thrilled to possess such a title, for it was a sage. Now, with Lao in its name, how impressive was that? I say, Lao Lu, now that you have a name, focus on writing your story while I observe. Ding Huan interrupted Lao Lu's reverie. The master told me that as long as I take on the appearance of the stone monkey and engage in debate, the master would restrain the stone monkey. Allowing me to strike it down, Lao Lu wrote. Ding Huan chuckled. You claim not to be the six-eared macaque from Journey to the West. Yet I say you're missing memories. Yes, this may relate to my lack of mastery, Lao Lu replied. Do not worry, continue. This missing memory is of little consequence. I did not expect that the one restrained by the master was not the stone monkey, but rather me. The stone monkey's actions were precisely as I had previously anticipated. It struck me on the back of the head. Wait, upon reading this, Ding Huan felt something amiss. If one does not utilize such a magical artifact, it seems only a sage could find a place to exist within the vast universe. For ordinary immortals, entering the boundless universe leads only to death, Lao Lu wrote. What is the cosmic positioning disk? Ding Huan inquired. It is a treasure of the Tao ancestor. Only those who have attained an immortal status or equivalent can enter. With the chaos among the 4 monkeys in the world, only one can attain an immortal position. Thus, only one of us, the stone monkey or I, may enter the cosmic positioning disk. At this moment, Ding Huan realized he had not failed to fully extract Lao Lu's genetic memories. It seemed that this truly had no connection to Journey to the West. An immortal position is simply an immortal position. The terms Buddha position, human sovereign position, demon position, ghost position, and so forth are all included. At that time, the Gene-ius sect occupied the most positions, while the Chan sect conspired with the Western sect to thwart the Gene-ius sect's authority. As Lao Lu wrote this, it suddenly seemed to comprehend something, staring blankly at the table. It appeared it too was a pawn in this game of schemes. Damn, must even this position be plotted against? Yet, this still felt incorrect. The timeline did not align. According to temporal calculations, the legend of the Fengshenbang is a part of Huaxia history, traceable back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Ding Huan clutched his head, feeling his thoughts becoming disordered. Whose narrative is correct? Wait, it seems Lao Lu's words contain some issues. Lao Lu gazed at Ding Huan in confusion, eventually writing, What is Earth? Ding Huan responded urgently. Earth is the place where we reside. Are you referring to Earth when you mentioned Dixing? If that is unclear, allow me to rephrase. Earth is a celestial body, with a distance between its 2 farthest points approximately 20,000 kilometers. Lao Lu instinctively shook its head, then quickly wrote, That cannot be. 20,000 kilometers? Huh, I could make several trips in the time it takes to sip a cup of tea. This little place is less than 1/10,000th of a continent size. The 10 continents of Dixing are merely a fraction. Moreover, Dixing does not encompass the 9 heavens. Considering the immortal realm and the 9 heavens, I cannot fathom its true magnitude. Upon writing this, Lao Lu appeared puzzled once more. This is peculiar. It seems this individual before me is not particularly formidable. It currently lacks any cultivation and does not exude a powerful aura. Ding Huan nodded in agreement. That is correct. As Ding Huan pondered over these thoughts, a multitude of messages suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Yet, amidst the relentless flow of time, it is certain that civilization will once again emerge, and there will be those who chronicle our era. Some souls of our time may also be reborn. They might not remember who they once were, but may retain vague recollections of the past, allowing the new trajectory of civilization to inherit the legacy of the former. Many years hence, it is even conceivable that individuals could resurrect the souls of our era through memory genes. I wish myself good fortune as well. Upon absorbing this knowledge, the clues in Ding Huan's mind grew increasingly distinct. The world of your encompassed the Dixing and the Xianjie, and even the underground realms. With Yujing nestled within the Xianjie, alongside Yusu Gong, Ba Jinggong, Yaoqi, Tianting, San Xiandao, and more, all presumably located in Yujing. Such a vast Yujing is likely but a minuscule corner of the Xianjie. However, it remains uncertain whether the nine heavens resides within the Xianjie. The Dixing has collapsed to the point where only a fraction of a billion remains, and that fraction is our Earth. Earth was once part of the Dixing. Thus, it harbored the existence of departed immortals and deities. After new civilizations arise on Earth, they are reborn with fragments of memory. These memories serve as a bridge to the inheritance of the ancient Dixing civilization, whether through the tales of journey to the west or the investiture of the gods. These narratives are merely the fabrications of these reborn souls, drawing upon their hazy recollections. What he admired most was the individual who left behind the scrolls, having deduced that someone could restore the soul's memories of the Dixing era through memory genes. Surely, this individual must possess power beyond that of a sage, who then is the one who left the scrolls. Furthermore, why did this formidable figure utter a phrase, wishing themselves good luck? Chapter 69. Crisis of a defensive line, suddenly. Ding Huan was filled with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Lao Lu. Sensing Ding Huan's fervent stare, the six-eared macaque was filled with trepidation, internally lamenting, "Brother, I have cooperated to the best of my ability. Whatever you ask me to write, I shall comply." Lao Lu, surely you possess the art of the 72 transformations? No, it must be the transformations of Tian Gang and Di Sha. Hastily pen them down. Alongside your great supernatural abilities, write them all out. Ding Huan regarded Lao Lu with the intensity of a wolf, yet his tone was as warm as a beloved grandfather's. Unable to produce anything substantial, Lao Lu could only scrawl 4 characters. Ding Huan uttered a sound of acknowledgement, but the severity in his voice was unmistakable. Lao Lu quickly inscribed, "This is a Dao technique that requires importation of Dao arts. It cannot be conveyed in writing, or rather, my abilities are insufficient to transcribe it. Moreover, this paper cannot withstand it." "What do you mean?" Ding Huan furrowed his brow. "This implies that such magical arts must be imparted through supernatural means, and one must reach a certain level of cultivation. For instance, to bestow this supernatural ability upon you, one must at least attain the golden immortal realm." Observing the content Lao Lu had written, Ding Huan felt somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to acquire ancient cultivation techniques, only to find this. Golden immortal? That seems an unattainable dream for this lifetime. Does he think the current earth resembles the ancient Dixing? Is the essence of heaven and earth still abundant? Earth has long since lost even its spiritual roots. Soon, Lao Lu will discover that he can cultivate only to the 9th level of the genetic demon beast. Are you not a 6-eared macaque? I have heard that the 6-eared macaque is one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, capable of perceiving past and future. How then has he fallen victim to other schemes? Ding Huan sneered. He held no fondness for Lao Lu, who seemed to possess little gratitude. Lao Lu appeared somewhat dejected, eventually writing, "The power of sages is immense. They can obscure the heavenly secrets, yet I perceive only vague shadows." It was rare for Ding Huan to offer a hint to Lao Lu. Perceiving vague shadows indicates a problem. "Well, I have asked all I needed to. You may leave now. Remember, you can cultivate at Qianluo Mountain, but you must not harm any human beings. Otherwise, I can easily track you down." Ding Huan waved his hand. After acquiring this information, he lost interest in Lao Lu. As for those ancient mythological figures, he had encountered far too many such tales and required no introduction from Lao Lu. "Thank you very much." Lao Liu zet ponde et sitten li, transforming into a gray shadow and leaping through the window, vanishing in an instant. It was evident he held little gratitude, never uttering a word of thanks until he was released. Clearly, this gratitude bore no relation to a debt of life-saving. Ding Huan paid it no mind. He had never been particularly fond of monkeys. Today, having learned numerous secrets of the ancient immortals, what good would it do him? He still struggled on Earth. To take a step back, even if a year from now he departed from Earth, and by some stroke of luck arrived at Changi continent, what then? While the essence there may be slightly better than on Earth, it is still limited. Perhaps he should assist Kong Dan in producing high-quality genetic potions. The Genetic Alliance mentioned the existence of innate powerhouses. He must exercise caution. Dhaka Defensive Line Airport. This airport, completed merely 6 months ago, stands as the most fortified airport on Earth. Here, without proper authorization, even a single mosquito flying by would be met with anti-aircraft fire. At this moment, 3 aircraft were approaching from a distance. Logically, the area around the airport should be teeming with armed federal soldiers. In reality, not a single soldier was in sight. Among the 3 aircraft, the central one was a civil passenger plane, flanked by 2 Hwasha-99 fighter jets, reputed to be the strongest fighter jets on Earth, bar none. The 2 fighter jets hovered overhead as the passenger plane descended directly onto the runway. The plane glided a mere few meters before coming to a halt, akin to a vertical landing. The only distinction was that this landing method offered slightly better comfort for the passengers. After the passenger plane stopped, the 2 fighter jets descended vertically, positioning themselves on either side of the aircraft. Several buses had arrived alongside the passenger plane, and the passengers gradually disembarked and boarded the buses. It appeared quite desolate here. A student could not help but comment, noticing the absence of a terminal. Not to mention a terminal, as far as the eye could see, apart from the military camp, there were no residential areas. Skyscrapers? Those were non-existent as well. A mentor from Gene-ius Academy remarked, before the establishment of the Human Corridor Defense Line, this place was overrun with genetic ferocious beasts. The federal military and cultivators drove them away, and only then was this defense line airport established. Do you think there would still be residents here? Implicitly, he meant that not only were there no residents, but some nations that once existed here had also relocated. Another teacher leading the group stated, "Did you hear the booming of artillery? It indicates that combat is still ongoing. The strength of a nation is truly paramount." A student sighed in agreement. Everyone understood his implication, and a momentary silence enveloped the group. Hwasha is riddled with primordial mountain ranges, and the number of genetic ferocious beasts is unfathomable. Yet Hwasha remains the most intact nation, and its strength is the reason they are here to bolster the Human Corridor Defense Line. The bus convoy traveled for half an hour before slowing down. Most of those coming to aid were students and teachers from the top 10 academies of Blue Star, and as they gazed out at the unfolding scene, they were utterly astounded. Is this the defense line? It resembles a city of steel. The towering defensive fortifications and artillery emplacements were entirely encased in steel. From a distance, they exuded a chilling aura of impending slaughter. The vehicle halted in a square surrounded by this steel, and before anyone could disembark, the distant sounds of explosions grew even more intense and resonant. That was the continuous sound of artillery bombardment and the repeated assault of penetrating rifles. All individuals took heed. Genetic ferocious beasts were assaulting the Human Corridor Defense Line. Everyone, form small teams according to your respective units, and follow me into the defense line. Await further orders and do not recklessly charge into the midst of the ferocious beasts. A booming voice commanded. This is the leader of the Hwasha support team for the Human Corridor Defense Line, Director Chun Dongqin of the Hwaching Security Department. Everyone follows closely behind Chun Dongqin, rushing towards the direction from which the sounds of artillery fire emanate. Fang Chong and Aishi tightly trail behind Guo Qingrong, the leading mentor from Dahan-e Academy. Including Guo Qingrong, a total of 11 individuals from Dahan-e Academy have arrived for this mission. While not the largest contingent, it is certainly not the smallest either. Do not run about. Remember to stay behind me and never charge into the pack of ferocious beasts. Guo Qingrong specifically admonishes the 10 students following him. Fang Chong chuckles and replies, "Teacher Guo, we are on the defense line, acting as the city's guardians. As long as we are not foolish, we won't rush out into the throngs of beasts." Having heard Director Chen's warning once already, Fang Chong feels this reiteration is somewhat redundant. Guo Qingrong snorts, "You'll understand what it means shortly." In mere minutes, hundreds of individuals rapidly ascend the steel slope to the defense line. At this moment, Fang Chong finally comprehends the gravity of Director Chen's words. The defense wall is indeed, as he imagined, not only towering but also impressively wide, spanning several dozen feet. However, what lies atop the wall? There are at least thousands of ferocious beasts that have managed to reach it. Beyond the steel wall, dark-hued genetic beasts surge towards it. A barrage of powerful shells, lethal laser beams, and explosive spears rain down upon them. Yet, no matter how many shells and beams are unleashed, the relentless wave of genetic beasts continues to pour in. The spacious wall is teeming with these creatures, who are incessantly devouring the lives of the soldiers stationed there. Were it not for the strong leaders who stand firm against the onslaught, Merely relying on conventional weaponry would have resulted in the defense line being breached long ago by the relentless tide of beasts outside. Fang Chong feels a chill run down his spine. From the moment he was called upon to support the Blue Star's top 10 academies, even as a first-year student, he sensed that the situation was dire. He never imagined it would escalate to such a critical moment, where the terrifying assaults seemed poised to breach the human corridor defense line at any second. There is no time to regroup. Each unit, form your squads, and first clear the ferocious beasts that have breached the line, rescuing those trapped. Director Chun roars, leading the charge against a group of genetic beasts. Despite instructing others not to rush into the fray, he himself is the first to defy this command. Students of Dahan E Academy all follow closely behind him. Upon arriving at the throng of beasts, Guo Qingrong unleashes a powerful strike. A first-level genetic beast, a ferocious tiger, lunges at a soldier who has just escaped death, only to be struck down by Fang Chong's decisive attack. Even with its hardened skull, the beast falls from the air, lifeless. Remarkable! Guo Qingrong exclaims in astonishment as he witnesses Fang Chong's effortless victory over a first-level beast. However, his amazement grows even further when he sees Aishi swiftly slice a mutated beast in half with a mere gesture. Extraordinary! Extraordinary! Guo Qingrong exclaims repeatedly, exhilarated by the prowess of his two students. Though he possesses profound cultivation, he finds himself outmatched in slaying beasts compared to the efficiency of Fang Chong and Aishi. If they continue to excel, they are certain to earn the prestigious title of International Guardian. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoxing from the Puhai Security Department leads a group of 8, but is quickly encircled by a swarm of beasts, primarily mutated leopards and horned hounds, numbering over 100. Their predicament arises from Wang Xiaoxing's inexperience. Upon witnessing a group of beasts attacking several soldiers, he impulsively attempts to charge in for a rescue. Unfortunately, the ferocity of these creatures is overwhelming, and in a matter of moments, the soldiers are slaughtered, leaving Wang Xiaoxing and his 9 companions trapped within the encirclement. Realizing his mistake, Wang Xiaoxing urgently instructs everyone back to back. Do not hold back. Killing one is survival. 2 is a profit. At this moment, no one is inclined to show mercy. Each person frantically draws their weapons to strike at the advancing beasts, with no opportunity to utilize their explosive spears. Chu-yi, pale-faced, observes the gruesome scene before her. Despite having faced such horror once before, she finds it unbearable to witness again. A scream pierces the air. It is Yuan Lutong nearby. Chu-yi watches in horror as a comrade's arm is severed, just as a massive mutated leopard lunges at her. Reacting swiftly, she unleashes a wind blade, having received a vital energy stone from Do Qingji, elevating her to a genuine 4th-level genetic cultivator. Unlike Fang Chong and Aishi, Chu-yi's cultivation is based on her genetic roots, and her techniques far surpass the Qianluo genetic art. Now, at the 4th level, her foundation is solid and her energy potent. The wind blade, wielded by a 4th-level cultivator, effortlessly cleaves through the mutated leopard, which is barely a 1st-level beast, erupting in a spray of blood. After slaying one beast, Chu-yi begins to adapt, no longer concerned about the number of mutated beasts ahead. She relentlessly unleashes wind blades. One after another, the anguished cries of the beasts resound as, within a brief span, a pile of corpses from over 10 mutated beasts accumulates before her. Chu-yi grows increasingly calm and composed. Although her face pales, her wind blades are no longer erratic but executed with a structured rhythm. In contrast to her previous aversion to blood, she thrives amid the carnage, gaining invaluable experience in slaying beasts. Chu-yi understands that any hesitation could lead to her own demise at the jaws of the beasts. The creatures, not lacking in intelligence, soon realize she is a formidable opponent and begin to avoid her. However, in that moment, Chu-yi follows the direction the beasts flee, continuing her relentless assault. As a 4th-level cultivator, confronting these creatures, which barely reach the 1st level, is akin to slicing through vegetables. Soon, an unusual scene unfolds. A group of genetic beasts circles a few individuals, attacking while rotating. In other areas, the beasts charge directly. Only here, due to their circular movement while attacking, the threat to those under siege diminishes significantly. Behind this group of beasts stand a young woman, her hands deftly carving through the air. The beasts seem to maneuver to evade her. Having transitioned from initial panic to increasing composure, Chu-yi's expression softens slightly. Reflecting on the atrocities committed by these beasts, the countless soldiers who have perished at their claws, she contemplates the shattered families, the wives and children left waiting. The most beautiful scenes in her heart have been ruthlessly slaughtered by these beasts. With this in mind, Chu-Yi's resolve hardens as she unleashes her fury, her gaze becoming increasingly resolute. The beast's awareness to avoid her signifies their intelligence. Their reluctance to flee suggests the truth of Director Doe's words, that behind the throng of beasts lies a more formidable, intelligent predator. As she continues to reap the beasts with the efficiency of harvesting wheat, Wang Qiuxing excitedly shouts, "Everyone, follow Chu-Yi and utilize your explosive spears to attack." Chu-Yi single-handedly dispatches 70 to 80 beasts, and now, with Wang Qiuxing organizing the remaining individuals to act systematically, the last 20 to 30 genetic beasts are swiftly eradicated. Looking at the blood staining her attire, Chu-Yi takes a deep breath, suppressing her inner discomfort. Before arriving at the human corridor defense line, she had already mentally prepared herself, fully aware that upon reaching this place, she would inevitably confront the endless terrifying beasts. Today was merely the beginning. Perhaps in the future, she would slay even more of these ferocious creatures. As long as these beasts continued to massacre humanity, her own killing spree would not cease. Chu-Yi, thank you. The greatest fortune I possess is having informed Director Doe about you and bringing you to the security department. Director Wang, this is what I ought to do. I had made up my mind to contribute my efforts to the human corridor defense line from the moment I arrived, Chu-Yi said, calming her emotions and moderating her tone. Chu-Yi, from this point onward, you shall lead us. Whatever you propose, we shall follow. Wang Qiuxing completely set aside his authority as a director. Just as Chu-Yi was about to decline, she witnessed soldiers being torn apart or bitten to death by the beasts. Even those who had accompanied them were continuously falling. She quickly suggested, Director Wang, how about we support them in this manner? She had no special tactics, yet she felt that her strength could effortlessly crush these beasts. Thus, it would be best to simply charge through. Very well, Wang Qiuxing immediately agreed. He was acutely aware of Chu-Yi's capabilities. Her prowess in close-quarters combat far surpassed that of firearms. Although the penetrating explosive long gun was formidable, it could no longer deliver a fatal blow to first-level gene beasts. If a single shot failed to kill, these gene beasts would invariably find a way to drag a few down with them. This was not the most concerning issue. The most critical danger was that the penetrating explosive long gun could not unleash its full firepower at close range. When numerous gene beasts clashed with soldiers, indiscriminate fire from the penetrating explosive long gun would inevitably result in significant friendly fire. The impact on the gene beasts might be minimal, but a soldier struck would be in grave peril. Upon seeing Wang Qiuxing's consent, Chu-Yi immediately dashed toward a group of soldiers besieged by the beasts. The wind blades unleashed from the periphery amplified their lethality. Groups of gene beasts fell to Chu-Yi's onslaught, and those timid creatures no longer dared to face her, attempting to flee instead. For these isolated beasts, a single gunshot would swiftly end their lives. If one shot failed, another would follow. Those saved by Chu-Yi and the Puhai Security Department rejoined her ranks, rushing toward the next group of beasts. It was akin to a snowball effect. Chu-Yi's team grew increasingly formidable, while the numbers of the gene beasts dwindled. In the distance, the combat squad from Dahan E Academy employed a nearly identical strategy to Chu-Yi's. Fang Chong and AI, she led the charge, with the rest following closely behind, systematically exterminating the gene beasts. Initially, it proved challenging, but as their ranks swelled, the strategy of encircling and isolating the gene beasts faltered. In the command center of the human corridor defense line, a bearded man named Zheng Fang furrowed his brow as he observed the carnage outside. He was the primary wartime commander of the human corridor defense line and sensed something amiss this time. Beside him stood a white officer, Kendi, who served as the wartime advisor for the defense line. Kendi also bore a grave expression. Commander Zheng, I feel that this beast tide is different. They are recklessly assaulting the human corridor defense line without regard for casualties. If our upper positions fall, the soldiers tasked with interception will likely be slaughtered, and we shall be forced to confront the beasts face to face. Everyone understands that once engaged in close combat with the beasts, the disadvantage becomes insurmountable. I know. That beast continues to signal its attacks. In the past, such a death would have caused a retreat. Now, they are charging into the defense line recklessly. which undoubtedly indicates an issue. The others in the command center frowned, contemplating solutions. Such beast assaults on the defense line were not unprecedented. However, the sheer disregard for life in their charge was unprecedented. It is important to note that for a beast to reach the defense line, at least 100 must first be sacrificed to the artillery. Additionally, a multitude of flying beasts must lead the charge, as they are invaluable to the Gene-beast horde. Our defense line is flawed. Without top-tier guardians, this line will eventually be breached, someone pointed out. Zheng Fong sighed. Ever since the first strongest warrior of Huaxia, Zheng Qi, went missing during a beast siege 3 months ago, the human corridor defense line has grown increasingly perilous. Commander, look over there. An unexpected voice interrupted Zheng Fong's strategic considerations. When Zheng Fong beheld Chu leading a group that ruthlessly harvested the beasts, he was momentarily stunned. Which academy is this? Such prowess? Zheng Fong muttered to himself. Chapter 71. On Merit. Commander, there are 2 more. You see, the voice of surprise resounded once again. Without needing this reminder, Zheng Fong had already noticed the situation on the other side. In addition to a young woman leading a team that swept through the beasts, there were also a male and female student executing a similar strategy. As the primary wartime commander, Zheng Fong always remained vigilant to changes on the battlefield to adjust strategies accordingly. Today, however, the situation had exceeded his expectations, prompting him to seek new breakthroughs. Thus, as long as he observed the battlefield, everything would be captured in his sight. He had not anticipated that so many powerful individuals from the top 10 academies of launching would appear. Were they truly 5th-year students from Gene-ius Academy? Zheng Fong's tone was filled with excitement. Seeing such a multitude of young talents emerge, he recognized that there was hope for the human corridor defense line. With hope for this line, humanity itself held hope. Before the establishment of the human corridor defense line, Zheng Fong had already battled against Gene beasts for over a decade. Now, facing off against the Gene beasts at the defense line, he understood better than anyone that for humanity to survive, simply holding the line was unrealistic. He was acutely aware that the future of the human corridor defense line could not rely solely on these old warriors. For humanity to endure, they must break through the line and eliminate the beasts entirely. If one day, a formidable beast emerged elsewhere, what then for humanity? At that time, this defense line would become a mere joke. Now, witnessing such a multitude of young powerhouses emerge, he felt a sense of relief. Only through the continuous infusion of fresh blood could the human corridor defense line have hope. Only then could humanity itself have hope. The suppression of the Gene beasts plaguing the globe could not rely on a single person or a single nation. It was a matter for all of humanity. As Chu Yi's team harvested the beasts from one side, Fong Chong, an AI, she led their team from the other, swiftly diminishing the number of beasts assaulting the defense line. Once the number of beasts was insufficient to besiege the soldiers and martial artists, a one-sided slaughter ensued. The Gene beasts clearly faltered, on the brink of annihilation, when sharp roars echoed from the distance. Upon hearing this sound, the surviving Gene beasts seemed to have heard celestial music, frantically charging toward the city walls. Some even leapt recklessly from the heights of the steel defenses, disregarding their own lives. However, the ground below had long been piled high with the corpses of beasts. Jumping from such heights would only result in injury, not death. "We have won." Cheers erupted from the distance. More artillery shells poured forth, as though facilitating the escape of the beasts. Under the barrage, rows of beasts were obliterated, and those that survived fled like a tidal wave toward the undersea avenue, which had transformed into a bastion for the beasts. "Fong Chong, you are incredible. I was mesmerized even from a distance," Lu Zi exclaimed as she rushed over, her face brimming with excitement. "Compared to when I first met you, you have become much more outgoing," Fong Chong remarked, patting Lu Zi's shoulder. "I must thank you. Otherwise, I would not have been able to slay so many. When we have some free time, you must impart the latter part of the teachings to me." "Rest assured, I have promised to do so," replied Fong Chong, aware that LZ was referring to the latter techniques of the Qi in Lu Jie Yin-ju. LZ lowered his voice and asked, "Fong Chong, has AI she become close to you?" Fong Chong scoffed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I have someone I like." He sensed that Fong Chong had imparted the Qi in Lu Jie Yin-ju to AI she. Otherwise, how could she be so formidable? Fong Chong nodded. "We 3 share the same cultivation level, all being 4th-level gene practitioners. To be honest, the invisible wind blade technique was taught to me by AI Shi. Very well. By the way, how did AI Shi become a 4th-level gene practitioner so quickly? You did not pass the Qi in Lu J Yin Ju to her, did you? LZ inquired, recalling AI Shi's prowess. Fang Chong did not conceal the truth. Indeed, I did impart the Qi in Lu J Yin Ju to her. Lizzie started blankly at Fang Chong. This Qi in Lu J Yin Ju was transmitted to them by Minter Di Ing Huan, and yet Fang Chong had shared it with AI Shi. Minter Ding told me that if I deemed it appropriate, I could teach it to others, Fang Chong clarified. Impressive. I mean, AI Shi is truly remarkable. She anticipated this and chose DHNY Academy. LZ marveled. In his view, had AI Shi not entered DHNY Academy to learn the Qi in Lu J Yin Ju, her strength would not be as formidable as it is now. Brother Fong, Brother L, a number of students surrounded them, including those from DHNY Academy and Guardians, as well as students from other institutions. Despite Fang Chong and LZ being first-year students in this era, strength reigned supreme. Observing how effortlessly they slayed the monstrous beasts, one could ascertain their formidable prowess. Fang Chong will undoubtedly be the first among our group to attain the International Guardian Star rank, and his rank will not be low. Among us, he and AI Shi are certainly the most powerful, one student enviously remarked. Fang Chong chuckled, I merely have a good mentor. Without Minter Di Ing Huan, I would not be the Fang Chong I am today. Alas, why can't I encounter such a splendid mentor? Someone lamented. While it was certain that Fang Chong would attain the International Guardian Star rank, it was not guaranteed that he would hold the highest position. Who is it? It seems to be the Security Division. When did the Security Division have any experts? The strongest, Director Z Ing HN, seems to be recuperating from injuries, another commented. As the crowd continued to discuss, an announcement echoed overhead. Participants in this beast attack, defenders and assistants, please proceed to the Achievement Hall in units. Director CH and D NGQN of the WHO CH Ing Security Division called out, everyone, please follow me. The battlefield requires cleaning, and some injured individuals need immediate transfer for treatment. CHND NGQN was injured, blood staining half of his body. However, he was aware of the severity of his injuries. His decision not to seek healing indicated that his injuries did not threaten his life. Gu QNGRing was about to follow CH and D NGQN when someone called him away. The Human Corridor Defense Line is a barrier established through the collaboration of all nations to combat gene beasts, indicating the immense financial resources devoted to this defense. Despite the high mortality rate, the rewards are astonishingly generous. Those who attain the International Guardian Star rank are predominantly those who have ventured from the Human Corridor Defense Line. Achievements earned here can be secured without fear of being usurped or delayed for an extended period. Here, merit is immediately recognized after engaging in combat with gene beasts. Therefore, after each wave of beasts is repelled or each attack on a beast wave, merits will be assessed promptly. The delay will never exceed 24 hours. Surpassing this time frame would indicate a problem with the command structure. As Fang Chong and the others entered the Achievement Hall alongside CH and D NGQN, over 1,000 individuals were already present. Fang Chong understood that they were newcomers and thus lacked formal organization. Once settled, they too would be arranged into units, each comprising 10 to 30 members. After participating in the Achievement Conference, any representative must allocate rewards to individuals within their team or unit within 24 hours. Although it is stated as 24 hours, in reality, since the establishment of the defense line, the time for individuals to receive their rewards has never exceeded 6 hours post-battle. Fang Chong and his companions, belonging to DHNY Academy, all sat in the same section. While others had not yet arrived, the higher-ups were already present. Has Minter Gu not arrived yet? Fang Chong inquired, noticing that everyone had been conversing for a while without Gu QNGRing's presence. Do not worry, I have arrived, came Gu QNGRing's voice. Minter Gu, what matter required your attention? AI Shi quietly asked. Gu QNGRing chuckled. Good news, just wait and see. I am here to introduce you to some of the leaders. Through Gu QNGRing's introduction, Fang Chong learned that the elderly man seated in the center was HGTIN, the commander of the Human Corridor Defense Line. Beside HGTIN was a tall, bearded, middle-aged man named H. Ing F. Ing, the first wartime commander of the Human Corridor Defense Line. The Caucasian man was K.N.D., the wartime chief of staff for the Human Corridor Defense Line. Additionally, there was a young woman, the Secretary General, N.N.